Winners bracket?
Yeah.
Yesterday, Kings taught us that the road to Apex Champion is not an easy one. 80 teams entered the arena and showcased their abilities through today as well as the grand final tomorrow. Today, in Kings Canyon, 80 teams will enter and 50 will fall. The question becomes, how will the skills stand up? But more importantly, how will the resilience of these teams throughout the lower bracket create opportunity? In the words of Aristotle, you are what you repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, but a habit. Which habits will be formed, which successes will be made, and which teams will stand atop the pile and make it to have the opportunity to be gifted the trophy and the Leviathan's share of $500,000. Day number 2 of the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational starts right now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational, where we are getting ready for day 2 of what has already been an unbelievable start to a tournament. Fallout here, joined alongside Jamerson and Glitter Explosion. What a day 1 it was. We're rested. We're ready to go for day 2.
Fantastic day. We went 12 hours, so many matches last night, and there were many exciting moments.
I honestly can't even fathom a lot of the things that happened during day 1. There's a lot of stuff that we need to talk about, that I want to talk about, and I'm sure we're going to get into all of it, but I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, a lot to talk about, that's for sure. Of course, day 1 was not short of any storylines, was not short of some miraculous plays. We saw Misfits dropping the record 20 kills, which was unbelievable. We saw a Cinderella story in Team 789 coming from Russia, unsigned organization, looking to prove themselves, and boy, did they prove themselves as really the best team performing so far here in Europe, arguably. That sets us up for a beautiful NA versus EU matchup. We got 789 and TSM going to be in that winners bracket final.
Yeah, it should be an exciting grand final, or excuse me, winners finals at the end of the day here, but honestly, we still have all the lower brackets to go through.
I really think that those were the two teams that you were wanting to see go into the final today the most. You talked about it quite a few times. So I'm excited you kind of got what you were looking for.
The fact that I got my wish, I'm really excited for that. And James, you brought up a good point. We have the losers bracket as well. Of course, these teams are going to be clawing their way back through that losers bracket for an opportunity of a lifetime, really life-changing money in terms of the prize pool available for this tournament. $500,000 total, $105K for first place. I mean, already off the rip, this is an opportunity to get $30,000 in your pocket for a first place team, a life-changing opportunity, and we're just getting started with the preseason invitational.
I mean, we've seen in other esports what this kind of money can do for people, right? That jumpstarts their streaming careers and they're able to go full-time into esports. And that is a huge difference maker, especially when you're trying to compete, right? Having to split your week between 40 hours of work and also trying to gaming, it can be very difficult, but $30,000 makes a huge difference.
That's for sure. It's tough to do. Of course, that payout's going to go all the way to 20th place, as you guys saw. Perhaps some losers bracket teams will have a chance to grind their way back through the losers bracket. Let's go ahead and take a look at the tournament format and rules and show you guys how the action is going to break down and how it has broken down so far. 80 teams have been invited, the best 80 teams from around the world, 30-plus countries represented, almost every region in the entire world represented and performing so far. They were placed into 4 groups. Well, guess what? It's the first time we have ever seen a double elimination bracket in a Battle Royale major. So we've seen 10 teams from each group advance through the winners bracket, 10 teams dropped into the losers bracket and have a chance to continue to fight for their life in this tournament, which we will see today. It is an amazing, amazing format. It's been so much fun to watch. It's created such great stories, hero plays, and talk to me a little bit about the championship finals format, Glitter.
So the way the championship finals are going to work is that they're going to function off of a match point system. Now what this means is the teams are going to be accruing points the same way that they have so far, whether that's through their placement or through their kills for each game. However, they have to reach a specific point threshold, which is going to be 50 points. Once they reach that point threshold, they will then have to win yet another game in order to become the Apex Legend champions. So that could cause some serious chaos.
Yeah. The very important part is that yesterday, we've only seen about 3 teams get close to that threshold or pass it. And so we'll see what exactly happens once we get all of them into a lobby together. But still, it's great to see that maybe we might have a 4-game, 5-game series to close it out, but we could also have a 12-game series.
We could. Denials can be a thing. People could drop where TSM drops or 7, 8, 9 drops. Who was the third team that reached that 50-point threshold, if you guys remember off the top of your heads?
Rogue.
Rogue did drop 50. Wow. So 3 teams already dropped 50 in 3 games only. Of course, each round is a 3-game series, and like you said, we have Rogue, TSM, 789, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, so many teams that have made it to that winners bracket final. It is going to be one of the most stacked lobbies, in fact, actually, the most stacked lobby we've seen so far. I'm excited for that winners bracket final at the end of the day, but I got to tell you, before that, losers bracket is going to be a grind. Of course, we talk about the final and the championship format. Let's look at the point distribution and show you guys how you have to get there and how you can earn points to continue through. It might look familiar, very similar to online ranked play that EA introduced just months ago to Apex Legends, an amazing online format. Only difference here, 1st through 5th place all get unique point distributions. We want to really reward that one step further placement, and you give points all the way out to 15th place instead of top 10, which you see in online play, which makes sense to me. But for the most part, a very similar format.
Yeah, the thing is, with this point distribution, especially that difference between 1st and 5th, right, where we do have the unique points, it did make a difference yesterday. MVP could have placed a little bit higher. They could have got a lot more points if they had gone 2nd instead of, going down 3rd. So it does make a difference here.
Yeah, I think you pointed out a team yesterday that lost by 1 or 2 points that could have made the difference. It was maybe Misfits, Rogue.
So that was Misfits squeaked in right at the bottom of our 2nd round for winners by 1 point, and it was that one placement point that kind of pushed them over the edge.
Crazy. Group D was a great finish to the day. Of course, in addition to that, you have the kill format as well. So uncapped kill points that you could receive for every single kill. You earn a point, which is great. Of course, we're going to have to expect our losers bracket teams to grind out here through the losers bracket to make it happen.
Yeah, and that's going to be very important, especially the kill points, right? Once we get into the grand finals, because we got an extra prize coming in, just like we had at X-Games, where we had the Apex Predator. We have another Apex Predator that will be crowned with $8,000 extra going into their pocket.
Yeah, and speaking of that losers bracket, Snipe Down was actually a player that won Apex Predator last time, currently sitting in the losers bracket round 2 with Reciprocity, so key storyline we're going to look out for.
Absolutely, and I'm sure they went back, they reviewed what they need to do, whatever changes they need to make to kind of ensure themselves playing their way out of losers, and I've got a lot of faith in them.
Yeah, that's for sure. Either way, yesterday was so much action, storyline upon storyline. We saw so many great individual plays made. That play from MVP Raz in particular, that never was, but almost was beautiful. Of course, 789 making their debut as a roster and dominating here at this tournament so far. It was an unbelievable day of action, and guess what? We got a recap of how the action broke down yesterday. Take a look. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational, where we have 80 best teams in Apex Legends, 240 players from around the world.
Armor swap attempt in the middle of the skirmish here. Should be able to get it. He breaks. He parts. Are you kidding?
The stage is amazing, and yeah, it's amazing to play.
That's Crypt back through the portal, up through the zip. Now 2 squads left here in the 1v1. Yes, indeed!
We just know how to play, and we knew what teams, how they played, and we just played on our advantage, knowing what everybody else is doing before. And look at this, Penta actually goes in for it. He's gonna eat the portal though, then eat the circle again because it's outside the zone. They baited him into it there, and it's not going to be left. Now they try to make it happen. Nest drops down, he whiffs the shot, and that is going to be enough.
Are TSM able to get looted up? Are they able to reposition and put themselves in position to pick up another win?
They've got the high ground and they've just jumped in. TSM are getting aggressive here and they've done it again.
Back to back for TSM.
Wow, I have the chills after watching that video. I mean, what a day of action. I mean, we saw TSM, their back-to-back performance in the last winners bracket match that they played. Of course, 789 as top 1, top 2, most dominant teams so far. Those 2 teams in particular are ones I'm excited to look out for here today.
Definitely looking forward to TSM because once we got into the second round of winners, they were clear out favorites. 59 points across 3 matches. If we take a look at the other group, Gambit only got 40 points across their 3 matches.
And we even got a chance, Jump was able to talk with Reps earlier on in the day, and he said that they had struggled a little bit early on. They clearly got it together on the second half of that day, and they kind of just ran away with it once they found their groove.
Yeah, and that was the interview I gained a ton of respect for Reps because he said they struggled, but they got top 3. They finished 3rd place in winners bracket round 1. That is struggling for TSM, and guess what? They reacted. They placed first in both their matches after that. They completely dominated after that. Of course, it's been a great day for 789 and TSM. A lot of losers bracket teams to look out for. That winners bracket final is going to be coming towards the end of the day. Losers bracket we're going to have to get through first before that. Any teams in particular within the losers bracket that you guys are looking out for?
I mean, I have teams. Do you have teams?
I've got a few. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say that I've got really high hopes for both Team Liquid Blue and Nagano 1998. Not only were they top contenders for their original bracket, sometimes things don't go the way that they should, but they should more than be able to kind of reset, do what they need to do, and get out of losers today.
Yeah, Nagano 1998, I know this team has some history in competitive Apex, having competed at X-Games. Well, talk to me a little bit about that history of this team.
So Nagano was actually one of the teams that ended up qualifying through into the X-Games, and they have a slightly different roster than what they had there. So I don't know if that's what's contributing to maybe the changes in how they've been playing, or what they gotta kind of smooth out the wrinkles a little bit.
Yep, I know Zerafer is coming in making a roster change, arguably their best player. I had a chance to talk to Zerafer earlier this morning, and he is an 18-year-old kid from Slovakia. I mean, performing in his first LAN tournament for the first time. Actually, I heard a crazy story. He used to play on Xbox, on controller, in Overwatch. Met some people online playing ranked. Shout out to Jack Felling if you're watching. And of course, after that, bought a PC, transitioned to PC in Overwatch. Apex comes out, and now is a dominant PC player for Apex Legends. So to go from being a young kid playing Xbox Online to competing at the main stage is quite a remarkable story. I'm excited to see what they can do.
That's a great story to hear, but I mean, we hear a lot of transitions, right, coming from console, going over to PC, but they make the full transition over to keyboard and mouse. But I'm still a huge fan of those players that hold on to the sticks. They're going to compete on PC against keyboard and mouse with the sticks, and I got to hand it down to Snipe Down, and everyone else that's playing with that.
Controller gang.
You're making him so happy.
I'm so happy. Did you do that on purpose? Are you trying to make my day here?
No, after last year, with Fortnite, a lot of controller players really came out of the woodworks, and I am impressed by what they're able to do. We give them a little flack for the aim assist, but
drives me crazy,
you're trying to make movements and aim with 2 sticks.
Literally.
You need a little help there.
Your thumbs and a joystick versus an entire... We're not going to get started right now. The chat, we'll let the Twitch chat decide on that one, but yeah, a crazy performance. I believe he has transitioned to keyboard and mouse, but to that first point you made, but interesting story there for Nagano 1998. Any teams in particular you're looking out for?
Yeah, well, I'm actually looking out for Justice and Fnatic EU in the lower bracket here because honestly, I feel like there's a lot more at stake for them because a lot of people were expecting good things for them. But for Justice, one of the 3 Korean teams that did not make it out of the first round of groups, and so that doesn't bode well for them, especially when they were really highly touted as some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, the only Korean team, like you said, that did not make it. So all eyes on them. Of course, Wyvern joins them in the losers bracket and losers bracket round 2 if Justice can meet them there. That's another interesting topic as well, is this losers bracket. We were talking, I know, earlier this morning, and everyone's saying it's a grind, it's so difficult to do. In my eyes, I love the losers bracket run. I think it's an opportunity to catch fire. It's an opportunity to practice as a team and to really grind it out. And I think there's some good magic that can come from that losers bracket. I don't know your thoughts.
I mean, I'd like to think that it's like this is your last-ditch effort, right? If you don't perform here, you're getting knocked out entirely. And that's not really the way you want to go when you've traveled all the way here and you've put in the time and you've grinded to compete at this event. You are going to put everything on the line and make sure that you can really continue to place out so you can get back into the finals.
Yeah, of course, that losers bracket run is going to be difficult to do, but great opportunity to catch fire. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule to see which losers bracket teams are playing when and when you can expect that winners bracket final you see on screen. We're going to be kicking off here in a moment at 1:30 local time. That's 7:30 Eastern for our friends waking up early back on the East Coast in the U.S. Of course, soon after at 4 o'clock, we'll be starting with our second losers bracket match and then jumping right in at 6:30 to our losers bracket round 3 matchup. Of course, our winners bracket final will be our nightcap for the day. We're jumping right in. One thing to keep in mind, we'll be jumping into the Bravo stream throughout the entirety of the broadcast to make sure you at home are not missing any of the action. Winners bracket final, I'm obviously very excited for with how stacked that lobby is, but we have a lot of teams in this losers bracket. Fnatic EU, Team Liquid Blue, Reciprocity, Wyvern, that are impressive teams, and they're going to be looking to make their way back to that championship final. We know 10 teams will be coming to the losers bracket.
I'm really excited to see what Wyvern does today. They started off so strong, like dominantly strong, and then kind of just petered out as the day went on, and I don't really know why it happened. Maybe it was decision making, maybe they were tired. Either way, hopefully they've had the night to kind of reset a little bit, and they can come back just as strong as they were in their very first game.
Yeah. I think one of the overarching things that we can all rely upon, or all agree upon, is that the game has slowed down a lot. And Wyvern used to be able to, when they're playing on the ladder, just be able to mow through a lot of competition and then weed out the field their own way. But now, with so many teams alive, taking any kind of engagement is welcoming a third and fourth and fifth party because so many teams are going to be there in the same rotation path as you. And so I think they're getting into a lot more fights and biting off a bit more than they can actually chew.
Yeah, especially with the Watson meta as it currently stands. We're seeing a lot slower play later into the rounds. I remember there was a match yesterday where it was ring 3 or 4, still 19 teams alive. I'm like, I have 20 minutes until I have to be back on desk. Wait a minute, it's almost over. So unbelievable. But walk me through the why. I mean, why do we see the gameplay, the meta slowing down? Why did Watson introduce such a slow style of play for some of our newer viewers out there?
So before Watson came around, everybody was using Caustic, right? And I know we've talked about it in the green room as far as an entire talent group, and the casters will probably touch on it too. But Caustic kind of became this thing that just started neutralizing out other Caustics and then kind of reduced the utility of Caustic through that process. So Watson coming out kind of gave them the option to have a different defensive bunker down and like hold a location type legend to their team comp that didn't exist before.
And it's very important because we're seeing throughout this weekend so far that teams are valuing positioning, right? And so as soon as they get their loot, they're going to go ahead and boot, make sure they get into a building, and that's where Watson really does just work out so well. She's able to fence off all the entrances to the building, make it very hard for any team to try and encroach upon their position. And so Watson, along with her interception pylon, which helps out with the economy, right? It heals the shields over time. That means if teams didn't get great loot off the bat, well, they can go ahead and try and reinforce it by having that kind of interception pylon, help them heal so they don't have to use anything.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think tie it back to some gameplay we saw yesterday for those that tuned in is a perfect example. I believe it was near Market. We saw 789 posted up in a building, and this ring ends up right on them as Watson. Fence ringing around the entire entrance. No matter which door you enter through, you're walking through a Watson fence, very well placed Watson fence as well. So if you're a Watson player at home, keep an eye out on how these players position their fences, obviously fitting the meta and the current style of play.
You actually stole the words right out of my mouth.
On the same page.
We're just getting started, and if this is how it's going to function all day, I've got a good feeling about it.
Yeah, I'm excited if that's the case, that's for sure. So that explains a little about the meta and kind of where things are at currently. I know we talked about some losers bracket teams to keep an eye out for, but I'm personally really excited for that winners bracket down the line and some of the all-star teams that we've seen really excel here. We talked about 789. We talked about TSM ad nauseum. I want to talk a little bit more about some other teams. Any teams in that winners bracket that we haven't talked about yet that you really could think can maybe stick it to TSM and 789?
So I want to see what Misfits can manage. They started off really, really strong, same way that Wyvern did. They had pretty consistent placements throughout the rest of the day, and then in the second round, struggled. And it was almost complete polar opposites. They barely made it in by the skin of their teeth right at the bottom of that final top 10. So I don't know if they, I'm assuming they went back, reviewed their VODs, kind of see what they need to do or what they did better at the first half of the day versus the second half of the day. And I'm really hoping that they fixed it so they can come back out as strong as they did the first time around.
So you're not necessarily saying you expect them to be 789 and TSM, but you like the storyline. You're interested to see how they're going to perform.
I think if they do it well enough, they will be a very real contender.
Well, they have the gunpowder, that's for sure. But you're spot on. Consistency has been the issue for this roster you see on screen here. They have these games where they pop off 20 kills, 15 kills. That's actually how they qualified through yesterday. They had one game where they dropped like 12 kills. That was enough to get them through. But outside of that, really quiet from Misfits. So which Misfits will show up today is a good storyline. Jamerson, how about you?
Well, the thing is, it's actually the same narrative for a lot of other teams here. So, I mean, if we're looking on the opposite end, right? Coming out from the AB group, Sentinels, they only had 16 points to make it out of their group. Now, the threshold was actually lower coming out from that half of the winner bracket final. NRG actually got into the top 10 with 12 points. 12 points. So that's 3 points lower than Misfits. So right now, looking at the bottom 10 teams in that group, it's looking very difficult, and they are going to be basically in a dire position at this point. And honestly, for Sentinels, you can kind of make the argument that they might be a day 2 team, right? Because if you look at the X Games, they didn't have the best performance during day 1, but day 2, they turned it up to 11, walking away with 3 Ws, I believe, 2 of them back-to-back.
Yeah, Sentinels, all eyes on them. I know another team that maybe does not fit that high kill mold, instead fits the consistency mold outside of TSM is G2, in my eyes. Talk to me a little bit, Glitter, about this G2 roster. What makes them so great?
I mean, I think the most important thing is that Jamerson is a huge fan of
he
G2
loves himself some G2.
And was all day. So I feel like
Ocelot, just get in my DMs, man. Just get in my DMs, dude. I got you.
I feel like I want to give you the opportunity to kind of like brag about your team a little bit.
Let me just. Oh wait, no, I'm not wearing my G2 shirt today, but it's okay.
Mimu, the troll that never was. He thought he was a troll, but he trolled us.
He got highlight reels yesterday.
He really
right?
did.
We got that water treatment ending against Grim Reality and Silk Thread, where he was able to take the 2v1, get the melee, push Grim into the ring, and get the finish that way. Yeah, you gotta be.
That was disgusting. I mean, yeah, he literally got 3 kills right before that, too. I mean, he absolutely popped off as the last member alive there for G2. Secures a first-place finish. We saw him hiding in a bush. That was fun. Probably a highlight of mine for the day. For like 15 minutes, somehow, some way, stays alive. I exaggerated, but
he got top 3.
He does it all. He got top 3
with it.
Secured a placement there. He does it all. But yeah, really, for G2, the story is consistency. We all know this G2 roster is a team that played with Snipedown under the Reciprocity banner at X Games. Silver medal for the finish that came all the way over to the United States to X Games, Minnesota. Luckily, not in the winter, so they got to avoid that, but I guess they're used to that up in Finland. And the question was, can they do it again? They made a big, quote-unquote, risk in the eyes of the community. Definitely not a risk in their eyes, saying, you know what, we love playing with you Snipedown, you fit the team really, really well, but we're going back to our original third, and it's paid off.
Honestly, we were talking about consistency, and this is the team that has done well, right? In winners round 1, winners round 2, and now moving on, they were able to walk away second place in their second round group stage games with 38 points, but they were only eked out by Gambit by 2. Gambit ended up first in their group with 40 points. And so G2 are consistently just performing across the board, regardless of the circumstances, especially when we got to the round 2, where a lot of the heavy hitters were getting funneled into the same group.
Yeah. And 2 more teams we haven't talked a whole lot about, but they deserve the respect. One is what you see on screen right now. Of course, the other is Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro,
Gambit.
incredible, and Gambit, yep. Gambit and Virtus Pro, very, very solid, consistent performances. Gambit took, I believe, first or second in one of their winners bracket matches. I think in the winners bracket round 1, they got top 2. I mean, performing very consistently. We saw some great plays coming from Sign with Thermite, where he picked up a triple on Fnatic NA, which, by the way, another losers bracket team to look out for. But I'm excited to see what Gambit can do and if that consistency can continue, because I don't think we told that story enough yesterday of Gambit and Virtus.
I mean, I think we've kind of maybe glossed over like Russia and CIS as a region, as a whole.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean, we did mention, right, like some dark horses. 789 was a name that was being mentioned around, but Gambit was also a name that has been touted around. And honestly, anytime Gambit gets into an esport, you do have to take notice of that organization, because whatever game it is, they are going to go ahead and make a mark. League of Legends, Counter-Strike, they definitely know how to sign a roster.
But see, what I like about what Gambit did too is that they weren't flashy. Like, they just came in and they did what they needed to do, and the results spoke for themselves.
Yeah, that is true. I think the same thing came for Virtus Pro, which I want to talk about a little bit as well. VP, another roster, very storied in esports, particularly in the CSGO world. The Samurai Bund Madman, which I call him, with some passion and emotion shown when they won. I like to see that as a hype guy myself.
I imagine walking around Krakow, walking around like Katowice with a VP jersey feels pretty darn nice.
Yeah.
This isn't a Polish roster, but still, that name does ring throughout these halls because it has been just chanted out over and over again across multiple IEMs, so many events.
Yeah, that is true. A lot of teams to talk about in that winners bracket, but we're getting ready for our losers bracket round 1 matchup. You see Nagano 1998 there, ready to go, locked in and loaded. Superkicka, another team that I had a chance to meet and talk to on the bus. Younger players traveling from a variety of locations, mostly in Scandinavia. Excited to see what Superkicka can do representing EU. Team Liquid Blue, who I know you pointed out as well, Glitter.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that we're really going to be able to get into these games and see them play. One thing I do want to point out, though, going back to VP a little bit, they were also one of the other teams that got right at that 50-point threshold by the end of the day. They were at 48 points. So they're just another one that we're going to have to look out for.
That's a great point. You got to put them in that category, that's for sure. Team Liquid Blue on screen right now. Of course, was it blue or white that was the roster that had the last minute?
White had the roster changes,
Roster, and unfortunately, Wonderful could not make it.
They did add Nocturnal to TSM Blue.
Post X-Games.
Yeah, post X-Games.
Yep. So slightly recent roster change. Of course, Selector, team coming from Japan. My man right here is feeling himself. All right, I see you.
He's just warming up. No, he's warming up a little bit.
Yeah. Honestly, I've always loved Japanese competitors across multiple games.
They got the whole, my leg becomes an AK thing, and then you start shooting the camera.
It's the personalities.
It's the personalities. Yeah, you never see that. I hope we see more of that. You know, MVP is the only team representing Asia, I believe, right? I think in the winners bracket final.
Yeah,
currently
they made it through.
MVP is the only one that hasn't made it through. Selector and I believe Akihabara and Count, all of them find themselves in the lower bracket right now.
Yep. So we'll see if the teams coming from Japan and South Korea can represent an entire region here. MVP doing a good job, because that was a key storyline coming to this tournament, wasn't it? Wyvern, MVP. Arguably top 1-2 teams in Korea and Asia. Which one's going to perform better? We all thought Selly and Co. with Wyvern would be the ones to do it, but really it was MVP. Roz leading the way with some hero plays himself, looking very strong.
But the only difference between the two is that Wyvern kind of, exploded big and then fizzled out, whereas MVP was just more consistent.
I know you were saying you were watching Wyvern. They had some unfortunate drops, unfortunate situations. I know talking to Zerifer of Nagano 1998, he said the same thing. He said there was a Japanese team that kept dropping on them in, I think it was runoff where they land. Not a lot of loot and runoff to split between 2 teams, to be fair, especially if teams hot dropping on you. So they weren't expecting that. They've had it uncontested in scrims always coming up to this tournament. It goes to show anything can be expected in LAN, and that's why this regional structure is so crazy, because you don't play against those Japanese teams as often.
Yeah, this is where, adaptability is going to be kind of the name of the game. We had a month and a half to basically prepare for this event leading up to it after the X Games. But since then, so much has been thrown out the window. A lot of teams are preparing, 3-4 different kind of drop locations, but also you need to be able to make that decision on the fly. You see the flight path, you see how many teams are actually dropping out, who's in the lobby with you. You're trying to make preparations, but at this point, you just have to adapt. If you see someone drop on you, you got to find a different kind of loop path.
Or you kind of bite the bullet, You have to just hope that at this point you will have known your drop inside and out, and you'll be very comfortable and confident on it. And ideally, the person that's dropping on you maybe doesn't know it as well, and you just kind of got to go for it and take them out early.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's why I've competed in a variety of BR tournaments, and that's always the question is like, do you try to prove you're the bigger person and flex your muscles and fight that fight and try to pick up a couple kills early? Because you're right, you could leave with 3 kills, which is 3 points, which can make a difference. Or the other mentality is it's kind of a 50-50. You know, who gets the loot first, who gets the better loot? You know, that's just the nature of a BR. So I think I lean more towards it.
Are you playing safe? Are you going to say you're playing a little bit safe?
Here's the thing. So I'm very much a cocky person. No, I'm just kidding. I used to be like, I'm going to flex my muscles. I'm going to go. I'm going to fight this. I'm better than you always. And then I realized, you know what? I really think it's more of a 50-50. I think that you could drop somewhere, contest a spot, and it's a really rough situation. And you know, I think in that scenario, you have, like you said, you have to just adapt or die.
And honestly, with the parity of weapons now that drop, there are so many more weapons that you can use as an early game weapon if the drop is going to happen, if you're going to get contested, right? You can take a P2020 to someone if you're able to get that hammer point. You can take a Mozambique to somebody. So you got to be careful on those. It has really come down to a 50-50.
Can you imagine if we started one of these games and somebody actually got a kill right off the rip with a Mozambique?
I would be so happy.
We did have at least one Mozambique kill, yes.
A couple of 8s.
We did?
Yeah.
Same category.
Yeah.
That would be akin to Mimu's punch.
Mimu's punch, Mozambique at the same level,
It was really clutch, though, because it wasn't just the punch. It was like he had to armor swap, and then he was like, I'm not going to shoot with my triple take, and then just going for the punch. I mean, he had to punch him twice. He punched him twice.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ultimate disrespect was shown yesterday. 2 melee finishes, which you don't see very, very often in Apex Legends competitive play. Looks like our players are gearing up, headsets are on, and Tempo Storm, another team I see that had a lot of high expectations. And I was talking to Decop on Tempo Storm yesterday. He expects a lot out of himself as well. Do you think that's another team that could potentially make a run?
I mean, we were expecting Tempo Storm to be able to actually compete a lot better this weekend because this is their full 3. During the X Games, Monsoon was filling in because Decop did have visa issues coming from Mexico. But it looks like, you know, with the caliber of teams here that, like, they might need something a little bit extra. Not entirely too sure what was going on in their games, what they need to change up, but hopefully they were able to go back, review their VODs, and, you know, shape up.
Yeah, one thing I'm interested to see, I mentioned it earlier, you know, and you mentioned Nagano 1998 as a team to watch, a team that qualified, one of the qualifiers for X Games. So they're definitely a reputable team, a notable team, and weren't signed by an org yet either, so have a chance to prove themselves. All eyes on them now. I'm interested to see, if they drop runoff, they hated getting contested. Do they adapt? I know Blaze and Nathanias have a chance to break down the drops. I hope they have a chance to look at runoff and see if Nagano drops there, if it's contested, what that situation is. Because I know quite a few Asian teams here playing between Japanese and Korean teams. I'm really interested to see if they get contested and runoff again.
I'm also hoping that now that the groupings are starting to get whittled down a little bit, that some of the teams that haven't run into each other before are going to start seeing potentially similar drops, and then maybe it'll make for an interesting early game.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. One team I just saw on screen that I did not realize was in this lobby, and oh my gosh, I'm realizing this lobby is very stacked, was Fnatic EU is also in this lobby, which you talked a lot about earlier. You think a team that had high expectations coming in, they hold themselves up to a high standard. Speaking of reputable esports organizations, none other than Fnatic, one of the best esports organizations in Europe, and they're representing Europe because, of course, the NA team is in losers bracket round 2.
Yeah, from what I saw during the games, it looked like Fnatic EU were always just on the cusp of getting some points, from getting to 15th, maybe getting to 10th, and they were just always just slightly short of it. They ended up with 9 points overall, 16th in their lobby before getting knocked down here to the lower brackets. So there is still an opportunity. I think they do have the skills. I think they do have the macro to be able to pull out a victory here, or at least a top 10 to be able to move on to the next lower bracket match.
Interesting. And what else? What do you think? What else do you think went wrong in that winners bracket round 1 matchup? Because we expected them to make it at least to round 2.
Again, it was just that I don't think a lot of teams were expecting the slow play that's been coming out from this weekend. So I did some quick calculations at the X Games.
There we go. About to drop it down.
At the X Games,
like 19,000 numbers on this screen right now.
The average number of kills by the end of round 3.
Oh, I love this.
By the time the ring closed, by the end of round 3, the average number of kills across the 12 games was 19. By the end of basically the round 3 here so far across all of our matches is around 5. That is a drastic.
Tell me that I
stark
knew where this
difference.
was going. Look at his face. Tell me
What?
that's insanity.
Excuse me?
And that has a huge impact, especially because if you take a look at the size of the rings of Ring 1, Ring 2, Ring 3, they are drastically different, right? By the time you get to Ring 3, if you have 55 people still alive, you still have 19 squads still alive, that's a lot of people getting in your way, making the rotations that much difficult. If you're running into a team, you can be damn sure that you're running into about 3 other teams.
We also saw in a lot of the end zones yesterday that when they had that many people in the ring, there weren't even cover options. Like a lot of those end zones were super open and you were just kind of...
I got a bush and that's about it. That's about all I can
Yeah.
do. You know, it doesn't really give me much cover. Or I can use my teammate as body shield, meat shield, potentially as well. Yeah,
That's the
spot
best
on.
choice.
Yeah, that's the best choice, of course. Especially if I'm playing with glitters. Just like glitters lead the way here. Jamerson, you too. I'll be in the back here. You guys soak up the bullets when we get... No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that is a crazy statistic. Why do you think that's happening? Why is it that we're seeing such more late game play? It's not like the meta has changed. It's not like a new legend has been introduced.
I think it is like kind of meta coming out from the X Games here with TSM and Fnatic really showing that heavy rotations can pay off for you. And it pays off like in a big favor for TSM. And so a lot of teams are starting to really mirror that. And so they're making their movements instead of rotating, maybe, you know, taking the ring sides and trying to stay on the edges of the ring. They're going straight for that middle position, middle ring, instead of trying to play out on the outskirts.
I think the other part of it as well is that, and I thought it was going to go the complete opposite of this, but I think X Games had a much larger chunk of games for them to play through, so they might have been a little bit more comfortable being riskier with their early and mid-game play style because they're like, we still have 10 games, you know, like it's fine, let's try this. I thought that the small amount of games might maybe push them to be aggressive to ensure their points early on, but I think it's doing the exact opposite and almost scaring them into hyper-conservative play to hope that they can get those placement points.
And that's kind of like a feedback chamber in and of itself, because as more teams are putting that emphasis on the placements, you see that whoever gets to second, gets to first, gets to third, they're the ones that are coming out as the frag leaders.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Even we've seen some revives come through, resurrections, and usually if you've ever played Apex Online, when that happens, you get flown at by like 17 teams. It hasn't happened here because those resurrections have been pretty successful. However, you can hear all about it from us. One thing that's very interesting is TSM Imperial Hal is in the building. Despite not playing till later this afternoon, he's here early and ready to watch and scout these teams. We have Jump on stage with Hal for an interview.
Thanks a lot, fella. That's right. I've got Imperial Hal, the ruthless fragger himself from TSM. Now, you guys don't play until later today. You have an opportunity to essentially download data from all of your opponents. What sort of things are you guys going to be prepping for now that you have such a long time until your matches?
So we got like a lot more rest than we did yesterday. We were pretty fatigued, so having all this time is really good. And the main reason why we came early is to look at the zones so we could, you know, kind of predict where end zones will end up. And yeah.
So with all of the teams that we have playing here today, 50 of them are going to be going home. If you're a team that essentially has their feet at the edge of a cliff and they get to, you know, fight, or do they fall? What do you think is the mentality for a lot of these teams, and how do you think they're going to be capable of making it to tomorrow?
I think they just have to keep their mental, you know, intact. They can't get tilted or like emotional after, you know, like a bad first game, and they'll be good.
I talked to reps a little bit about this yesterday, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it as well. The consistent factor is something that TSM used as a staple point to your success at the X Games, clearly winning 3 matches more than any other team yesterday. How do you guys feel that you're able to keep up this consistency match after match?
I think we can adapt probably the best out of any team. We made like really bad the first 2 games we played in the first round, and we fixed those mistakes instantly, and that's, I think, separates us from everybody else.
Today is, like we mentioned, a whole lot of matches. You have an opportunity to play at the end of the day. It is the winners finals, so essentially you now have 3 matches to 4 matches. Does that 4th match add any extra change or variable to your guys' play style, or is it just going to be a rinse and repeat?
Kind of both. It gives us, you know, there's less RNG if you have more games, so it rewards consistency. And like we said, you know, that's part of our game. And yeah, it just helps everybody, more or less RNG.
All right, final question. Yesterday, at the end of the day, Virtus Pro walked away with a champion banner. and you had Pierre on stage with me in his Saki threes, as I called him on Twitter. And I asked him, when you think about the teams, the casters, all of us specifically said that it was TSM and everybody else. And I asked him how he felt, and he questioned it. And he said that you guys are scared of him. Do you have anything to say about that?
Well, we did have double their points, or more than double their points the other day, so they should be scared of us. They always talk about us in the Scrim Discord, so they always have our names in their mouth.
Well, he's going to be looking to keep that true. It is time to get into Kings Canyon. The games are ready to rock and roll, and so now we're going to throw it over to our beautiful casters. It's none other than Bravo and Dreadnought. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Jump. Great to hear from Hal. Of course, looking forward to seeing TSM later, but also great to hear a little bit of banter, too, as, of course, rivalries are only going to continue to emerge throughout the weekend.
Yeah, it's actually super exciting to be able to hear that from Imperial Hal, just basically going, you're the ones paying and worrying about us, and this is actually the problem. TSM's here to win, right? Yeah. And that's such a cool dynamic. I will say, though, Virtus Pro, I'm scared of them. They are a roster that is looking so intimidating at this tournament.
Yeah, you called it yesterday. As soon as you saw their play style and the way they were playing, even in that game one, you called out big things for them, and they go on to win that game number 2.
Yeah, it was really cool to see that kind of translate over, right? Because not necessarily all the time where you're like, things seem to add up here. Does it translate to that success? But Virtus Pro, they're calculated, and I think the most intimidating thing is not only do they think with their brain, the guys can actually shoot behind that too.
Right, and I think that's one thing we're going to look out for today is when we get to these very tight late rings, still 8 teams remaining, etc., it's all about the composure and how those 3 players play together there. And we're kind of moving away from the dogpiling that we saw at X Games occasionally. And now a lot of coordinated efforts are going to be the win game, going to win those end game scenarios. But right now we're jumping into the first round of the losers bracket. These are going to be the teams that dropped to the losers bracket in those first group stages yesterday. Yeah. So as you heard earlier, teams are going to start to go home right away here in this first round.
Yeah, and that's pretty, I feel like can't help but feel like it's going to raise some emotion. I mean, I wanted to say it's tragic, but at the end of the day, it's competition and somebody's got to go home, so I have a hard time feeling that way, but these teams definitely going to have a fire kind of lit underneath them if they didn't feel like they sniffed that out yesterday.
That's right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 1 of 3 today. Welcome to day 2. Here we are, losers bracket round 1. 20 teams in the lobby, and at the end of this round, we'll see our first 10 go home here. Now taking a look here, it looks like Fnatic EU not dropping in just yet, so we'll find out exactly what's going on here. Looks like not dropping into the match just yet, but we can talk about the teams here in this lobby, Dread. We've got a lot of competition here, of course. We have the teams that kind of started to separate early on, just to pick out a few that we have talked about this weekend already. We've got Fnatic EU, we've got Echo Fox, we've got Liquid Blue.
I got something interesting here when it comes to some of these rosters. That is a bit of my personal interest coming out from them, and that is on the side of Fierce. They have a player that is actually a professional battle right player back in the day. Not necessarily one of the most prominent of esports, but it's actually X-Cafu. Has a very unique spelling to his name, was one of the best players in the entire European region. And I just feel like, we don't have that many people kind of go cross genre outside of other shooters in other games with heavy gun mechanics. This guy is used to the mobile world, and what does that look like here in Poland with so much pressure on them? And they, of course, are not the only roster here, Bravo, that we've been looking at. There's a lot of big names here, even for our loser bracket.
Absolutely, and of course, going to keep an eye on a few other squads here that we saw drop early on yesterday. Of course, Game Arena as well, Liquid Blue, like we said. Nagano 1998, we saw the boys from the Czech Republic and Slovakia, of course, at X Games as well. Excited to see what they can do today. And this is really where, things are going to get tough. We saw matches yesterday. I think every team came into day 1 knowing that they had a little bit of kind of cushion, right? They could lose some matches and still get to day number 2.
Yeah.
And now, as we see, the question is, who's going to be able to advance on?
Yeah, no, and another roster that's very notable here, the one that I definitely want to talk about as well, has got to be that of Tempo Storm with Decop, Assert, and Solve, just based on the fact that we had a pretty cool performance from them as a roster in the past out of X Games, with clearly not sitting with the full roster. Decop performing for the first time here in Poland, and I really want to know what they have in store for us, because we know the name Tempo Storm in North American Battle Royales is a very, very feared name, but it seems to be struggling with that translation here to Apex Legends.
Right. You could kind of say they have big shoes, right, for a North American BR organization. I think,
very much so.
Dominant, of course, in other titles, and a winning org. Big shoes to fill here. I think one of those teams that we have on our list of a lot to prove here in Poland. And I'm going to be jumping in just a bit. Also, worth noting, we have a pretty international lobby here in our losers round one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty incredible. We've talked across day one just about how many regions are represented at this tournament. But just looking at this lobby alone here, I mean, we've got teams from Australia, South Korea, of course, a lot of European representation across Sweden, Finland, Denmark, also a lot of players from the UK here, the US, Portugal, Czechoslovakia, and the Czech Republic, as well as even teams from Japan and Argentina, Chile and Brazil. Just in this single round, just across these 20 teams, is pretty incredible.
It is very, very wild. And with so much diversity, you know, I feel like it's so interesting because typically the culture that we have as people also impacts how we learn and play our games. And I think
you made a great point yesterday.
And I think it's super interesting to note that, like, you know, generally speaking, that when you look at European esports, right, that it's usually a bit slower when it comes to the aggression, but a lot more calculated and methodical on their approach to a majority of it. And you would wonder, does that translate here for an Apex? Does that mean we see a bunch of placement teams? But it doesn't seem like that's the case. I would argue, if anything, feels like at North America, I find myself those placement-oriented teams. And Europe are the ones that are comfortable pressing the shift W and just kind of running it down. And then at the same note, you know, a region that we take a glance at here on our screen that is very, very prominent with their aggression and dictating control over the majority is of that of South Korea. And I feel like that's why I've been so optimistic towards watching some of these South Korean teams and see what level of aggression, and of course, something that typically always follows that is the just micro and skill of those players.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw some great stuff from the South Korean sides yesterday. As you saw on screen just before Pro Gaming Team Selector from Japan, you did see the guys from Justice Esports Zero giving a little wave to the camera, hailing from South Korea as well. So excited to see what this only South Korean side in this specific lobby can do as well.
Yeah, one above all, the roster that we see here on your screen was a pretty good competitor when looking at our games out of yesterday. I thought that they were going to be one of those few teams that barely skirted by in that 10th place position, but they ended up suffering and going down a little bit before. And I think for me, when I look at the entirety of this lobby, that this is one that I want to know where they were going to contest. I guess I'm not overly confident because their play didn't necessarily scream control, but we're in the losers bracket. Nobody really screamed control.
That's right. They're one of two teams with the South American representation. We have Brands, BNS, and Fireman there hailing from Chile and Brazil, and also on the Sinister side, these guys from Argentina. But also worth highlighting here, the teams that placed just on the bubble and were even in tie-break scenarios coming into this losers bracket, because of course, given how close they were to the top of the table in their groups, worth noting their positions. In the 11 and 12 spots in each group, in 11 and 12 in C, we had Fierce and Atletico. And on the other side, it was Team Liquid Blue and Echo Fox. So if we had to statistically pick teams that could be seated pretty comfortably here, those are certainly four we're going to keep an eye on.
And I think if you remove the stats, right, we're going to get a little bit less on the objective data here and a little bit more on the subjective who I know. I can't help but feel like Team Liquid Blue still matches all of those checks.
Yeah.
They are one of the more prominent rosters, and the fact that they have Casper, Flankter, and Nocturnal. Nocturnal being, I believe, the newest member of this roster and actually leading the pack here. They look really, really good, having a couple of pretty cheeky plays yesterday, but overall, I feel like that they were going to be one team that I hope to see gain their footing here today and suddenly carry their way through that losers bracket.
Absolutely. Lots of BR experience on that side, but we also got to talk about, because you made a great point about it this weekend, not only is Nocturnal the newest member of that team, but in talking with them, he's also the in-game leader, which says a lot about the team, about the player.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is so much to talk about on that element. Like Nocturnal, to me, anybody who's willing to pick up a new player and you go, you're going to lead the charge, do you understand how much, number one, humbleness that takes from the two other players of that roster, and more importantly, how outstanding that third has to show themselves to be? That they are objectively on almost all fronts better, because you humans, all of us, love to stick to what we know.
Yeah.
And usually that's going to be, we'll keep you on the roster, we'll keep the leadership the same, and then we hope it improves. But the fact that Nocturnal comes out guns blazing, running the show, and they look probably better than they ever have, I think shows a lot of signs, not only towards Team Liquid Blue, but specifically Nocturnal.
Yeah, and the speed at which it happened, right? Because we know they did not have a ton of practice time. It's not like he joined several months ago and is now the in-game leader. This happened very quickly, so certainly going to be looking for them as well. Towards the bottom of the table, we had Pittsburgh Knights and Lazarus in Group C, and then also Sinister Esports and Selector in Group D. So they'll have quite a road ahead of them, but of course, in a double-elim tournament, there's no reason they can't fight back here and continue their tournament progress.
Yeah, and Lazarus was a roster that we expected quite a bit out of. I can't help but feel like, even though maybe not having necessarily the most dominant X-Game performance, definitely still had quite a good enough showing that moving into Poland, we could have put a lot of weight onto their shoulders, but at the same time, that is kind of the intent here of the preseason invitational, is we finally get some of the best teams and some of those names maybe we didn't know about, get to see, are they truly as good as they think? And Lazarus, I think, has found themselves a bit on that struggle bus, if you will.
Absolutely. These teams not wanting to be some of the 50 that will be eliminated today. We've got 80 teams here in Krakow, Poland for the $500,000 Apex Legends preseason invitational, and already 50 will go home on day number 2. They will not live to see the light of day on day number 3, where we'll find ultimately not only our top 20, but of course also our Apex Legends preseason invitational champion. Excited to jump into the gameplay here. Dredd, you and I have been talking about the gameplay that we loved yesterday and all the things we're excited to see today. And I think, with the amount of variety that we saw in yesterday's games, there's no doubt that today is going to bring some great action as well.
Yeah, and with that, I would love to kind of, postulate a little bit. What do we think some of those maybe trends, whether it be weapons or anything like, come across the board? Because I can tell you one thing that I've been pleasantly surprised with as a trend, and I think it's only going to continue upward, thanks to actually some feedback from some of the players here breaking it down for me, is the Havoc. I never really thought about the value that it might have here in a LAN situation versus the online realm, right? But the spray weaponry across the board, 301 as well, seems to be a bit higher in the priority value than we normally get online. Right. But the Havoc, with the lack of bullet drop in the extended mag, actually has the numbers to back it up too. And the thing is a darn laser.
It is.
And suddenly it might say a bit more higher focus than majority of the rosters, again, like we normally see online. And I just love seeing those kind of shifts in trends, whether it be justified through ping or just adjustment on this is suddenly better in this tournament meta.
Absolutely. Talking to both of the Fnatic and Complexity guys yesterday, just talking about those shots and the consistency of those spray weapons, and that you'll simply get even more consistent weapons, even more consistent shots that are landed with those weapons here, of course, on a LAN connection. Excited to jump into that match, but to get us ready for, we're going to go back to the studio here. Fallout, over to you.
Much bravo. Fallout here, back with Jamerson and Glitter. Again, our sincere apologies for the delays here, but we're getting ready for our losers bracket matchup. One thing I want to kind of jump into is a general discussion throughout this entire tournament. Has been a hot topic. Hope you guys are ready. We don't have any European representation. Actually, I will represent Europe as a Greek. I will represent Europe. Europe versus NA. And I got to tell you something real quick, all right? There's a lot of people that think North America is dominating. There's a lot of discussion on North America because TSM's been doing what they're doing. I want to hear your thoughts first and foremost. Who you got? Europe or NA? Jamerson, let me hear it.
He's doing calculations really quickly.
He's literally doing his calculations.
You got to let him crunch the
hands
numbers.
down, it looks like EU and CIS are overrepresented. Definitely.
Oh,
right
she's
now.
shocked.
You said hands down, like you were just like.
She's shocked.
Don't lie.
Yeah.
We got 4 or 5 NA teams. The rest are EU.
Is that,
CIS.
well, let me ask you a question. Is that, I mean, I know, I can't remember exactly how the format worked. Some teams were invited, some teams had to fly their, everyone was invited, some teams had to fly their way out, some European teams that were more local. Are there more European teams represented here, or really the best?
I mean, overall, yeah, there were a lot more EU teams.
So
that
more
were
of a pool to choose from.
Exactly, and then we've only had 5 from South Korea and Japan. I believe 3 Oceania teams.
Oceania, okay.
Yeah, and then also like about 3 South American teams. So yeah, they are overrepresented here, but also we're by the caliber of teams, we were expecting a lot more NA to be in the winners finals, but they're definitely not right now. A lot of them are here in the lower bracket, and so it's looking like there is a trend. I mean, a lot of times EU just have I would say a compartmentalization of players, right? With different styles. You can go to Sweden, you can go to Denmark, and they all play differently. And so I think that kind of stylistic difference might be playing out here. And NA's having a little bit more of a difficult time to really try and deal with it all.
Can I play devil's advocate?
Yeah?
Please.
I mean, if there are more European teams, then they have more chances at qualifying through. So technically, wouldn't the ratio kind of scale a little bit?
I didn't do it by ratio. I didn't take that quite into account in these calculations.
We're getting deep here.
No, that could be.
Break it down. I mean, ratio into effect. If you look at kind of standings right now, power rankings, if you will, you put TSM on top of that.
I mean, okay, so it looks like a third of the Koreans got through, a third of NA got through, and a third of EU got through. So maybe this is balanced.
All right, so then
we found all back out. That's what I'm saying.
So then it goes to who's been performing better. And in your eyes, based on what you've seen in this tournament, based on what you've seen in the past tournaments, X-Games, etc., TwitchCon Europe, which team is currently stacking the power rankings? Is TSM, let's start at the top. Is TSM the number 1 team in the world right now?
Right now.
59 points.
Until Sunday happens.
59 points in group stages or winners round 2. And they were hands down the favorite. They almost took the three-peat in their winners round 2. And we saw on the opposite end, right, for the other half of the winners round 2, Gambit only walked away with 40. Only walked away with 40. That's 19-point difference. That's one placement, first placements, and along with 7 kills.
In round 2, you're saying? Mm-hmm. Round 2. I'm so glad you prepared all these statistics and thoughts. They just rest in your head. They just sit there and
I just see the numbers.
No,
lights.
He dreams about them.
Clearly, that's how he comes up. Unbelievable. I mean, that's a good point. So in terms of points, placements, and performance in this tournament, TSM outperforming by point threshold. However, 789 in Gambit had in Virtus Pro, 48 points in round 1. Obviously, round 1's a little bit easier. Looking at round 2 is important to look at. One thing I do want to point out, though, in favor of EU a little bit, when again, balancing out the ratios here, if you look at groups A and B, and our winners bracket round 2 matchup between those two groups, the top 1 through 5 teams in points placements, all European, every single one of them. After that, Korea got 6th, that was MVP. And then we had North America get 7th through 10th, that was Complexity, followed by teams like NRG as well. It was G2, it was Gambit, really performing well and outperforming in round 2 the American teams. Obviously, if you look at the flip side, Group C and D, TSM performed the way they did, and you can't take that away from them. So I think it's top-heavy with NA. Maybe TSM is the best team, perhaps, we'll see. But if you look at maybe power rankings, 2 through 9, 10, I mean, it's really mostly close to EU. I mean, I don't know about
Parity
9.
amongst EU seems like it is definitely not as top-heavy, and honestly, that kind of makes sense, right? These are very regional teams. If you look at G2, if you look at Gambit, they are regional teams, and so you get to kind of see that come out. I mean, I guess only big surprise is Penta coming in with like a kind of mixed roster here. They're 3rd out of their group, moving on to the winners finals with 36 points, and they were only 2 points behind G2. Taking a look at the difference between the top 5 coming out from the first round of winners round 2, Gambit with 40, G2 with 38, Penta with 36, 789 behind them by 4 points with 32, and Navi at 27. But take a look at the stark difference coming out from the second half of the groups, where TSM, they were the clear favorites at 59 points, and second was Virtus Pro with 29 points coming out from their group.
Oh, interesting stuff.
I was trying to do the math right there while I was looking you in the eye.
I couldn't do it, but that is
something.
You were looking at me. You were looking at
That's a lot of points. That's a lot of points. That's 24 points. There we go.
There you go.
It took me about 10 seconds to do that, but I got it.
He can pull numbers from nowhere, but to do a simple math equation takes a longer time. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. No, I'm just kidding. A lot good with this guy. That's very interesting. And going back to the point I made, if you look at groups at round 2, groups A and B, it was actually Gambit, G2 Esports, Penta, 789, and Navi. Yep. All top 5 in order. Gambit, of course, taking the lion's share of those points. G2's been performing so incredibly well. MVP from Korea followed them in 6th place. And then it was Complexity, Sentinels, and Ringers, and NRG. So the bottom 4 teams that kind of snuck their way through were North American squads. Fnatic, unfortunately for them, 11th place right behind them. So a really interesting distribution, but I will say in defense of my North American brethren, because I'm repping EU, coming from Greece, and I'm repping North America here, TSM did take first place in round 2, Group C and D. Virtus Pro, European, got 2nd, but then it was Rogue, Space Station, that got 3rd and 4th following them. So really a more even distribution. FlyQuest was in there. Misfits was top 10. So I think there was more North Americans that came through in round 2 C and D, but quite a few European teams as well.
I'm just going to say I'm pretty happy about that Space Station Dark Horse pick that I made. You know, picking up Bird, dropping Mopork, bringing him on in. Now they're in the winners finals.
Yeah, Bird is a good pickup.
Bird is the word.
Bird is the word. As I learned
hate
from Family
myself.
Guy.
I told myself I wouldn't do that.
I thought it was going to continue, and I got really worried.
By the way, I saw the Space Station announcement of Bird being picked up to the roster on their Twitter, and Space Station has the most wild announcements of roster changes.
Yeah, they do.
It was like, it's a bird, it's a man, it's a moon flying to the sky. It was something insane. Big shout out to Space Station for some of the best content out there. Space Station on Twitter, always fun to see. But shout out to Bird, and congratulations for making it onto that Space Station roster. Of course, logically, the 17-year-old from California. I know, I think it's 2 members of their team from California, one coming from Florida, so they're pretty widely distributed in the States, one Northern Cali, one Southern Southern Cali. They're all relying on online practice, and their practice that they put in really paid off.
Yeah, honestly, like it's fantastic to see because if we take a look at Bird's story, it's pretty crazy because he did compete across multiple games, right? He did Overwatch for a while, did Realm Royale, and now he's been kind of hopping around a lot of different BRs, found his way here into Apex Legends. And the way he found himself here was that he actually teamed up, right? He was in a team called, I believe it was LF Org, where he was playing with Spirit and Reps. And now take a look at where they are now. Spirit, of course, playing with Fnatic, and Reps with TSM. And so that trio now really finding themselves an anchor here in competitive Apex. It's really great to see that that trio was able to get here, but not together, but they're still here.
It also just reiterates how close-knit the entire competitive community is.
So
They've
true.
all played with each other on different rosters at
Yeah.
various times throughout their pro career, and they're all here now.
Yeah, crazy to see the development of how it's all kind of broken down, especially Apex, a game that really esports is starting to get so developed, you know, and a lot of titles are so popular. So when Apex came out, it was obviously everyone knew instantly it would be a great competitive title just because the game was so great.
Blew up.
Immediately, the community sprang into life. Immediately, there was a pro Discord. Immediately, there were scrims. Teams were forming from different titles. And of course, it was an amalgamation of all these different games. We talked about that a lot this weekend. But, you know, Overwatch, Fortnite, H1Z1, sniped down from Halo. You know, we have some Call of Duty players that have come over and played. It's really been cool to see a variety of players from a variety of backgrounds coming together and competing.
And a lot of these players honestly have a bigger history than I think most of us are aware, especially like if you're coming from the Overwatch realm. I'm sorry, guys, I'm going to go ahead and spam that just a
You know
little
Overwatch,
bit.
I know Halo,
But
it's great. It's
if
all
you
right.
look at teams
I know
like
Fortnite.
Triumph, they go way back when we're talking about Evo, Vaneless, and Graceful. Like, they go super far back. You know, a lot of these players were signed to like teams like FaZe. Even if we go back to, I think we can throw it over to Retzi and Keller? No, they didn't quite play at the same time, but they played for the same organization, Rise Nation, at the beginning of launch of Overwatch. I mean,
Is that before
these
Blizzard came
histories
and took over and dominated the scene with some
These
franchises?
histories really go far back, 3-4 years for a lot of these players.
Yeah, that is for sure. Really cool to see how long they've been playing together for. I know you come from the BR background, H1Z1, where really a lot of players here obviously did as well. A lot of these players played together in different BRs as well, which is cool to see.
I mean, I think it also really lends itself to why some of them are so successful on LAN. It's not their first time, right? This isn't their first rodeo. They have the experience, so they don't have the LAN shakes. They're not worried about the mental side of things getting them down as much if they don't perform as well in maybe their first attempt, their first set of matches. So there's a ton of experience up on the stage behind us.
Yeah, speaking of players that have been at LAN together, we're going to go ahead and throw it back once again. A LAN that I was at 3 years ago. It was a LAN called Agents Rising, and we had Grego, we had Zoms, we had Dummy there from Gen G.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, like a lot of these players, really tight-knit community, and they've kind of like carried those relationships through different games, and it's really great to see that we're able to converge once again in Apex Legends.
Yeah, awesome to see. I want to shift the conversation a little bit because we were talking about Space Station, got me thinking about it. So Space Station, in a variety of teams, we talked about Misfits earlier, really qualified because they had that one game with a breakout kill performance. And that begs the argument, I know you made a great argument later that people are getting less kills early and are playing more for placement, etc., but you can't deny that. Statistics and numbers don't lie. However, I think there's an argument that can be made, and I was talking to a gentleman online named Alistair, big shout out to him for some insight here, that kills is really, honestly, a lot of the teams that can frag out and kill are finding a lot of success. A lot of the NA teams are typically teams that have that high skill caliber, and you see that with Space Station, you see that with Misfits. Do you think kills or placement has reigned supreme here, and do you think a certain playstyle has had an advantage?
Like, for me, it's weird, right? Because is it like the chicken or the egg argument, right?
Exactly.
Are the kills leading to your placements, or are the placements leading to the kills? And that's something I kind of want to deep dive more into, but honestly, it looks like surviving longer when you get into that late game scramble where 5 teams are trying to make it into the next zone. You already have position. You're just firing on all of them while they're fighting each other. I think it might be positioning and placements are more important than trying to go for those kills, because I think if you do have the positioning, you are going to get those kills.
But then we've also seen a couple times, I'm just going to be devil's advocate all day. We've seen a couple times, though, in the final standings post-match that someone who has placed higher but gotten either no kills at all or very few kills ends up being overall lower in the standings than a team that placed a little bit lower but ended up with maybe 10 kills. So
that's exactly it. That's exactly the point I was going to kind of counter with. I love the back and forth here because a point that at first when this point was made, I was like, well, not really, kills aren't really happening. We just saw the statistic, 19 at X Games before Ring 3. You said Ring 3, right?
Yes.
And then,
or by the end of Ring 3.
End of Ring 3, now it's what, 6?
Around 5, 6. Yeah,
That's
somewhere
a huge difference. So I'm like, yeah, it really killed. But Alistair online made a great point, and honestly, it's to your point. A lot of the kills maybe aren't happening early, but it's still very kill heavy because the kills are happening late, which by the way is when the ring is so much smaller, things are much more converged. So you're seeing teams just third party, then jump on another third party, and it really becomes this multiplier effect that helps stack up those kills. So yes, the kills aren't happening early, but the kills are happening quick, rapidly when it gets to the round 4, end of round 3, round 4 threshold.
It's kind of like become flipped of like what you're used to when you're playing your normal matches, right? Everyone hot drops, there's going to be a lot of kills early on, and then it slows down, but now it's the opposite way. It's very, very slow in the beginning, and then it picks up, ramps up super rapidly by the end game. And so I do kind of like that change of pace.
I mean, I think it's going to stay that way for the remainder of the weekend as well. I don't think people are going to be taking more risks as we progress throughout the tournament. So it's going to make for an interesting finals.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah.
It could be really long if people are going to keep playing like this.
I think this is where you bust out the caustic. Right?
Really?
You destroy the interception pylon, you throw his grenade in there.
I'm just saying, Caustic, right? No one's playing Caustic. So you mentioned
if
earlier,
one person plays Caustic, then it's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But if everybody plays Caustic, then everybody should just go back to Watson.
Caustic. So if someone drops a Caustic, you have a huge advantage because obviously the other Caustics that are not on the map are not immune to gas, and you have a huge opportunity there. So I'm excited to see that meta, how that shifts. Will TSM change that up to kind of surprise people? If a team like TSM, for example, or 789 or Gambit get to that 50-point threshold, are they going to change where they drop because people are going to try and land on them? I mean, there's going to be a really, really interesting situation here towards the end of the tournament. But I got to say, I want to hear your guys' thoughts. I met Alistair, I mentioned earlier on Twitter because he tweeted me yesterday, and we're talking about kills versus placement. Let us know your thoughts. Which one reigns supreme right now? Playing aggressive and for kills, which really tends to favor a North American play style, or playing methodical and for placement, which really tends to favor a lot of these European teams like Virtus Pro, Navi, etc. Tweet at me, at Fallout with 2 T's, Jamerson here. We got Glitter Explosion using the hashtag Apex Invitational. Of course, we have the ticker at the bottom of the screen there where we're going to be displaying your tweets, but we also can have a dialogue. I can read your tweets and we can have a discussion. We'd love to hear everyone's thoughts out there.
I mean, I'd like to have some tweets come through that we can kind of go back and forth on.
Yeah,
I'm ready to argue with
takes out there.
I'm ready to argue with some Twitch lords, all right? I'm ready. I was made for this.
It was actually pretty cool. I got tweeted a chart that someone made about the winners round 2 yesterday about the usages, and we got to see a little bit of Bangalore yesterday along with Lifelines, and so it's still mostly Wraith, Path, and Watson that's being played, but we had a little bit of usage yesterday coming out with Bangalore and Lifeline, and that was tweeted at me. So please, guys, send your tweets on over to us. We love that kind of stuff.
I literally got my Twitter mentions open right now. I'm ready for debates. No, I'm just kidding. But honestly, guys, of course, everyone watching online, we're not the only experts or the experts. We got a lot of great folks watching online that know a lot about the game. So big thank you to everyone for tuning in and sticking with us as we're getting to some of the technical issues ready. It sounds like we are ready to go. Bravo and Dreadnought. Take it away, gentlemen.
All right, thanks so much. So excited to get into this match number 1 of day 2. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is our first round of the losers bracket. We have the teams from groups C and D that did drop in the bottom 10 of their groups, of course. However, very, very talented squads, and they've earned their invite here.
They very much have, but they need to make sure that if they want to have an opportunity at that first place, that they make something happen here. And look at this, we got, I think, maybe a bit of an overlap here off on this drop. 2 teams landed labs, and we got ourselves a boxing match.
Look at this now. Like you said, Fnatic EU, a team that we did see in scrims heading over to labs, and they're going to try to loot up as fast as they can and potentially meet here in Central Labs. They're going to have 2 options out. Now the engagement coming down now. Scout shots coming in on the path. We'll see if he can disengage. A little bit of games here with the door now, and also has help from Nikola. They should be able to finish here. Going to try to go now, bash down the door, 2 kicks, and they're able to do it here as they do get a few knocks. Look at that. Actually, that is going to be all players down. 19 squads left. They do get that immediate elim on Singularity, and you got to be thinking Singularity maybe not so sure about dropping with Fnatic EU. You have to guess. If we knew that they were dropping during scrims at labs, there's a good chance that Singularity knew it as well.
Oh yeah, you would definitely expect that to in fact be the case there. But we got to figure out, we know where Fnatic EU ended up dropping. We got to check in with the rest of the action all over the map. So I'm going to send it over to Blaze and Nathanias here. Guys, what's going on in the command center?
Yo, what's up, guys? Back at the command center. I'm Blaze, once again, Nathanius. And so far, we've been watching where some of these teams have been landing. I do have the Pittsburgh Knights decided to go over there towards Twin Spines. Tempo Storm opted. Right now, they're at Golden Sands. They did land at Pit to start that one off. They're making rotations to Bunker. You guys had some early action. Nate, what about you over there?
Well, you know me. I'm a big fan of Bunker and keeping my eyes on Team Liquid Blue. We've got them chilling outside of the Bunker Town. Also looking a bit over towards for Akihabara by Water Treatment Facility. So keeping our eyes on the teams. We got a little bit of action over in Slumtown and SK. We're going to be following the action and giving you guys updates all match long. Stay tuned.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Nate here. Jumping back into the action as we go ahead and check in with the guys on Tempo Storm. Of course, these guys originally coming in from that Group C. A team, of course, we have our eyes on. We talked about them in the pregame. In case you missed it, a team and an organization with a lot of winning BR experience, but they've got big shoes to fill here in Apex Legends.
Yeah, and especially that of Decop, I can't help but feel like, especially when we consider how much momentum Monsoon as a representative in Apex Legends has become, right? He's only gotten that much more. Man, this guy is insane.
Yep.
And with the results that they had at the X-Games, I can't help but feel like Decop is ready to prove himself here. But Decop is an experienced gamer. By no means is this going to be his first rodeo. And they find themselves here just kind of on the outskirts of Bunker with a little bit of a village. Nice couple of loot, or excuse me, nice loot setup here. As we can see, they have identified wetlands is in fact going to be our circle. And this already is a pretty wild circle, Bravo. This is a way to start off our losers bracket.
It certainly is, and not just that circle, but also that early game action. I mean, perhaps selfishly, I was hoping to see that today, especially because we have losers of our first group stages. And in those group stages, we did see a little bit of faster pace action as things kind of separated out, and you have to wonder, game number one of the loser bracket, where they're only one series away from elimination, Singularity dropping off Fnatic EU and getting handled pretty easily. You got to wonder if that risk was worth it in game one, where they're not even starving for points.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is such a high-risk situation, or at least maybe a lack of scouting on the other side here. And the player I was talking about before here is going to be X-Cafu. A nice couple of chip shots coming out from them, but for now here, Fierce is probably just going to kind of post up and try and find their positioning. Sitting pretty good when it comes to that center circle, and same case here when looking at Kamikaze.
Absolutely, Kamikaze. Templex, Air Temper, guys hailing from Australia, but now also checking in with Super Kicker. You got big plays here on your screen. The Swedish Gibraltar.
Yes, the Swedish Gibraltar, and I luckily got to talk to them a little bit before getting on the bus coming over here today, and they were very proud of the Gibraltar. You could see it very quick. Immediately I said, "What roster are you guys again?" And he said, "The one with the Gibraltar." And I was like, well, I like it. I like it. There was a couple of arguments on specific houses being more defensible with the Gibraltar, and so I'm going to keep a very close eye on what Super Kicka's priority is and how they capitalize on that very powerful protective dome.
I absolutely have to see where Gibraltar likes to call home, as now checking in also with One Above All. This is the team that we talked about as well. South American team, representation from both Chile and Brazil. G7 scout shots coming in here from distance. Just take a look at the watchtower.
Reloading.
This is now going to be on the side of Atletico.
Yeah, they got a really good high ground situation to make a transition in towards the center circle, but as we've already seen them sniff out one tango to that lower left-hand side, it's likely they'll find more into this upper hand here, as we see excellence actually on the backside of them when it comes to some of this rotations as well. So maybe a pincer opportunity, or maybe lack of opportunity for Atletico as time goes on.
They're going to be coming up here through this choke, right around Cage. And like you said, Atletico, we're going to keep an eye on them in the back and ask the guys in the command center to do so as well, because as they make that transition past Repulsor and Hydro Dam up through Labs, and that general area, they certainly could find some resistance, given that you have to imagine there is at least a team or two that is around that side of the map.
Yeah, very much so here. And also an interesting choice from Atletico to kind of deviate more towards the right, go with the Hydro Dam Repulsor transition. This is going to be totally fine as long as they can maintain some of the control of these upper walls. There's a lot of difference in elevation with this rotation through. And even when you get to the back half there, more towards that Labs portal that we can take a glance at, it's still massive open territory. And more importantly, it's one of the biggest kind of choke points for 4 major rotation directions for any player, no matter what drop you ended up having. So I think it's going to be very concerning in how they make their way out of that.
Yep, shots from distance here from Liquid Blue as they look down into nesting grounds area, a very open part of the map, but it looks like opponents they were engaging able to get away with ease, and instead Liquid Blue is going to start to Watson up and find a home for a little bit.
And if anybody's
swinging way over here, all the way north.
And if anybody was wondering, how do I get better at Watson? There was a small little tip that you could already see right there coming out from Team Liquid Blue. Just basically setting up your Watson traps to make sure doorways are easy. Ceilings make a lot of sense, you know, rooftops to be able to protect off that, but how do you set it up to make sure that that staircase is just unapproachable? And you got to set it on the backside there, make sure you get the entryway, and that's going to be, again, no one can find their way up there without having to deal with that, or again, finding maybe a grapple up from a Pathfinder and flank elsewhere.
I want to thank the observant team here. Showing us a lot of action up north, actually. Didn't expect to see you know, folks still up top artillery there, but it's a safe place for a little bit of a loot swap. And then they can rotate out of there. They also do have the jump tower right there if they want to take that to try to get some better positioning. But of course, at this stage, only one squad with that early wipe, and we'll have everyone slowly converging in. So as they move north to south, once again, they can expect resistance on that side as well. Longbow shots coming in here from the Nagano 1998 side.
Yeah, taking a glance at that roster we were just on with the control over the two spines, the Leviathan bones there. Here we see Nagano already in the out of bounds, getting the scout, questioning if he has an opportunity for maybe a zip line up towards that. Don't think it's going to be too easy while he is in the out of bounds area.
Let's go this way. I see an opponent.
A lot of longbow scouts you see here, kind of just, again, poking and prodding back and forth here. This one a little bit more northeastern than what we saw over the last groups, but this is going to be a very, I think, distance-battled game.
Exactly what I was going to say. I think if you look at this side of the map and specifically where this ring is going, you have these areas from a relay to wetlands to nesting grounds where you have indoor spaces, you have buildings, but they are not as close as many other parts of the map. So these are going to be distant battles in between, with really expect those teams only leaving these interiors once they need to push across and the ring is really against their back.
And I can't tell if I love or hate this. I'm not going to lie, Bravo. Sinister's positioning, sitting on the two spines, it looks good right now, but you can see that if they look out anywhere, at any point in time, there's about 3 longbows looking down at their face, and I just can't help but feel like what normally you think is this is my high ground to find a couple of kills is more I'm going to peek and instantly get knocked here. But we'll see if Sinister can find a way to be a bit more clever here from the rest of the battle as we take now our glance at one above all.
And of course, they're very aware of the fact that they have this engagement to the east, but also potentially some action coming from the south as well. They're going to need to keep an eye on both of those. Like we said, we're starting to get to some territory where we have a very few buildings, and they are spread out quite a bit, very different from other parts of the map. Hits for 87 from distance. Great shot there. Also 58 broken. We'll see if he can continue, but there's the other shots I was talking about that are coming from the south.
Yeah, it's just nobody has an easy angle to anyone. And we see one above all now questioning whether or not this high ground is actually as comfortable as they thought once more. Taking more of a focus through that window, now glancing back here to the southern side. Got some return shots, but BNS unable to connect.
Of course, aware of that pressure from the south, but that team as well going to even be aware of pressure that's going to come behind them. So a very different ring and a very different setup for these teams than I would say a lot of the matches that we saw yesterday, Dread. This one's going to play out quite a bit differently than even the 9 matches you and I got to cast yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to find ourselves with a bit more of that kind of one-on-one approach with the slower play over this final circle, because it's probably not going to be this kind of, you know, all-in stacked in death here. But I'm really excited here as I think we're going to be able to tune in and see some of the thoughts here from Quick Esports.
Careful, you can't afford a knock.
I'm afraid of this.
I'm afraid of our right side, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about a team fucking pushing up on our right now while we're
Portal is out, portal is out.
Oh, I'm watching our traps behind, no one's coming.
I'm watching our right side. Yeah, no one's there. This one's hard turning into wetlands, dude.
Yeah, this is the wetlands finish. I think we need to go wide as quick as we can.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe we can even hit the balloon, to be honest. We might be able to. I can try and portal onto it. Yeah,
if we can get into wetlands, it'd be ideal just to get a building.
Just go together.
I
think there might be a team back here, honestly.
Yeah, watch out. Where?
You wanna check it together?
Back here. Pretty interesting to hear some of the thoughts out from them, going for that wide flank, but...
And that will be Akihabara, end count as be the second team eliminated. Unfortunate. That squad will go down. Our second team from Japan in the lobby, they will be the second team to be eliminated. But back to the comps we just heard, Dred. Would love to hear your thoughts on what we heard from that Click side.
I mean, you could hear clearly that we have to be concerned with the final circle and the fact that we're in the wetlands. It's a wetlands finish, but I like the idea that they were worried about the wide flank and going with the right-hand side. I think that's going to be very good for them, but I can't but feel like anybody who's looking at a balloon at this stage, we talked about how many longbows are just sitting and waiting. Yep. Anybody who's going to go for a balloon jump, I feel like is immediately asking to get killed.
And also, I mean, this is probably, I think, I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. The most even scout longbow play we've seen, just because of how different this ring and the rotations have been. You also heard them kind of talking about broken shields here. Some great shots there from Quinn on the Echo Fox side as they're needing to now make this push here to the north as well. But very different game. You heard them saying this is the tough one. This is a tricky area to traverse. And we talk about how difficult it is to traverse this area from the east to the west when it is a central ring.
Yeah.
It's the same applies when you're going up from the west to the east into the final rings.
Yeah, no, very much so. And, you know, I think there's a lot of cool things, not only the longbow element of weapon aspect of this final circle, but notice how there's not as many close-range R99s into Peacekeeper EVA 8s. And we see it paired with a lot of 301s, wingmans to be able to deal with this mid-range skirmish, but Super Kicker moving up.
Yeah, Super Kicker here now on board with Tax2GC and also Nasky and Vic in a tough spot here. Grenades also coming in and just trying to stay alive. That Gibraltar shield going to come in handy. And oh my goodness, what a push there. We'll have to see exactly who that was. That was Stormin on Echo Fox. Flies into the Gibraltar shield with the Peacekeeper out. Lands that shot, makes it count.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a way to break down the doors there. We wondered where's Gibraltar's home going to be, but breaking and entering across the board coming out from Echo Fox. Glancing now here with excellence. They're in about the middle of the action here. Everybody trying to take that transition in towards wetlands.
And it's a tough one here as they come towards the labs, and there's not a lot of cover here in nesting grounds except really for these hive systems. Looking for the finish here also. His dodge of excellence. Now 17 squads remaining. Going to have to fly in, and that storm is going to be hitting pretty hard. Q needs to be careful here. Take a look. Can he get through? Yes, indeed. Q's back out of the ring and now back into the safe zone. Oh, the thermite comes in as well. Can he get? No, he goes down. Oh. And excellence will be wiped. What a thermite there.
That was such a clutch thermite, and granted, could have been avoided if he actually dropped the Q a little bit earlier, but trying to take the trade with the P2020, high risk, turns out to be low reward. What a clutch thermite coming out from the other side here.
And, but we just saw, we were checking back in with the Click side. That's the team we listened to their team comms, and very different scenario for them. And I know, Dred, you were worried about the decisions that they were considering as they had to make that rotation. It hasn't paid off for them. They lost 2 members.
They have ended up losing those members here, but hey, look at Echo Fox. They're sitting just, oh, I say that, all right for a moment as the entirety of it feels like the arsenal of somebody's grenades being launched at them. Back here, Sinister.
Trying to push it from Nowser. EVA 8 out, just goes right up. Nice little grapple to check the staircase. Now going to have an opportunity to shield swap here. Yes, indeed, finds a perp. And going to sit up top for just a second. His team also still watching that Western choke. Going to keep an eye on that if pressure does come from there. A little gold shield as well for Cappy of Sinister Esports. And now things are getting tight. 15 squads remaining.
And Bravo, before it gets too wild, I just want to highlight this circle. Notice how there's a massive divide between it. You need to find a way to dominate your half and then make the transfer over to the other one later. The least amount of region, or excuse me, surface area available on one side is therefore going to be the safest as long as it has a high ground advantage. As we see here, I would argue Game Arena in a pretty good position with that mentality at hand, but though maybe not obtaining that high ground quite yet.
And I'd also say almost no doubt that both sides of this high ground cliff, you could see a ton of grapple and zip opportunities for these paths. This is a big final ring for the paths on each team.
Yeah, they very much can make some huge transitions and plays around it because of that. Just massive, it feels like pillar, the Great Wall of Kings Canyon that sits here on our final circle. Tempo Storm, though, finding themselves a bit of a quarrel. Things are looking all right, though. Decop trying to get out there as he's losing the armor, but X-Cafu, excuse me, for Fierce ends up getting knocked as they are just barely on the outskirts of this circle.
Yeah, a few knocks coming in for that kill feed. We did see a team who's pushing it, and look at that. That will be Fierce, who will be wiped as well. They will be our 6th squad to go in this game. Now back on board, checking in with Fnatic EU. Making their way in and want to play this carefully here.
Kamikaze's in a very bad armor circumstance. Only Templex is looted up. And normally, you would say, well, that's going to be a major concern. At least they have the right character fully looted up. The Wraith with the greatest chances to beat the Hail Mary at the very end of the game. But they're in a very tense situation. Temple Storm also finding themselves with a Coral. Look at that. Wraith actually manages to make it out. Assert was unable to get the knock, I believe. Maybe just going to have enough there for Sinister. But Temple Storm seemed like they have held off here from Sinister Esports as they get themselves a knock and also another kill on the CLQ.
We'll see right here. Going to just arc star the door. Making contact. Now for the breach and clear this room here. They do hit for 55. Let's see if they can push in together. Lots of cover here. That knockdown shield actually providing some decent cover for the opponents, but they'll make quick work of Fnatic EU. Fnatic EU will go down now. 10 squads remaining here. We're into points territory.
But Temple Storm has a lot of area to cover to find themselves into that next circle in only 1 minute to make their way to it here. Game Arena Esports find themselves on the backside, still controlling this side of the rock.
Good wingman shots there, but going to need to be careful. They don't have a terrible amount of cover right now from these angles, and they've Watsoned up, but it's not going to be enough if the team does come in from the high ground. But now checking back in with Palelion Sinister Esports. They did lose Nasr, and Cappy is not in a great situation. Going to have to maybe come down around the corner to try to get a revive under cover, but shots coming from this direction as well, so they're going to need to rethink that.
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out if he can pop the 8, because if he does, the audio cue is going to cause those from the high ground to actually drop down onto him. You might be just sitting here going like, why aren't you rezzing your friend? And the answer is because it's essentially signing their death knell. Stalling it out, we'll see if that's a recovery point later on, but Justice Esports 1 HP onto the target. Peacekeeper shot goes through.
Getting greedy there, trying to get some finishes, and that's something I unfortunately do all the time myself, is try to get a few finishes as someone comes around the corner. And popping a shield battery here is Kashera, and now 7 squads remaining in the game. And like you said, we're seeing 2 very different battles on each side of this ridge, and this is going to continue until things get really thin right along this cliffside.
Right about now. One half of the cliff has already been cut off through this closure. We find ourselves with Echo Fox, circle advantage, able to defend out her, get the gatekeeper, but Clem struggling there as we see somebody flanking from behind.
Yeah, Blue Knock is up now, back on board with Storm and Fox, and he's going to take some real damage here. Can he grapple out? No, indeed, misses the grapple here. Now back on board with Kamikaze. They're getting a few ticks here, and these were your white shield team, and somehow they do get the elims there. Now 4 squads remaining.
But they need to find a way to loot up. It is not over yet. That is just nearly 1 step here towards winning. 4 squads now remain as Kamikaze, rid of 1 generator out of that Watson, sit themselves into the circle. But you know, once they turn that corner, everyone is waiting for them.
And here come those armor swaps that they desperately needed. What a moment there for Kamikaze, is like we said, fighting with 2 whites in a ring like this, not easily done here. Good alt shots as well. That's a disrupted alt as they're going to try to get some angles on the cliffside here.
And we see Knights actually having the high ground and just essentially the inverse positioning on the other side of this rock. Hotzek actually found himself 1 Lone Ranger off on the side. We'll be able to pick this up here, I think, in a couple of seconds once this Wraith Q finishes.
Now the Pittsburgh
And when
Knights.
that ends up finishing,
yep,
there we go. 2 squads remain.
Now,
who wins what side of the rock?
Here we go. Pittsburgh Knights does get the elimination there on Echo Fox. Now on board with Hotzek. Turns in 6.
Reloading.
A 1v1 to close out our first match.
The grenade's already prepped here, setting it aside. If they get a break, they need to push. When they get an armor break here, as we take a look at Pittsburgh Knights.
20 blue.
You see a lot of damage coming in. They're calling out. Let's listen to him here.
Beam to 100, beam to 100. I'm selling you.
Just hold position.
Watson to 100.
They're not in, right? They're not in.
No.
I don't have an ult though, be careful.
We're holding our ground.
Yeah. I'm just spamming, just spamming.
Another 30, another 30.
44 purple.
Yeah, 40. I'm gonna Phoenix,
They're nading. They're nading. I'm pushing out. 2 of them cracked, 2 of them cracked.
One down. 100.
Up top.
He's one. Watson's one. Good fucking job!
And just like that, the Pittsburgh Knights close it out, cool and composed. Dredd, you and I are a little bit worried about several opportunities to push, and they waited, they Phoenix kitted, they batted, they spam, but in the end, they are cool, calm, collected. They win game number 1 here on day 2.
They did a great job of understanding that the circle actually forced the movement from the other side of the rock.
Yeah.
They had the advantage and that quick little high ground there. I will say, for a moment though, that low ground kind of peeking around the corner, you see the instant not come through, and not a trade into their favor, but they held on because of that positioning. And again, I can't help but feel like it's reeling their emotions back in at those last couple of seconds. And more importantly, I would argue, notice notice in the comms, when somebody gets knocked, it was no communication whatsoever. It was not, let me give information that doesn't matter right now. It was just, I'm going to be quiet, win this game.
Absolutely, and great to hear their composure. Also see their composure, because there was twice that we saw, like you said, shots coming in from the high ground, shields fully depleted. They don't panic, right? There was a lot of opportunities there for a less experienced squad to lose that game from an advantageous position, but instead they close it out. It's a fantastic win for Pittsburgh Knights, and fantastic also to see them win that final 1v1. Let's go ahead and break down that match. To get more on our game number 1, let's head on over to Fallout and the analysis desk.
Bravo, thank you so much here. Fallout joined alongside Jamerson and Glitter. What a finish that was. We've seen a lot of crazy finishes, hype finishes, hiding in a building, Watson traps, melee finishes, but that really was just a gunfight. And in a pure 3 versus 3, you love to see it. The team that hit the better shots came out on top. Simple.
Honestly, shout out to Watson. And, did you know that she designed the ring?
Yeah, with her dad.
I mean, we've been having some amazing rings all weekend long, and this is one of the newer ones that we've seen so far throughout this tournament. We haven't really seen a Wetlands ending, and so it's great to see it actually end there. We saw a lot of teams getting funneled up to the north right there, and so now we're getting to see different teams work out there. I know that Pittsburgh Knights, they do like to drop over by Cascades towards the hillside, farms, kind of the lab area. And so they were able to make that easy rotate into there and get into a building early on.
Yeah, and I want to talk about how the fight ensued at the very end there before we jump into the rest of the game, especially based on the hype that it just ended at. You really see a pure 3v3 fight. Luckily, we have the replay right here. And look, Hodzik goes down early. That's a disadvantage here. But really, it was all Turns who absolutely popped off with the Peacekeeper. I believe it was Turns. In a 2 versus 3, I think it was Kamikaze had the upper hand. They had a 3v2. Whoever was up top on the ledge got actually flanked and shot from top and taken really to no HP. Yet still, the beautiful Peacekeeper plays, does enough damage in some way, somehow, PK pulls it out.
Eventually, I mean, it was very, very important that they were actually hugging that wall, right? Because that meant that Kamikaze had to peek out. They had to come down if they wanted to try and make an engagement. And it feels like getting that first knock might have baited them out to try and drop down for that fight.
And this was the type of stuff I was hoping we'd start to see coming out of the loser bracket. I mean, we didn't get to see a whole lot from these teams first time around, and now we're going to see some of those bottom teams really making a push to make themselves solidify their position moving on into the finals.
That's a great point. We didn't see a whole lot of performance from Pittsburgh Knights and Kamikaze yesterday. Well, they performed here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and show you how exactly they performed and where they ended up. Pittsburgh Knights, the black and gold, they do it. 12 points for placement. First place finish, they get a win alongside 8 kills for a total of 20 points. Well, guess what? Kamikaze right behind them with a second place finish, 8 kills, that's 17 points. Echo Fox following. So the teams with the orgs that you'd expect for the most part, Echo Fox, Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights, Lazarus, really performing here in the first game.
Honestly, I'm rooting for the Pittsburgh Knights here because I heard that, if they win this entire thing, we get Wiz Khalifa at the after parties. So, I mean, it might be fun.
Black and yellow performance here in Poland. I'm okay with that.
Guy's excited for that one.
Yeah, he's repping his gold right now on stream. Shout out to my man Blaze.
But no, I love how they're representing too. I mean, did you see Hodzik's hair, by the way?
I didn't even think about that.
He's got the gold hair with the black beard.
Yeah.
He got that done days before flying out here.
It's thematic.
Yeah.
If you're representing the Pittsburgh Knights, you're one of the only teams representing an entire city. And shout out to the city of Pittsburgh, by the way, for investing in esports. Awesome to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay here. Fnatic EU, a team that we really, really counted on to go big. They do very solid with a top 10 finish of their own right. And you can see this right now. But look at this drop. What? No way. The grapple. This beginning.
Straight onto Reddit.
Look at this. Literally is a brawl. It's a boxing match. That's all we have here. Finally, some guns picked up. And ultimately, Fnatic's going to win this fight. But wow, what a start.
Yeah, taking on Singularity here. I mean, this is such a scary fight to be able to take. But the loot table at this area, it's either very good or very bad, and it looks like it was good for them.
Meanwhile, Justice, representing Korea, only Korean team to lose when winners back at round 1. They come out on top in an early fight as well, picking up some kills. So we had some early contests here. As you can see, Echo Fox, who ended up placing pretty high, an early 3 versus 3 fight, so a little bit unorthodox compared to yesterday. We see some Gibraltar action as well. From Superkick, I knew they were playing Gibby actually. I talked to them on the bus. They love rocking that Gibby. They really think he is a strong character as it currently stands.
Yeah, talking to a lot of people, they said, yeah, take a look at Group C. There's going to be a team that's going to be placing Gibraltar. And I was like, nah. But they did it. But we're seeing why he's kind of a liability. He's a big boy. Big boys get hit.
My man ate. You know, my man was well fed growing up. Gibraltar was. Oh, look at this movement here. Ultimately, Sinister comes on top in that fight. So a lot of really great fights early on here. Of course, nearing towards endgame now is when we saw how the action really broke down. Great plays from Lazarus. Come on top in that pure 3v3.
The thing is, like, taking a look at like the pacing of the match, we were talking about it, right? Where we mentioned that it was much slower by the end of Ring 3. Only about 5 people, 6 people on average died. Here in the mid game, it seems a lot faster than most of our other games, where we only have 11 squads live. We were used to kind of by the 6th ring, there would still somehow be about 14 squads alive.
Nice. Not playing with the corner of the ring right there. Not the best situation. Tempo, of course, comes out on top in that one. Let me see the Nagano boys, 1998, who we gave a lot of praise to, and I want to look out for. Performed pretty well. They got 4 points. I believe currently in 10th place. Nagano, 1988, who qualified for X Games, picked up Zerifer for this tournament. They finished with 10th place with 4 points, I believe. And of course, the last fight. Kamikaze gets the upper hand, knocks one. 3 versus 2. You don't lose your 3 versus 2. You don't lose your numbers advantages, especially when you have them so weak. But ultimately, it was a peacekeeper play. And look at that. We actually didn't see that on stream. Wow. And look at the disbelief from Kamikaze. I mean, really, they should have had that one. They really should have.
Though, you could see that they were still happy with that performance, Kamikaze.
Oh, yeah.
Because if we take a look at the standings coming into this, right, getting dropped down, Kamikaze was sitting at 13th in their group when they got knocked down, and the Pittsburgh Knights, they were sitting at 18th before they got knocked down here to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, those replays really said it all, and we did a quick overview of those replays, but there's a lot to dissect, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and send it over for the first time today to the Command Center, where I got my boy Guy Blaze, as well as Nathanius. Boys, break it down for us.
Thank you very much, Fallout. And I will definitely be down for a Wiz Khalifa concert. That would be awesome. And I will say that I am wearing gold, and the teams that won the first games of each day, colors were yellow and gold. Just saying, you know, call me with predictions. But Nate has a play here.
Western
Nate,
Pennsylvania.
Yo, right? So, Nate, what do you got here for us on our screen?
Well, I got just a nice little breakdown. You know, if you're trying to step up your Apex Legends gameplay, and we all have to face reality sometimes right now.
Yep.
You've got those turtle, but adjustment compositions. That's why everybody's bringing out the Watson, bringing out the Wraiths and the Pathfinders. We're just going to take a look at Echo Fox, their setup. Now, in your magical dream ideal world, you can just block off an easy building, but that's not what we've got here. So just coming in the setup, you've got 12 squads remaining. The circle is naturally getting pretty small, but you're just looking at one of the things that you want to be checking the boxes off, okay? And even though you've got your team, you're on this low ground position, just some of the nice things, making sure to cut off every possible exit point with these traps is really nice, but the players are constantly moving around, looking up towards that high ground. And the other thing I want to point out as well, taking advantage of not only the comms to get the pings, but the biggest area that you're going to be worried about usually is that high ground. And having this wall is nice, but they've got the pylon tucked in a little bit. I hope we get to see that in just a second. So the pylon is tucked inside, so you can kind of keep this outer perimeter. Even though you're on the low ground, everybody's still playing the outside, waiting for that opportunity where they need to fall back. And these are the types of strategies that when you're in this situation, that pylon having your back in that situation is always going to be nice. You're keeping the grenades off of you, so you're going to be able to block this off. You got your staggered fences, which is always going to be really important. You want to make sure your fallback points are available for your teammates. But most importantly, if someone gets on top of you and you try to throw those grenades down, being able to intercept those explosives is going to be huge. And these are the types of setups, these players, these teams all weekend long, constantly shifting, constantly adjusting.
Always being creative with those setups.
And making sure that it's not too predictable for the enemy either.
Now, let's swing on over towards our winning moment, going towards the end on our winner's POV right there. And we're going to slide on through because this came down to Pittsburgh Knight and Kamikaze, and this got really messy. And I just want to kind of pause it right here just a little bit because what you're going to see is Pittsburgh Knight, they get themselves in some good positions, and they get their height advantage, right? You always want to make sure you have height advantage and you're looking down on your opponent. But what didn't really get called out was this Pathfinder zip line going all the way up the top to the mountain. So they didn't see that right away, so we're going to play this clip. And now Pittsburgh Knight, great situation. You take a look at the zone in your left-hand corner. It's Kamikaze who has to come out. Pittsburgh Knight, they recognize the situation, but they're going to start to get some shots, and this is going to get traded out all the way down to the 1v1. We're going to see this player's POV where the Pathfinder takes that zip line. He gets the height advantage, but it was Turns who turned on him and knocks him down, and it's now about to unfold. You see the shots happen. happening one by one. Nades hitting the ground. Those are going to be thermites behind him, and this is the Pathfinder. He gets that height advantage. He's going to get the first knock, and it's just straight chaos. But turns, he looks up, he gets it down, and once again, Pittsburgh Knights, they're going to come through, and they're going to finish this one off and become your champions of that matchup, okay? So that's going to be our breakdown from the Command Center, but we know you guys want to see match 2, and we do as well. So, casters, take it away.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Athenius. Of course, we do want to see game number 2. I want to thank you also for the breakdown. We saw some great replays there also from the desk with Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter as well. And we got to see a few moments there. Also, great to see that final ring. You and I were talking during the break. Not the best ring setup for a Gibraltar team.
Yeah, no, that is... okay, so let's put it this way. That technically, any circle that kind of indicates a rotation in the open can force a really awkward one, right? But that definitely, because of the circumstance based on the drop and everything, like, it basically made Gibraltar's strengths almost against him to some level, because he almost created, as long as he doesn't win the fight, he creates territory for others to be able to defend outward too.
Absolutely, and also you saw where he decided to place that shield, and it gave an opportunity for a player to fly across open ground, Peacekeeper out, and just fly right in. Like you said, not the best set of circumstances for that. We'll have to see, though. Game 2 is going to be a different game, and maybe some opportunities for some Gibraltar success.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm hoping that we see maybe a little bit less to that eastern side kind of circle, right? I'm thinking, you know, your Thunderdomes, your Skull Towns, anything that has structures, a lot of structures.
Even a Bunker Town, there's opportunities.
Just there. Anything that doesn't involve being out in the middle of that valley that they were all forced into. Even the final circle, the closest building, I feel like, was, you know, at least 150 meters away.
You even saw some awkward Watsoning up where people have just like the tiniest rocks and they're deciding to put Watson fences around them. It's like, Watson's like, I guess I should put my fences here.
I have fences, guys. Where do you want them?
Probably the best place for them. So definitely not really a defense-heavy final ring, and really just came down to, like we said, that final coordination there out of Pittsburgh Knights. They will take game number 1 as we get ready to launch into game number 2. Any other surprising results that we saw there? Kamikaze, of course, in the end, do get the most points there with 17.
I don't think anything that is too outstanding, right? We named some of the teams that we expected to perform at the upper end. I think the biggest thing I would say is I'm just surprised at how lopsided it is in favor point-wise of Echo Fox and Kamikaze together acquiring 30 points, and everybody else, you know, Team Liquid Blue here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, I want to correct that also. Kamikaze, not the points leader, as we saw. It was actually Pittsburgh Knights, who I believe were in about the 20-point range. We're going to go ahead and get those stats finalized again. You guys already saw them during the break. So it was Pittsburgh Knights, who we're starting with here. Your game 1 leader and also your point leader going into game number 2.
Gonna drop very centered here. Doesn't look like it's going to be too contested. Also a bit of a split. This is something we've seen a lot of teams end up doing, right? Checking around, am I going to be contested? If no, then it's in our best interest to try and split up as best we can. I find it pretty interesting on whether or not it's the Pathfinder versus the Wraith for multiple reasons in their between the beacons and also the survivability of each character, but it's something I'm going to keep my eye on as we go here through the tournament. But I've heard over at the Command Center, we got something we're checking in here with all these teams.
Yes, we do, casters. We do have that Gibraltar coming out once again. It seems like Super Kicker is committing to that meta. And so, Nate, where did they land this time with that Gibraltar?
Well, the Dummy Thick Squad has found their way over to Skull Town, of course. Going to give them some opportunities to cut off any areas if there was an early close quarters combat, but you're going to make sure with those rotations you want to stay in places you can actually get the most value out of that bubble shield.
Now, Kamikaze won our last game as well. Where did they land at?
So well,
not one, but they were there in our top 2.
Yeah, we're seeing them on the southeast side by the hydro dam set up. They're actually getting a quick scan in, so they've already got their eyes on that second circle. It's going to be closing in on the southeast of that current first one, so they've got great information moving forward in this match.
And then Tempo Storm went back to pit, and they're rotating towards the south side of the map, but that's going to be it from us, casters. Take it back away.
All right, thanks so much, Blaze and Nate. Back into the action here with Team Singularity. See what they can do. We did see them in the last game. Tried to hot drop on Labs. You guys saw the replays as well. Did not go well for them. Like we said, it's a high-risk maneuver in that first game, and now they're forced to look at these next 2 games as their opportunity to try to put some points on the board, of course. 0 points so far, and they're going to have a long game of catch-up in games 2 and 3.
I mean, it's absolutely dire. If you struggle in this game, you basically make your game number 3 be such a we must kill nearly everybody in the lobby and win type circumstance to recover that this is absolutely the tone setter of Singularity. Well, it doesn't want to be sent back home. That being said, the loot department, not necessarily anything really to be writing home about there. We got ourselves the 99 white armor across the board. Wingman is going to be able to help out there as we see the swap coming in for that flatline.
Some scouting here from Bullet from Atletico, just popping up here on the jump tower. We're going to let him take a look all the way around different angles out of water treatment. You're going to see him just to continue zip up and down this jump tower. So if you want to bring that into your gameplay, if you need to get into more scouting, and of course, going to give you an opportunity to find some safe routes, some safe places to push.
And I think even more so on a educational point, one thing you might be wondering is why did he actually zip downward when he grabbed onto the zip? The answer is it actually takes where you're looking. So it's very important to make sure that you break that 50% so you can look upward. Otherwise, you might have a bit of an awkward moment like we just got there from Bullet. But Atletico here, a bit more focused towards the center of the map. Has to be concerned with that high ground, but also a couple of these tangos here in front.
Yep, started to make their move down from River's End all the way up, and eventually will jump tower into join the teammates. Now on board with Akihabara. They get that first knock. It's going to be coming there. Now see if they can push across as well. There's a second one. Sapoten with that one, and Alelu with the first.
Yeah, it's a pretty big win for them to be able to pick up some of this loot and also control any of the Cajuns over this middle of the map, because they are going for a rather large trek and more vulnerable trek than I feel like a majority of the teams coming through. Tempo Storm, though, find themselves a fight here outside Bunker.
Yeah, look at them here as we take a look.
It's against Pittsburgh Knights.
Yes, look at Tempos. They have the high ground, and right now the shield advantage as well, it looks like. If you continue to take a look at this battle, you're also seeing these rings here, bottom right, to see exactly where these rings are heading.
Should be noted.
It's going to be a Pathfinder circle, I believe, with the survey beacon indicating exactly where that second circle is.
Yeah, and there's also two teams shooting at Tempo Storm right now. There's not just one. They actually have the quarrel that they have there with Pittsburgh Knights, and also another team, I believe, with a 301 kind of chipping away up in the high ground to the western side of where they were. So it made sense that they were trying to get out of there, but Solve is not going to be able to have the answers there as he ends up dropping in his rotation. And Tempo Storm, they're stuck in that house with that grenade.
Here we go now, back with the Pittsburgh Knights. These are your game one winners on board with the Hotstick. Does have that choked Peacekeeper. Might go for the revive here, we'll see. Maybe allow that teammate to come a little bit around the corner before he decides to go for that. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Yes, indeed, revive coming through while Turns watches for anyone who might try to push that and give them pressure as they're set up here at Bunker Town. They'll be able to get that revive and slowly get back into the action. They've got to be feeling good about that game number one, but they know in a three-game set, you really need to be consistent across these three. It's not a whole lot of time to do so.
No, there isn't a whole lot of time to do so. And also the devotion here coming out from Zeki is something that we were talking about, some of the auto weapons that might become a little bit more common here through today. And I feel like that has got to be one that really comes to name, right? As long as you get yourself a turbocharger for it to be able to help out with that wind-up speed, it's going to be one of the more lethal weapons here.
Now on board with the claim here, Echo Fox rocking a 99 flatline. Like we talked about, there are two white armors here, so what they decided to do, and we've seen this before, is when the team is unable to really get the loot they need, right, they're one of their first reactions, if they are not able to get those early rotations where they find the specifically armor that they need, where they can continue moving around, they'll Watson up and they'll make sure that they get some type of positioning so that they have some sort of advantage in case anyone comes flying through and rotating.
Talking about some of the rotations here. Our circle, as we can take a glance in that little green highlight. There we go, better glance there, sitting south just of that of the cage, which is going to make it basically one of the more difficult low ground. Okay, so basically a valley, right? And we can already see one half of that valley here with Super Kick a little bit as they make the rotation up towards the northern half. And anybody who tries to take the skirmish into the middle, I can't help but feel like it's going to have a really bad time. That being said, we were wondering, is this a more Gibraltar circle? I would say up until about round 6 is likely going to be the case.
Indeed, now on board with Vic from Super Kicka here, rocking a tried and true combo here, longbow Peacekeeper for him, and they've also got pretty good looking armor as well.
Akihabara have themselves a high ground here on the Hydro Dam, or excuse me, repulsor wall. They'd end up dropping down. You can see them questioning whether or not the Watchtower is going to have anybody there, and it seems like maybe a shot came through, but the fact that they're willing to aggress onward feels like they either have confidence or they're neglecting that situation. Fnatic find themselves shots distributed outward. Just going to throw down the ping, not wanting to risk positioning here outside of the cage. And the cage is a pretty common end place, but I'm pretty darn confident that is not going to be our final circle here.
Tell you what, Fnatic EU is hoping that that is the final circle based on the labyrinth of Watson fences they're already creating here. But now on board with Justice Esports here from South Korea. Great shots there. Had a shake. He was barely staying alive here. No shields as well, and they are working well here. Look at that wipe come in on Excellence as they get the squad wipe there in the far corner of that market rooftop.
What a great way to be able to open up that fight there with the wingman, though, chipping away and locking it down. And the coolest thing that you notice with the back and the forth, they even ate the spraying as hard as it could and possibly could. But the back and forth positioning-wise, right? When one person was overly exposed and maybe a little bit weak, they were willing to transfer another body in the way, tank a couple of those bullets.
Yep.
And that's actually a very good technique that you normally use with walls and things like, right? Where between each peacekeeper shot, you're going to peek back. But why not use your allies in some of those situations, especially when looking at those lower rate of fire weapons?
Yeah, really great work there, baiting and switching. They will take down Excellence, who is currently sat in 13th place. They only got 1 point from the last game. That's going to send them out with 0 points in this game after they finished as the second team eliminated. That's going to make for a very difficult game 3 for Excellence, but now on board with Akihabara.
Armor situation for them is not optimal whatsoever. Weaponry-wise, it doesn't look like it's that good as well. It seems like this has been a tough starter there for Akihabara. Now here, Fnatic, they made their way out of Cage, actually. It seems like they're thinking pretty heavily on what they end up wanting to do here.
Absolutely now. Made their way over to Hydro Dam.
You know what? I'd actually really like to hear what's going on in Fnatic's mind right now with this rotations, because it's clear they've got some tough answers ahead of them.
I think we want to just poke and try and come in late or something.
Give him my finger blur.
Okay. They're gonna be holding that side hard.
Yeah.
They hold that side, they're literally chilling.
Yeah.
Well, just concerned about where everybody's going to be, not highlighting too much for us. Sadly, not going to get to read into the 8-ball of Fnatic, but you know, basically going to be posturing up, making sure that nobody too well off when it comes to the cage. More importantly, when they have to leave this facility, how quickly can they make that rotation?
And of course, also the big question is what other teams will be coming in from the west, passing anywhere near cage, whether through it or around it, is just one of the angles that they're going to have to worry about.
Over there.
Click Esports there with the low ground. Bryn has himself nice positioning here.
They're going to be looking for a different result from that last game. We talked about how precarious of a situation that they put themselves in. You could even hear it in their team comms last game. Some great shots there out of Brand with that wingman, that digital threat, and that extended mag as well.
Yeah, and talking about the digital threat, that's been an attachment that we haven't seen too much of, honestly, across the board, outside of some of the Bangalorean play that we got there yesterday. So it's actually been pretty neat to see that maybe rise a little bit in priority, even without that at hand.
It's a longbow disruptor ult for Cappy there, but now back over to Pelele on Sinister, and also checking in with Leia here on Akihabara. Team from Japan here.
Got 20 cell shields. You know, you're
20.
You're in a good looted situation when somebody's stacked that well in the med kit department. Echo Fox here. You know, honestly, I say this, I feel like I've struggled to look at any team that has greater than 1 blue. Almost everybody's armor situation seems to be problematic outside of, I think, one we got to glance at with a very well-established, like, double purple into blue. But my goodness, right now, everybody is just on scraps.
There it is. Broken shields there, as you see, with those longbow shots coming through. Let's see if they can finish it. Not just yet. Here with Vic, he's got some nice high ground, but like you said, Dre, that's going to make great shots again. Another shield break. Not able to get any knocks there, but just going to continue holding this ground and also patrolling. But that's going to make for some interesting late-game engagements here with the armor situation that we've seen. It's going to, first of all, create some imbalances, but it's also going to create some very scrappy situations where teams are desperately trying to get into the right engagements, armor swapping as fast as they can, and choosing where they can disengage.
Yeah, and also, sorry, taking a glance at Super Kick, there's something that raises a pretty big concern for me, and I think we just saw a moment of it. Look at the ammo circumstance for Vic here. And I don't know if the observers could swap between each perspective, but notice the loadouts. They all are sitting with heavy across the board, and the ammo is not necessarily something to write at home for. So I feel like they need to find a way to diversify the weapon and ammunition situation here, or when we get to that final circle, they're going to be going, guys, does anybody have anything to throw at the bad guys?
I think we saw one ult, and we didn't see exactly how much ammo was in that ult. So that is going to definitely be a tricky situation for them, as they're going to go ahead and head low here, the Super Kick side, and zip up. Also taking a look back at caves, making sure no shots are coming through there. and now going to be able to rotate up. Keep in mind, we're also looking at the Gibraltar to see exactly what that Gibraltar can do this game, and lots of openings here and towards caves.
And keep in mind that every initiation that we see out of Super Kicker right now, though armor's in their favor, every initiation that does not net a kill that you can loot. Keep in mind, not just a kill you can loot. You are going to be in a situation where you are not gaining anything in the long term, and it may be a problem later down the road. So I can't but feel like they have maybe some of the biggest responsibilities here for game number 2 if they're going to make sure they don't get sent home here today.
It's a great point. It puts them also in a very interesting situation because just about every other team in the lobby who's sitting pretty on armor, sitting pretty on ammo, can choose those bad armor, and also they can choose those battles to get some kills. And they can, if they get a very advantageous situation, they could push that and get those kills without having things like ammo in the back of their mind.
Exactly. It is the beautiful plight of, can ammo buy me armor? The answer is maybe, if you can find the right shots and more importantly the right initiations, but finding one. Atletico here trying to get the door jam before the longbow shot comes through. Execution seems like by somebody else there, but at least the armor swap available.
Now here back over to Hey Katie on the Atletico side. These guys hailing from Australia are going to take some time to heal up as that ring is closing, and they'll need to go push into this building interior here. 17 squads still left. Dread, want to hear your thoughts as this ring continues to get tighter on the challenges some of these teams are going to have here in terms of where we're ending up.
Close range weaponry is going to be very, very viable and very, very important for a majority of it. Did it make the transition upward? It did, actually. I believe they're towards the cage. So even just getting into it itself is going to be very difficult. Overall, I would just suggest that a lot of the weapons, 99s, Peacekeepers, more, and actually more mid-range focus, I think is going to be necessary. Losing a bit of that focus.
Kamikaze goes down. That's going to be a fantastic push from Fnatic EU. They will get that wipe as well. They'll pick up those 3 kills. And also an opportunity to find what little good he's got left behind.
See if anybody looks towards that turbocharger or interest on that.
Talking about rotations through cage, here's one team that's doing that. This is going to be Pro Gaming Team Selector here, as they're going to make that push through cage, as they did find it vacant and available. These guys, of course, the Japanese team we've been talking about a lot at the beginning of the game, but now back over to the Liquid Blue side.
And I want to bring this back to one of the circles that we did get at the X Games. It was on this side, cage house, just pretty much exactly like we get right now. It's just a little bit towards the southern end, though. It's going to be super, super interesting here. Look at this, Team Liquid pressuring so very well here over Fierce, just trapping him inside this home. One knock comes through, and it doesn't look like they're going to be long with us here, as there it is, the audio cue comes through. Team Liquid Blue looking clean here in game 2.
They'll pick up that kill as well. Liquid Blue, some fantastic thermite use there as well, as we talk about the timing of pushes, we talk about the timing of those grenades, how in sync do those players enter those doorways. I mean, that was pretty great there. Tactical work, the thermite hits from distance. Players on the rooftops are able to drop down and time that push from the high ground. Fantastic work from them there. Now checking in with Game Arena Esports here, and not looking too good in terms of teammates or armor. They've lost a player. Respawn has timed out, and also under fire with running 2 whites.
This next circle is so concerning, Bravo. You have 2 options. It's either the Hydro Dam building that we see right there, already poshed up with that high ground, or it's this side cage building.
Yeah.
It is so difficult. If you don't own one of those positions, good luck finding some real estate, because this is not a buyer's market. My goodness, this is going to be very tense here.
Celia can stay alive.
He
just grapples out. That's a huge play to stay alive here with Bullet. Going to try to fly as fast as they can, and take a look at that. When we say 1 HP, we mean 1 HP. Stays alive there with a well-timed grapple, and lives to fight through this potentially. Now on board with Echo Fox. They've got the high ground, but armor not looking too good for them either, like we've been watching all game across so many of these squads.
To cage or not to cage? That is the question. Our next circle will define it as Atletico drops. It's the Hydro Dam building! Oh my! The high ground! There is so much here over this circle. Very, very interesting. And somebody could be down the staircase on the low ground too.
And Nagano 1998 did fall on the kill feed, if you caught that. Now checking back in with one above all, and a lot of play is going to happen here. We've got, of course, a little corner of cage left in this match, which means that a lot of teams are going to be able to set up on the different levels of cage, and there's going to be a lot of mind games with elevation there, and how those teams push out. Where are the zips going to be? Where are we going to see the portals? This is going to get nutty real fast. 11 squads left.
Casper here turning into the ghost he was born to be. Not longer here with us, but that's not the entirety of the roster. That being said, I believe that was going to be the beginning and the end there. Sinister find themselves a res opportunity, still having all 3 members. Pretty good armor to boot.
Yes, Liquid Blue does go down. They were in 9th with only 4 points, essentially tied with the teams 9 through 12. So Liquid Blue is going to have a very important game number 3 as well. Now looking back here at Sinisters and one above all, and like we said, there's really only a few places to set up here as the ring closes, and then things are going to converge very, very fast. Little corners of cage are going to be important here, but longbow shots coming in as shields are breaking there for Echo Fox, and still holding this high ground choke.
They do have a zip line to get to that high ground on the right-hand side, but even if they go up that, they're going to be met with at least a minimum of 3 more targets
and
there.
Here's some devotion play that you talked about in the pregame.
Yeah, I got the super turbocharger, which is going to be a very big stipulation onto that, and maybe not so much a true story when looking over towards that Havoc. Well, heavy ammo very limited here when looking at Echo Fox.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at that flatline ammo, a little bit more.
Everyone's
the 99. And now back on board here.
This is insane.
With the Justice Esports side, one of our South Korean teams here, I believe. The only South Korean team in this lobby. Great shots there, though, as he jumps in, and they should be able to get this knock, but maybe not. Songville trying to get some shots here with the 99 as well.
And they're still trying to make it to the high ground. Even if you win this fight, if you're Justice Esports, you have so much distance to gain. The pre-heal is going to be okay here for that. Coming through, Gibraltar Shield already dropped down here as we take a glance at Team Liquid Blue. One-man band is going to be Nocturnal. He has the eye frame.
I think he gets, with I believe, Gibraltar knocking out all sorts of players there as we go here now. Even 8 for one above all. Fireman trying to stay alive. He finds some generators. No, he can't get away. He will fall as well. They will wipe now. 5 squads left. That's going to be a wipe there for Echo Fox, and also Fnatic EU still here and also putting some good shots on Sinister as well. Things slow down for just a second.
And we know who's inside the house. Who has had this positioning here this whole time? Echo Fox on the outskirts, but someone should exist through those doors, I believe, and if not, that is Echo Fox with the best positioning here over this final circle.
And finally, Justice will fall. They will go down, and that was going to be, I believe, no more Gibraltar Shields for the rest of the game. And now Fnatic EU is your team.
It's Fnatic. They are the final boss of this circle. Everybody has to make their way into a double-layered fence. This is no white picket fence. We are not putting a picnic out here and introducing the neighbors. This is going to be a tough time for anybody who tries to make their way in. And again, there's a retreat point that you can make downwards through the staircase that can lead to, again, that kind of weird elevated heel-off situation. Yep. So something we got to keep in mind, who's got a golden backpack.
And right now, take a look at Stormin here, deciding if he wants to engage this with the wingman. Some shots coming up. Could be a solo fighting from the low, but it would be risky here as we go. Actually, it's going to be Vic and Nasky together on Supakika. Here, Supakika still rocking that Gibraltar Shield, so still will be in play. Still has the longbow Peacekeeper, and as things go up the hill.
Great nade.
Let's see if he's going to just go around the edge of this, and they are going to be trapped inside, nowhere to go.
He's going to just make it to where the distance he has to go is the easiest shot opportunity. He's basically going to take damage from the circle, and by the time he moves through, he has to take that thermite grenade. Echo Fox not even looking at the targets here. Shots going through, and actually Fnatic maybe biting up more than they could do. No, it's actually Sinister's Capri Cappy who ends up moving out to try and take that trade. So a big win. The fact that we see Fnatic not risking anything.
2 squads left here now, just Echo Fox. And they have very different looking in the way of shields as they have found 1 perp and 2 blues, and they're now going to get ready for this push on Fnatic EU.
Grenade number 1 here. Arcstar not going to proc onto anything, not berating of those fences. Whoa, a wild push out, but then it's going to be just a Wraith portal, actually. Look at the shots coming out from the Pathfinder. Arcstar going to be used, getting attention. That's going to be a break. The Arcstar connects.
Let's see if they can push through this Thermite. No, the Thermite's so well placed. They're not able to come in, and looks like an opportunity for them to push, but they will have to wait for the next one as well, as they may take an opportunity to shield up. Still trying to break through this doorway. Eva 8 is out. Can he turn the corner? No, another frag comes through, and they are constantly grenading that doorway and need to be careful.
A minute and 20 and the heal-off situation may happen. Great Thermite grenade, just melting the heals. Fnatic has an opportunity to push. Stormin ends up getting knocked.
Stormin goes down here, and also no shields there, so they're going to see a shield swap. Look at that now going down. Fox Clem, the only player alive. Fnatic EU poised to take the win. Can they get the last finish on this player? Looks like only a moment away. Yes, they can. Fnatic EU wins game number 2.
I mean, what else to say other than understanding the economic and real estate problem at hand with that final circle. A lot of teams showing interest towards the cage, but somehow Fnatic having the next level understanding there, understanding that that small little staircase upward was going to be that final circle and just establishing their territory so early on.
And let's talk about also the situations there as they, I mean, I think we saw 4 different grenades, thermites, and a frag that blocked out that doorway. That even though their shields were broken, they timed those grenades perfectly. They get the win, but even bigger than that is they were in 11th with 4 points.
Oh, yeah.
So that is huge. They could take a breath. You saw the smiles on their faces. Let's hear more about that game from the analysis desk. Fallout, over to you.
No Nocturnal.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Appreciate it. Fall here, joined with Jamerson and Glitter. A really, really crazy ending right there that I want to jump into first and foremost. You see Fnatic standing up, trying to hype the crowd up, and they're feeling themselves right now because they should know they got away with murder right there. I mean, honestly, Echo Fox had the complete advantage in that 3 versus 3 fight. And again, on Saturday, it comes down to a pure 3v3 gunfight to win the game.
There were a lot of micro decisions that went into that, and you and I
we
were
just
alluding
yelling
to it.
back and forth.
Yeah, when we saw that Gibraltar running across the field and we saw Echo Fox throwing nade after nade after nade into that barrier, we knew that would have been a huge mistake for them, and it did come back to bite them.
It really did. If you had just saved even just one more of those thermites, they might have been able to put themselves in a better position to have that final fight there at the end.
I mean, at the end of the day, everyone in the whole world watching knows that Fnatic's eventually going to have to leave that building. All you have to do is sit there and hard aim, point at the exit. Obviously, have a thermite ready would help. Of course, keep poking damage the way you did, but really stay patient. They got impatient. They pushed into the building, and look at the damage that Fnatic was able to do here when Echo Fox pushed.
The important part was that, they thought that they had the advantage. It was a 3v2, DCT was down, but getting that knock onto Stormin first off allowed them just to push on through and able to get that first frag out of that portal and then finish off this Watson. It was perfect coming out from Fnatic EU.
And look at the finish there too. I want to point out the small play. The portal out behind them gives them a flank route. And guess what? Not all 3 players took that portal because obviously that avoids the force Echo Fox to fight a 2-front war scenario that they gave themselves. They had 2 players go through portal, 1 person hold the door. Next thing you know, they're getting pinched and Echo Fox is getting destroyed in a game where they should have won.
I feel like as soon as that Arc Star landed and they saw that the armor was cracked, that was like their moment right there. And they kind of played it a little bit safe and stayed on the outside. I don't know if that was the right decision.
Yeah, if you're Echo Fox, you're kicking yourself there. That could have easily been 3 more points that they had for 19 total and 3 less points for Fnatic EU with 18. But still, you're very happy with that overall performance. 7 kills, 9 points for 16 for Echo Fox. Fnatic EU, though, shows a little bit of Europe over NA muscle in the 3 versus 3 and comes out on top. Team Liquid Blue right behind him with 12 points.
Look at those kills, though. Look at the kills on Team Liquid Blue. It kicked them all the way up into 3rd place overall because of it.
Yeah, we're seeing that surviving to the end really does work out for you, and we even saw it from Fnatic. They were able to end up with 9 kills there at the end, and that was because they had that position inside the tunnel where they were just poking away at teams that were just, fighting in their own 2v2s, 2v3s, and so being able to have that team that has a positional advantage and being able to poke out and find a kill every now and then, it adds up incrementally.
Yeah, you guys see the same exact placements here. One team I want to point out is Superkicka, rocking the Gibraltar as a main. You'll love to see some diversity here. Shout out to Superkicka and the guys representing EU as well. Of course, 11 total points for them, 7th in placement, 7 points in placement with a top 3 finish and a couple kills on top of that. Sinister's right behind them. Lazarus, another solid performance. Pittsburgh Knights with a solid 10th place finish in that one. Pittsburgh is looking great. I'm excited to see the final standings.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, with that first place finish and then, of course, getting the placement points and the 4 extra points there, that pretty much solidifies them in the top 10 here.
Yeah, and then one team you talked about that you want to look out for in this losers bracket is Nagano, 1998. They are like 12th or 13th place here. They got like 9th or 10th place in the first game. So they're right in the fringe. It's going to be a key game 3 for them. That's one team to look out for. But you also said Echo Fox was a team to watch. You had them as a dark horse yesterday.
They were my dark horse.
In our pre-show, and they're looking good so far.
I'm really happy with what's happening today. I feel like this is a better representation of their overall skill as a team. And, I'm feeling a little bit like Jamerson right now. Not to mention I just called out Team Liquid Blue right before this round, and then they turn around and they do well.
I'm feeling like Jamerson. It's a good day when you're feeling like Jamerson, Feel like Jagger? No, feel like Jamerson, let's be honest.
Jamerson McJagger. There we go.
And here's Atletico, of course.
I'm healing.
Is this Atletico representing Australia? I can't remember which team's going.
Yes, they are.
Along with Kamikaze.
So 2 Australian Oceania region teams here really looking to cement themselves a spot continuing in this tournament. Australia and Oceania perhaps the only region that has not performed to the level of other regions. I don't think they sent anyone to winners bracket round 2. However, we're looking to make a grind for losers.
Yeah, one of the biggest disadvantages, especially playing from those regions, is that you're dealing with highest ping, I think, possible. Maybe South Africa has higher ping when you try to consider that. And so their practice might not be exactly the same, right? It is very difficult to play with that, but take a look. Team Liquid coming on in.
And look at this Gibraltar making an effect here. Super kicker with that Gibraltar and the dome drop in the midst of an ultimate as well, and it came clutch for them. So perhaps redefining a Gibby meta. I'm going to keep playing that up because it's obviously fun to see here. But ultimately, Echo Fox versus Fnatic in the end fight. Here it is one more time, and you hate to see it if you're an Echo Fox fan. But really, a round stolen away from them that they should have lost.
But if you're Jamerson, who's been pumping up both Fnatic and EU all weekend long, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, he's been on the Fnatic train all weekend long. We got to get him off of it. But it's for good reason. They come out on top here. Fnatic proven they're one of the most dominant teams here in esports. But take a look at the overall standings. Echo Fox gets the upper hand here in this one. First place, North America on top right now, followed by Fnatic EU, and of course North American Pittsburgh Knights to follow is our top three. And it's pretty close, 29, 25, 24. For bragging rights, we'll see who can keep in the top three. Talk about the rest of the top 10 now.
The important part is the bottom three here with Tempo Storm, Lazarus, and Super Kika at 12, 12, and 11.
Wow.
That puts them firmly on the bubble. That means any other team from the lower 10 can actually just Mario stomp past them.
Meanwhile, Nagano 1998, a team we talked about, right behind him in 11th. Zerafer, who just recently completed this roster as the third due to their original third, not being able to make it. 7 points right now, a couple behind 10th place, who was at, how many points was 10th? 9th?
11.
11. So they got some work to do.
And this is not the first time we've seen this happen. We have had so many sets of matches at this point where game 3, we keep talking about those fringe teams, and one of them will have a phenomenal third game and more than solidify their place in the top 10.
Listen, 3 games in a series. You got to go big, and this is when you have to do it. You're back against the wall on the brink of elimination. I'm excited for match number 3 here to kick off Saturday, but we had a lot of great action from that last match. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius at the command center. What's up, boys?
Thank you so much, Fallout. Yeah, it's Nathanius and Blaze, and man, some great stuff to follow. I have my eyes on that Gibraltar.
Wow.
Those are some fun plays. I love seeing variety is the spice of life. And I understand in a competitive environment, everyone's kind of playing similar styles, of course, here, but it is so nice to see that. Blaze, what do you got for me?
So what we got right here, this is something I thought was super interesting. I wanted to kind of give it to the Watson players at home. We saw one above all setting up at the top of Cage, but where they put these pylons at, I thought was super cool because they put the pylons so that it blocked off the ropes of anybody coming across, going from end to end, and you really couldn't block that one off. One above all had such a good setup, and I'm pretty sure that Watson was super proud over that whole thing because this kind of turned into Heaven's Arena, the Tower of Power towards the end of this one. A lot of teams died here, so that was a great setup for them before everybody had to kind of rotate out and go towards that Hydro Dam and so we can kind of watch the final moments of this one as well, Nate. But I want to put that one out there just to kind of give a little tips out there to our newer viewers and Watson players who looking for some more creative ways, to put those pylons up.
That is an absolutely beautiful spot to cover. And of course, as you're talking about this, we're looking at the setup and really just breaking it down. When you have an area like this, it's so nice to be able to cut everything off, right? You've got the Watson pylon. That's super important. You don't want it to be easily visible from any of those doors if they do get blown open. But just great coverage between that with the fences. You're prepared if the grenades are ready to start coming in.
But are you? And the reason why I say that is because as this clip comes on through, you're going to see that there was a nade that came in and actually took care of this pylon in the corner, but it did not get detected. So as we come on through, you're going to see this arc star hit the right-hand corner.
Just outside the catch radius of it, right?
Yeah, just right outside the catch radius. So let's see. We're going to see if you can, Nate, if you can stop that. There you go. The arc star just caught it out. Back it up just a little bit. And boom, lands in a perfect position where it couldn't get caught, but it takes out the rest of those fences. And you will think that in this point, Echo Fox says, okay, we got it done. They have to come out. This is where we can get them. But little did they know they was ready for that fight.
The positioning there is so important, and of course, you got to be able to get it in front into a spot where even though it's going to be in range, it's still not going to get caught by that pylon. Very tricky, very difficult to do, but those are the plays that are going to make champions here.
Yes, it is.
At the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. I hope you guys enjoyed the bit of the breakdown. We're going to kick it back over to the casters and get ready for our next round.
Hey, thanks so much, guys. And amazing to see some of that from the other side, that POV from Fnatic, right?
Yeah.
The timing there. You saw there was such intention with the timing of that first Arc Star, following it up with a Thermite and then the ult spam, right? They were ready for those pushes. That gave them all the time to pop meds, to pop shields, and then able to push out and get that game to 2 win.
Yeah, and I think for anybody who goes, well, that was all reactionary, you know, to those who truly want to be the devil's advocate and even shed more doubt to it, the Wraith portal right out the gate shows how much focus there was towards what that final circle would have looked like, right? As the initiation happens, giving you an opportunity for, if somehow they move in, but they move in a singular sense, you can take that portal and then suddenly have a back flank, right?
Yeah.
And also, we know that the portals are pretty good when it comes to the final circle, just in general, right? So there was a lot of a forethought there from Fnatic, and I think the coolest thing is we normally get that from Fnatic in A. This is suddenly kind of trickling over here to Fnatic EU, and I think that's really neat.
Absolutely. Also, Fnatic NA, a team we're going to see later on in the losers bracket, they did make it to losers 2. Of course, Fnatic EU wants to join them even later on in the bracket and continue on. Taking a look at the standings here, Echo Fox in number 1 with 26, Fnatic EU there in 2nd with 25 after that great game. Pittsburgh Knights still sitting pretty in 3rd with 24, really after that game 1 win.
Yeah,
they only got 4 points last game.
Yeah, so being able to get that win was really good, and we saw where the kind of struggles of the Pittsburgh Knights came in, right, with that transition neutral, trying to make it over to Cave. You had Temple Storm, somebody sitting on the upper high ground off to the side. It was just not an optimal circumstance here, but, I mean, at least they bought themselves enough breathing room, you know, but those teams who maybe didn't, that's towards that concerning level, teams like Superkicka and Nagano, Games Arena, those are the ones that I'm really keeping my eye on.
Absolutely. That bubble right there is going to be Lazarus, Superkicka, Nagano, Game Arena, Selector, Atletico. And really, if you look all the way down, teams that with a big enough performance could make it all the way back in as we're getting ready here for game number 3, match 3 of 3 here in your losers bracket round 1.
If you lose this game, and find yourself at the bottom, you will, in fact, be going home. But here at 10th place, we need to figure out, here's some of the comps.
Yeah, that's, it's either Echo Fox or Tempo Storm. It looks like it's Tempo. Tempo Storm, so many teams going Skull, dude.
Yeah,
let here instead in the middle?
There's already a team there.
Yeah, T-Bunker. We want Soap and Pega loot. Let's just contest him.
Okay.
Let's go left. Take left side.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going here.
They have 1 blue armor so far.
Yikes.
Guys, let's loot this, run away and loot the place outside of Market.
Yeah.
Please keep on me. I'm gonna take it for you, Vic.
Oh, thank you. I'm taking the armor.
Good, we're inside.
I got a turbocharger on me.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, let's go here.
I say we move.
Yeah, you guys go. I'll keep looting until I hear someone.
Oh. But watch out, dude. You like you're pathing, but they can still fucking.
I know.
How to aim it.
I need sound though.
All right, now back here. Here's some fantastic communication there from Superkicka. You saw them taking a little bit of a risk there. They get into Skull, and you heard them saying, we got to loot and get out, and they're able to do that. And they also are looking a little bit better here in the way of weapons. Certainly a little bit to be desired in the way of armor. But like we said, fantastic to hear comms from a team on the bubble as they drop in. They've got a long road here in game number 3. We do have the command center ready as well for some more updates. Blaze and Nathanius, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Now, Atletico and Game Arena, both of these teams are at water treatment. One is close and one is outside Battletown. So we know that both those teams are battling to get in the top 10. So we'll see a lot of action is about to go down with them. But what's happening with Nagano, Nate?
Well, they decided to go for a huge split-up landing between Cage, Hydro Dam, and also a little bit outside towards where the old bridges were in Bunkertown. So they're just all over the place, trying to find out as much as they can possibly get. Obviously, there's some big risk involved with that, but potentially some really big reward.
All right, Casters, take it away, because we don't want you guys to miss none of this action as these teams battle it out.
All right, thanks, Blaze and Nate, for the updates there. Now taking a look at convertibles here on Game Arena Esports. Over here at Treatment, taking a look at where Convertibles is on the table, right? Excuse me, where Game Arena is on the table, as we mentioned. A bubble team there. They got 6 points in 12th, and a good performance here keeps them alive in the tournament. If you're just joining us, this is our first round of the losers bracket, a $500,000 invitational tournament, and teams are going to be going home right here after game number 3. And as we said, in these 3-game sets, because we are looking at you know, a point total of only across 3 games. Huge Game 3 performances can propel you through even from the very bottom right now. Very possible.
Yeah, nobody is out of it quite yet. We have figured out who is very comfortable to likely make it, but anybody, even at the last place team, has a chance if they can play well enough here in game number 3. A very spicy circle is also brewing here as we see the Pathfinder reveal just a bit north there of Skulltown. Likely going to be hindering towards a little bit of the Gauntlet airbase, or again, something towards that crossroad northern Skulltown. I'm very, very excited on what we get here, but for now, we still stand here with Click Esports trying to find a way to defend their corner so far of this first round circle.
Also checking in with Tempo Storm, and the armor, unfortunately for their sake, looks all too similar to what we saw in the last game as well. Solve, Decop, and Assert want to make a performance here. Right now they're in 8th place with 12 points, and one of the teams that we would certainly call close enough to be on the bubble. That's only 1 point away from 10th.
Anyone passes through here?
Someone maybe identifying somebody sitting on the opposite side there of the crossroads. Now again towards one of these southern settlements just south there of Thunderdome.
And I gotta say, excellence here. They're running 3 blue armors, and they are in 20th place with 1 single point. So right now, a decent start for them to really make something happen here. Like we said, they would need more than just a win. They would need a very kill-heavy match as well as a top 3 finish as well to even think about breaking through, but it's possible as they're now here up top. Bones looking down on Skulltown. I'm going to try to fly in because they know that they need to play this opening aggressive. Dread, you and I talked a lot about these moments before the tournament.
Yeah.
These are the times where they need to push on these advantages, and they are going.
They're ready for it here. Peacekeeper is out. First 2 is going to be a whip. They push right through that Watson. 22 gets a not great spray coming out from that 99, but only a 1-for-1 here so far. Look at that hip fire coming up from the flat line. A reason why so many people have been bragging that weapon up here, and now an advantage for Excellence in this skirmish.
Beautiful set. They lose a whole lot of shields. Look at a few knocks and a good push from them. You saw some great shots coming through. Gonna take some time to heal up now. On board with the Click Esports. If you take a look at where they are on the table, they're in 19th with 2 points. Very similar situation for them.
And notice how neat it was, the fact that Excellence is actually the team that they're actually fighting here, so Excellence is able to get that skirmish. But Selector find themselves a nice EVA 8. That's an easy cleanup here. Resurrection will come through. Revival for both members as long as they don't find anybody else. So a good set up here in game number 3 for Selector.
That's going to be Kamikaze and Click that go down. You'll see top right 18 squads remaining. Taking a look at exactly where they sit. Click Esports, like we said, was in 19th. That is likely going to be the end of their tournament life. Actually, I think we could say for certain.
Yeah, I'm not fair to say that.
Yeah, for certain the end of their tournament life. But Kamikaze is an interesting case. In 5th place with 17.
Yeah.
So
that's a bad enough setup.
Yes, that is a bad enough setup indeed. And depending on what this lobby looks like in terms of kills and where these top finishers come from in the table, they are going to have to sit back in their player booth and watch this one play out with their fingers crossed.
And the last thing you want as a professional gamer is to have no control over your fate. Whether it be in-game, in the tournament, it doesn't matter. Usually they like to have the opportunity to feel like if I do this, I can do this, be better than you, and therefore I find the success. But looking for some success here is Justice Esports, a roster here representing South Korea, and one that has maybe not had the same impact as some of our others here, like MVP.
Now on board here with the Justice side. Here with 2 blues and still at Skulltown. Trying to figure out exactly how they want to move out here, and right now just going to be comfortable and take their time.
Notice
they need to push out.
An interesting element with Justice Esports. Out of a majority of the teams that we've glanced with this kind of positioning, they already have identification of round 2 circle, but Justice doesn't have that opportunity. Granted, there may not be enough beacons. You don't know, you do know that the Skulltown beacon is not able to be picked up at this point without getting pressured so heavily, but I just wonder, is that going to be a problem for them? And also, is this a playstyle difference that we actually see when considering what is the greatest way here to play Apex Legends?
We did see Singularity on screen for a moment there. They're also at the bottom of the table, 18th place, excuse me, with 2 points on the board. But here we see the Superkick side with some great high ground right now over market, heavily exposed, but opportunity to drop down with teammates if need be.
It's very important to highlight why Taxi 2G is moving. You do not want to ever, even though you're in a cheeky hiding spot, sit still. You're begging for that longbow to just pierce right through your brains here. So I like this. A lot of information is going to be gained still within the circle and where the future circles are going to be here, all thanks to Superkika's positioning.
Superkika, the ultimate bubble team, in 10th place with 11 points. They know that they need a performance here.
That wasn't a Gibraltar pun, because that's what I thought it was, the ultimate bubble team?
Oh no, I wish it had been. Gosh darn it, that would have been fantastic.
I'm sitting here dying on the inside. That's great.
Bubble team. I gotta be honest with you, Dread. It was not intentional, but I'm really glad it came out regardless. As we see Fierce here now exchanging some shots as well. It was intentional.
Alex W, also known as Aw there a little bit. Trying to get rid of this generator, clipping a little bit off to the side of that tree. Wasn't enough to be able to finish it off there. Nice shot coming up from the triple take, a weapon that we see, but we haven't seen success with, I think is how I would describe it here throughout this weekend. It feels like it's the, lesser of evils option more than it is this is the go-to for most teams.
Taking position here on Watchtower South, but now going to drop down right away to River's End and place this portal exit to help that team come down. Now also checking in with Akihabara and where they are in the table. 15th place with 4 points. Another team that really needs to secure a big game here in order to advance through. Very few teams are even through. We could really only say, just in case you're just joining us here, welcome to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. Bravo alongside Dreadnought, bringing you game number 3 in the first round of our losers bracket. Our top 3 right now are Echo Fox, Fnatic EU, and Pittsburgh Knights, which are likely going to be through here. And the rest, really, of this losers bracket round 1 is up for grabs.
And what an ending circle opportunity for our final game here. The fact that it is going to be the one place that everybody knows death, because not only in the name, but also just because of the hot drop that it typically is going to reside right to the southern end of Skulltown. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how these teams try to make the transfer out of it, as we see now taking a glance just outside of Market here, setting up a pre-zip.
Triple take shots coming out. Fnatic EU, the winner of that game too. Very composed close to net that one out. Like we said, they sit in second place now, but Atletico finding a little bit of engagements here as well. Some very little shield break there on the purple. We'll see if he can push here. Here's Bullet trying to fly in, taking some shots from the rear as well.
Wow, that's
tries
actually
to destroy
really
the
bad
pylon.
trade.
Yeah.
Full battery here now, coming out. I mean, actually, the fact that nobody was willing to push either, just the haste at which we saw Atletico leave the building, thought it was going to be a little bit too much for them, but actually on the other side, one above all, actually struggling there. 2 members already down. Fireman looks like he's about to trying to get out of this situation, and actually not going to be too problematic here for our friends at Crossroads.
See what he can do here. Potentially pushing into a 1v3, going to try to get some quick revives. Looks like he will be able to do so. And they need it because they're in 17th with just 2 points on the board, keeping his team alive, and this is their tournament life on the line.
I am in awe that one above all was given the opportunity to get those double res. I mean, you can understand from Tempo Storm, it's across the crossroads, and you got to risk a bunch of positioning maybe to make it over, and you don't want to take any shots from elsewhere, get that third-party opportunity, but you had so much dominance and control, and the fact that no one, mainly it's not why didn't Tempo push, it's nobody else is looking at this to just take the one shot and rid them of this world.
We always talk about that side of the map, and Crossroads really just the beginning of that open western side that is so difficult to control now. Akihabara here, Sapoten. Once again, setting up here in Skulltown South.
This is something I believe that we had heard about this roster, that they're comfortable with a couple of just doorway plays, where if you make your way in, it's almost, tripping the Claymore. They're quickly going to take an easy couple of Peacekeeper EVA 8 shots and send you back to the lobby. We'll see if that's something that actually, nets them not only some kills, but maybe success here in game number 3, is one above all. Get the Resurrection, get out of Crossroads, make their transfer over, and now taking a different approach here through Caves, up into the market area once more.
Yes, indeed, of course. Like you said, thankful that no pushes or other pressure came in from other angles. That would have been their entire tournament run put to an end. And guess what? Taxi 2G of Supakika still just hopping down up on market and scouting here.
He's role-playing. That's amazing. I'm memeing a little bit, but let's be real here. He's actually jittering at almost the exact same pace as Taxi's 2G.
I think that's actually what's controlling the movement up there. It's incredible. Everyone could kind of just bounce our heads. Why are we bouncing our heads now?
Bouncing some heads, but maybe not theirs. It seems like the opponents here. Team Liquid Blue with positioning within Skulltown. You see the pings. They're concerned about the railing. That is going to be the closure over this final circle, and understandably so here with 17 teams still remaining here in round 3.
Shots here. Jazz with Fierce as they're going to try to make a Skulltown push here. Right just about dead center of Skulltown. And West for a second. Yes, indeed, that first knock does come in. We'll finish there with that Disruptor ult. Also Gold Barrel on that. Now going to fly outside. Has some help here, but now I'm on board with Lazarus here. Here's Kashera. 99 and Peacekeeper in hand. They've got some good high ground as well.
Not going to be too concerned with, maybe relocating their positioning here for Lazarus, at least in the circle that they have now. The next one, I can't help but feel like is going to be moving a little bit farther away from Skull Town than they would like. All of the teams here stuck in that area is going to make a transition outward. That being said, so will the Super Kika squad. And, you know, we raised at the beginning of this, Super Kika is our bubble team, not only just because it's Gibraltar, but maintaining dead 10th right now, the one's position away from going home. And they're willing to put it all on placements, at least so far.
They are. Still, of course, 17 squads remaining, so there's a lot of points up for grabs in terms of kills, but you're right, they are not on the hunt right now, which you might expect a team who is sitting in that bubble position to be. Fnatic EU, though, look at them just below here. Just below Taxi 2G. Is now maybe even trying to conceal his character model just a little bit as he was turning around, but he did have eyes on that Fnatic drop into market.
Yeah, the real question is did he choose a green skin to make sure he can blend with that
Sure,
moss?
or even that. Is it moss behind him or is it more of a cliff? Because there is that desert path skin as well, that desert camo skin.
I wish I could tell you I played that much Pathfinder. I play a lot of Pathfinder, but not that much to tell you, like, oh, the skin based on this hiding position would probably be best. But
I guess you're right. It's pretty mossy.
At least underneath them, but I'm willing to bet the backdrop, you're probably right, you know? But what if it's the sky? What if there's not that much rock behind him and actually should have been a blue skin?
That's true. We'll have to see exactly how he fares up there. But now back on the Market Town, that's going to be one above all who does get wiped. They will go down. They were sitting in 17th. That will be the end of their tournament life. One above all eliminated here as well. One of our first teams to go down. But guess what? We got 6 more teams that are going home before the end of this round.
Yeah, and not all of them will necessarily know whether or not that's a true or false statement for them until they end up finishing here and concluding some of the results. A lot of grenades here for Team Liquid Blue as they are still sitting into Skull Town.
Look at the shields here. It's a terrible situation here. Casper barely with even just a part of 1 bar of white now trying to grenade out. Has lost a teammate, but look at this. Athletico now, Bullet the only one in play. We're now on board with Bullet here with an RE45. Just trying to stay alive if he can get out. Let's see if he can get this kill. No, Athletico will go down. They will be wiped, and that will likely be the end of their tournament as well, as they were in 14th. The Australia squad sent home.
Team Liquid end up getting a great skirmish there. And more importantly, opportunity to heal up. That was the biggest thing I was thinking the whole time is no one going to push this? Is this a third party? Because we know that Skull Town is full of so many bad guys here. Temple Storm being one of them, residing nearly dead center.
Still rocking a double white there as we saw. And now taking a look here at Echo Fox. That Zeki respawn did time out, so they are fighting with just 2 players here. A little bit of high ground looking over Skull Town.
And though I like Echo Fox positioning, especially when we consider what these next circles are going to look like, it's important to note with only 2 members, they are not going to be able to defend that high ground very, very well. Defensive posturing here now from Pittsburgh Knights. Got the choke breath there on that Peacekeeper, now forcing out this iframe.
Great little shot there from the Peacekeeper. That hits for 109. Let's see if they can finish this. I believe it's Fnatic EU they were fighting against. They did get 2 knocks, but now there's a lot that's going to converge here on these towns around Market.
Everybody's sitting there, as you can see them, just trying to make their way through that Market trade. Shots here now coming out from Hotzik. Not enough to be able to break the armor, but keep in mind, if they don't get the kill here, that it's very, very likely that they do from the high ground over there. There's our Gibraltar sick.
Oh, it's late. The knock goes down just at the same time that the shield comes out. There's going to be another knock as well. That's going to be Radic of Nagano 1998. He will fall. Pittsburgh Knights holding down this ground. No! And out of nowhere, we're going to check the kill feed. Looks like Pittsburgh Knights will fall. Essentially all players at the same time, they will drop and they will go out. Like we said, they're in 3rd with 24, so well, barring any extreme circumstances, they should be through. But now Sinister Esports will fall as well. 13 squads remaining.
And look at this circle. My goodness, only 1 house available within that next rotation. 1 minute out from that. We find ourselves with Game Arena, the team that ended up executing some of our defenders of that market rotation. Here we see Echo Fox, the members, also kind of chipping away at them in that transition through. And Echo Fox, again, has a really good positioning now, but I feel like their next rotation, I would like to see it earlier rather than later. Yeah. Everybody's worried on the backside of this wall. If they wait for the timer, they're going to share the same fate that we just saw from our Gibraltar friend, which is just...
Here's what you asked for, right? The pre-zip goes down. They'll be ready to take that when they need. 33 seconds. Until that ring closed.
Temple Storm has good positioning as well. Pretty well off here, except for Decop struggling in the armor department. Looks like the cells kind of be spreading around here. The Love Justice, one of our Korean representatives here, repping a Hemlock and a triple take.
Justice here in 7th place. Need to make sure they stay into the late game here to make sure that they make it through. Great 99 shots there from Stormin and trying to maybe try to finish this and get that knock if they can. Going to be exposed here. Maybe some other longbow shots coming in, and they're going to be
one more
so
shot.
Close. Yes, indeed, so close to that knock.
Not going to go ahead and push up, at least not quite yet. Clem looking at the other target here who ended up getting some cover fire for them. 20 seconds here until we finish the closure of this circle as the shots come through on that longbow. These need to land, but they failed to do so. Echo Fox now has to take the zip behind the targets that they were once considering prey.
Dancing on the zip, Peacekeeper is out, going to just try to jump up on the shed if they can. They should be able to get this finish. Yes, indeed, there's a knock on that path, and they do get that wipe as well. That's going to be Fnatic EU on the receiving end of some knocks. Now 9 squads remaining, and we are here for a Skull Town finish. Great shot there with the longbow.
It's a collateral and a headshot at the same time, but misses nearly every other one. 12 ammo, 13 in total, Bravo.
Talk about the highest of highs and followed by the lowest of lows there. None of those second shots hit. Now Justice Esports trapped here. Great portal. Do have a port, though.
And it takes him outside, but he would have died to the grenade either way. Tried to make the play here. Tasek ends up surviving, but Game Arena Esports now on the outskirts.
That will be Tempo who falls there as well, and now 7 squads remaining. And even though we have a Skull Town finish here, Dread, this is really not the area that we consider Skull Town proper in those buildings. This is going to be just that open pit around that beacon right around the center.
Look at this res opportunity. Somebody trying to get the pressure. Peacekeeper actually have to get the reload animation. Talking about reload, still continuing. Justice Esports no longer with us here. The res attempted, the thermite grenade, got to push him off.
Not a chance. Let's see if he can pop that shield. Let's see. And now they're going to stay alive, maybe even go for this revive as well. First, going to loot up just a bit.
Ended up going with an armor swap there for a second. His teammate ends up going down. We see Echo Fox also struggling. There is an excellence, actually, the team to be able to make it happen. Our winners from last game here, Fnatic EU, threatening the high ground, as it's going to be 2 members alive. But look at Nicola losing so much AP. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it out.
Have to be careful here. Fnatic EU, like we said, fighting from this 2v3 with 5 squads remaining, and they have the close quarters weapons out, that 2020 as well as that alt. Have started to swap out things like longbows as they have opportunities to loot. To come here and not take any damage. Nice little route there to tiptoe on the edge of the ring. And now going to have to time this push. Still 5 squads left. Akihabara still alive as well, and they're going to have to make their move.
You see the pre-prep opportunity with that choke, precision choke here, waiting for the shots to go down. Lazarus find themselves a victim. Lazarus with 3 members alive. Shielding looking pretty good too, as long as Watson can get her generator out, and likely would do so. The circle ends on the res point in Skull Town. Here is the Havoc.
That's the weapon you wanted to see, Dread. The Havoc doing some damage here, and Kashera for Lazarus picking up some good shots. There comes the limb there. That's going to be Excel, who goes down. 3 squads left here in game number 3. Now more shots from Smith J here, and they're holding down this high ground quite well, but that ring is pushing in. They need to be careful with those touches.
And if that Wraith hadn't swapped that armor, she would have died to that Peacekeeper swap, but it's not going to be enough to help them recover here. 3 squads remain, and Fnatic is cleaning up house here. Struggled there, tries to get the armor swap available, finds himself a Peacekeeper instead, tries to shield up in the downside. Now we see Lazarus here with the high ground. This is their game. They are ready to close this out as they have such a big man advantage.
Yes, indeed. They're taking a look down. Also got to find out exactly. There might be a solo down low as well. We'll keep an eye on where that 3rd squad is. They're broken there. 35 with the Peacekeeper here on board a post kill, trying to also help with that team shot into down low. 99 out here for Smith J, trying to keep an eye on. And here is, look at that 1 HP for Nicola here, as he is going to be popping a cell, and he's going to need a lot more than a cell. There's a med kit, as you see bottom left. And now still 3 squads remaining here, and shots still coming in. Now back on board with Akihabara. They're the team that's downstairs.
Yeah, they're just hiding by themselves, waiting for everybody to get too distracted with each other, and in 40 seconds have to go for that very, very big play. A pre-portal now set here for Fnatic EU, trying to consider the future, but they may not have one as those Peacekeepers keep raining from above. There is 1 knock, 1 left for Fnatic.
That's right here. Can that Fnatic player get the 1v3? They do take the self-trace portal. Likely going to be hopping right out in a second. There they're found. They should be able to get this wipe, but they got to be careful of Akihabara. Tries a 3rd party here now, and now going to have Lazarus trying to get these last shots. They still have not taken out that Fnatic player, and now shots coming in still from the building as well. Now back on board here with Fnatic EU, and this solo here trying to make it happen. Somehow still alive behind the fuel tank.
He is somehow alive and actually has enough HP to still not be to be all right when it comes to the final circle race. The fact that the members on the outside there with Akihabara actually lost a little bit when it came to the Wraith, or excuse me, what is going to be Lazarus, I think is going to be a problem as her iframe just comes up. We got 7 seconds of this.
Look at this. He needs to move right now. See if he can hit that portal. Yes, indeed. Is in the portal. Not going to take any damage. Now tries to fly in. Stays alive here. Very low on the health. No, he will fall. Now there's 2 squads left. That's going to be... No, and that's going to be the win there. I believe Lazarus from up top. Let's go ahead and check. Yes, indeed. Lazarus Esports gets the win there. Great control in the end from that top Skull Town building. They didn't let it go. They did drop down. They fought from elevation. Some wild Watson fences. They're unable to get the finish there on Fnatic, and in the end, they will win the game, and Akihabara trapped in the bottom of the base.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, how they found themselves, and the healing strategy is the only way out of this, because you can't help but wonder if they had enough information of what we had later on with how much pressure Fnatic was under and how Lazarus, though positionally had the advantage, it's not like that was a clean-cut victory up until, again, the lack of healing going through on AE's side.
Absolutely. Lazarus, of course, forced off of that position. They decided to rotate early just to get that positioning to get against that fuel tank. They did not get it took quite a while to get that final finish there on that Fnatic player, but in the end, they will get the win in game number 3. Lazarus was a bubble team. They were in 9th place with 12 points, and you know that is going to definitely see them through not only the win, but also a great amount of points on the board. Let's go ahead and head over to the analysis desk. Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Fallout here, back with Jamerson and Glitter, and wow, what a finish here in Game 3 to kick off Saturday. It's Lazarus with a must-win, go big, or truly pack your bags and go home, and man, they step up.
I mean, these are, once again, teams that you have talked about, Jamerson, many times. I think you're excited to see Fnatic do so well, but Lazarus, coming out of nowhere, they finally had a good game. I'm happy to see that for them.
Yeah, Lazarus didn't have, you know, the greatest of weekends at EXP,
Exactly.
right? They were always just on the cusp of making it to the top, and they had three third-place finishes at EXP. Closing it out was the biggest question for Lazarus, and they were able to do it here in the final game.
Yeah, of course, Lazarus, 2 players coming from Portugal, 1 player coming from Finland, so a multinational team, of course, most likely speaking English, and which is not their primary language. Awesome to see their shots hitting straight. That's what mattered the most, is they really did connect incredibly well. Must win. They do a very, very good job. You guys see the replay here of the last kill. Let's actually do a quick listen.
오빠라. 2등이다, 게이드. 백팩인가 보다.
And I think at this point, trying to heal, not really doing much here. Maybe a heal off with the storm, trying to survive. Not sure what the attempt was. Not sure if, I mean, really, no matter what, you're going to go into 3 guns. You're not going to be in a good spot.
They did have full 3, right? And so they sent 2 out, but just getting into the ring to try and go for that like sacrifice play.
Too much damage.
They took too much damage. The ring is ticking for 25 HP at that point. I mean, it starts at around, I think, ring 5, where it starts ticking for about 25 HP. So they take about 75, maybe 50 just to get out there, and they get absolutely melted. And then that was the last stronghold coming out for them. The Wraith is supposed to try and use their Q to try and survive in the ring. And it did work out for them because Fnatic did end up going down in 3rd and AE ended up in 2nd. And so that's what like the primary thing was, not to get the win, but just to try and get a better placement.
And I think they saw that coming from a mile away, which is why they ended up trying to use both the portal and out-heal the damage that was coming in from the ring. It wasn't even about actually out-healing the ring, it was about outliving Fnatic. That was what the goal was.
Yep, ultimately Fnatic did end up in 2nd place on the previous match standings, even though they got 3rd. So that's 7 points for them with 3rd place. 9 kills, though, leading in the category of kills. Team Liquid Blue right behind him with 8, as well as Lazarus with 8 kills. 20 points for Lazarus, the Portuguese, and the Finnish, as well as 16 points from Fnatic EU. Akihabara, though, coming from Japan, a strong finish that you might think maybe they're representing Japan here. Maybe they make it through.
The thing is, like, Apex is pretty popular over there. Anytime I tune in and check out the browsing section for Play Apex, there are a few streamers on there. And, like, Japan does represent when it comes to Twitch streams for Apex Legends. And so I'm glad to see that we do have Japanese representatives having a good showing.
Yeah, one thing I just saw there as well, of course, Australia trying to live for a life here. Kamikaze got 2nd place in the first match. We'll see where they end up. Nagano 1998 is a team that was on the fringe. They ended up on the fringe again. They got 3 points, but Super Kick is some of those teams that were above them on the fringe didn't perform very well either. I think it's going to be a complete mix-up, and guess what? The standings are ready. Let's go ahead and see who will advance. Oh, sorry, I take it back. Standings are not ready. First, we're going to do a quick interview on the main stage with Jump, and then we're going to jump into standings as we're getting those calculated. Jump, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. I've got Smith J from Lazarus here now. I was able to be at the X Games and watch your guys' journey throughout that, and heartbreaking, I think, is an easy word. There were so many games where you guys were able to finish top 5, top 3, top 2 in a lot of instances, but you weren't able to pull out a champion banner. You're able to do it today, beating the drought, essentially. How does it feel to actually be able to finally get yourselves a win in a lobby?
Well, yesterday was really hard for us. Like 3 games and we dropped down and get really bad load and died instantly like first team on the groups. But I don't know. It's like after X-Games, we wanted to make things differently, and now it's working on here, except for yesterday.
Well, if you want to talk about something that you guys have improved on, it is that late game positioning. If you take a look at what happened in that last game, specifically, you were able to have the height advantage being on the roof right outside of Skulltown, and then with 2 other teams, it didn't make it an easy path. How were you guys able to communicate effectively to ensure that you did walk away with that win with those other 2 teams still left alive?
We have been so many times in a situation like that, like in X-Games and the scrims as well. We just wanted to hide. Like, there was easy kills on there. Sometimes we peeked. If we peek together. And after that, we just hide. We knew that there was 2 teams, maybe 1 solo and Fnatic, I think they had the 2 players on there. We just wanted to make sure. Like, when we go in, we go all together, if we need to go in. And that high ground was really hard because there was some angles they could pick us. But, yeah, we keep calm and talk to each other.
Now, you're not done yet. It is safe to say, we'll get the final calculations from the analyst desk in a second, but with the win and the 20 points total that you guys got in the last game, it all but secures yourselves to move on to the next lobby. There is a lot of Apex left to be played. How are you guys going to keep your resilience levels high and yourselves efficient through the next lobby?
Well, this is what we needed, so that's all.
Doesn't need much words, doesn't need anything, because confidence is on the backs of Lazarus as they walk away with a match 3 win. That's going to be it here from the stage. I'm going to throw it back over to Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter Explosion. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Jump. Fallout here back again, and great to hear from Lazarus there. Of course, 2 members of Lazarus coming from Portugal. That was Smith coming from, I think Finland is what it was, but it sounds like the overall standings are ready. You see the teaser right there. And ultimately, when it's said and done, it is Fnatic EU who ends up on top. I see Glitter dancing as well, because Echo Fox, her Dark Horse prediction also made it through.
And Team Liquid
Pittsburgh
Blue.
Knights right behind them. Team Liquid Blue, who she also mentioned. What stands out the most for you guys?
Honestly, Fnatic EU, that's a huge turnaround for them. For not having the greatest of day ones to be #1 coming down from the lower bracket there. It is huge for them, and it should be a nice bounce in their step moving on.
Anything from your end, Glitter?
I'm so happy. I think I'm a little bummed about Nagano.
Yeah.
I feel like they maybe they just struggled this time around. Like I said, they had to deal with a roster change, and that potentially could have thrown them off. They have all the potential in the world to be incredibly successful, but I am very, very happy for both Echo Fox and Team Liquid Blue.
Yep, and unfortunate for Akihabara and Count. Their journey ends all the way from Japan, just a few points separating that 10th place team. So wow, the way the action finally does break down, great for 10 teams, obviously heartbreaking for the teams that will be going home, but we are getting ready and locked in for losers bracket round 2. Before then, we have to break down that last game, because really 1 more kill, 2 more kills may have meant the difference for the Japanese Wonders. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius over at the command center. Boys, take it away.
My man, thank you, Fallout. Now, over here on this breakdown, we're just going to, this section of the command center, we're going to just talk a little bit about positioning. Towards the end of that last game, we had 3 teams left in the circle, and 2 of them kind of died to the gas, giving that last win out to Lazarus. So let's go over here and let's talk about the team that we got. So Nate, break this down for us.
Well, we're talking about opportunities. You're talking about trying to make it into that top 10.
Yeah.
And close calls and missed calls. And there was some good stuff here, but you're playing these late game comps. We got Akihabara, and here's part of the thing. You've got your turtle strats. You're able to hide out. They had a really good setup. They fell back as that circle closed in on them, and the Wraith's going to go for the portal out. But there's always these opportunities that are coming in. You're going out on your own. Because of the way the team had kind of pigeonholed themselves inside that spot, the only way to escape was with the Wraith portal having to take that cue to get outside so the rest of the team can come out. But of course, when you do that, you're going to make yourself vulnerable. You get the quick pick, and there's some nice stuff that can happen. But the problem is,
they recognize the situation too, because you see, when they stayed inside those houses, they made sure that they knew the entire time that they was going to Wraith portal out, and because they knew that Lazarus was on the top of that roof.
Yeah, but the other thing I missed here as well is if you've seen that kill feed was still moving at the start, even while they were chilling inside. But I did want to give it a little compliments. Love the panic reaction as well, getting the Watson fences up on that portal immediately. Basically turning this into an absolutely you don't want to try and chase through that.
Yep.
Of course, that comes into the smart part of the other team. Now, possibly you get a little bit aggro. You see the red mist. You try to chase in there. That could be your opportunity to throw it away. Of course, the enemy didn't make that mistake, but as we saw, there weren't too many other opportunities to actually get out of this room.
And the reason why it wasn't too many opportunities was because of Lazarus' positioning over there towards the top half of their roof. And we're going to take a look at their positioning up top. And this is almost going to be like a montage on the top of this roof because they're going to see so many targets down here towards the bottom area. Now, you see they're well fenced up. They know exactly what to do. And now it's just shooting fish in the barrel down there, and they get it done. Lazarus just showing that, hey, the height advantage is exactly where you want to be at. Nobody can really contest them in the last few moments of this game, and that's why they won it the way that they did.
Yeah, you know, it was really nice to be able to see Akihabara trying to take that cool positioning, but Lazarus having the better one for the fight. While they're sitting in there hiding in the corner, Lazarus is picking up kills. They're cementing that advancement, and well, as we heard, they didn't have a whole lot of words to say. They're just here to play the game and win, but
hopefully they have a better day 2 than they did in day number 1. But that's going to be it for me and Nate over at the Command Center. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Nate, for breaking it down for us. And we may have heard 1 or 2 comments in Twitch chat that you guys like gameplay. So guess what? We're getting ready to jump right into our B-Stream matchup. We got Onset and Gaskin ready to take us into Losers Bracket Round 2. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys, and it is time to get into our next game. Dan, the losers bracket is slowly moving its way forward, and now, of course, we have round 2 of the losers bracket to kick off, and some very big and noticeable teams we're going up against each other right now.
Yeah, now we've got the teams that dropped from winners bracket round 2 going into that lower bracket, so we've got some big names in this group. However, we have teams who haven't really been able to achieve maybe the heights they've expected from themselves. We've got those 10 teams that dropped from winners bracket round 2. They've yet to get a minimum of 10 kills in any of their matches so far, whereas some of these lower bracket teams that are progressing through, we saw some big stuff from them early on.
Well, let's take a look through this Group B here in Losers Bracket Round 2. Some of the names that I'm kind of picking out from these teams we had the likes of CLG, we have Gen G, SJ, who have moved through from a fantastic first place performance in their first Losers Bracket round earlier, and Sonics, another team who had a standout performance, kind of night and day from what we saw yesterday to today.
Yeah, SJ and Sonics, I would say, are the 2 teams that are going to be trying to disrupt this group, and what I mean by that is a lot of these teams that have dropped from the winners bracket are probably expecting to progress and get further in the lower brackets so they can get another chance of getting towards that grand final. But from what we've seen today, the differences between the 2 teams of SJ and Sonics has been sublime. Now, SJ, a Finnish side, they've got a lot of composure about them, but they are a new roster. I was speaking to the EMEF on Twitter, and he was telling me that the reason why we're seeing such a difference is sometimes with that composure from Finnish players, it can take them a day just to try and gel, just to try and mesh, and it seems like they found that right rhythm about them. They really need to know how they're going to be rotating, where they're going to be pushing, and it's all starting to click today.
And sometimes it just takes a running through situations a couple of times in a live environment, like you say, to get those things down, to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we're making those decisions together. And that's really been one of the standout things I think we've been hearing sort of echo across some of the successful teams so far. Is when they're making a decision, there's no second guessing. There's no, thinking about, are we going, are we not going? Everyone has to make that decision together, commit to that decision, and more often than not, when that's being done, we are seeing that success.
One of the biggest things I've seen from teams as well is being prepared to make an individual decision. I know there's so much on in-game leaders and them calling the shots and you following their lead, but if you feel you as a person are either A, about to die, or B, need to survive to keep your team in the game, you get out of there ASAP, especially if you're a Pathfinder, especially if you're a Wraith.
Well, here we go. The first game of round 2 of the losers bracket is live. You can see the dropship slowly moving its way from the bottom of the map to the top, so lots of opportunities, fairly comfortable landings for a lot of these teams. And we're going to look at the start of Aqualibritas Esports to see exactly where they're going to be falling. But there's some really dangerous teams in this lobby as well. I mentioned a couple of them. Reciprocity, another team who didn't have a great showing yesterday. We heard from a couple of players on Twitter saying they were extremely exhausted after their travel situation, and they made it here, but they're fresh today, reset of the mentality. mentality, and we could see a very different reciprocity.
It's going to be a cage drop for AEQ, and actually they're being able to spread the distance in their drops because they were uncontested. However, that is not the case over here at Gauntlet. Plenty of action at Octane's playground.
Yes, there is indeed. And Alistar, one of those teams who didn't have the greatest performance yesterday, looking to put that right, and a lot of congestion going down, as you say, at the Gauntlet here. Another player going to be peeking around the corner, and it's going to be HRO who are causing all sorts of problems, and the problems seem to be falling more on their shoulders than anyone else's.
I was saying about how you want to get away if you're a Pathfinder, if you're a Wraith, but when you're the Watson and you're left as the final solo, it's so difficult to try and escape because you don't have the way to maneuver around the map as the other two legends, but it seems like the Watson has just been able to escape and survive. If he can heal up, then there's always that possibility of getting to the late game, but going to be very tough as a Watson.
And what better way to establish dominance on the Gauntlet is, of course, win that battle, push that Watson outside, and take a couple of those little jump pads across the map and just say, hey, just to let you know, anyone watching in the surrounding areas, this is ours.
Just like a celebratory wave on the trampolines if you're enjoying yourself at a theme park. Sonic seem to have the control of Slum Lakes as well, so they're going to be able to get plenty of loot over here. And you wouldn't have seen the losers bracket round 1 game if you have been watching on the mainstream, but here on the side stream, Sonic's really showed up. Yesterday, I was pretty disappointed with them, and I'm sure they were disappointed with themselves as well. But the 3 USA-born players, they have shown sheer aggression today. When they realize they're unable to get a deep rotation, they're unable to set up early. Instead, they're just saying, let's play for kills, let's push these teams, because there's so many scared teams currently in lobbies because they really want to go for those late placements, they really want to survive, they don't want to drop out of the tournament. You can take advantage of that, you can pressure them, and you can force mistakes out of them.
Let's see if Sonics can keep up that aggression today, see if they can add some more eliminations to what has been an incredible start to the day for them. Keep that mentality and keep that momentum going their way as we now jump over to SJ Gaming, arguably the standout, obviously, of the group that we saw earlier, the first losers bracket round, but they're coming under a little bit of fire here, and one of the players is going to be dropped, and that's going to force a little bit of an engagement here, and it's going to be Chaos who are getting very interested in this battle. Shots going down here with the Spitfire, and it is going to be a squad elimination here. One of our standout teams from earlier, SJ, are going to drop, and Chaos Esports Club announced themselves to the lobby.
That's going to show the difference between the losers bracket round 1 and round 2. SJ, who won 2 of their matches in the first round, taken out straight away. The early LMGs doing the real damage for Chaos, as now Team Kurt seem to find themselves with only 2 members as well.
Yeah, and it is going to be the leader of Team Kurt, who is the player who is eliminated, and CLG are now showing some aggression early on. And interesting to point out here, Dan, still inside this first circle, we've already seen 2 squads eliminated. That is something that's kind of out of the ordinary from the pace of the games that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, occasionally you'd see maybe a few players just dropping and being taken out, caught off guard, but it seems like there is more contesting in terms of drop positions, and also people just being more willing to take early game fights because it is that do or die situation in the tournament now. If you finish in that bottom 10, you are out of here. If you can win though, you can progress to that lower bracket round 3, and then you still have to get in the top 10 again to get to the lower bracket final, top 10 again to get to the grand final. So we know it's going to be a long road, and I think these players know it's going to be a big ask as well if they do want to get to the grand final. But you have that opportunity, and that's all you need in the back of your head.
Just have a look at where the circle seems to be moving. It looks like a fairly central circle at the moment. Maybe moving towards that hillside outpost, maybe up towards the farm, that kind of area. A lot of maps still to obviously be discussed, but you can see teams looking to move from the south side of the map, maybe to a more northern position, a more central position. Just now see a little redeploy coming in from Call It Esports from the balloon, moving back over to Hydro Dam here, and you can hear the communication as well just in the background there because there's shots flying in. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be running into Samsung Morning Stars, who currently have control of this place.
Yeah, they just thought they'd be able to glide into Hydro Dam, but unfortunately Samsung were just there waiting, and they immediately wanted to turn around. You don't want to be dropping on a team when you are redeploying, because if you do, you're just going to be so vulnerable because it takes a little bit of a while to get your weapons out, and you can't engage in that fight straight away.
And one thing I like here from Samsung is the fact that they've kind of decided to back away from this battle in the open and kind of focus more around this choke point here. They have a huge height advantage should the people who are dropping on them choose to push or, you know, try and commit to this fight. They've positioned themselves in a way which now means they have every single advantage on the map as far as getting that first shot away in the battle is concerned.
We saw 2 finishes just outside of Market towards the River's End in losers bracket round 1, and you know what, we could see it as well. It's a slightly southern circle, so those who have used the Pathfinder passive will have a little bit more information as as to where it's going to be heading, but certainly teams on those outskirts will be starting to traverse the map now to get more central, to try and get deeper into the circle, to try and set up and predict as to where they think the circle's going to finish. And there we go. That is heading towards Market again. I wonder whether we might see something similar.
And do you know who I think is going to be rubbing their hands together after seeing that circle develop? It's going to be Sonics, because they picked up so many devastating team battle wins around the Market, either inside of Market, on top of Market, or on those 2 choke points from the caves on the opposite side, trying to push into Market. So I think Sonics, if they can get a rotation down here and get themselves into position to potentially contest around Market, they're going to be pretty happy that there's a lot of presence on the map at the moment in this particular area.
It's Team Secret who are holding the top of Market at the moment, and it's worth mentioning again, and I will continuously say it, Team Secret, they had to pick up a new third coming into this event. Limek joins, the Polish player, young Polish player actually, given the opportunity to play on the biggest stage alongside the 2 USA players, Aladdin and Pish. I mean, it's always a bad situation when one of your teammates can't get to an event, but being able to pick up a player like Limek and the way he's adjusted to their playstyle has really been impressive.
If our observers in the back can hear us, I want to go over and watch some Sonic's POV, because every time I take a little glance up to the top right-hand side of my screen, they are picking up kills again, Dan. They are not afraid to engage in battles, and every time they are, what would you not be? They're winning the majority of the fights they're getting in at the moment.
Yeah, aggression is what got them so many points in their previous round. They were able to pick up 13 kills. Their best placement was only 5th in losers bracket round 1, but they still finished 2nd overall because of the sheer amount of kills they were constantly able to get. And you can see them now pinging where those enemies are, getting aggressive, looking for high ground, and trying to swarm on their enemies. Even now using Pathfinder's ult just so they can actually get some high ground and try and get above this final player on Chaos.
And Joey Blackout is taking his time here to just hide among the bushes. Listen to those audio cues. He can hear the players creeping around him, and they run past him. This could be absolutely huge as far as placement points is concerned. I think it was actually Sonics who, you know, they weren't exactly subtle in the way that they moved past there, but they weren't smart enough to realize there was a player lurking in the corner.
Yeah, Sonics are kind of pinging around, saying maybe he's moved here, maybe he's moved towards this little compound, but now they're under fire from elsewhere. So they do just have to calm things down a little bit, take a little bit of time to heal themselves up and have a little rethink of their strategy, as Joey has done the job and he's been able to recover the banners as well. Real question though, Mark, is he actually going to be able to get a respawn?
I think he is. I mean, you look at the clock here, but between then, when that ring's going to next be moving in, he's got a respawn beacon in front of him, and he's got 1 minute and 10 seconds until that circle is going to move in and do the damage, and it's not going to be doing too much damage as far as, you know, making it difficult to get that respawner into the map and potentially move around and find himself a couple of death boxes or a little bit of loot, which you can see there. At least there's a couple of guns for him to be picking up, but that's a huge play in the context of things and the context of the tournament and this losers bracket round it. If you can get both teammates up in a situation where you had an entire team swarming past you and running, fair play to you.
And you might be watching him saying, well, why is he not instantly gone for that respawn? Well, he's just having a little scout around to ensure no one's waiting just to pounce on those respawners. But of course, when that dropship does come in and implement those players back into the game, of course, that is going to be warning signs for everyone around. You will hear that dropship, you will see it as well, and they are going to have targets on their back. Chopper,
he didn't even touch the ground.
He's ripped out of the air.
He did not touch the ground, and Chaos inboxes as well. I think he's holding on for dear life as well. So for all of the great work there that Joey Blackout did for Chaos and getting those 2 banners, managing to sneak his way back to that respawn beacon, it just like that looked like there was another team there who was just 1 step ahead and the precise moment to pick up those kills.
Can I say, I must appreciate, and I have to appreciate, the in-game communication that you have in Apex. I know that, of course, they're on, like, whatever voice communication they want to be, and they're going to be able to communicate via voice as well, but the fact you can still ping things and give visual cues to your teammates is both excellent in competitive play, and also for me at home when I don't want to put my headset on and I don't want to talk to people.
So then BDS set up here. There's a couple of buildings just outside of the crossroads area of the map. A good position to be in, as you can see, just holding down this choke point, calling out that there is a team down here, and what a shot that is. Absolutely smashing the shields off of that player. The wingman still so devastating from distance. Of course, this isn't day one wingman. However, you can see how much work it still does. And Joey Blackout here, I'm going to need to give a shout out to you. You are doing all sorts of work for your team at the moment. This has not been an easy game for the Chaos boys to be involved with.
So many players in this situation as well would just be running head down. Let's get into the circle. Let's play for placement. Joey's like, nah, I've got a wingman. man. Let's actually do some damage. Let's show that I'm here to fight. As we move across and we see that CLG have now poised up here. CLG, who did struggle in their winners bracket round 2 game, and that's why they find themselves in the lower bracket. The most kills we've seen them actually get so far is 8, and that was in winners bracket round 1. They weren't able to get anything like that in winners bracket round 2, and even winners bracket round 1, Mark, CLG did find themselves having to go into their 3rd match before they were able to pick up points and guarantee themselves into a top 10.
I do want to maybe put a little bit of an asterisk on that as well, because Nicewig, obviously a controller player, was having a few technical issues yesterday, which maybe has to be factored in. We'll see how he bounces back today after a good night's sleep and maybe getting those technical issues sorted that he had with that controller. And you know, at CLG, we talk about controller players and you know, how being in those close-range battles can be a huge advantage for them. And you can see the rotations that CLG are making through the likes of Skulltown. That's going to favour them, especially yesterday when they had that game where you know, they were a little bit worried about being knocked down to the loser bracket a little bit earlier. They won those important battles around Skulltown, so they're going to feel comfortable in those surroundings.
This was the problem with Joey actually standing out and being brave, though, is suddenly everyone's turning on him and they're seeing a vulnerable little Wraith just running through Kings Canyon. And yes, okay, a valiant effort, but unfortunately, it's for 0 points as they finish in 17th.
Yeah, I feel for him there. That was a tough pill to swallow, a bitter pill to swallow, I should say, after doing so much work. I'd be looking either side. If he sat in the middle, I was looking either side and going, come on, man, like, give me a little bit of support here. You know, it's one of those,
at least those situations.
Yeah, exactly. He did everything for his teammates, but that was Team Kurt just momentarily there, and now we're going to check in with Team Fire, Longbow in hand R99 as well to complement that if anyone decides to get aggressive here and push in. And they are going to have to make some moves towards that next circle in around 40 seconds time, as are Team Kurt here. So Team Kurt, I think Kurt was actually knocked down at one point during this game, so they've managed to get him back into the game to get up to a full 3-person trio. We'll have to see what they can do now that they've managed to get themselves back into the game.
And it was Team Kurt and Team Fire who both came very close to staying in the winners bracket, actually. They finished in 11th and 12th, both on 14 points, but just not able to scrape through. It does seem like 14, 15 is really that 10th place threshold in a lot of these lobbies, but you just can't rely on it. You always have to push for that extra kill because you never know. It could just be that 1 point that makes a difference.
Yeah, Gen G yesterday, they had a few, I would say, big opportunities to place well and pick up, you know, significant points in some of the games that they were involved in. Just those little moments, those clutch factor maybe they were missing at certain times. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well and see if they can find that little bit of magic, that little bit of spice in those pressurized situations to convert into points here. But 16 squads left at the moment as we are seeing round 3 and that ring closing in around 20 seconds.
Not quite going to be the Eastern ring that we saw going towards River's End in losers bracket round 1 twice. Instead, it is heading a little bit towards Market, so I wouldn't be surprised if we have 2, maybe 3 teams already set up shop, quite literally, in the Market, but it depends what stall you want. Do you want an aggressive one, or do you want a passive one?
Choke going to be picked up here by Madness as well, and we've seen the range that can add to that Peacekeeper, just making those projectiles nice and tight, being able to hit those distant shots. And inside Market now, as you say, Dan, I think we're going to have 3, 4, at some points, maybe even 5 teams with the amount of enclosed spaces that you can put those Watson fences up, put those Watson ults up and fight from there. And the only problem is we're setting up early on Market here. If everyone's sat in there and that ring rotates outside of Market like it just has now, as you can see it pop up, everyone's going to leave at some point, and there's only certain amounts of way to leave.
And it actually looks like Segglebert are the only team in Market because they fenced off the entirety, and that's just going to scare everyone else from pushing inside as we see Gen G using Bangalore as here. So that's worth mentioning as well. That's showing that they want to get a little bit more aggressive and they really want to get in people's faces, utilize that smoke as well with digital threats.
Yeah, and they were running this composition yesterday, one of the only teams to you know, have a little bit of flavor added to that 3-person lineup. It's one of the legends of concern. We're going to see them raining down some shots here, but now over to Third Impact. You can see a team trying desperately to rotate in on them. They're trying to gatekeep this part, and Gen G are just above them at the moment, raining down shots. Dummy's going to take down, snipe down, and Reciprocity have had a real struggle so far in this tournament, nailing these rotations. They always seem to be running into teams with these choke points.
And several times we have seen Snipedown being that first player to be knocked as well. I know naturally he is one of the most aggressive players around, if not just in this team, so it's not of a massive surprise. He is usually going to be making that initiation and trying to make that push, but it just seems like either Rex and Grego, they're not getting there quick enough, or Snipedown's just getting caught out a little bit on his own.
If we could just very quickly pop back over to Reciprocity while we have a quick view in on Triumph Gaming. I just wanted to check the composition and who was running what particular legend there for Reciprocity, just to see. I was wondering if Snipedown was running that raid still, or if he'd actually swapped over to the Watson. We'll have to have a check on that maybe a little bit closer in the game, but now inside market, we are seeing the battle go down. The wingman shots are landing, and they're landing hard here onto Team Fire, and this is looking like a difficult situation to be in. And speaking of Team Fire, there's some flames in front of them right now.
Yeah, they've got that digital threat though. That's really going to help them in this battle, and Burt with the longbow is just trying to support his teammates, but they're just being pegged back at the moment, and we are going to see utility used. Arc stars and grenades are going to get involved.
And now you're going to see Segobert, another team trying to push in on them as well, and Roe is going to be dropped. Does have that self-revive shield though to potentially get back into the battle, but it's actually Team Fire here who, for me, looked like they had the disadvantageous positioning in that particular fight, have found their way out, and not only that, they've managed to take some kills with them.
Yeah, I think Rowe thought he might get away with actually reviving himself there. He thought he'd been a little bit sneaky, hadn't shown that gold shield enough, but he gets caught out as finally Team Secret are being put under pressure on top of market. They've been holding this for quite some time, and you can see that circle has now moved slightly towards the southwest. It's going to be in that one particular compound just to the left of the screen of Aladdin at the moment, so they are going to have to move off of market, but they've got 1 minute and 10 before they want to make that decision.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams who are set up in those buildings as well, so that's an almost guaranteed, top 7, top 5 placement. They don't need to peek, they don't need to get too hungry for kills and extra elimination points, because they're going to pretty much guarantee themselves some points unless they get pinged by the wingman and get dropped in a bit of an overzealous situation, maybe getting a little bit thirsty for those kills.
I think what Team Secret have done well throughout, certainly the lower bracket anyway, in the games that we saw recently, maybe not yesterday when they were still trying to gel as a team, is their rotations have been good and their positioning has been phenomenal. They haven't really picked up as many kills as they would have liked, but I think we can expect that when it's not a well-practiced 3. I think the most kills they've actually achieved was 5, and that was in that lower bracket round 1. But they were able to get a couple of top 3 placements, and I think if you can achieve at least 2 top 3 placements, you can set yourself in a really good position of getting out of whatever group you might be in.
Just need to point out there, initially in this game, we had a little bit of action early on. We were talking about how we hadn't seen, 2 or 3 teams drop that early in that first circle, but now we're on round 5 and we have 15 squads remaining. This is going to get very, very tasty very, very quickly, Dan.
I think when you start to get a lot of the better teams who know how to rotate, who know how to avoid those shots and those sight lines, you are going to have more teams in these smaller circles. Ring's closing now, so you got to push, you got to make your decision right about now.
Not for the first time. Samsung Morning Stars here have fantastic positioning as far as that circle is concerned. CLG now desperately trying to push in. Nicewig is going to be the last player alive for them. The other 2 players have been dropped. He's going to perform some miracles here of CLG. Want to place well. 14 squads remaining. Look at that kill feed. Now it's lighting up like fireworks now.
Really nice positioning from CLG, as that's going to be on fire out of the competition if they notice the knockdown shield on Urban, and yes, there you go. They're out of the lobby. Samsung still watch on from one of these little buildings, and they can just do whatever they like at this point. They just grief everyone and anything that they see out of these windows.
Yeah, Samsung in a phenomenal position here. You can see Urban on fire, maybe just hoping and praying that he can get a couple of extra placement points. Finally does get taken down as third impact, excuse me, just on the outside, on the low ground now, and be interested to see if they can kind of get away with some positioning here, because you can hear the fire that's going off. If a couple of teams get taken down, they're just going to shoot up those leaderboards.
Well, they do have the zip line, and they can shoot up that as well to actually get into a position. As I say that, actually Felden is taken out, so no zip line available. And now Triumph here, they're in the commanding point. They have a little bit of high ground. They also have cover, but I think it's going to be Samsung who are going to be one of their biggest competitions. The Morning Stars are actually opting to move out early. They want to get aggressive. They want to get some kills. They're quick to back off.
Still 7 squads remaining though. Call up one of those teams. You see Lager there taking down Forsaken in the feed, and the ultimate high ground in this particular circumstance seems to be in the hands of these 3 players. We're going to watch Vanilus now from Triumph Gaming as he's looking for a quick shield swap potentially here. A little bit of loot, add that barrel stabilizer onto that longbow, make those close range, those mid-range shots a little bit easier, a little bit less recoil onto that weapon. as we see BDS now down low, trying to rain in some R99 shots and back those players up.
Triumph are all on white armor. They hadn't been able to loot up, but because they positioned themselves so well, they can take advantage of a lot of those death boxes around them as the zip line is put up now and the ring is going to be closing in just a couple of seconds. You got to move.
Here we go. They drop in. This is where the battles are going to be going down. BDS get a couple of downs, but I'm not sure that anyone is going to be picking up kills in this position. 5 squads left to go here. Cooler taking down Nice Wig at the feet. CLG now out of contention.
Triumph though, look how much height they have, and they can try and shoot through these little grates. It's not working out at the moment, but the most important thing is they can't be shot by anyone else because they're all down low. They're all hiding from each other. So Triumph just need to be patient, wait for the battle to unfold, wait for a couple of shots and grenades to come out, and then they could just spray down and rain down hell on everyone else in this lobby.
Halcyon Gaming still with a full complement of players here, decent shielding as well. Triumph Gaming just trying to locate these last 5 squads who are just lurking about in this final couple of circles here. 1 minute 20 until we move again. I'm not sure we're going to see too many engagements as we now hop over to Samsung Morningstars. Everyone seems to have some sort of comfortable position, even in a circle this small.
And of course, the advantage is going to go to those who do have Wraith still as one of their surviving players, so they can use that ultimate, so they can use that portal and the Q to survive during the red.
And the worrying thing here for Samsung Morningstars is they've had this great position. They've had control of that building in the compound for so long. However, look at where the circle is moving now. They are going to have to move out of this, give away their position, and expose themselves for essentially the first time in this game. And they're looking to utilize the zip line here to try and escape.
I mean, everyone is going to have to move from where they are, and everyone is just going to have to dive into open space at this point. You can see him just going through his utility, going through his grenades. He's got arc stars. He's got the ability to just destroy anyone that does drop. So you have to have patience. You have to have the ability to just take a small chunk of damage from the red. Remember, it ticks for 25 at this situation, so you can only be ticked 4 times in the red before you die.
Vanillus now taken down to pretty much no health. He's going to have the time to back up though and re-shield and live to fight another day in this battle. Here comes the push from all of these teams. Grenades go in, arc stars go in, trying to clear those players off that platform, before making their move. And it's going to be Halcyon Gaming who are guarding these portals and picking up some kills on Samsungs as they do make that move. Peacekeeper now in hand, and that's a great play here from Halcyon Gaming. They have shut down that push.
Massive fences from Watson as well. It's so difficult to get into this circle when those fences are in the way, and the Peacekeeper's doing so much.
Oh, the Peacekeeper lands the second! Make it 3 here, Rain! He's making it rain inside this circle.
He's doing so well, and he's got a wingman to boot, and he just needs to wait for the remaining player. He's looking for him. Who's got the knockdown shield? Where are you? He just waits. He can finish this off. The game is in his hands. The self-revive might be there, but how long can he stay alive? This is the thing. He's going to dance through the portals, Mark.
He's going to dance through the portals. He's going to do a jig, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And what a play it was to close things out there. The Peacekeeper being the answer to the problems here. Halcyon Gaming take the first game of Losers 2 Group B. He didn't miss a bullet.
He didn't, and Halcyon, they just set up so well. They saw all of these teams desperately trying to portal towards the center, and they went, nice portals there. How would you like some Watson fences? And it just made it so difficult to anyone to push out. Not only did they get the victory, but 12 kills as a squad as well. That's the best we've seen from Halcyon so far this tournament. Previous to that, we've only seen them actually manage 4 kills as their best. So finally, they seem to be finding their rhythm in this tournament.
Such a huge play towards the end as well. It's such a good feeling when you drop in that circle, and it seems like you've got that half a second and everyone who's coming at you just chunking people, that Peacekeeper, dropping them left, right, and center. And in those moments, that's what we mean about getting to endgame, because you will get those opportunities to rack up the kills and put up extra points. What a performance that was. Big plays in big moments. That's what makes a big performance.
I love how calm Halcyon were at the end as well, because obviously there were a couple of knockdown shields they had to worry about and they had to scout around, but they had a little bit of time before that circle was going to finally enclose and just destroy everything that was within it. The reason why the knockdown shield is so important, because you get that extra little bit of health, and it is, we have seen teams win because of that knockdown shield. It actually happened earlier in the lower bracket, but they stayed calm, they stayed patient, they communicated, and they made sure that they didn't do anything drastic.
Well, here's the breakdown of statistics from Halcyon Gaming there at the start. Number 1, of course, they won that first game of round 2 of the losers bracket. 12 kills on the board, 12 placement points, adds up to 24, and you can see how they were shared across there. Rain with no kills to report, but a lot of damage, I would imagine. Brent Royale picking up 7, and Azzy with 5 kills to his name.
And when we do consider that the general cutoff point has been around 14 points in a lot of these lobbies, sometimes 15, maybe a little bit higher, 24 should secure you your passage into the next round of lower bracket, and that's going to be the entire standings then after this game. So currently the teams in the 11th to 20th, they're going to be the teams heading out of the tournament, but they still have 2 matches to get back into things.
You can see the standings here then. Halaclan Gaming 24 points at the top, Triumph Gaming 15, third Impact 9, and I'm looking all the way down there to Samsung Morning Stars. 8 points on the board, yes, 6 placement points, but a little bit disappointing for them considering that they had such a fantastic early rotation towards that final circle. Maybe they'll be a little bit disappointed that some points have slipped away.
I think that's maybe like the 5th time we've seen Reciprocity finishing in that 15th to 20th spot as well. I'm not sure whether it's just rotations that aren't going right or whether it's a communication issue, but something isn't quite clicking. Maybe they need to switch things up going into match number 2 and 3, but we can now go all the way back to the start of this game, which seems like an age ago, and SJ, who were a team had performed so well in losers bracket round 1, I thought they were going to be bringing the heat into this round, but instead they were greeted by early LMGs. And if you can find a Spitfire early, if you can find Devotion early, you are going to be in such a commanding position in those early battles.
I just want to give a shout out there to Joey Blackout as well. Never forget. You did everything you could. Yeah, we're big fans. You did everything you could to survive, and I'm glad that we got to capture that moment on the replays package as well. But this is where it really came down to it here, and you know, Triumph Gaming, they had that ultimate high ground towards the end. They had the advantage as far as, you know, where they wanted to be positioned, but it was this play towards the end, dropping in and hitting these shots with the Peacekeeper. This could have gone so differently had these shots not been hit.
And this is one of the biggest examples as to why high ground isn't always the best situation in the final circle. It was Halaclan who had the low ground underneath this stairwell. They were able to fence up, they were able to get the shots off, and because they could just look and choose and ping everyone that was walking into the circle.
And it was Brent Royale, the man, and look at this, there's 1, there's 2, make it 3, and do you know what, he wasn't done at that point as well. I think he just continued on his merry little way and gets the another kill there with the wingman. I think he ended up with 5 kills, was it? And I'm pretty sure we just saw 5 there from Brent Royale.
Might well have got them all in that final circle, and then you just have the merry little dance of everyone with the knockdown shields. Triumph did what they could to try and survive by going into the red, but unfortunately it wasn't going to be enough, and they couldn't get back in and not be chunked by the red.
They just got to watch things happen at the end of that. It's quite a lovely situation to be in, and you know, you should be allowed to take that second to just enjoy what you've just done, especially destroying people with that Peacekeeper. But that is going to do it from our first game here in round 2 of the lose bracket. We're going to throw it over to the desk now on stream A to break it all down.
On set, thank you so much. Fallout here, and be very happy to be joined alongside Jamerson and the man, the myth himself, Rain Day, back on the desk. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, fellas. Good to be back again. You guys looking good today, so I'm excited to kick things off right.
Back. We're to match your level, man. You can't see this guy's jeans right now, but it's the next level stuff going on the desk, honestly. Very impressive. What's even more impressive is how much this guy knows about Apex. He's been doing his research. I know a lot of storylines, a lot to break down there. It was actually insane at the very end. It was almost like Pop Goes the Weasel with that Peacekeeper, one after another, and ultimately Halaclan comes out on top. That's what I saw. What did you see? Obviously, you have much different eyes than I do.
Honestly, I think what we're noticing is the value of those close-range Peacekeepers. We were kind of seeing a lot of value with the EVA 8 as well, and people even in the earlier games where we saw in the push earlier in Game 1 where longbows are even being prioritized for the flexibility, Peacekeeper got the job done. And then the patience at the end to try to pick out who got the gold knockdown shield, because that was something that Triumph actually ended up falling to in an earlier game that you guys didn't catch on broadcast. That's a big, I think, impact, and players are going to be starting to look for that more in their looting process than they have before.
Yeah, this time we're seeing the impact of it too, because we had both teams down there, and so it came down to a difference of 2 points because of that. And so he was able to use the Wraith portal, get in and get out, and make sure that he wasn't the one that was on the offering table to the Halaclan gods.
Yeah, the offering table, indeed. It was like a butcher knife, just
everyone's
knocking
just
one
bowing
off.
down to him.
Crazy. Indeed. And actually, like you said, got them top 2. So Triumph, an extra 3 points, literally because it was just last man standing or last man knocked, I guess. Ability to use that portal to stay alive made a big difference. Of course, the knockdown shield as well. But ultimately, Halaclan comes out on top. In the end, it was Halaclan with 24 points, Triumph right behind him with 15.
Yeah.
So very good performances from 2 teams that maybe you didn't expect to go big in this one.
It was a team that, like, definitely coming out from Triumph that I was hoping would show up a little bit more. And so starting off here in this lower bracket group with the second place finish with a lot of points really underneath their belt, which is, as they talked about on the casting desk, right? A lot of this like cutoff has been around 15, 13, 14 points. So already hitting that mark is going to make them feel very comfortable.
Yeah, and I think it was a great thing for Triumph to go through, like we mentioned in the game in the earlier round when they were playing out of it, to have that moment where they actually failed on the gold knockdown shield. They actually lost placements. They had great positioning on the high ground. They ended up falling, and it was SJ who took the win when they were actually looking for somebody to kill and saying, what's happening? They died to the ring and realized their mistake. So they put it into practice immediately after. They're warmed up. It's also an interesting factor. They've played before. Some of these teams like Halakline just getting warmed up for today. So I think that does start to play into the fact as to why we're seeing Triumph continue to know how to operate around these pretty tricky situations.
Yep, of course, Triumph, a European team representing the nation, Germany, Sweden, and the UK. So multinational, again, speaking in English. Imagine having to communicate, not only in your primary language is it hard enough to communicate in esports, but in your secondary language as well. Big shout out to Triumph. Another team that is multinational and did it very well was Samsung, who they made it, I believe, in top 5, top 6, secured a few points themselves. They, of course, have Nissa on their team. Nissa, a former member of Team Italy for the Overwatch World Cup. He was able to represent his country there. Now he's representing Italy as one of the last competitors from Italy remaining.
Yeah, so I mean, we were seeing that a lot of organizations, a lot of companies are starting to branch out and have like more regional kind of sponsorships and teams now, and that is what the Samsung Morningstars are for EU. And so if we take a look at 2 players coming from Samsung Morningstars, Casper and Nissa, they have both moved on from their Overwatch teams from the Samsung Morningstars, making that transition. And that seems like to be, you know, a small bit of a trend that's coming out here in Apex. A lot of players making this transition within the same organization into Apex instead.
Yeah, and I mean, Samsung have shown a lot of consistency today as well. They're clearly getting in top 5s multiple times. They've already had several games beforehand that they're able to find themselves in those final circles. So their positioning is on point. They actually are really advantageous in trying to make other teams fight before them. And that's a huge part of Apex, the third-party nature. Whether you like it or not, you have to be able to let people kind of fight each other and then see when is the best time to approach. Samsung and Casper specifically are very good at doing that and then poaching targets with wingmans, which they prioritize pretty heavily to be able to do that and get extra points.
Yeah, a little bit of hot and cold, cat and mouse. You got to understand when to be hot, when to come in for the attack, or when to sit back and let the fight happen. Another team that has been performing well today is SJ, a team of 3 Finnish players.
Yes.
And generally speaking, the Finnish are known to be very, very intelligent individual players, very good at strategizing, adopting. They unfortunately did not have a good game 1. They got dropped on early, as you guys mentioned. They got taken out early. Had a great losers bracket round 1. Maybe they'll try and catch fire and adapt here. I'm interested to see how they bounce back.
Yeah, when you talk about getting knocked down early, this was actually an uncharacteristic game out of all the games that we've had this weekend, where we had a lot of challenges early on. We saw HRO actually falling early on, challenging, I forget which team over at Gauntlet, but yeah, I mean, we had a lot of scuffles, and even the casters mentioned it themselves that these are the most fights that we've seen in the early game.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be it from us, guys. Good, of course, to chat about storylines and all that is going on here as it's win or go home. Once again, these teams do not want to pack their bags. Can Reciprocity and Snipe Down bounce back? Can the Finnish in SJ have a better game 2? Let's go ahead and throw it back to Onset and Gaskin for game 2.
Thank you very much, John. Looking forward to, of course, getting into this second game. And for your sake, John, as well, we need to say we hope that Snipe Down continues, you know, to be in the tournament because, you know, we've noticed you like talking.
Is there an obsession there that we're seeing?
We'll hook you guys up afterwards. Anyway, let's look at the standings, of course, how we stand going into this second game. Halakline Gaming, they're 24 points on the board. Triumph Gaming sitting in second place and third. Impact rounding out the third place with 9 points. But again, we need to reiterate the top 10 is what matters here. Outside of that, I'm afraid you're going home.
Even if you are currently sitting in the bottom 10, you have a real chance with 2 matches left. So I don't think they're going to be too scared. I think what the important thing we should focus on is that Halakline have solidified their spot in the next round of losers bracket. That's almost guaranteed unless we saw some wild antics, but I think they're pretty much there. You can say the same for Triumph. 15 points should be enough. Really, they only need to pick up a couple of kills or 1 placement point or 2, and they should be in the next round as well. So it's the guys who perform well in match number 1 that usually set themselves with a really good chance. But now we need to see a little bit more from those teams as finally the fist bump comes in. I thought it wasn't going to come. Oh my goodness.
Did see some awkward moments yesterday. It was like a double one. The way went out.
Yeah.
And there was like the cold shoulder from both sides. I was like, dude, I'm sorry that happened. But
I think that's rule number one when you perform as a team. You need to discuss how you're going to be fist bumping. Is there going to be high fives, etc. You don't.
Well, I mean, what would happen if I put a fist bump out to you and you didn't reciprocate? I mean,
you'd probably.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, let's not get too much into that. Sonic's a team that we didn't talk too much about in that game. We didn't see too much from them. Again, we're going to need to maybe put their foot back on the gas in game 2, much like they did earlier on in the second game of the first round of the losers bracket, to kind of, you know, cut down a little bit. Reciprocity, you've got to remember. At the moment, they're facing elimination.
Yeah, well, his two teammates are now on G2, and they did get offered to come and join Reciprocity. Snipedown made that offer, but they wanted to stick with their original 3 that was around before the X Games, and it's going to be tough for Snipedown to see that happen, because I'm sure he would have loved to stay together, and they could have progressed, and they could have been one of the better teams, but he is confident in this roster, and I still think they have a lot to offer, but we're going to be on the dropship with Halakline as they're just watching everyone dismount the dropship, and of course they will head towards their usual side of runoff, and I wouldn't be surprised if they start to spread out so they can ensure they get as much loot as possible.
I just wonder if the teams who had a little bit of an awkward landing, shall we say, in that first game are going to maybe reevaluate, not exactly their drop location, but as far as the, the surrounding area, more where they drop in that particular location. Try and split apart or land together so that if they do get involved in an early team fight, that they're at least going to be able to fight as a squad and hopefully come out on top.
Halakline definitely veered off from their original destination there. I mean, I know you're not going to go everything off what they were pinging, but we're not used to seeing them drop necessarily over here towards the settlement, just to the side of farm. So I think that maybe they saw other people going towards runoff.
So then Chaos Esports Club, once again, chilling in the slums, looting up and taking their time. You can see the first circle has come up, so it looks like it's going to have a fairly strong northern pull to it. Probably maybe thinking about ending up at the top of the map. Some of a lot of locations, of course, to try and eliminate before we make a more of a educated judgment on where that circle is going to end. But at least that's going to allow those teams in the south who are landing around water treatments, etc., to know that they're going to have to traverse quite a lot of land.
Well, as Jameson was alluding to on the desk as well, our match number 1 had a lot of early fights, a lot of early eliminations, and I think that was because it was more of a central circle. When we get a circle like this where it is fluctuating towards one side of the map and it is easier to predict, people naturally, they want to rotate a lot quicker. They want to avoid those fights because they have a better prediction of where it's going to finish. And the Sonics boys, well, they're in a decent place to rotate here, and I think maybe they've sniffed out someone else might have actually joined them here at Slum Lakes, because they were leaving and now they're heading back.
Let's see if they can find anyone that's hovering about in the slums. And as we move over to watch SJ Gaming, obviously a great performance from them earlier in the day, taking first place in that losers bracket group, the first one of the day. They're going to have to continue that fine form that we saw from them earlier, and now it looks like they're going to get a little bit aggressive here on the southern side of the map, just side of runoff, and we're going to see them pushing in and out onto Chaos Esports Club. Early battles again here, Dan, inside this first circle.
Yeah, sometimes when you are going to be pushed this aggressively, you just have to accept that you're going to take a fight. And to be honest, with SJ, the team who got knocked out very early in the previous round, they've got decent loot, very good armor. They've got a purple and a blue, tier 2 and 3 to work with, and they're going up against a Chaos squad who are full white. So it means they can choose to get aggressive, especially if they notice those shields when they're able to get a couple of cracks.
They seem to have forced them out of this compound as well, so now they're going to possibly look to think about moving back and rotating more towards a circle-orientated rotation across the map, having backed that team up. And then we're going to see SJ Gaming quite happy to pick up a purple helmet at any point in the game. Moving back, and just in comparison to that first game that we saw, Dan, a lot quieter as far as the engagement's concerned. Maybe that's because we aren't seeing those teams landing on each other like we did that first game.
Right, here's the really early rotation from Kurt towards artillery. It does look like the circle is very much going to be heading that way. This would be beneficial to teams like CLG, who usually drop artillery, and they have been in this tournament as well. So Kurt do need to be very careful as they head up this way, and Succubus have already found themselves over here. If you remember previously in the tournament, we have had a finish in this exact building where TSM were able to pick up a victory. So that's a decent place to try and gamble on it finishing here.
Watson fences going up, and they're going to be quite happy to just hold this area of the map and wait for that rotation to come in. Now over to the winners, of course, of our last game, Halakline Gaming, and Brent Royale doesn't have the Peacekeeper quite yet to do the damage that he did in that final circle, but I'm sure he'll be more than eager to get his hands on that shotgun, excuse me, and do just as much damage as we saw at the end of the last game.
And here are CLG as well, just shouting, get off our turf, we were here first. That's where they dropped, and they're doing so much damage with the thermite, and the R99 just rips through shields.
CLG, again, there's going to be a battle here, and the Pathfinder is missing all sorts of shots, and somehow is on fire and wins that battle. You get the feeling there that that was probably not a situation he should have come out feeling quite as good as he does.
So unfortunate for Kurt. They were trying to rotate into artillery, and this is the risk you take when you go through tunnel. You've only got one way to go in, only got one way to go out, and there were teams on either side. Everyone desperately trying to get this early rotation.
CLG have had a phenomenal start to this game as well. Yes, this is their home ground. Yes, this is where they like to land, and this is where they like to take their battles. But as I talked about so many times so far, execution so important, and I also love the aggression from CLG in that position.
Oh yeah, because it is CLG's home. They know all the nooks and crannies, they know all the loot spots, they know all the positions you can hide and you can traverse, and you'd assume that everyone in the lobby is going to have a good idea of how artillery works. But you know, when you have a drop location that you've learned down to every single pixel, you're going to have somewhat of an advantage. So you're gonna push, you're gonna take that advantage as best as possible.
So looking across the map at the moment, because these succubus still
I used them.
Watsoned up inside this building, and you fully expect them to not really do too much, to be honest with you, as far as pushing out in that from that strong position on the map as that ring is closing. 18 squads left now as we get toward the end of round one. And we were saying early on, not too many fights, but we are starting to see quite a few engagements now as we head towards that round two.
That's because everyone's just desperately trying to get early into this circle, and just by accident, a couple are running into each other. When you are rotating so early and so quickly, sometimes you don't even think about who else could maybe just be joining you in that rotation and down a certain path.
Speaking of being joined, Joey Blackout has a couple of teammates alongside him now, which is obviously going to help him out a little bit as far as progressing towards those placement points is concerned. An all-gold alternator there just shining in the bottom right hand of the screen for a moment there before we move over to watch HRO now. We're going to have a pretty difficult push through this little choke point next to the watchtower on their way towards that artillery final circle.
If you haven't already rotated to artillery, you're gonna have a difficult time rotating in, because everyone's already set up and already posted up in several different locations. So your hope now is that the circle doesn't go as far as into artillery, even though it looks that way. We've seen some strange things happen with the circle at this event, so you never really know. And even though teams like to hedge their bets, and of course you get so much success if you do hedge your bets and you are correct, there's always that off chance that maybe you're incorrect.
Well, here comes Chaos Esports Club, and the Havoc is doing some damage here on that player behind the Watson fence, and that is not going to be too long destined, but you can see how many are set up at the moment in this artillery tunnel. This is such a choke point here for all the teams trying to rotate in, and you can see at the moment Chaos are in trouble once more, being forced to back up, and there's another team now dropping. Just run for your life. This isn't going to be a good situation for you.
If you are one of those teams that's rotating in at this point, you've got to take advantage of the others that are actually tried to rotate and failed. And it's this point where you really need to decide, guys, we're probably realistically not going to get into artillery yet. Why don't we take some fights outside of artillery, try and loot up, get as best gear possible, try and take some squads out of the game to get placements, rather than just trying to survive.
The player going to be caught behind this pillar as well, and that flatline is going to do enough damage to at least crack those shields. Not sure if they've been able to secure the kill at the moment, and that Watson ult did not last too long. The generator didn't generate too much, to be honest with you, before being taken down. No shield regen will be coming in there, and now the R99 and the Peacekeeper in the hands of Wicked and Sonics. They love these close quarter battles.
And it all looks well and good for Sonics at the moment. However, when that circle does close in and they have to get towards artillery potentially, they're going to be watched by about 7 teams when they come out the other side of that tunnel. So yes, they're surviving for now, but realistically, can they get close to a top 5 placement at posting up here in the tunnel?
shots going in here, as you're going to see SJ Gaming now trying to rotate, taking a little bit of a different angle. They're at the bottom of this valley at the moment. There's so many teams within, looking to move through that artillery tunnel. There's just going to be a graveyard of bodies by the time that this circle does finally move around this area of the map. Great shots there with the flat line to take down that player at the bottom of the valley, and it's Sonics at the moment who are gatekeeping. And even though you're saying the fact that, yes, it's going to be difficult for them to get into artillery, they're in command as far as other teams who are trying to get into the artillery tunnel. So they're kind of the gatekeepers of the gate.
And that's what Sonics are good at doing, though, is they are good at picking up those kills when they don't have a central rotation, when they haven't been able to rotate nice and early. And that's what saw them get into this losers bracket round 2, is they were just able to find so many kills from teams desperately trying to rotate late. So even though, yes, okay, it's probably not going to win them the game, they're going to get some decent eliminations from that position. As now Triumph on this watchtower. This could be a really good spot for a lot of circles, and it's good for now. But if we do see it move over towards the artillery zone that we expect, they are going to have to move quite some way.
Well, this is going to be one of those interesting points, and it looks like at the moment Triumph Gaming are thinking, you know what, we've seen some funny things today. Yes, normally we would have seen that artillery finish in some other circumstances, and we could have been a little bit more predictable. As Forsaken absolutely lands a headshot onto that player who's just poking at the top of that maintenance facility building. But yeah, it looks like they're thinking, hey, it might not be artillery here. We might be able to set up on the watchtower and get a little bit lucky.
Well, I think when you get to a point where you do see teams filling up artillery, you just have to try and take up elsewhere and hope for the best. And you can see there on Reciprocity's screen, or you did see, Snipedown has switched over to Watson, and he's actually released the Wraith and given it elsewhere.
So a little bit of a change there for Reciprocity, and interesting decision to be made. Of course, Snipedown known for playing that Wraith, and maybe that's been one of the reasons we've seen him go down first in those battles a few times. Doesn't have that ability to get out of dodge quite so quickly with that Watson. Gonna have to play a little bit slower, allow the keyboard and mouse players to maybe take that mobility away from him and try and put it to use. But again, Sonics now, you can see, they have complete and utter control of the artillery tunnel. The question is, can they move into artillery, and can they burrow their way in?
Right now, they don't have to. We have seen circles finish in artillery tunnel. It's an ugly, ugly circle to finish, and it's very weird because there's kind of walls on either side, and you end up with two teams that might be on opposite sides of that wall. But it has shifted towards artillery as expected. Most teams have got that right, as you would expect. And COG, well, they're the big winners. If you are in a zone, if you do drop somewhere and you know the circle's going to be finishing there, you should realistically be getting top 5, but it depends how heavily other teams push you. A lot of these teams in artillery, they're hitting longbow shots, and you can see they're eager to try and push because they want some kills, but then common sense kicks in and they say, well, actually, if we start to push, we're encouraging a third-party possibility, and a third party quickly in artillery could turn to a 4th and a 5th and a 6th because there's just so many teams right now.
Equilibritas Esports on the outskirts here of artillery as well, taking control of this wall. And a little bit of high ground for anyone trying to get a little bit sneaky, get a little bit peeky, and pop around some of these corners.
Sneaky peeky.
Wingman shots going in as well. And this is, again, this kind of point where everyone's just trying to get a little bit of real estate going their way. Trying to find an area to put those Watson fences up and trying to hit some longbow shots, some wingman shots, just to grief, just to hassle, and maybe create an opening for themselves to move forward as that ring does collapse.
And notice how all these teams who are kind of on the outskirts of artillery, they're all looking outward at the moment. They don't care who's in artillery because they know they're all going to be hiding in buildings. So they're saying, look, let's pick up some kills on everyone that's going to be heading in. Occasionally you have a glance to make sure you're not going to get shot from behind, and you might be able to grab a few shots on those who are inside. But this is a real opportunity now to get some big eliminations, get some points on the board for all those who are going to be trying to rotate towards artillery, especially Sonics in tunnels. I really think they're going to have a couple of fights coming their way.
And the team that was up on the watchtower as well, they're going to have to be moving pretty soon as well. Sonic still playing this one patient, playing for these eliminations of teams, trying to push up on them through the artillery tunnel. You can see just changing that fire on the flat line to that single fire again, looking to peel anyone who's going to be popping around that rock in front of him. Good disciplined play here, once again from Sonics.
Flatline's a really underrated weapon. I hate finding it early on because without the attachments, like some other guns, it's just so difficult to control. But in the hands of some of the best pros in the world, the flatline absolutely rips you apart, and you can see Ali has to back off because his shields were just torn away from him there.
Graceful now trying to land some shots from this top of this watchtower, and now you're going to see that zip line is set up. It looks like Triumph Gaming are looking to do as much damage as they possibly can before they formulate their push. You can see their exit strategy here. Be interested to see if the Wraith goes for a portal option as well to get them out of what is a bit of a sticky situation as far as the rotation is concerned. But somehow here, Alistar have managed to stay alive. They've got Sonic's one side of them. They've got the team up on the watchtower. They're kind of not where they want to be in this particular circumstance.
And this is a tough situation for Sonics as well. I think they might actually have to get aggressive on these teams outside of Tunnel, because you can see the circles moved and shifted where they will have to push outside the other side of Tunnel. So they need to make sure they kill this team first before they attempt to get inside of Artillery. And that's why we're seeing this aggression right now.
They're looking to get aggressive, pick up these kills, because there is an option to potentially rotate in a slightly longer route. However, it is fraught with risk, and now you're seeing the push come in. There's a knockdown onto one player. Andrew Dream goes down, and you're seeing Alistar get aggressive, trying to take advantage of that numbers advantage they've worked.
Yeah, Dream's down so synced. Synced is out now eliminated, so that's just one player left for Sonics, and where's he hiding? Have they found him? That's Dream? No, there's still one player left from Sonics somewhere. It's Wicked. He does have purple armor, but now he's being greeted by everyone else in his artillery. He's desperately trying to get inside Mark, but he's now going to be hit from behind as well. This is not going to be a good situation for Wicked. They're out. Sonics are down. They held the tunnel for so long, but it just didn't work out. They finish in 16th. No points for placement.
This now might create the opportunity for Triumph Gaming to try and rotate from the destroyed cascades, towards the outside of Artillery. How are they going to play this? Is it going to be a zipline play, or are they going to look to use that portal ability of Wraith to poke their way back into the circle?
It is always a scary situation when you use your Wraith portal in round 4 or 5, because you want to make sure you're going to have it if you get to round 6 and 7. But are you going to get to round 6 and 7? That's always the big question.
Well, they've got to win this battle here, and they're not in a good position to do so. The shots are coming in. They're trying to keep this team at bay that's trying to push them. The only problem is they haven't got ammunition in the gun to actually take this fight. Gen G now coming to get involved in some battles of their own. The Eva 8 being pulled out and destroying the shields and the health of the players on BDS. Silk Thread, big play from him.
You know, I am wondering how these players hit these shots sometimes. It is absolutely phenomenal. Even without attachments, they hit shots. But as soon as you add some attachments onto those weapons, they just seem to hit absolutely everything. Perfection, well practiced, and Gen G now need to try and actually push inside Artillery.
And this is one of the other areas you can get inside Artillery, the little underpass on the way in. We've seen the tunnel. We're now having a look at the underpass, and someone who's not looking to go under, he's looking to go over to get out of dodge. Is that player there, the Pathfinder, using his grapple to stay alive. The wingman shots connecting here, and Segelbert are going to win this battle here and have a chance to potentially move up.
You can't go under him, you got to go over him. If you can't go over him, you got to go through him, Mark, and that's exactly what we saw from Segelbert there, destroying the opposition, as now that final circle just has that one building in, and it's also got that circular kind of structure in the middle of Artillery as well. That's a perfect place to try and post up, to try and hide. Usually a great place for caustic traps as well, but no caustics in this lobby.
And a big performance here from Reciprocity, finally getting something going their way, but they have now got to move, and one player is going to be moving out. They've got to move towards that final circle, and 9 squads left here, so it's going to be a little bit of a slower game until that circle does come into move. You can see Krakow trying to peek out there and just peel the heads off of anyone who was trying to poke their heads up and say hello from that little pit area.
The entire of Reciprocity still alive after a really struggling game 1, and after a tough tournament for them so far. It's about time that they start to push into this top 10 now and make that top 8 as another squad is eliminated.
This is Halakline Gaming as well, the winners of our first game. They are inside the top 8 once again. Not got the best loot to work with as far as, you know, shields are concerned. However, a longbow in hand, R301 in the hands here. One of the players, and Ray Rain, I'm just checking across to see if he had the Peacekeeper. Not yet, not yet.
Worth mentioning, Halakline, previous StarCraft 2 pros as well. I mean, I know we've seen a lot of transitions from CSGO, Overwatch, previous FPS titles, but to move over from StarCraft and play this well, it really is a joy to behold.
A couple of players just saying hello to each other. Polite greeting there across the through the door, and the shot there from Nitro is going to melt the shield as well. Look at that shot again, 11 damage being done, and there's the knockdown onto that player. Nitro with the longbow just lighting it up here on Artillery.
This is a really interesting finish because of the levels that are actually available in the center of this circle. Yes, okay, you can post up inside this, but then you're going to be lower than the teams that are trying to...
Thank you so much, guys. We're going to jump right back here to the main studio and mainstream. Fallout here joined alongside Jamerson and Glitter Explosion as we are gearing up for our main stage matchup, our second losers bracket 2 matchup, Group B, match 1 and 3. I'm excited to get things underway here in just a moment. Of course, you've been watching the B stream. If you want to keep watching that action, make sure to check out our side stream, but we want to make sure you don't miss the action on the main stream because this match is about to get started. Jamerson, Glitter, your thoughts so far on what we saw from the last match and preview this next upcoming matchup on main stage for me a little bit.
Honestly, I want to see the same kind of pace that we're seeing. That's what we kind of wanted starting off this tournament.
I know.
We wanted it to be a little bit faster, but we saw there by the end of Ring 3, about 15 people would generally be dead. And so that is a much faster pace than we have in the last day.
And one of the things that I do want to point out is that when we just wrapped up earlier, I was able to kind of walk around and talk to some of the players, and we didn't get a chance to point it out on the scoreboard earlier, but one of the things we didn't notice was that Team Liquid Blue was able to qualify in based off of their kills. I don't know if you guys noticed, they had 1 placement point, but they were able to come out on top because of the amount of kills they had. They had 8 kills, but by the time they were knocked out in 11th to 15th, because that's the 1-point threshold, right? So they're going to start mattering. People have to start realizing that those kills are that important for these upcoming games.
And importantly, you also have to mention that, teams are getting in by the skin of their teeth. Tempo Storm actually taking the tiebreaker over Akihabara in counts. They were both tied at 14 points by the end of their match.
Crazy. Heartbreaking if you're a fan of the Japanese squad, who unfortunately is not going to make it through. Kamikaze, however, the last team representing the entire region of Oceania and Australia, as Kamikaze's here, still kicking. Unfortunately, Athletico, the other Australian team, their counterpart, were in the same match, did not have the same fortune. Wyvern is a team we've been talking a lot about. South Korean Wonders, they are in the losers bracket with their backs against the wall. We know that the Koreans in general are very, very mechanically skilled. They like to play aggressive, W key style of play. We were wondering if we were going to see it from them in winners bracket round 1. Let me tell you, they put up a show with 16 kills to kick off the entire tournament.
They definitely did, and I think the pace of these games might actually work out in their favor, where they have to worry less about third parties once we get to Zone 4 and on, because that's generally where they've been getting caught up by a lot of teams.
There's also the potential for them to do exactly what they did the first time around. They might have reset really well after yesterday's games, and they might open up this entire thing with yet another, 16 kill game for the first time?
Which is
and
insane.
That number is actually really important, right? Getting 16 kills, that would be just 16 points on the board. As we're seeing the threshold to move on from these groups is right around 15 to 12 points. And so if they can break that in one game, they're going to be sitting pretty.
Yeah, all it takes is that one game to pop off. And a 3-game set, of course, that is the case. Winners bracket finals, however, that we're going to see later tonight will be 4 games. And of course, tomorrow in our championship finals and finals matches, we'll have more than 3 games in that. But let's talk about right here, right now. Big storyline coming into this one. Fnatic NA and Fnatic EU both together in one match. Will they both advance? Will one of them go home? We will see. Obviously, they're one team under one banner. But you got to think this might spark some NA versus EU chant and banter in the chat.
There's definitely that, but honestly, there's 2 stylistically different teams.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to jump right into this. We're not going to let you miss a moment here. Echo Fox on screen right now, but behind the screen will be the voices. It's the best voices we have here in esports. Lucky to have Bravo and Dreadnought casting and calling the action. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thanks so much, Fallout here. Get ready to get into our losers bracket round 2. Now, Dread, as we talked about, of course, these players advanced further on in the winners bracket earlier. That's the reason they've landed here in losers 2. So we're going to potentially see an even higher quality of play here and potentially an even tighter 20 in this lobby.
Yeah, and something that I find super interesting is we can kind of see a correlation, and I'm sure Jamerson's going to be able to crunch these numbers later, is it seems like there's a correlation between those who are successful early on find that those lobbies have such slower play. Now, whether that because the skill level is actually better or that there's less to be worried about in those moments, it very much has had that. So what happens when we get that kind of middle of the pack like we were
I think there's a few things to play right there, right? As we go now into match number 1 of 3 here in our losers bracket, round 2, and we're kicking things off here with Fnatic NA to take a look at their drop.
And one of the coolest things here, this is the roster a lot of people at home like. There's a lot of story behind them here. So we're going to figure out how do they kick off here this series as we take a glance at their comps.
And I think we're going to see them drop Containment. We saw it in scrim results. They love Containment. We heard feedback from them. We're also going to go ahead and jump in.
There's a Waterworld team.
Yeah, I'm gonna do hill. I'm gonna make sure they know I'm going hill.
Okay.
They landed lower farm and upper farm.
Okay, so they
all hit the ground. Yeah.
There's also 2 teams at Waterworld, by the way. They're gonna fight for it, I think.
They're already fighting. Wyvern at farm, I guess, or modern? No, I think they're Water World. The 4x8. Yep, call all precision chokes and triple takes and all that good stuff.
Really great to be able to hear from Fnatic, but I believe we've got ourselves a bit of a scuttle elsewhere. Here, Team Liquid White a bit more centered to the map, but interesting thing we heard from them, Bravo, identifying where players were just off the kill feed alone. Interesting, basically showing they've done their research. They think they know where everybody's dropping, and when they see the kill, they just know that they're ready to get things going and call it out and figure out how to make that rotation.
Yeah, and you heard a little bit of work there where they're able to say, like, farm, I guess, just to make sure that they understand this is probably likely the case. Also love hearing from Muffins there. He's like, grab all your chokes, just grab all the hop-ups, grab everything you can, fill your backpacks, and we'll move on. But we do have some updates ready from the command center, guys. What's going on?
Thank you, Brav. Now, so we saw where Fnatic NA dropped off to kick that one off. We're going to have Fnatic EU. They're going to actually hit our newest location at Labs, and they're going to be there. A few notables on my side. Pittsburgh Knights going to their normal location. They're going to be at Artillery, and then Tempo Storm going over to the pit. Nate, what about you over there?
I was just watching. They were getting real close to each other, actually. We had Kamikaze right next to Team Liquid, both pushing towards that bunker. Kamikaze was right there. Matt Risky got a little bit close to the door, changed his mind, but Kamikaze's actually swinging around the south side of it. So there's still a big chance that those two could run into each other. I'll be keeping my eyes on that as Fnatic NA is going to be making their way over there too. That southeast circle, drawing everybody together. We could have some early skirmishes.
Definitely can. So casters, get it back underway. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much. Nathanius and Blaze now on board here with Kamikaze, and that's actually a situation we've seen from them before. Not too lucky on the armor pulls there.
No, and actually not so lucky when it came to the skirmishes either. They were getting pressured from the backside of that Golden Sands rotation there, and so basically this early game not going as well as they would like, and still the same tale here as we transfer over to Echo Fox. Stormin, the only man left here to remain on this roster, and based on his positioning, he's given up. He is the only guy for game number 1 here in this team.
You talk about an unfortunate start there, losing, you see the respawn times out on Clem, and as you said, he has bailed on any attempts to bring back.
And you know, on that philosophy, as we go through this tournament, and I don't think I feel like I disagree with that call, but it always raises for me the decision of, but what if you had won that fight if you all in together, right? Because it always hits that moment where you can see this fight's out of control, and you go, well, there's no way that you are going to be able to take this, so you end up running away. And then your odds of getting that many more points, sometimes it works out, but usually that's not the case, right? How many of those, and I know we're never going to look at this in that vacuum, but if you just tried that, would you have found a way to get the upper hand and then maybe somehow change that tail and outcome for your team? You know, 3 guys, as I always talk about, 3 guys on a bad call, you know, it's better than you being split up in any way, shape, or form of what you think is a good call.
Absolutely, especially when we talk about just the speed at which this game is played and the level at which this lobby is going to be at with these talented teams. The difference between, right, if you're just a click off of your team and you're making different decisions and you're just that far away from each other, it's going to make a big difference here. Checking in here with Wyvern. We did see them getting some early kills on the kill feed as well. We're going to take a look at exactly where these circles are going as well. Dread, any thoughts here as we head to the southeast?
I mean, the biggest thing that you have to highlight there is we get that beautiful glance at our circles here. The repulsor wall. I mean, if you don't maintain control over that, with that being the actual selected circle here, you're going to have a bad time. Reciprocity roster that back at X-Games, very good at controlling that. But look at this, Quasar Generation Gaming. Oh boy, get the grapple and close the distance here. Not enough to be able to get the knock though.
Let's go ahead and see if they chase through. Just going to keep an eye on that portal. 2 players down here noted now with barely anything, but yes, indeed, they will get those kills as they come in, and they'll be able to take down PK kills.
Gotta love whenever you get yourself at the winning side of either one of those portals where it's really just waiting for them to make the mistake there and finish it off here. We'll see what that gets in terms of loot, but look at this. Noted already taking some shots there. He's going to take this portal, but it should be noted there's a double portal available to track this down if the opposing team would like to do so. Quasar not quite out of the woodworks yet.
That's going to be tough there. Of course, Pittsburgh Knights, we saw them with fantastic performances early, but they will go down here now on board with Game Arena.
Right here, out just East Settlement, sitting next to both Skulltown and that of Market. Looks like they're doing all right, at least here so far, with 1 purple armor set. Back in with Sinister Esports here at the gas station on the side of Repulsor Wall. Find themselves a couple of victims, maybe a bit of loot as well. as that was the end of Wyvern's Karanpe. Very big setback for there. A roster that started off day one with a bang, and really that was about as much as we got from them.
Absolutely. Have loved to see what they were able to do, like you said, in day number one. Would love to also get into their team comms in a moment if we can, because they find themselves in a pretty tough pinch. But now, as they rotate down here at Repulsor, need to be careful. As you said, have lost Karanpe, and now everything to play for here. As a reminder, we're losing 50 teams today. 80 teams enter this tournament. By the end of the day, 50 will go home here. We'll see if the South Korean squad can hang on.
You know what? I just want to hear now. I want to see what this roster here might be thinking, especially now that they found themselves a fight.
어쩔 수 없다.
갔다 와도 되겠네.
있지 않아 앞에?
아니
앞에 없어?
애들
싸운다.
텔퍼 사라진다 이제 근데 너. 얘들 니 본다. 여기서 본다. 나왔어.
여기서 했거든.
해야 될 것 같아.
이거 주유소 맞다.
Good, we're inside.
이건 해도 애매해.
And listen to that composure there, Dread. I mean, you and I caught it right away. You talk about a team that is fighting here through the losers bracket. If they don't have a good performance in these 3 rounds, they will go home. They've lost a teammate, and the composure, and specifically as a professional player yourself, you can appreciate the selectivity on the call-outs that they make there.
Yeah, very much clean comms, right? Clearly having no idea exactly what's being said, but it's minimalistic and definitely is only relevant information. And the one thing I actually adore, the lack of emotion. A lot of people underestimate how your fear conveys through your voice and how that can still panic to your teammates. They have shots all over the place, and they're down a member, and all you heard was just a couple of call-outs. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? How do we react?
Absolutely great to hear from that South Korean squad. And as we said, lots of international representation here. We're going to continue listening into those team comms to learn a little bit about these squads, how they play the game, and also the big differences between those comms with the squads here at the Preseason Invitational.
EBC, though, look at that. Nice slide into a nice Peacekeeper shot here. They found themselves Sinisters on the backside, and Bowser actually already going down here early. Banterstorm must get this shield battery off. It looks like he'll be given enough breathing room here to do that, but they still have to find a way to thwart off Sinister.
And gets the bat. Look at Empty flying out there. Decides to not pop a cell, and instead maybe actually only had a bat if I caught that correctly here, but now Sinisters has to heal up down low. Going to pop a med as well as get as much as they can from this Watson ult.
Do they get the res opportunity? Because right now we do know that EBC should be looking for a push and a kill when they hear that stim opportunity. That's why you see Nowser actually zoning off there from the high ground. He knows that they're likely going to peek. There's the wingman shots to get the cover fire. Do they get enough room, though, to actually heal off? And it looks like that will be the case.
And they had the right angle there. Didn't even need to fake the revive. Able to just get those sights on their opponents, and you could tell that the shots that were coming from the wingman absolutely pushed back. You could be sure that they heard that revive starting, but now still on board here with MT, and they have had the opportunity to shield up during all that time, as you'd expect. And now looking to just circle around here and going to have to decide how they want to push out. Did get that respawn here on Bowser, as you see in the bottom left.
But do they let them live it now? As you see Sinister, do you even hit the ground, young man?
Oh no,
Good
that
night.
Is absolutely shredded there. We'll
It's
see.
so close.
Should be able to get that, and we'll find out exactly how that battle's going to play out. Now take a look back here.
Does he get the loot up all the way? Look at this. Banterstorm has already taken so much damage that I think it's going to be too problematic. We saw them burn all their healing resources just to start that skirmish, and already at this point, it seems like it's too little. Bowser already so low at one shot. Empty, holding on by a hair.
And look at that, Team Liquid Blue is able to push in on HSL there, as you see, as they will be eliminated here early. It's a tough result for them here in this losers round 2.
What an awkward and interesting situation they're out at that gas station with that 3 versus 3. I'm sorry, I'm still just set back at what has been going on here, and the fact that it is not concluded. There's the skirmishing and the fact that they were able to get the res and not get the kill on the Cappy, but yet at the same time, oh, great Thermite. This should be the opportunity.
Absolutely not. Peacekeeper out, going to poke as well. The Thermite's still hitting in the back. We'll see Digital Threat on as well. Yes, for 107. Gets that knock. Can they push in as well? 121 with the Peacekeeper, but lots of resistance coming in. The fight is not over yet.
Yeah, and if they find a way to get the Thirst, there's not going to be a res opportunity outside of this because they've already utilized that at this point in time. Sinister, find a way to clean up the one, get the Resurrection off, and that is enough to wipe the floor there with a majority of EBC as we see Empty really, I thought that was his name, but it seems like a description of his health bar at this point.
Indeed, as he barely gets away, like we often hear in scrims and streams. That was a true 1 HP there. Sometimes you hear a 1 HP call. It's a lot like a few other shooters. It might not be really a true 1 HP call, but that, we could safely say that was a true 1 HP moment.
That is such a common mistake that we have a subterm at most competitive gaming format that is absolute, because you're lying to me. I need an absolute one shot.
There's a big difference between someone who is more like 20, 25 HP and 1 HP, and sometimes that could be the difference between a win and a loss in a battle. But we're checking in with Fnatic EU here. Wow. Up top, and they are Watsoned up. And in terms of shields and longbows, they're looking good.
And so you asked me earlier, what do I need to be looking out here for that circle? Have we noticed the Jungle Gym zipline Watson setup? That is the entirety of this repulsor wall. This is the end zone. There are multiple end zone opportunities based off of this, and it's important to note, so is that gas station. We remember way back at X Games, Reciprocity had some of the most interesting descending choices towards that gas station in a final circle, and I am pretty darn confident either that very, what is it going to be, southwestern corner, or again, this gas station are going to be the focus area as we close in on these circles.
Yep, and speaking of the gas station, just checking in there with the Kamikaze side once again. So they're healing up at Sinister here as well. Trying to hold this down. Still 17 squads left, and like you said, depending on where this goes, we could see some wild action with that high ground, or instead things could rotate back this way.
So let's consider the trade-off, right? Let's say that they are correct. Everything looks great into the favor. Now let's consider the opposite side. Versus if you're on the wall, if you are right versus wrong, right? So the interesting thing is that because of the low ground situation and the rotation that they have to make, if the gas station call on the side there is incorrect, the distance to gain is massive. Whereas the repulsor wall, why you see a majority of teams focusing on that, is that descent downward is much more forgiving.
Absolutely.
So a lot on the line there for anybody posted up at the gas station, because to be honest, well, now that we see the Pathfinder circle, I didn't think it was going to be it, but it could be.
Absolutely, like you said, right now, if you're sitting on those repulsor walls, you're going to be not just sitting pretty with your elevation, your sidelines, etc., but your zip opportunities down, portal opportunities down. It's not going to be too bad, but here we see Team Liquid Blue now pushing in. We'll see if they can get this, and yes, indeed, shield's broken, and look at that team shot coming through as well. That's going to be a quick melt, now going to port back. And these are the portals I'm talking about. They already have that portal set up here as they pop back up the top repulsor. And great shots there from the Peacekeeper. They make it look way too easy.
Yeah, give themselves a nice armor swap as well. Not take too much chip damage, at least there for Casper. Melee attempt to stop that animation, but Fnatic struggling over that resurrection opportunity.
That is it. Fnatic and A will be wiped. And it looks like, assuming they did not get any limbs that we might have missed off screen, that will be a 0-point game for them, which will mean game 2 and 3 need to be pretty darn special if they want to continue on and fight, of course, Fnatic with both North American and European teams here at this tournament.
A lot of people's hearts just broke, as you could even watch them in that camera look up to that top left-hand part of their screen, realizing how much area they have to traverse to be able to deal with that gas station. Again, we are not totally sure whether or not it's going to be that southwestern corner, because it very much could be on the wall, or that of the other side.
Absolutely now. Got Lazarus popping cell. Also Smith J here. We're taking a look at the Lazarus for the first time in a while, but back over to have Fnatic EU up top, and you don't really expect them to move from this top wall until they absolutely need to, like we said.
You know, actually, that being said, with the positioning advantage that we see for them right now and some of the trade-off that you and I were just talking about that next circle, when we get to the closure of round number 4, I would absolutely love to see what they have to say about the situation they find themselves in, or if we close this down a little bit, because Fnatic EU looks great in positioning and loot right now.
Oh boy, and the long-distance knocks as well as they take down Nocturnal with the knock. You see some pings coming in. Looks like maybe thinking about trying to go, but they certainly have the zip lines to get there. But going to hold this down. I definitely want to get ready for that, listening, because there could be a lot of opportunities for teams converging on those same spots down towards gas station.
So let's go ahead here and hear some of the thoughts of Fnatic again. With this 30-second window, we get to hear what their thoughts are going to be. Is this going to be dire?
30 seconds. What spot are we playing next? Are we in here? Yeah, we are, but I want to get this one. Yeah, we'll go to the middle one. Fine. Well, we need to destroy this other team. Yeah, I see. 20 seconds, heal up. Yeah, we need to get ready. Wait, look where they're fighting. Were they the top team? Were they top? Knock one down here. Nice. Got my kill. Nice. Rain too. She's on. Oh, moving out here. Minus 50 blue. Minus 40. Balance tank. I don't think they're bought. I don't think they're. No. Save nades. Just Just scope at the sniper, maybe. Just look at your roof, look at your roof, look at your roof. I'll call.
Okay.
Moving. Rave queued. Path queued.
Hot tag.
Cracked. Coming over. Cat roof now. Go on the roof, I think. Yeah, on the roof. Far. Tag blue.
Was it tag? The purple. One guy on the right side too. Grappled. Careful on the left, gas.
Yeah, get chopped by left.
Yeah, you have to jump on the zip lines, guys. If you're gonna go over, you have to jump on it so you don't get beamed. What's in headshot? 1 HP.
Can I have scope a sec?
Wait, I need to destroy the old thunder. Yeah, sure, here. Destroyed it, cracked one. Nice. I have 30 heavy. How much do you have, Nico? I have 40.
I have 200. Oi,
look at this one, guys. We just zip down. Okay,
take my triple. Give me quick.
What?
Really interesting to hear some of the consideration here from Fnatic. Absolutely adore that we get to see their perspective and the concern. And also, we were talking about the lack of emotion with Wyvern. A lot there for that roster.
Absolutely, it's great to hear. Also, composure from that side. Lots of fights coming in and really just deciding exactly how they want to do it. I saw some weapon swapping as well, but now on board with Liquid Blue. Here's Casper, as they're going to go ahead and make their way down as well. Still 12 spots left here.
Yeah, but they're struggling when it comes to the armor capabilities here. Tried to get the 99 trade, but it's not enough. And he maybe got to swap over that Peacekeeper. Looks for the high ground and actually gets shot down. No opportunity there as it's Maestro Gaming. One more Peacekeeper shot might be enough there. It's Otter alive as well. The 2 versus 1 here. Team Liquid doesn't seem like they're going to be able to make it out. 46 there, that's a breaking armor.
Yes, indeed, and that's going to be it there for Liquid Blue. They will be eliminated now, and that is also going to be a kill leader here for Otter on Maestro, and they will live to see another day. A nice-looking wingman for him, I'll say that.
Yeah, nice-looking wingman, but I want to raise the 15 seconds that we have left here on our circle, and also how tight this gas station is going to be. 11 squads still left remaining. Everybody who has not found themselves a foothold over the gas station right now is going to have a very difficult time. But as you see, Sinister, they know what's up. They are ready to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, Palilli making you happy there with that Havoc in hand, bringing that to this mid-game here and now. Look at that, gets knocked down, and that should be it for Liquid White, unless we see Ruski able to get out of this. And he looks like he's going down. Also zipping in, though, here is Keller. Now, no shield, but Ruski and him working together. That's indeed, and they do get the kill on Maestro just before going down, so Liquid White will go down as well. Now, 8 squads left.
Very big win. That got them not only placement, but 2 extra kills. Looking at the kills here, Temple Storm Decomp has a nice hip fire here from that 99, but he takes a tick of damage, 2 ticks of damage for that matter, out from the circle, finds himself a bit of a hiding place here, questioning whether or not he can get that res.
Now, let's see, this is a nice little spot, an opportunity that he has to pop meds, like he said, get the res, and pretty thankful that he's got about a foot of room to work with in order to make those decisions.
And I actually like the fact that he's not fully committing to anything quite yet, trying to figure out if anybody wants to sniff over this wall. He's got a minute and 10, he knows that, and the more people dying on the backside of this wall, it's in his best interest. You can hear the slaughtering on the other side.
Let those kills come in from the other side. That's only going to mean more placement points for them. Also going to give them time, as you saw, pop a Phoenix kit, get the revive. You saw maybe baiting the revives just in case somebody was close as well and able to check over that wall. But now taking a look here at Fnatic EU again, as they set it up, and they have also Watsoned up in a new place.
Absolutely ridiculous amount of armor there from that roster, as we find Sinister still cleaning up a bit there, trying to poke and prod towards those 2 small little huts on the side. The huts are going to be very, very relevant. And one thing I haven't talked about yet on this circle is that pillar on the outskirts actually is a very relevant thing, beyond the fact that we have that gas station roof to keep track of for each and every one of these teams here, as we've gotten ourselves 5 squads left. Now, Tempo Storm sniffed out.
And Cranky's got to be careful here. Shield's broken, going to pop a cell right away. Has lost chips here. Now he and JP2 need to work together to try to stay alive. Here we're checking back in now with Tempo Storm. Decomp able to get both revived, but shots coming in, grenades coming in as well. Has the 99 out, but all sorts of damage. He will fall. Squad gets wiped immediately there, just after getting both revives.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where maybe you waited long enough that the audio cue was enough to gain interest, and suddenly everybody, LG, wondering what's going on down here. Tempo Storm, easy, nice pickup and placement there, but look at the laser.
Are you kidding
alternator.
me? Talk about beaming there. Cappy not missing a single shot, it seemed, and now on board with Sinister as well. Still has the Havoc in hand with that 3x on.
Not too much ammo though. Got a lot to consider. They're only about a magazine and a half as he loses his armor in this first rotation to trade.
And that will be LG out as well. That should be 3 squads remaining. Yes, indeed. Now checking back in with Fnatic EU. Also some good armor here, and they are not going to want to move here. They are, of course, the team with this elevation.
But he's only got 11 bullets there for that longbow. The 99, it may be the only way to get those kills. Talking about ammo, though, 8. Oh my goodness, available there. And 7 in the chamber now for that Peacekeeper. Triple take available. Doing all right when it comes to the ammo on this side of things, but as we saw the one person down below.
Oh my word, 48 with a triple take there as that Wraith tried to get Crafty sliding down. That was Pelele. Will go down 2. Dids' triple take gets the knock right away.
Everyone
still 3 squads left here.
Is forgetting about the guy on the bottom of this gas station. Right now, Fnatic is so worried about Sinister. I believe it's going to be
2 players on Wyvern. Yeah, 2 players on Wyvern. These are the 2 players we jumped in with earlier. Of course, they did not get that respawn on Karanpay. Here they are, both sitting with purples at the bottom gas tanks.
They lost Karanpay so long ago. They've been at this forever. Then they've been able to hold their own. It is absolutely ridiculous here that Wyvern still hold themselves a part of this conversation, but they are down 1/3 of the rosters compared to everybody else, and they've got 40 seconds to figure out what they're gonna do.
Right, we got to hear that composure of the South Korean squad earlier, even after losing Karanpay. Very selective in their communication. They made the right decisions. It has gotten them here to the late game, and continuing to prove why all the South Korean squads here have had quite a run. And now back on board with Sinister, now just 19 seconds left.
And if one of them has a wingman, you know what Wyvern's been able to do with that here at this tournament. The question is does Sinister and Fnatic get too distracted with one another? And I just think that they show almost no interest. But look at that. Actually, you see Parka take a free bit of damage. Not going to cost him here quite yet because he has enough time for that stim.
Lucky on the timing. That Thermite is hitting here.
Oh, that's clutch.
Shelly now going to also throw up a trophy. He knows that Fnatic is up there, needs to be careful as those grenades are coming down. It gets destroyed right away. But here's the push here as he's able to hit with the wingman. Let's see if he can finish now. Does not get the knock with the Peacekeeper. Yes, indeed. Gets a second, but needs to worry about upside ziplining happening up top as well. Wraith Portal is down. 3 squads left still. Portal? Now trying to fly in.
Portal, he takes it out, but I think that's going to be enough to kill him. It will. Parka now, meanwhile, in the middle of the circle. It's not enough. Fnatic managed to hold on, not get distracted, and Dids clutches it out there with his alternator.
Fnatic, of course, holding that high ground over the gas station. They put the zip up. You might have seen it just on the top of the screen of Wyvern, and really it was a Wyvern Sinister battle, and Fnatic wanted to let that play out below them.
Yeah, they did as best as they possibly could, and it was very well controlled here from Fnatic. It was a talking point that I was talking about earlier, is Fnatic EU, you know, this was not the roster that when we talked about this brand that they weren't consistent, they weren't the watch us make the rotations, watch us get the results, but it's very quickly changing here as we move our way through Poland. It's very impressive what both of the regions, or excuse me, both of the Fnatic rosters have done.
That's indeed a big win in that game number 1 here, of our losers 2 for Fnatic EU, but to hear more on that game number 1, let's go over to Fallout and the analysis desk.
Thank you so much, Bravo. What a game 1 that was right there as Fnatic EU takes it. One thing I like to see the most, a gentleman on Fnatic takes his jersey, kisses the Fnatic logo. I mean, Fnatic is one of the most reputable organizations in esports history. It has to mean the world to be able to represent this organization. Not only do that, but do it well with a first place finish here.
Yeah, but of course there are 2 Fnatics here, and so on the opposite end, Fnatic NA, I believe, ended at around 17th, 16th.
Yeah.
But still, Fnatic EU, my dark horse, really coming in.
You have to pick one at this point. I'm going to make you choose.
No, I could have it all.
He's like, I
could have it all.
You've been on the hype train for Fnatic, which you like to see, of course. A lot of respect for the Fnatic organization. Fnatic EU, 2 members, that's Dids and Doxer coming from the UK. Nicola from Sweden on his end as well. Of course, on the North American side, 2 from Seattle, and then Spirit, the brothers. Spirit all the way from Georgia. However, Fnatic EU does it incredibly well. A team I'm very impressed with, though, that I have to talk about is Sinister. Argentinian team coming all the way from South America, representing the entire continent now, as I believe the only team from South America is
Quasar is still alive, right?
Quasar.
They have 2 Brazilian players, the former Cloud9 Brazil roster, along with Xco from Canada, I believe. So not a true
Some South American still
South
hanging
American roster, but yeah, definitely still alive.
In this specific match.
Yeah. The thing is, though, they have been hanging in. Quasar have been taking fights. They've been winning a lot of fights, too. And so that's really good to see. It's in taking those fights where you do put yourself at a little bit of a hindrance, right? Because every fight you take means it's a slower rotation. And that's kind of been their struggle throughout most of this tournament.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings after the first match. Fnatic EU with a huge game, 10 kills First place, that's 22 points. You got to think that all but locks them in. Unless some crazy things happen, they want to continue with the consistency here. Can we see consistency, which has been a little bit of a problem for the Fnatic EU squad. Overall, a great team, and that performance was tremendous. Wyvern right behind them.
A team that I do want to talk about, though, was our number 5 Maestro, where we really haven't talked about them. 2 former Quake pros in Garpy and Helen. Of course, they bring in an Overwatch player in Otter, and they ended up getting 2 team kills throughout that on Justice and Team Liquid Blue. Luckily, Team Liquid White is able to get the revenge for them.
Yeah, one team at the very bottom of that list, Pittsburgh Knights get eliminated early after winning game 1 of their last series. They get eliminated early here. I know you had a chance to watch them play Glitter early. Obviously a very talented team. They're going to be looking to bounce back here.
I mean, I think at this point everybody's looking to bounce back. This is your last desperate play to kind of make sure you get into the finals, and this is not maybe the best start for how that's going to go for them.
Yeah, we might have a chance to watch how they got taken out. We'll see. But currently watching the end game here, Sinister was stuck in the house, had to rotate out thanks to some very well-placed nades by Wyvern. So Wyvern really was the icebreaker that drew this fight. Obviously, the ring had a big effect as well, but honestly, I think the fight got drawn in early. Ultimately, at the end, those are those nades here from Selly that forced the hand.
Yeah, Wyvern really were the catalyst here. I mean, great angles on those thermites coming out from Selly. He connected and forced that Wraith out, and then they tried their best to deal with Fnatic EU, but you know, the Fnatic squad, both EU and NA, they know how to do the zipline dance.
A couple missed shots there from Selly with that Peacekeeper. I'm sure he would have wanted back. Maybe could have gotten him another 1 or 2 kills. Nicola's talking to us. I love the hype, man. You see this with the Kiss for the Fnatic logo. This man loves the organization, the roster he represents.
I'm just really happy when Wyvern's getting their game back. I said that all they had to do, I know, right? This is what I'm talking about. I said they had to come back first game and they needed to be really, really strong because they kind of flopped yesterday after they had, once again, a really strong opening. This could be setting them up really, really well moving forward.
That's a great point. From our pre-show analysis when we kicked off Friday, you've been talking about Wyvern and MVP coming from Korea as top teams to watch. MVP will be playing in our winners bracket final later today. Wyvern, though, I know you speak a little Korean, and during that listen, you actually were translating for us. I wish that was live on show.
Quite convenient, by the way.
It was. What were they saying in that listening?
It was actually interesting because they did lose Karampe, right, when they were trying to make that rotation out. I think they were trying to take gas station, but luckily for them, Sinisters and I believe EBC were fighting, and they noticed that. So the first call was, oh, hey, they're fighting. There is a chance we can go get his banner, and that's what they did. They were considering maybe using that respawn beacon there, but they said, oh, they can definitely see us here. We're going to go ahead and pull back. They pulled back into Repulsor, which I think was the right play there instead of calling attention to themselves. That respawn beacon did get used later on by EBC, I believe, which and that's when Sinister, that's when Sinisters pulled the trigger on EBC, took over that compound, and that's why Sinisters ultimately were able to get a top 3 finish.
Poor Bowser's like, I'm just trying to leave a plane here. Can you guys leave me alone? I have no guns, nothing. Let me just get some loot and make it a fair fight. But of course, that extra kill, that extra point is something those teams are going to go for, and I definitely did work out for Wyvern. I want to point out why my man Nicola was so hype on the main stage. The guy dropped 1,900 damage, the most in the game, maybe the most we've seen so far this tournament. I haven't seen anyone drop more than 2K yet.
Yeah, we got to see him with that longbow staying on the repulsor wall, and he was connecting shots left and right. If he was able to convert on them, I think Fnatic would have walked away with about 3-4 more points.
Yeah, great performance from Nicola and all of Fnatic. As Fnatic EU making a statement here, a lot of arguments about which Fnatic squad is better. So far, Fnatic EU is on top. Unfortunate drop, though, for Fnatic NA. I don't know if we had a chance to see it on broadcast, but Fnatic NA drops containment, got a ring that was in the southeast part of the map, which they love. Because, by the way, those that don't know, they barely didn't qualify yesterday in 11th place. Each of the 3 rings were in desert at the southwest part of the map towards Thunderdome, which they absolutely hate. That's a rough rotation to make from containment. So some bad fortune yesterday. Today they get the good fortune, but can't capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, it's come down to that. A lot of teams are really prioritizing that kind of rotation. So when usually Fnatic would be able to get into these rotations into the center map very easily or center zone very easily, this time around they are, getting a little bit more pushback from a lot more teams.
Everybody's doing it so quickly that they need to either potentially adjust their strategy or maybe try to do different loot paths, different routes, see if they can get there quicker, or kind of take the fights as they go. And that's really not ideal because it's putting yourself in a situation where even if you do win the fight, you're open to third parties. Nobody really wants that.
Exactly. We'll see how Fnatic responds here in game number 2. I know in talking to HSL, who unfortunately got eliminated very, very early in this one, they have a lot of respect for Fnatic and A. I was talking to Krems of the HSL roster, who is an incredible individual player. I mean, his story as a competitive gamer is unbelievable. From Overwatch to what he's doing now. He's coming, of course, from Scandinavia, and not a good start for HSL, but a lot of people do have respect for this Fnatic and A roster. He's one of them. He loves their rotations. He loves how they play as a team. They really were one of the early adopters of that quick rotation, hard rotate towards center circle.
I mean, they said it themselves. Big brain. Bigger than everyone.
Shiny.
I love Shiny.
Certainly not lost for words is Shiny ever, at any time.
Yeah, what I'm really surprised to see is Maestro really coming out here, and they have been taking a lot of fights, and a lot of fights against teams that I did not expect them to be able to just win out pretty handily, I would say. I believe over the last 2 days now, they've been able to wipe out a Korean squad by themselves, or at least coming in for the third party, but they have been absolutely stellar on these executions in these team fights.
Maestro indeed performing well to start. A couple teams that don't have any points. It's going to be pretty tough to dig yourself out of that. Great team fight, pure 3v3, I believe, right there. As Maestro comes out on top. Team Liquid White now with the substitute of Mad Ruski. Wins that fight, but of course gets third party immediately following. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Once you get to ring 3, ring 4, it's such a small area that it's so easy to third party. So that's when the fights are happening. That's when the third party mania really takes over.
I also want to point out that triple take that Diz was actually running there. A lot more teams were seeing that energy weapon coming out on one of your third players, and I really like the kind of spread out economy that teams are opting for now.
Now we're seeing from Sinister's point of view how that ended. Sinister had a chance. Missed a couple shots here, and ultimately it was Fnatic E that comes out on top. Obviously tough to hit those shots early on, and in the late game when all nerves are rising. My man Jamerson's kissing his plaid thing here.
J. Crew, thank you.
It's not the same. It just doesn't hit the same.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. That one stripe, yep.
Yeah, the one stripe of the J. Crew sweater as well. Which, by the way, this guy was dabbing earlier when, I think it was when Fnatic did well.
It was a slide dab, too, at that.
It was not slide. The slide was not
There was
the
a
word
slide in there.
I would use to describe his dab. Can we show this man dabbing real quick on stream?
No.
Okay, he's not even confident enough in himself to dab on stream. Only behind the scenes, I'm just kidding. This guy does not lack confidence, that's for sure. But that's going to be it for us guys here on the desk. Of course, we want to see how the action broke down. Let's throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius at the command center.
Thank you so much, and great, of course, follow through on that. Awesome match, super well played. Nathanius here with Blaze, and we had a couple of the plays that we thought you guys might be interested in.
We definitely did.
Got
because
a sick one to start.
The desk talked a lot about the sniping from Fnatic on that one. One of the huge successes on that last map. Nicola coming out with that 1,900 point damage, but I was actually going to show a clip of Diz real quickly, just because I wanted you guys to kind of just see them, how they were just kind of locking down top repulsor area, and they had a straight player out here in the corner thinking it was a Pathfinder, thought he was going to get away there, but Diz ready for it, coming through, getting that clean snipe right there. Everybody on the side of Fnatic get it done. Now, another tactic that I kind of want to show you guys out there for some of our newer Apex fans is how to use the Pathfinder zip line and use it more of a type rope to kind of dodge shots and close the area. So this will be a good angle for us to see it right here. Now, you're going to see two teams. This is going to be Lazarus and Tempo Storm using this tactic, and you kind of see a player here at the top dancing, I say tight roping on the zip line, and we're going to play it out a little bit, and they're going to use it to just kind of dodge shots, stay on the top of it, making it hard for everybody to shoot these players here. So if you guys aren't using that at home, make sure you use that. If you're playing that Pathfinder, get your teams from point A to point B in a safe manner.
Yeah, one of the ways to do that, just kind of just jumping off and getting right back onto it. You can get a few shots out in between. That's one of those higher level strategies you can work into your play to really level it up. And one of the other things I wanted to break down for you guys as we went through here, of course, we had some really good positional play towards the end, and we know that in Battle Royale, position is everything. Of course, Wyvern, they were kind of stuck on the bottom side of that gas station, but Fnatic really being able to get up and set up on this high ground position at the time that they did, extremely serendipitous. They've got Wyvern below them. They have eyes on the enemy over here. They're looking in this zone, but they have the cover because of the bottom side. They don't really have to worry about getting third party like some of the other teams do. And as that circle is going to bring everybody together, one of the reasons they're able to take that dub is just being able to collapse from the high ground. The enemy is dealing with one of the other teams. They do not have to deal with them, and that these are all of those little tiny things that are really going to help out. Also, just low-key shout-out. Of course, you've got the zipline running in there, but having the Watson fence deliberately in front of that, you don't want your own tools to turn into tools for the enemy.
All right, guys. Hey, that's it for me and Nate at Command Center. We're going to keep trying to bring you guys the best plays and best tactics to improve your Apex gameplay. But that's enough from us. Back to the casters.
All right, thanks, Blaze and Nate. Bravo alongside Dreadnought here, back in the booth for game number 2. Going to be excited to jump in here. And after those results, we'll take a look at exactly how things are netting out. Fnatic EU at 22. Wyvern with 15 and LG at 13. So it's a nice little gap that Fnatic EU has created for themselves.
Yeah, very much got themselves a bit of cushion when looking at that. And, you know, I'm pretty excited to see, I talked about with the start of this, you know, Wyvern, it felt like they had a game 1. They were the starting series of the entirety of the tournament. They came out just looking like, do we have a problem at hand? Like, is Wyvern going to set themselves apart? And it kind of dissipated, right? So I think it's really cool to see that even having such a dire opener to that game, that they really are showing the hustle.
And that's the name of the game here, right? It's all about consistency. And when you find yourselves in only a 3-game set, keep in mind, our losers bracket round 2, only a 3-game set. So it's really in moments like that when you find yourself with a really challenging hand to deal with, how do you play out of that? And they play well into the late game. They're getting a top 3 finish now. And not just that, but sitting actually in second, even though they placed third there. Fantastic stuff from them as we get ready for this game number 2. Any teams on the table that you're looking for, anything big here in the next game?
Yeah, actually, I think Jamerson did a great job, brought up a great point talking about Maestro Gaming. They're a roster that immediately going halfway through that game, you know, as we cycle through some of the perspectives, I'm going, how are they doing this right now? You know, because
which is the same story from yesterday.
Yeah. It's just like, how are they managing to be able to make this happen here so far? And so I actually really didn't expect a whole lot of them. And the fact that they're placing already 6th, I'm suddenly wondering, you know, is my first evaluation of this roster really giving them enough credit?
Right. They were the white armors crew yesterday. We only saw them rocking essentially triple whites and getting well into the late game, way later than they had any business doing. As we're jumping into this next game, this is the losers bracket round number 2 here. As a reminder, 10 teams going home. This will be the end of their tournament life as we're dropping in now to Kings Canyon. This is match number 2 of 3. We're starting things off here with the winners of that last game. It's Fnatic EU.
Again, Fnatic EU, the only one really with much breathing room on this final series to go. It's probably, as long as you don't have 2 catastrophic games, likely find yourself in our top 10. But everybody else, a lot to fight for here.
And you and I were talking about it as we watched the replays, Dread. Fnatic EU really held down that rooftop there at gas station and then did not make many mistakes, and even stealing that last kill from Wyvern as well, which is something that you caught.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. We saw Wyvern and we were like, oh, you know, the crazy plays, you saw them distracted trying to get the shots out, and actually Fnatic just took one longbow shot. Said, thanks for the free kill. Thank you for the advancement points here. And as we clearly saw later on, the remainder of that game. But they kicked this one off here with a Labs drop. I don't believe the drop that actually we've been getting from them before, to be completely honest, between both NA and
it is one of their scrim drops that we did see leading into the tournament.
Okay, good deal. So at least still sticking a little bit more structured here.
That's right. You know that Nicola has Watson fenced those garage door entrances many times before as he slides right in. But we do have some updates from the Command Center guys once again. What are you seeing across the map here in game number 2?
What's up, guys? Just to give you guys a quick updates on some of the notable teams that you guys mentioned. We did have Wyvern. They went over there and landed at Repulsor. They're going to be looting Tempo Storm, doing their normal route at the pit, rotating down towards the south side of the map. Also going to have that Pittsburgh Night Squad as well. They're going to go on over to the cage, and they're going to be able to loot that for free as well. Nate, what about the teams on your side?
We had Team Liquid driving over towards that bunker town setup once again, spreading out just a little bit. Kamikaze landed outside artillery, pushed their way in. That circle going in the northwest. Not too difficult to stretch for either of them to make the transition.
All right, guys, that's it for our brief update to start this match. Brav and Dread, back to you.
All right, thanks so much. Blaze and Nathanius now looking at Liquid Blue here in this game. Taking a look at where they sit in the table. If you're just joining us, Team Liquid Blue in 6th place with 6 points after that first game. And keep in mind, quite a delta between those top teams. It's Fnatic EU really standing out with 22, and then a really close 2, 3, 4. That's Wyvern, Luminosity, and Sinisters with 15, 13, 12, respectively.
Yeah, as you see that beautiful ticker there, giving us an upgrade on everything we want to see. And, you know, I know this is a bit off topic and maybe not as severe as this series is, but that is the first formal flyer I think I've seen looted this entire tournament on this stream so far. I might be incorrect. But
I think we're on the main stage. This is the first
one. We saw a flyer shot at, somebody went to the box, and they gained loot out of it. And though that's a common experience, for my solo queue, at this level, it's like everybody's afraid, do we take this shot? Is that worth this risk?
I think anyone's afraid to, as we heard from other teams, and especially some of the teams talking about the X-Games strategies, the teams were afraid to shoot, period. Let alone try to shoot down a flyer and give a pretty clear indication that they're not only shooting from a certain location, but they'll be heading to a very specific loot box somewhere on the map as well is risky. So certainly maybe the first time we've seen that, but we're on board with Justice Esports.
Yeah, and it looks like Justice may be in a bit of a skirmish here. At least took a chip of damage, and everybody now posturing up here. You know what? Let's go ahead and check in with these comms here. Let's tune in with Justice Esports.
그거 나오지 않아.
여기 존나 불안하긴 해, 여기는 약간.
야, 빨리 너 궁 없냐? 없네? 이제 오냐? 야, 밑에 깔아야 돼, 할 거면. 거기야 맞냐? 올라가는 거 맞냐? 얘 나갔다. 얘 나가는데? 들어와! 들어오지 마!
확인 안 들어왔어요.
야, 옮겼지, 얘네도. 같이 들어왔어.
90%.
Feels good when a plan actually works. Nice job.
쟤네가 1층 먹은 거예요?
쟤 2층 먹었어, 2층. 봐, 왜 타져? 야, 타지 마. 조였다. 와, 갈 뻔했다. 야, 탈수도.
많다. 헬스팀 많다요.
탈수도.
뭉키면 안 되는데?
예. 그렇다. 너 이거, 하게. 야, 내려와. 그냥 2층에 있지 말고. 1층 문 막아야 돼, 이거. 보관 먹어라, 먼저. 태시야. 나 오늘 갖다 줄게. 일로 와. 야, 우리 돌아서 일로 갈 수 있으면 가야 돼. 지금 돌아서 갈 수 있으면 가야 돼. 나가. 네, 소리, 사운드, 빨리. 있어. 먹혔어? 오케이. 1층에서 마피해야 돼, 우리. 야, 아침 멍멍이 너무 맛있다. 나 위에 에바 좀 가져올게.
저 중국탄 있어요.
나 에바 죽었다.
저 1템 셀한 게? 딴 거 아무것도 없어요.
나 셀 뒤에 끝.
As we heard in there from Justice Esports, a bit of confusion, or not so much confusion, but definitely aggression with that Wraith portal opportunity there. You could hear them, I believe, identifying some of the Watson traps in the setup and trying to bait them out. It seemed like for a bit there.
And also a very great, first of all, to hear from both South Korean teams in this lobby, because we talked a lot about different communication styles, play styles, but and then things of that nature across the region, and similarities of you as a player who's watched a lot of South Korean gameplay across different titles. Tough to compare apples to apples there, because it's a very different situation for both sides, but definitely intensity coming out of the Justice side, as you'd expect in that situation.
Yeah, whereas Wyvern maybe a bit more cutthroat, right? Straight to the point, matter of fact here for that roster, but Liquid trying to create some facts here with some posturing over this final circle, and this is an interesting one. We can see a bit of a glance here. Actually, I'll talk about it a bit later. Look at these pretty sniper shots here coming out from Casper himself. Nice easy knock here. See if he finds any more.
That's going to be Kamikaze, and actually just off screen, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe we saw a full wipe for Justice. So we'll have to see if they can get it in the replays towards either at the analysis desk or at the command center, but we did see Justice must have gotten pushed in on, or maybe on the terrible end of a bad portal experience, as we saw it all Watsoned up, but now still on board here with Liquid Blue. 2 squads have been eliminated.
There's actually a major setback that Liquid Blue lost one of those 2 major pillars, and the fact that they got knocked onto 1 target. If anybody's able to push in that window, it's going to be a colossal setback there. I was just going to highlight that this circle is getting pretty wild with this very Western runoff kind of focus, and that could be where we saw Team Liquid Blue already, an actual final circle. That being said, still need to be able to look at the map a little bit more before I can actually write home and call that one confident, but you can tell with the focus here that everybody is considering this outskirts runoff situation, and I feel like that is enough to say it could be a problem. We'll figure out here as it just hones in a bit more onto it. Maestro Gaming still posturing up at runoff themselves.
That's right, in no rush to rush into any decisions. Also taking a look here at Tempo Storm.
I like their approach here. Coming up from the slums, it's actually one of the easier transitions into that run-up. I will argue this zip line may be the problem, though, because they're going to want this in about, I'm going to say 20 seconds, as they'll realize about everybody has a high ground sitting in front of them, and the only way to be able to get there and threaten Team Liquid once they deal with this is going to be through that zip line.
Yep, right there. You just saw Decop thinking about a flank. He's also going to take the time to pop a few cells, and they're all actually going to move down here as they go full west, southwest, now going to fly down, maybe take a back road into those buildings that are just off a runoff.
I absolutely love this. You know, a bit of a kind of almost rope-a-dope. You're swinging around, make them consider maybe this is going to be our initiation and make a quick transition out. Now you see Tempo Storm, they decide to get into the back road, maybe going to get them too stuck heavily within that kind of caveat, unable to get out. But now you see them focusing on that wall. And again, this is where that zip line, I was wondering if they would have wanted it a little bit later there. But here with Karanpe and the rest of Wyvern struggling when they're coming to the high ground control over of that of runoff.
Absolutely saw them play well into the late game there as they're able to now, at least this time, have 3 members up and be able to fight into an even different game. But you have to remember, points-wise, they're going to be sitting pretty. So not a ton of pressure on them. And Dread, we talk about how much these results of games 1 and 2 influence games 2 and 3.
Yeah, very much so, especially because we only have one team that really has enough cushion. But look at this, Ninex actually very heavily split, which is why you see the grapple coming up from Noted, trying to help make sure that they can test and have that backup fire. Noted hasn't opted in towards that shielding, and look at this, trying to stay outside of that Watson enough to get one knock.
Look at that, look at that perfect timing there. Stays just on the edge of the Watson fence to land the Peacekeeper shots, and then also is able to take out that fence. Now the Wraith has nowhere to go. Take a look at that. That will be Sinister Gaming down and out.
Fnatic with a whole lot of loot to be able to decipher from. Definitely going to be stacked moving into some of our final circles here. But now Tempo Storm, you realize they were struggling with that skirmish that we highlighted. Maybe they would want the zip, and now they're backing up. But we just witnessed there's some members sitting into slums. So at this point, Tempo Storm seems a whole lot of stuck.
They do indeed. And this is right in the far back corner there. That pressure is going to be coming because those teams from slums, you and I talked about the rotates there, as they're going to have to choose a very few points to get out of this area of the map.
Yeah, and I want to hear what they're thinking here down on the ground floor.
We can literally play wall.
Rotate back to swamps, it's fine.
I hate playing the right side of the map unless you're like high ground, because you just get shot by everyone.
Yeah.
Same thing that happened yesterday. We tried the same thing and it didn't work. We just set on.
I mean, we could just play like into fucking
it's gonna be kids close.
I've been also.
I think we play up there, dude. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a sub lane up there and just see. Because if we can get this corner, then that shouldn't be too bad either.
Wait, where's that longbow at? I'm about to just take this bitch. There's a fucking 3 extra.
What guns they have?
We need to be able to just shoot at people. Like, we need to poke everyone we can.
I'm putting a sub lane. I'm gonna scout real quick. There's a team in here. They're come.
I'm popping up.
Oh shit, there's people in here. Watch out. They got a lot of longbows. Watch out. You don't need to overcommit.
I can res laser.
You guys gotta run. You
need a res.
I'm portaling. We can just port out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm low.
Pop it if you can.
Pop it.
I can't take TP. I just walked through it 4 times. They took TP on accident.
Just keep running if you can, assert.
They're on top. They're high ground right now. They're looking down at you guys.
Fine, that's fine. Are you good in there?
Shut up. I need you here. I'm getting pushed. I need you.
He's not with you.
Coming. I can try.
Dead. Just play yourself.
Fuck. I'm gonna try to hide in a tree or something.
Come on, man.
And listen to that, Tempo Storm, really the first team
Snake.
First team comms we've heard like this, Dread.
Yeah, very frantic, very back and forth. I can't help but say the one word that, is kind of not a word I would use to describe it is cohesive. No. A bit torn on some of the decision-making, trying to compare from yesterday. I understand wanting to learn from your mistakes, but maybe not the time nor place here. But we'll figure it out here as Maestro Gaming struggling a bit here after having a great performance in game number 1. Otter, only man left standing here on his Wraith, low on the shielding, questioning if he wants to go for this res. Wyvern, though, hot pursuit from down below.
They're going to pop in. Some quick shield swaps and fly right up. Here's Parka now, makes easy work. Peacekeeper into the Havoc swap. Not something we've seen all day here on the main stage.
But Karanpe received a lot of pressure elsewhere from a different angle. I have no idea who that came from, but you can see them begin pincered in, forcing out now Parka with a portal. That's going to be Echo Fox here trying to track that one down. Gets a Peacekeeper trip, but that's only 13 into the 96. He's got one more. Will the Watson peak? Nah, at least not yet.
Going to stay down here and try to wait. We'll see what they could do here. Stormin going to take the time for a much needed pop of the meds now here with the squad. It looks like Storman's going to be able to pop that entire. I'm not sure if off-screen was a Phoenix kit or a bat, but now back on board with Parka here, who has a moment to breathe.
Sully left alive, one of the players that is pretty quickly rising to be considered one of the best players in all of Apex Legends, clearly wanting to be able to walk away from this series, not into the loser's bracket, not going home, so that title, that questioning can still remain in his side, on his favor. EBC now making their transition here from airbase over to the hot relay that everybody's been so interested in, but a bit later than everyone, which has net them an actually pretty ludicrous amount of loot just based off of those armor.
I was going to say, it's a much easier path, as we've seen, coming down this way instead, as we heard just how difficult it was for Fnatic to think about trying to come up that cliff. Not only did they have a tough road up to run off, but they also had quite a few angles coming in from slums now, and this is going to be the hard part for EBC. They've made it here to the wall, but how do they decide which way to push from here with still 14 squads left in the game?
Yeah, and I like their approach to that circle with that rotation here. I was going to say, you know, much like water, try and take the path of least resistance for them, and that nets them so much loot, but immediately get a Wraith Portal deep into the heart of runoff, and I feel like suddenly we have a change of pace here for EBC. What do they have to bring to the table, though? It's like,
Wraith. Yeah, Wraith comes back, potentially bringing good news and potentially some not so good news if they don't go right away. Now back on board, Wyvern in a familiar spot as Karampe has fallen again. A little bit of a deja vu here.
Needs a reload. Could be a problem. Somebody gets a push. Something considered down 2 extra shots here within this trade. Ends up opting out after eating what felt like maybe a wingman shot there coming through.
Sully and Parka, if there's one thing we know, it's that they can fight these 2v3s and even 2vx's if they need to, because we saw them well into the late game in that last one, in that gas station final ring.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that with a lot of these rosters, until you really see everybody removed off the table, don't expect anything to be held as true, or maybe not having an opportunity to be able to recover here. But a team down a member, maybe looking to get that recovery, is here Lazarus still sitting on that side runoff compound.
And Dread, that point you make about not counting any of these teams out, that is only going to become more true as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, very much so. And also, Bravo, you know, not to change the subject here, but something I need to bring up before things get a little bit too hectic is I can't but feel like this next circle is going to hit that one baby hut that sits on the outskirt there of the most western side of runoff. And if that is the case, there are so many people who actually need to make a rotation. I can't but wonder, is anybody coming over from slums? Because if so, they may have an optimal kind of cadence and approach here to it. But either way, this runoff is going to be a massive just slaughterhouse in about 40 seconds.
And EBC opts to not take that portal really, and instead they just flank right around, and now they've made themselves around here towards this eastern wall and potentially taking a little bit more time. So it sounds like the Wraith came back with bad news.
Yeah, she came back going, Mayday, Mayday, which is about what Craig's saying here. As he managed to get the iframe used, ends up surviving. Shots coming from behind as Echo Fox now trying to aggress. I believe this is onto Wyvern in that top angle. Actually gets Sully there with the clip.
So now we'll have to see only one player remaining here on Wyvern, and that is going to be in the limb on Sully as well. We'll check in with that Wyvern player when we can, but Echo Fox with a pretty coordinated push, and looks like they caught Wyvern looking 2 different directions there.
Yeah, here we are with Parka, the last member of Wyvern. And more importantly, if beyond Wyvern, I'm worried about this circle as it starts to close in, because again, it's going to draw a lot of the aggro from a lot of these teams, and more importantly, who controls that most northwestern section towards that home, because that is going to be a very big deal.
Now I got to point out, if you saw Ruski on Twitter, he did say, of course, looking for that TL win for Liquid Blue, but he's going to dye his hair blue tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
I'm ready.
Does, so we're kind of rooting for him here just a little bit to see that come out as well. We check back in with EBC. They've now made their way into the buildings. Like what I saw there, it's a pretty calm, cool, and collected push. They took their time, they weighed their options, and they made their way well into much better positioning here for these final rings.
Yeah, I was kind of joking about it a little bit before with the path of least resistance, but it kind of is working out there. Also, keep in mind that wingman you were just staring down only had 1 bullet in the chamber. Might be a problem as you see it distributed there. Havoc's the swap over. Everybody pressuring up towards that stairs. That's going to be a double knock. Team Liquid White, only 1 person there, and that's the iframe and the portal. I don't think Mataruski can make it out there much longer. He still managed to survive a little bit longer.
And see where he is.
Yeah, he managed to get out actually completely.
We gotta see exactly where Ruski ended up.
Here he is. Okay. Look at those eyes, man. He was like, whoa, did I just do that?
And right now, of course, you're thankful that it's the Wraith who has found himself here, because otherwise this would be a pretty difficult decision to get out of. But there's also a reason that the Wraith got themselves in this position in the first place.
All right, Bravo. I agree with you, and this is wild for Mad Risky, but again, I need to bring it back to that hut. Who is in the hut? Because that is going to be the problem. Runoff is interesting, but it's not the end game.
Nope.
In 30 seconds, all of us need to leave to where we are looking now. The hut out there, the very glimpse of your screen, is the problem child. And the team inside of it looks like it's a bit of HSL off on the side.
Shots here coming in from Zeke there, and yes, indeed, Runoff does have a closing time, and it's in 20 seconds. Everybody needs to leave and make their way across a pretty big piece of open ground there, Dread.
There we go, with Pittsburgh Knights setting up this side. Just saw here in the bit of Runoff. They are going to have to make this rotation as well here, Bravo.
Now back on board here, Ramba on the HSL side. Peacekeeper is out, also has a 99. They've lost Freshie though, so they're fighting 2vx into every battle here. And also on the Fnatic side, as we go back over here to Convertibles on that Game Arena side.
No surprise here, off onto the side of the circle, there's going to be Fnatic controlling over this hub. This is something we've seen from this roster time and time again, is everybody trying to get that Runoff rotation into them, but it looks like it's their game to lose once more.
Yes, indeed. Pressure coming in here now. Fnatic just trying to avoid everyone who's flying up here. Lots of pressure coming in there. They do get one knock and able to go back and just going to try to stay alive in this exact hut.
Yeah, they are going to be fine, at least for now. The question is, on the backside of this Runoff wall, how many kills can they get? Only one of those 4 or 5 longbow shots is going to be able to land and connect on the backside of that Wraith here.
Now they also do have that zip up as well, trying to lock this down. They know that pressure is going to be coming in, like you said, from that wall as well. Wingman Peacekeeper here. Forward Octave is going to push in. They should be able to get this one. There's 2 players on screen. Wraith is going to queue out, going to drop down
Risky
and take
move.
that opportunity to do it, and now just get back up. That's a great job there. That's going to be on a limb there on Ramba. There's a little bit of damage there, so they're going to shield up some Watson fences that aren't their own. Posted up. Now back on board with Zeke of Echo Fox.
Very clutch play there from Fnatic, because if that did not go perfectly and anybody else looking to get the trade against them, that positioning could have been a little bit too much.
And like you said, risky play there. They saw the Wraith Q. That means he's going to drop down there, land the Peacekeeper shot, and you saw how fast he got out of dodge. Right back up the cliff, right back there with the rest of the Fnatic squad. Now we're looking at Kashera. For a second, Lazarus will be eliminated by a Fnatic shot with the longbow. That will be another wipe for them and another kill on the board.
And Nicola here looking good there with that longbow, now trying to join the rest of the ranks here of Fnatic, who find themselves a couple of targets here that low on the side of the Runoff wall.
And look at the decision there to move over to the wall, right, to go down and play that advantage that they had. If they hadn't seized that, they could have lost that wall.
And they get a beautiful pre-zip, so they have a rotation back to the building they already control, and they know everybody else is frantically concerned here on this Runoff wall.
Look at Bowser right there on that wall, right in the tree. As we've seen a little bit yesterday, we'll see just how long it takes for him to be found out. He's got a Disruptor ult with a digital threat, purple shield, so sitting in an okay position for a potential third party end to try to play in, but here we go, as now it's going to get real tight here. 3 squads left here. Taking a look at Nicola. Fnatic EU once again looking so strong. We'll stay on board with them here through this. Going to drop down with the Peacekeeper. First does not hit, but the second one does. Wingman is out as well. Can they get the pick here? Yes, indeed, and Fnatic EU does it again, making it look way too easy.
Absolutely beautiful play coming out from all angles of Fnatic. Whether it be North America or Europe, these guys set up shop and do not let anyone enter their domain.
I think it's safe to say we have never seen such a similar ending from the same team in games 1 and 2 in this tournament. They set up shop. They weren't afraid for some quick rotations over to that Runoff wall. They come back and hold that ground down, and perfect target prioritization, amazing Peacekeeper drops, and they go back and disengage as well. Amazing work from them, Drake.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane on what we got there from Fnatic EU, and I believe that this is actually a situation to where we now have the 3rd or 4th time where we have ever seen a team win back-to-back. It was denied of TSM the 3-peat yesterday. Now I'm suddenly wondering, is Fnatic EU that one to make Apex Legends history?
With the way we just saw Fnatic play and end those last 2 games, you and I talked about it last night after the matches, there's going to be different levels of composure. All wins are not created equal at this tournament between these teams. What we just saw from Fnatic, with all 3 players up, 2 back-to-back wins, they look great. Let's go ahead and head on over to the desk to hear more about that last game fallout. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Fallout here, back with Jamerson and Glitter. Fnatic EU does it again. We questioned their consistency. We called them out for sporadic performances on day number 1, for getting dropped to the losers bracket, and look how they've responded today.
You guys talked about it, right? Getting put down into that lower bracket, sometimes it does light that fire underneath you, and it looks like Fnatic EU are here to play. They moved on from their lower bracket with 41 points, and they're about to match that.
Unbelievable performance from them. Walk me through what we saw here. The Fnatic gameplay, of course, was unbelievable. Talk about the performance here today so far.
One of the things that I think was actually really important, and I don't know if you saw it or not, I think we might have been sitting next to each other when it happened, but Fnatic EU actually took out Sinister's crazy early on in the game. I think about like 16th or 17th, or they knocked them out, and that kind of set them up for success from there. Sinister's obviously having done well in the game before, they were kind of taking out their competition right from the start.
Yeah, of course, Fnatic, consisting of a roster, speaking in English, 2 members from the UK, and of course, a Swede on that team as well, I believe. Let's show you guys the replay here from EBC, a team that's kind of come out of nowhere this tournament. Great storyline in this tourney, great shots put in here, but ultimately, it was Fnatic that came out on top. Let's look from their perspective.
And this is the perspective I really want to see. Nicola.
Wow, unbelievable sniper here. Here there comes. No comms.
Nice!
No comms, all focus, all screaming. Is he still kissing himself? He loves Fnatic. This man loves playing for Fnatic. It's official. Nicola, you love your organization. You love to see it.
One of the great things, you put him on the anchor position as that Watson. When he's playing far back, he's got the longbow in hands. He's hitting his shots.
Every shot, man. I want to see the damage done if we have that stat. Look at Fnatic, 27 points.
Oh my
God. They got 25 plus last game. They got close to it.
That, I think, might put them at the threshold.
That might put them at the threshold. What?
In 2 games.
No.
In 2 games. It might. I will see.
Okay, we need to double check that.
We will definitely double check that.
24 or 25 from game number 1.
It might have been.
A first place finish, 27 points. They're at least over 45. Meanwhile, the Pittsburgh Knights, a better game. That's not going to be enough for them to bounce back. Kamikaze, unfortunate for them. The only team representing Australia here, a 20th place, last place, not looking great. Luminosity Gaming, another big org. You'd expect to maybe do a little bit better here as well.
Again, it's the stacked lobbies. These lobbies are getting tougher and tougher as the day goes on.
And look at Nicola, 1,462 points. He's done a combined almost 3,800 points, 3,700 points for Nicola. Dids right behind him, the Brit with 1,400 points to his name of damage done as well. Of course, it was Keller of Team Liquid doing the most damage.
Yeah, and Team Liquid White, they found themselves in a very difficult position there. We saw at one point that Risky was the only one alive. He wraith portaled away. He found a little corner to be able to tuck himself away in and stay alive just a little bit longer. And sometimes, when the Wraith is the last person still alive on your team, she's going to be able to do wonders and try to get you some more placement points.
And we have gotten to the point of, the weekend where every last point is going to count. We've seen too many times that 1 point is the deciding factor between placing and qualifying through or not.
Crazy how much of a difference it makes, but it looks like the standings are ready, and it is Fnatic with over 49 points.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. 49 total points in 2 games. I think that's a record in 2 games, is it not? Has to be at this point. I don't think we've seen anything more than that.
In 2 games, I think.
TSM are the leaders, I think, coming out of a match with about 59 points.
Out of an entire series, right?
Yes, over an entire series.
So, we'll see if Fnatic can beat that. If they do, they cement themselves as a top contender here. Meanwhile, look at this. Team Liquid White and Team Liquid Blue in 11th and 12th place.
Right on the bubble.
Under the bubble, indeed. They got to try and sneak in that Gibraltar bubble if they can to make it into that top 10. Team Liquid needs a hell of a performance here.
And not just Team Liquid, also Fnatic also sitting right there at the bubble at 7 points, 2 points below them. And I believe our 9th and 10th positions are just around 9 and 8 points also. So honestly, it is anyone's game up for grabs at this point.
That's for sure. Can you imagine if we see 4 teams from 2 orgs make it through, if they all can step up here? We'll see if that's the case. But let's take a look at the replays here and see how the action broke down. Of course, Justice representing Korea, trying to do what they can. They had a really, really shaky early game. And Justice, a lot of early fights. They snuck away from one fight, but unfortunately another one got taken out. Look at Casper here. No wonder why he did over 1,200 damage in both games. hitting shots with that sniper. That longbow meta right now is insane. The amount of damage being done with snipe is crazy.
I mean, the rate of fire makes it feel like just a really long-range wingman.
It does, yeah. Is it a sniper? Is it a marksman weapon, or is it a wingman senior?
And this is the play that really hurt me. He goes for the Wraith Portal to try and get out, but he runs right into a door. And as you all know, once you try to use that Wraith Portal, you cannot interact with the environment at all. And that's why he just tried to make that U-turn right back into Fnatic EU.
Yeah, Fnatic EU is just having a heyday at that point, picking up kill after kill. And this is where the Fnatic train just continued here. Nice. We saw Dids and Co. A lot of passion, a lot of screaming. When you're playing the way you are, I can not blame them. I'm the same way when I compete. Of course, Wyvern as well, looking to secure himself top 10. 2 good finishes. They should be in a good spot to do that. And then there's Echo Fox of Stormin, Zeki, and Clem. Of course, a multinational team from Sweden, Finland, and the UK, respectively. They're another team that was listed as a dark horse from my girl Glitter over here. And so far, so good with that prediction.
Yeah, this is the moment where Brewski is somehow able to get away as that Wraith when Team Liquid got collapsed on there. Looking at Alliance's positioning, again, the longbows are so valuable in this meta right now.
Yep, Alliance getting some good shots in. Also a European team here. Alliance has been really showing up. And Europe has been really showing up today, in general, I gotta say. In Poland, on home turf, showing up very well.
They don't. Oh, D-Cup, did he get it? No, he didn't. He was able to get the armor swap there, but it just wasn't enough.
They're burning? Yeah, they're low.
Mad Ruski, last member alive here for Team Liquid White, did everything he could, but unfortunately was able to get this kill, which is big. And that helps Team Liquid White, gets taken out soon after. Team Liquid White, we said it earlier, now on the fringe. 11th and 12th place for both of those teams. Fnatic NA and 14th. But it's all Fnatic EU today, silencing any critics that said their North American counterparts are the better team. Of course, they're all representing one nation, or sorry, one banner. But ultimately, it is Fnatic EU that turned up and showed up on Saturday when it mattered the most.
Also, one thing we haven't been talking about, we saw Games Arena there at the end, and that's actually a pretty incredible story because they did lose one of their thirds, and we're having a substitute coming in for them. That's actually FlyQuest's coach in Convertibles that's playing as their third, and they're having a pretty good day so far. I believe they're in the top 10.
I gotta give a huge shout out to Convertibles, one of the kindest, nicest people in Battle Royales ever. I mean, comes from Fortnite. I think did he come from H1 before that?
Fortnite, Overwatch. I mean, he did Overwatch, and then he was basically a Battle Royale coach and player. Yeah.
Coach, player, analyst, knows the scene really well. He's leader of multiple Discords, and now he's playing on a main stage, which is absolutely insane. Big shout out to Convertibles, but of course, we have a lot to analyze and a lot to talk about after a dominant performance from Nicola, making a name for himself. Make sure to drop that man a follow on Twitter. But it is Blaze and Nathanius right now. They're going to break down the action.
Yeah, thank you, Fallout. Yeah, Nicola, his sniping has been amazing, but the player who had the most damage in that last game was Keller from Team Liquid. Now, I want to kind of bring us back full circle with this next clip because we talked a lot about type roping on that last game, using that zip line and being able to jump and dodge those shots. So we actually was able to catch a player trying to dodge shots from Keller, and I just wanted you guys to see how effective it was. And he's about to be in this window, and you're going to see him on a zip line. Now, even so, Keller still hit some great shots on the zip line, which was still pretty impressive. And he almost got him, but still just wanted to kind of showcase you guys how using that tactic can make your opponent force him to make some difficult shots.
On one hand, it's crazy that you can do that sort of micromanagement off of the zip line to dodge those shots. On the other hand, it's even almost more incredible that Keller is still able to find a way around that. And the only other thing I wanted to just get into real quick was just talking about this game was interesting to say the least, with the way that the circle played out, with the way that everybody had to kind of rotate and move around, everything heading towards runoff. And we really saw a lot of the success come from these teams being able to isolate the high ground positions on runoff itself, because the rotations are going to get so much more difficult when you're not able to get that center. You've got a lot of players that are going to be coming in from that southwest side. You got a lot of players that are going to be trying to slip in through here. Most of them are going to avoid trying to get caught up in anything like bunker. Of course, sadly, no caustics in this, but
also
being
pit
able
as
to
well.
hold it down as well. They just did such a good job of holding that top side. Being able to make those rotations early on helps so much in Battle Royale.
And something that helps those early rotations is Pathfinder's kit. Being able to use that beacon, figure out where you need to go early on in a map, because once you recognize that the next circle is going to be somewhere over here, you can get over there to runoff, get set up with those Wattons, or even make it to that far western corner of the map that we heard Dread and Bravo and them talking about.
Making those fast rotations and securing that high ground, those defensive spots, so useful, so effective here in Apex Legends. Now, without further ado, we're going to get ready to get into the next match. Let's kick it back over to the casters.
All right, thanks, boys. Appreciate the breakdown here. Bravo and Dreadnought back in the booth. We're ready for game number 3. And Dread, if we thought that Fnatic EU had created a gap after game number 1, they have certainly done it after game number 2. They're up with 49 points. Next closest is Wyvern with 21.
Yeah,
way more than double.
It was like the San Andreas Vault turned into the Grand Canyon.
Yes.
Like, it was massive how much they have separated themselves from the remainder of the pack at this point. But EBC having a pretty good performance in that last game. A roster I can't help but feel like we haven't touched up on too much. And of course, that is Fnatic EU. I think it's important to highlight that there are 2 Fnatic rosters in this same lobby, one of North America and one of Europe. And again, if you've heard their names talked about a lot, I think North America is actually more talked about here than this roster. But going forward might not be a true statement anymore.
Right, that could change depending on how the results of this game 3 goes. We also do want to know, Fnatic NA, their North American counterparts, are absolutely on the bubble. They have 7 points, but they're in 14th. But that's only 2 points away from being in 10th and only 3 points away from being in 9th. So we have a very big, as you'd expected, bubble with any team really still able to get through with a big enough performance. Fnatic going to be one of them as long as they can get to past the mid game into some part of the late game.
Yeah, when looking at the 2 South Korean teams that we have here, Wyvern and Justice Esports within the same lobby as well. Justice struggling quite heavily, actually placing within our 20th, whereas Wyvern resides at the top here at 2nd, only behind what is clearly our benchmark creator of Fnatic EU.
And Wyvern's done well. We've seen them twice in 2vx scenarios. They've held on as long as they can, eventually getting pushed, but also talking about some more squads in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, Maestro Gaming was one that we had talked about. Pleasant surprise, having a good opener in game 1. Game 2 wasn't too shabby, but what went from a probably going to hold our own about 5th place, they've actually dropped all the way down to 9th, suddenly finding themselves at this, are we actually going to move on here? Because again, we cannot say it enough. This is the last game. Whoever, after these best of 3 completes, after this last match, if you do not find yourself among our top 10, you're going to have to go ahead and punch that ticket right back home, which, as we've already talked about, there's a lot of different homes here for this roster. Very, very diverse and international group of players, Bravo.
And if you didn't catch it in the standings earlier from the analysis desk, the points difference between 4th place and 16th is only 8 points. So we have essentially the middle of the pack could not be tighter, and this could come down to, there's a very good chance that each kill is going to matter. We could see tie-break scenario as well, and that's what you'd expect here. As we get further and further into the tournament, it is going to be tighter and tighter in terms of not only the skill level, but also the points after these games. And these teams are going to be thinking about that in their head as they're playing this game. Do we go for this LM? Do we get that extra wipe? How do I play this? Do we need to push this situation? All of that's going to come into play. And with such a tight middle pack, it's going to be tough for these teams to figure out exactly what that right play might be.
You are completely correct on that. Is probably something that I think we see coming to light here. But it's been a point that I talked about yesterday that I also think we get showcased through this point dispersion here very, very well today. I always try and talk about how there are only so many points available, and you can make the argument, again, based on kills, that it is not a finite number or not an easily predictable one. But whenever you take points, you actually deny others, and that's kind of why you see a bit of that colossal split. When Fnatic EU double down on a back-to-back win, the amount of resources available to everyone else feels like merely just scraps, right? Everyone else is the scavenger, whereas Fnatic EU is the lion, hunting everything down. So it is part of the reason we see that competition, but by no means is that not also because I feel like we have, again, increased the quality and closed that gap in skill level between these players.
Absolutely right. Of course, does explain a lot of the tightness in that middle of the pack. The question is, as we load into game number 3, if that will be the case, once again, Fnatic EU is poised to take the three-peat, and the first three-peat, 3 wins in a row that we would see in professional Apex play so far in the preseason.
I just want to see Echo Fox here roll up and make it look good. Turn it from Echo Fox to, as I've heard about in other games, maybe Echo Zulu. Make it the easy street here for this squad, because I feel like they really have shown a couple of moments within this final series, but at the end of the day, maybe not working out as well as they would have liked. They are one of those bubble squads sitting at the 8th place here, residing at 12.
Be keeping an eye on them. We have seen them make some plays into the late game, and we're going to go ahead and actually, given their position, like we said, on the bubble, we're going to go ahead and start with them on the drop in just a moment. This game kicking off here in any second, and it's anyone's game here. And also, anyone's opportunity to continue on. Keep in mind here, our bottom 10 teams will be eliminated on the spot here after this game as the settings are totaled. Excuse me, as the standings are totaled. Match 3 of 3 here for our losers bracket round number 2, and we are jumping into the gameplay right now.
Echo Fox is the perspective we're going to have descend down to Kings Canyon for our last match here in this series. Where are they going to volunteer? Also very interesting, not a north-south trajectory plane or airdrop ship here. It's not like it's by no means impossible or necessarily even that much uncommon, but it does feel like, at least here for the sample size we've gotten at the Invitational, more often than not, we find ourselves with that north-south split. So see if that changed some of the drop strategies for some of these teams.
Yep, going to be heading down southeast. For a second, looked like, yep, they're going to go all the way, going to continue on past Hydro Dam into Repulsor. Taking a look here with the free look to see if there's any company. And I think in terms of this corner, they're going to be okay to at least take a breath as they get their initial loot.
Question is, if this doesn't work out that well, do they have the opportunity to make a rotation to better loot elsewhere? Usually your next rotation, because you've already seen them kind of opt out of the Repulsor, means that it's got to be in Swamps. But Swamps, because of its beacon, usually has somebody also sitting there. So Echo Zulu, I think, is really hoping that this drop ends up working for them in their favor.
That's right. Just to add some context there, if we talk about teams in the scrims that we saw leading up to the event, Swamps was a really popular place to drop. We saw Nagano, Justice, Luminosity, Windstrike, lots of teams finding a success there in their scrims, but of course you can expect someone to be there as well. We're taking a look here at Urbania right now, but I want to go check in with the command center, guys. What else are you seeing here?
Hey, Brav, I got some important info for you guys. Our next circle is going to be going towards the market area, market cave, towards the back end of that south tower. So we're going to start seeing all these teams converge towards the center area of the map. Nate, do you got anything for the boys?
Well, with a circle like that, could end up being a long rotation for some of our other teams. Looking at Kamikaze going for the artillery drop up top. Some of the teams a bit more central. I was looking at our Team Liquid with Casper and all that.
I see, yeah, Lazarus at Thunderdome.
Yeah, we had Cali over towards Bunkers, so those southwest rotations won't be too rough, but our teams up north, you're going to have to go through some good players if you're going to be able to make it down south, and that's maybe where we see some hopes crushed, trying to get those points in the last round.
All right, hey, we'll see which teams make it towards the market safely. Brav and Dread, take it back away.
Thanks, Blaze. And Dread, as soon as you saw that mini-map, you saw that circle, I saw the reaction on your face. Tell me what you're thinking.
Oh my chaos for game number 3 here. About no outcome over the circle that we have highlighted does not lead to usually a pretty juicy end game here. As we already heard from the command center, likely going to be weighted a bit more closer towards things like market, but I can't help but feel like even if it doesn't end perfectly at the market, you've got caves, you've got the river center sitting next to it with the Detroit Cascades, which creates some of the most interesting circles I can't help but feel like across the board. So I'm really excited to see this unfold here, but we still have 20 squads. We're still just sitting in round 1, so we've got a while here before that kicks off.
We jumped on board with HSL right at the time they hit an unfortunate zip. Looked like that zip up to the cliff just hit a slip texture, and all 3 members actually slip off the rock, go back down, and maybe we'll take the long way.
Yep, got to go for the whole big old trek there. This is one of those downsides when you are the Pathfinder player, as I am for my squad. I can tell you I've disappointed them with my placement more than once. Yeah.
And I would hate to even talk about my Pathfinder play. You don't want
Who do you play? I've never actually asked you, Bravo.
I play mostly Path. I started to play a little bit of Watson just to kind of, I think, have an appreciation for the amount of Watson that we've saw at X-Games. I think right away at Watson's release, didn't play a ton of Watt. I think her character was really interesting to me. But certainly after seeing the popularity after X-Games, played a little bit of Watt, but a Path myself as well. Now taking a look here at the Wyvern side, and a little bit of trouble here for them early on.
Wyvern, our second place team, feeling pretty comfortable with their standings, at least so far, but also because Fnatic EU has separated the gap so much, likely. Jeez, that was an absolute laser. Look, somebody actually flanked the other side of that shot, or excuse me, of that wall. I thought there for a second, maybe just saw a bit of a graphical glitch there, but either way, Parka's showing zero mercy.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the confidence in your shot and just flies right in and takes a challenge, and after you see the shots land, you know exactly why. Absolutely beamed.
And here, Echo Fox, excuse me, here on the low ground, trying to deal with what looks like a descending Wyvern off from that side.
And this is the team we started with, keep in mind, in 8th place right now, and already needing to grab Clem's banner and only running white shields. Tournament life on the line for Echo Fox.
What do you do in this situation? Do you try and, I don't even think you have the opportunity to kind of go back to that. and try and deal with it. Either way, we'll figure out here as we get Fnatic and A, as we were talking about struggling here as a squad. Definitely one that as things move on and get more intense, we're definitely going to have to take a glance at what some of their feelings are on the line. Because again, not only a fan favorite, but kind of feel like just talent favorite, very personable dudes.
Absolutely, these guys really likable. If you caught X Games, you heard a lot from them in some of the post-game interviews. 3 great players who have found themselves here in Losers 2. Now checking back on board with the Herbania side, a 99 and a wingman for Hack is here, and it looks like they are spotting enemy here up on the high ground, just above nesting grounds. So I'm gonna have to be careful as they push out of here towards Cage.
They've only got 30 seconds up there outside of any crazy kind of portal. Actually, maybe even made it through that little caveat there. A little bit of door play here. Somebody stuck on the outside of this little shack here in front of them. Nobody gonna pressure out from Fnatic and A. They know that they're gonna be too distracted.
Now back to Spirit here. Does have that longbow in hand. She's going to see if they can get the right damage. If they do get the right knock, may go ahead and push that. Now back over to the Herbania side, and they're in all sorts of trouble, but still here on board with Fnatic, and we're looking at Muffins.
Yeah, they're actually pretty stubborn here with their decision making on whether or not they want to rotate out. Let's go ahead and check in with what they have to say there as they see that Wraith.
Let's explore this way.
That's it.
He didn't hit
31. I didn't hit him.
Out the backside, together.
Are they trying to leave?
They're so far out. They're like gold.
Damn. I almost wonder if it was worth portaling to kill them. Probably not.
No, Rogue would have third if he took damage.
Yeah, we would have got thirded instantly. They're hurt though, so we know that a team of Golden Sands is weak as fuck.
Yeah, we might need to take that rotate.
Yeah.
A lot of great thoughts there from Fnatic. Really interesting to see them question whether or not they should have been looking for those kills, move up into that.
Yeah. And I think it also kind of goes back into the story that we started to tell yesterday, and even at X Games, about their play style, right? We talked about if you didn't catch it yesterday, they are the only team within that top 5 that did not have a 10+ kill game. So it kind of tells you just about how early rotate and position heavy they are, and they're doing a little bit of that here as well. Once again, on the bubble, they do need a great performance here to stay alive in the tournament.
Now Pittsburgh Knights, a squad that kicked off game 1 very, very well here for us, setting a bit of a tone.
A little bit left to be desired, though, for their side today so far.
Yeah.
Sitting in 17th with 3 plays. So sitting in 17th place with 3 points. Great shots here, though, for the Karsar Red, and it's going to be a knock coming in. Cameron Pay with a triple take knock.
What is he? He's very separated from the rest of the team here. Exco, the fact that he was willing to break that threshold by himself with no retreat.
Yep.
And again, I think the biggest thing I want to highlight is because he's the Watson. He's like the last of the leaders. Well, if you're a Pathfinder, you grapple out there in a second. You have the iframe whenever you're the Wraith, but Watson has nothing to be able to traverse or get out of that situation. And I can't but feel like it was Wyvern who was the one who I believe got the knock there, is feeling very, very happy about the fact that little Watson scuttled out.
Yep, and you can see them dropping down here at Destroyed Cascades, and they're going to have to check the bins real quick and try to get out of there as open to plenty of vantage points, Caves being one of them, and they're going to decide to take that route and that rotate.
Yeah, and that's an interesting moment where the precision choke on the triple take can actually be a pretty big benefit, even though most of the time it's not necessarily a common conversation point that much, and that's mainly just because the bullets are a shotgun that has that kind of horizontal or lightly triangle spray pattern. When you're trying to shoot through small materials like that, not all the bullets and pellets will actually always make it through. You know, your standard shotgun mechanic, but it's a triple take, but that precision choke can ensure they always slip and skirt right through some of those.
Also
nice
did
roofs.
get a great notification. We saw Blaze did catch that Liquid Blue was already set up top market. Observing team also giving us a look at that, so we're going to be certainly keeping an eye on Liquid Blue as they've set up shop already. Liquid White also, we're hearing, has the caves. If we look at where both of those teams are, Liquid White in 10th there. Liquid Blue in 13th, both right on the bubble.
And both were side by side. Nocturnal pretty much just staring down the next rotation opportunity for his counterparts of Team Liquid. Casper sitting the best when it comes to at least the armor loot, at least got the disruptor rounds there, and is also the P2020 likely going to have the hop up there for that as well. So pretty lethal combo as long as you get the proper swap.
And here's Maestro. This is the team we've been talking about their resilience so much, and the question is, can they make it through this game as well? Toes on the edge of the ring, and they're going to have to fight out of this together. Another team that has to perform here in game number 3. They've done it so far. They've fought out of some wild circumstances. And if there's one team that can do it based on the gameplay we've seen, we could certainly say it's Maestro. And to be honest, I think they're more comfortable with double white armor than anything else so far in this tournament.
Yeah, probably. This is what we know. You know, it's one of those, like, if you give them everything, then maybe they'll get a little bit too hasty, right? So it's very interesting to be able to see that grenade into a nice push, but actually Cowley going in by himself, not creating 2 points of pressure at the exact same time. Muffin's got to be the first to drop here. Shiny needs to make his way here up to the high ground. Spirit trying to follow up too.
Yep, shield swap there for Shiny for a second, but he gets melted. Now has to come back up top now. Only 1 cell, now 2 cells here for Spirit. Watching that staircase very closely and just going to carefully pop each of those. Off screen, we do have Ruski here. They're getting a revive there. That's going to be on Keller.
Is it right below?
Exactly. Yep, they're right below. See if they're able to apply pressure up top. Keep in mind, for both of these teams, their tournament life on the line in this 1v1.
Yeah, and as we heard earlier from the command center talking about the market circle that we had highlighted, right, being as early as round number 1, all the options that were available are chaotic. Now that we've hit round 3, we know some of the answers. We do not have a full marketplace. It is not going to be a full case, but instead is going to be here as we see towards the destroyed cascades. And this is one of my favorite circles. I feel like it defines so much of who is good at dealing with any and everything thrown at you, because you can't control an outcome or a high ground. And that being said, the high ground, though, that you do have to focus on until we get to those later rounds is exactly here that we're looking at with Urbania.
Yeah, right here, just off of the cage, and an area that now here has destroyed bridges. And that's not just destroyed bridges, it's essentially leveled bridges. There's not much cover across that river at all. Not really any remaining signs of bridges, to be completely honest, as we're now on board with Sinister Esports.
Man, just barely trailing on those. You can see the streamer setting behind it. Just a couple shots too late. The wingman, projectile speed. Campbell wish it was a little bit higher there. Say that for him, but in reality, let's be real. I would like that to be exactly where it is.
Yep. Tempo Storm here, a team we listened in with last game. You heard some frustration in the comms. And another team that is here right around that middle of the pack. They're in 11th.
Yeah, and it's, you know, something that I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on, Bravo. We'll get that in just a second here. First, got to figure out what Justice Esports is doing up in the caves. They found themselves somebody to dance with.
Right now, maybe going to take this fight if they can. Double fenced up. Going to be very difficult for anyone to push, even if a knock does come through on the receiving end.
While we try and figure out if they are going to aggress, I was just going to ask, you know, how much do you think that mentality is probably going to set that back here for them in game number 3? You know, just not clearly feeling like everything's going their way. Do you think that is a hindrance or something that...
I mean, I got to be honest, I think, you know, you've had a lot of time professional play. I had the opportunity to coach a lot of professional teams, and when you hear that in a game 2, I'm not going to lie, I don't have a lot of hope for a game 3, but I'd love for them to prove me wrong here, as we do see Fnatic EU on the push again. They do get 2 knocks here, and they get the finish on Crank as well. Let's see if they can continue on here. We do see Dids there will go down and get finished and thirsted, but now they're going to need to try to fight here out of Crossroads if they're able to do it. We'll see. Grenades here coming through. But still, once again, Liquid Blue here up on top market.
All that damage coming out that other way, you might be wondering, what was that weapon? It was a P2020 from Casper there. Really great accuracy being displayed here. Campbell feel like that land ping is really aiding as well. Longbow available for Casper and Nocturnal. Got the wingman, no extended magazine or scope. Magazine being the biggest concern there, is Casper being the only one posturing up, and understandably so. He has the armor to be able to risk some of that damage. Nice battery here acquired, but the rest of Team Liquid needs a bit more gear.
Yeah, they really do here. Could be a Q here from the side of Sinister, and also with 2 white armors, and Liquid Blue still with 2 white armors, so it's not too dissimilar from a game we saw late last night, where so many teams have a big disparity between the armors that they have coming into these later stages of the game. And we say that, but there's still 18 squads up.
Yeah, and as the game moves on, it's totally fine to have that on whatever character you would like, but as the game moves on, it's in your best interest to put that onto your Wraith because of her likelihood to increase your win condition opportunities on those back rounds. Chipsy taking a whole lot of chip damage there out from that ring.
And right now, finds just enough space in the corner to pop a med here. And here, look at Team Liquid Blue just reclaiming and popping up top.
Bravo, I'm so concerned though. Everybody's worried about these fights. And the circle moves in 26 seconds. This fight will not conclude in that time frame.
To see they're going to have to make quick decisions here. You're absolutely right now. Staying with Glon on Game Arena. He does have a teammate here with the Peacekeeper around the corner. Tries to turn, but the Thermite starts to eat him up here. No Shills needs to drop and pop a bat. As we see Glon continuing to nade. Thermite will hit again. And now going to go with some cells. Now onto teammate here. That's going to be convertibles for a second, but now onto Krem here with the Wraith.
If the bad guys weren't your opponent, the circle, in fact, will be. We've hit ourselves 0 seconds. They understand that HSL is going to move up, knowing that the circle will be a pressure point.
It's a great push and a great finish there as well. Great timing there to push together and get the knock and the elim all in one foul swoop. And here they head to Caves, destroyed bridges.
But they're not done yet. They're going to keep running into multiple targets here as we find the next one in line. And Cages break the armor into one, backs out, and actually takes damage from the circle. And that is the beginning of the end.
Stays alive somehow. Looks like a misclick maybe on the med and see if he can stay alive and try to get out of here. And no, that's going to be it. Too little too late for HSL. They will be eliminated now with 14 squads remaining. HSL was our team. If you take a look at exactly where they sat on the board, they were at 16th. That's going to be the end of the road for them. Now here is Exco. For a moment we saw him, but now back to Pittsburgh Nice here, 6th. They're also running double white armor. Need to be careful as they have a little bit of advantage on this high ground, but not much room to work with.
Yeah, Hodzik is the one with that armor trying to peek off and get that pressure in between. Look at all those ticks through the Thermite. That's confirmation onto one. That's
when we talk about a scorched earth strategy, I think we could say that is a fantastic Thermite pit, and they're staying alive here. But once again, for them as well on the other side, not much room for them to work with as well. Going to pop a Phoenix kit and try to fight out of this. Now Wyvern, and what other way would they be? Not quite a 2vx. They also lost Selly. Going to need a revive opportunity there. Park it down as well.
It doesn't look good there for Wyvern, but Fnatic NA looks great. We talked about them being one of the bubble teams, and right now they are posturing, sitting in the only house inside your final circle, at least for now. Great situation for them, and they need this win. They need many, many kills, which they haven't gotten very many so far, if any.
It's true, they're playing the way we know Fnatic NA to play. Like we said earlier, they're getting into those rotations early, and they're playing a positional game and looking for any damage they can do, but they're not going to be able to push. And take a look at this. This is Justice Esports going for a little bit of a Hail Mary here.
Yeah, and he used his Q, which means that he's going to be very susceptible if he decides to walk in the house. Good job displaying patience, but he has got himself a couple of seconds before he comes back to be relevant and able to initiate whatsoever.
Take a look. This is your last place team, and with the Hail Mary portal, they have 1 point in the board. They're in 20th. And they need a big game here to stay alive in this tournament. Team shooting here from this low ground.
There's an opportunity to be able to hide on that rock at least for another couple of seconds. Round 5 closing and forcing everybody. And the question is when does Justice Esports have to deal with Fnatic inside that home? As right now, they're just kind of bunking up in a duplex by one another here.
And there could be a third-party opportunity here now, staying on board with the Justice side. And Tasek is going to have a lot of trouble. Q's out, but he's also stuck next to the pylon here. Now Shake with just a little bit of shields up. Great shots there to get the knock there on Hackis. And Fnatic still inside. 6 teams remaining now.
6 teams remaining with Fnatic's only a couple of kills there too. It seems like to their name. They're posturing up and holding up well here, but they still have to be able to deal with Justice Esports on the outside of their corridor. Lazarus still alive, sitting on the low ground here. We don't even know if somebody's on this roof.
We got to see here. Still on board. Fnatic is fully shielded up, and they're not getting greedy with these third-party opportunities. They're instead, like we said, holding the position. They could have popped out a little bit more there to try to sneak a few kills, but instead still playing for those placements and positioning.
High ground off the side. We asked who was on the roof. Kamikaze is the team on the roof. We have 3 or 4 tiers of elevation over this final circle and only 5 squads. As we see the peek in from Kamikaze trying to prep that precision choke, wondering if Fnatic maybe wants to sniff out the end of that barrel.
And here's Lazarus with the low ground. We've heard a lot about why this is viable here of several reasons. First of all, you got, of course, Watson fencing up, but of course that Watson ult going to happen as well. Here's the push as we take a look at Shake now, taking some damage. Justice now, Songfield, only player alive there. Now Jace tries to follow through with the ult under a ton of pressure and somehow gets the first knock. Can he pull off a miracle heal with the EVA 8? Missing several shots, Q's out.
He didn't hit a single shot there, and we do see Pittsburgh Knights maintain the high ground. We asked if Justice Lazarus would have to deal with Fnatic, but instead decide to go to the high ground. Now that the Pittsburgh Knights have this, the question is do Fnatic have any answer to the fact that they are being crippled in here, into this house?
3 squads left. Like we said, Fnatic NA not with a ton of kills on the board here. They've secured certainly some placement points here. Now here is Lazarus, and they're still holding this bottom ground. That's what they expect them to do. We talked about a lot of teams preferring this, actually, potentially, you might say over at least, at the very least, that mid ground.
If that was able to get rid of that generator, granted it was put down long enough that likely we do have another generator available for the Watson, but could have been a make or break positioning and something to consider that may force Fnatic to maybe shift to a different elevation. You never want to be on that top floor if somebody controls your roof. And also, as we close here on round 7, who is going to focus on who? Because right now, again, we have 3 tiers of elevation. Lazarus shooting through the dang floors, and we see up above Pittsburgh Knights shooting through the roof. I mean, what are you, Fnatic, this is not a sandwich you want to be the meat of.
No, not at all. This is going to be a game of very small sight lines through these little cracks in the floors and cracks in the roofs. As you see, there's a choked Peacekeeper as well peeking through, which is the last thing you want to look up and see, and the pressure coming in there. And they're going to have to be real careful, is Fnatic NA, and they know that Lazarus trying to engage so many Watson fences up as well.
And keep in mind that the 2 teams that are trying to compete here, Lazarus is the only one with very comfortable positioning looking forward. Fnatic NA needs this win here for this series. It is absolutely dire that they display some of that success, and it's still a true statement when
look at Postkill actually poking out for the first time in a while. Just taking a few pot shots, see if he can do damage there, and yes, indeed, just going to take out a Watson fence. Continue poking away here. 45 seconds until that ring closure where things will get pretty wild. Looks like that pre-trace coming in.
Who focuses who? I don't think we have any fast heal backpacks, so it's something we have to be looking at when it comes to these final heals. Everybody should be prepping to make sure that the Wraith has as many meds as they possibly can. You know what? If we can, I'd love to hear what Fnatic has to say over this final circle, because again, if they can win this, they may very likely be a team that moves on and survives this tournament.
Absolutely.
Yeah, do you have arcs?
Yeah, I've got 1 arc and 1 thermite.
Okay. You're gonna just do the nades then.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, when ring closes, I'm just walking out and zipping.
Someone have self-revive for me?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Put it here. Put the portal there.
Okay.
It's all
Let's
gated.
do it. Let's do it.
I'm going. Oh, I didn't make it up.
Oh, that was no bueno.
That was not it. The Wraith is dead. Cracked. Half. I'm on the zone. They're trapezing. On me. Down.
I'm down.
I can't believe this. Is Fnatic able to hold on? Muffins?
Let's see if he can stay right here. No, indeed, he will go down. Let's take a look in the end. Yes, indeed, it's Lazarus from the low ground that takes the win. And they will absolutely secure their place through from Losers Bracket Round 2. You see smiles coming out of their booth. They're going to be happy with that. Fnatic NA, question mark there as to whether or not they're going to get through. We did see a second place finish from them. But the question remains on the points table, exactly how the middle of that pack will net out. But it's Lazarus winning that final battle, and you heard some unfortunate zips there from the Fnatic side. Not what we expected to see in those final moments, and you heard Muffin say, "Yep, we're going for it." And then the first thing you heard after that was Spirit saying, "I missed the zip," and then no bueno.
No bueno. And yeah, for anybody who's been that Pathfinder who tries to have that cheeky play, you know that experience. So you just put it off just a pixel and everybody's going the wrong way. Not an opportunity to be able to risk that there for Fnatic, but again, because they got second, placement may have been enough to carry them through throughout this tournament.
That's right, so Lazarus will close it out. As a reminder, coming into that, they were sitting pretty right within that top 6 already. So that will secure their advancement through. But to find out how that round will net out and more from that last match, let's head over to Fallout and the analyst desk.
Bravo, Dreadnought, thank you so much. And what a calling that was of a Game 3. That was a thriller, a multi-layered ending, that's for sure. 3 teams stacking on each end of the house. We had low ground, Lazarus just chilling, Fnatic NA, mid ground, and then of course the Pittsburgh Knights up top. What a finish that was. Any little crack you could to get an advantage. I love the call that Fnatic NA makes as well. And the most calm and collected comms as well. Walk me through what we just saw here.
First of all, can we touch on how smooth that communication was? Like it was down to the pin drop size of a circle, and they couldn't have been any less affected by the stress of that ending.
The communication was smooth, but the execution left a little bit to be desired there, as we saw Spirit trying to get up onto the high ground, onto the roof, but he missed it. But still, I think Fnatic knew that they were in. I believe third should basically secure for them. But this was still an ending in the top 4, which was very hard to predict who was going to be moving on.
There was the...
And obviously 1 pixel away, as Dreadnought said, but I like the strat call and the mid-game decision there. Because honestly, Lazarus would have had no idea, Pittsburgh Knights would have had no idea that they were doing that. They were staying high ground. They were focusing on getting center circle. They had an easy flank, a wide open flank, an opportunity. Instead, they get second place, but still, you got to think with a second place finish, 9 points, a couple kills, I think 2 or 3 kills, maybe even more than that. I think Fnatic NA is going to sneak through here for sure.
The difficulty here is wondering if actually the Pittsburgh Knights move on, because with that third place finish, it might not be enough points for them. We'll have to see what their kill count was like by the end of that round.
And we were talking about this going back and forth as well. There are so many teams that are currently on that bubble right now that the deciding factor is going to be their kills.
Yeah, and so we're also looking at Maestro, Team Liquid White, Echo Fox, Sinisters, all sitting at that bubble edge there. They might have been knocked down and knocked out.
Crazy to think it is a wild finish here in our losers bracket round 2 matchup on Saturday, where of course, if you lose, you're out, you're packing your bags and you're going home. It looks like we do have our round standings, or at least the match standings ready. Let's take a look at the points and how it went down. Team Liquid Blue, whoa, that's big, 5 points, can it be enough? Of course, Fnatic NA with 15 points, they're certainly gonna be in. The big question mark is Pittsburgh Knights though.
Team Liquid Blue with 5 points puts them at 13. Pittsburgh Knights with the 11 points, though, puts them at 14. So we know...
Wait, stop it.
So we know that Pittsburgh Knights are above Blue right now.
Stop it.
What a finish. Fnatic EU, of course, 1 point. They don't care.
Maestro is at 13 points.
Oh, I hear people screaming. Justice? Justice is screaming and running around the stage right now. Justice may have snuck through with a 4th place finish. I want to see.
Hold on.
I have to see these final standings.
We need the overall.
We will see it as soon as we can, of course, in just a moment, as it looks like the players are made aware.
Oh, it's
Celebrations are coming. And what an unbelievable turn of events. I am on the edge of my seat waiting here, as I cannot believe how the action is unfolding.
Yeah, you can see them on the screen right now. Team Justice, they found themselves in the top 4. They tried to make a push for the high ground. They got punished for it by Lazarus. There's only one alive. They finished 4th. But did they get enough elimination points to move it on through? I mean, the way that they're celebrating right now, you see Tishik right there on screen. He is hyped. He is pumped up right now.
And that's something you and I were sitting here going back and forth on the math about. We were trying to figure out if it were even possible for them to sneak into that top 10.
And they are watching the screen. They are watching and waiting the screen.
Maybe their coach did some calculations.
I'm as stressed as they are right now.
Maybe the coach did some calculations and they got overhyped. That might have been honestly an early hype there. I don't know. Premature from Justice. We will see if they made it through. They got 4th place and got some points. We'll see if it's enough. Of course, our team is hard at work calculating the final standings to see who will continue and have another life in this tournament. But I gotta think.
We do know. Fnatic NA definitely moves on.
100%.
Definitely
yes, absolutely.
Pittsburgh Knights over Team Liquid.
Over Liquid, they're at 14 points.
Which
should put them over that
what's
threshold.
What's the bubble threshold right now? At least 13, 14?
14 looks like that's where it's going to be. And that is the reveal.
Oh, Justice makes it. Celebrations come. The place is losing it.
Are going to be moving on. Take a look at that. 7th through 10th, 14 points, tied all along. I think we still need some final calculations, but this is nuts.
How are there so many 14-point teams right now? Look at that.
4 teams at the 14-point threshold. Justice knows they make it. The Koreans can celebrate, can take a breath for now, but it is a long road ahead to grind through this losers bracket and to make it all the way. They still have to get through losers bracket round 3 and then the losers bracket final. Boy, oh boy, has this double elimination format not gotten you more excited than ever.
Take a look at the names on the bottom half of the standings. Tempo Storm at 14 points as well.
Liquid Blue.
This might be a tiebreaker situation where we still need a maybe. I don't know.
I don't know what the final word is.
Only 7 kills. The tiebreaker is obviously points first, kills second.
Yes.
Only 7 kills for Tempo Storm. You got to think that wasn't enough. I don't think our team would have put the standings up if they weren't final. Tempo Storm
And
Back to the
Maestro
bags.
Gaming right underneath them at 13 points, but with 10 kills, if they could have just gotten some more placement points, that could have been them moving on.
This is breaking my heart. This is,
And this,
there's so many conflicting emotions. I'm so happy for so many teams, and then I'm so sad for other teams.
Take a look at the Pittsburgh Knights over there with their manager, Leonix, celebrating that they're moving on to the next round of lower bracket.
and this is the emotion that Apex Legends brings out of you. This format, the celebrations, the small celebrations for now, but of course you still have a long road ahead. But isn't it an amazing feeling to be awaiting those standings, to see your name in the top 10? And can you imagine the heartbreak for those teams right on the fringe?
This is just an emotion-riddled weekend now, and it's just the halfway points. We still have 2 matches, I believe, that we have to go through today.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do. So we do have Hot 6-6 and turns on screen. They qualify through. However, an amazing series. We have to throw it over to my man Jump on the main stage with Fnatic NA. It's my boy Shiny. Jump, take it away.
Thanks a lot. You said it yourself best, Fallout. The passion and the emotions are running high. We knew that on Elimination Saturday, it was going to be nothing short of action-packed adventure, and we have tiebreakers aplenty, but one that didn't have to face the tiebreakers is none other than Fnatic NA. I'm standing by with Shiny. I got it right this time. I'm righting my wrongs from the X Games. You guys had a difficult game 1 and 2. What was the communications like with your team coming into game number 3?
Well, we just knew that we couldn't make another mistake after we were highly contested on our rotates in our first 2 games. And, I mean, we just won it, so we made sure to put it all out there. And we got blessed with the circle on that final rotate, and we beat the other team to the winning position and took it home.
Now, not only did the North American Fnatic team qualify, but the European team walked away with over 55 points, which means now that both of the representatives for Fnatic find themselves in the next set of losers matches. What's it like having both teams go forward?
Just super proud of our boys, all 6 of us. I know everyone in the entire org has been putting in a lot of work, and it's been a huge opportunity for all of us to come out here and represent Fnatic, and we're really appreciative of them. And we just have a lot of expectations, and we don't want to let anyone down.
3 games stand between you, your teammates, and making it onto Sunday. What are you guys going to do differently to make sure that you show up tomorrow morning?
We're going to make the path a little easier for ourselves. Hopefully a first game pop-off, and then a second game pop-off, and wrap it up from there.
Any surprises we can expect?
Not that I know of. We'll find out.
All right, we will find out indeed. Shiny, thank you so much. Both Fnatic organizations qualify, and there is one more set of losers matches before the final set of eliminations happen. It's time to throw it back over to the studio with Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter.
Thank you so much, Jump. You see Shiny holding up the 2 right there because he's representing his Fnatic EU boys as well, who performed incredibly well. EU reigns on top this time with over 50 points. They break the threshold again in that 3-game record-setting mark. So close to doing it in 2 games. You got to think Fnatic EU is looking dominant right now.
I mean, not only is Fnatic EU looking dominant, but so is NA. Yeah, they had a rough start in the first 2 games, didn't go so well, but they got it together for the 3rd game and showed exactly why they belong to be in the top 10.
And they talked about it themselves. When they get the circle that they want, right? They moved on down from containment. We're able to get one of the best house in River's End.
And Wyvern here qualified as well.
They did.
Their key storyline that, Glitter, our girl's been talking about all weekend. The Koreans coming over. All 3 Korean teams still alive as Justice and Wyvern both sneak through.
This was a scary moment for Fnatic when they did actually trade away with Team Liquid Whites. That could have been a moment that might have ended their career or ended their tournament run here.
Look at these shots by Doxer right here. Oh my gosh, hitting everything with the Peacekeeper. The accuracy from these players, of course, players that come from Counter-Strike, particularly Overwatch, obviously know how to hit shots in key moments.
And this was HSL taking a fight with EBC, I believe. No, this was up against Gamers Arena.
And they get unfortunately caught in the caves there, and now they get an opportunity to rotate through. My heart goes out to HSL, particularly HSL Krems, who I know is a remarkable individual. He's played and competed in a variety of titles in the past. They are going home, but Justice is a team that will make it through.
Justice, with this positioning here in the tunnels and caves, they were able to pick up the necessary kills that they needed to be able to move on. Because it wasn't just the placements, it was the kills that they needed to be able to move on.
Also, if you're paying attention to the amount of squads that are left as these clips go on, this is probably one of the slowest games that we have watched yet. At the end of the third ring, there were still 19 out of 20 squads up.
Yep.
So these fights just kind of came and all happened at the same time as people were forced closer.
That's true. I think it was ring 3 to ring 4 was when things got absolutely insane with squad drops after squad drops. Right here, Justice had nowhere to go. They're just sitting outside the house that Fnatic NA was in. People had to rotate to them, and they somehow held their ground with their backs against the wall.
But that definitely worked out for them because those were the necessary kills that they needed to be able to move on, right? In that tiebreaker, 14th across the board here for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th position. And so they just barely eked on in by getting these engagements and getting these fights and getting these kills.
Yeah, this is where Justice finally does get taken out, I believe. A couple of missed shots there is what cost them, but that was enough to get them through. And this is, of course, the infamous missed zip line up. Unfortunate, but Fnatic NA somehow still pulls away with a couple kills here. It was Spirit that actually popped off, did so much damage. Is that a P2020 that I saw?
It definitely is with the hammer point, and I love how you guys talked about it, right? Their communication. It was calm. It was cool. When they were in this moment, they said, oh, look up. They're ziplining right now. They're trapezing. And so they were dealing with that threat. Unfortunately, not all the shots landed, but still, they got the second place finish. They're moving on today.
Look at that smile from Muffins, the older brother of Spirit. He wipes his head, like the sweat off his forehead, and he feels good. He's like, we made it, boys. Don't worry. As that Fnatic NA knew that game 3 performance that they needed.
I love that little play coming up from post-kill there where he's just, setting out all the traps. That's right. I got this designed. You guys are going to die.
That's what I'm saying. Look, imagine a caustic in that scenario, and
you're just waiting on it. You just want it to happen.
I'm just waiting on it. I'm hoping that we see some caustic action by the end of this tournament. But of course, the Wattson Pathfinder meta is way too strong right now, of course, as an overall meta. You see the longbow action has been in the case. I know there's been a lot of discussion around exactly that. But rather than us breaking down the meta and breaking down the gameplay, let's go ahead and throw it to some people. And I have a telestrator and can do it very much better than we can. Blaze, Nathanius, how you guys doing?
Doing great over here, Fallout. And yes, we do got our beautiful telestrator that we've been having a lot of fun with all weekend long. It really is. So to start off this breakdown, we're going to show you guys 2 clips. We're going to go back and watch our final moment. But want to give some tips out there to some of our newer Apex players and some of our newer just Wattson players out there. And Nate, what do you have for us here?
Well, I just want to start off and say that in game of Apex Legends, those rotations, moving around towards those safe zones is important, but it changes every single game, right? You never know exactly where you're going to have to be, and being able to adapt and terraform your surroundings is absolutely huge. And what we're going to see is Justice making a good way of that, because looking at this minimap, there's only so many different directions that they actually have to worry about. They're stuck in a really tight position. So what they're going to do is we're going to see them use those Wattson fences to cut off the sides, but there's actually a cool little thing that you can do that maybe people don't talk about as much.
Yeah, you know what? I just learned this myself.
Yeah, you don't have to hold that many different angles.
Yeah.
So when you want to make sure that if someone pushes you and tries to get through that Wattson fence, you can just double stack them up like this. This is small ways to say, I could try to stagger out 4 layers, but you're holding a central position. You don't need to spread it that thin. And I just like seeing use of tactics like this because stacking them up like that,
it makes it harder for your opponent to, even if they have to come in and push you, and we saw the way that zone was moving where people kind of had to come through that cave. They got to shoot out those pylons. They have to be very methodical on which one they want to go for, but also taking fire at the same time. So let's go on and let's check out our next clip of those final moments, because this is also when it comes down to rotations, you want to rotate as early as possible. We had 3 teams on this final hill. One team set up under, one team set up mid-house, and another team set up on top, and it came down to this final moment of all 3 squads saying, hey, you know what? We need to make this rush and try to come on through and get this hill off. Something else that happened too as well, one of our Wraiths went out the circle, took a little bit of damage on that roof so they can pre-prep that med kit, because if you had 100% health, you can't use any med kit. So they purposely took damage so they can do that, and we're going to start to see how this unfolds.
Yeah, of course, making moves like that always going to be extremely risky, but when that circle starts to close in those final moments, being able to make those quick reactionary plays is extremely key, something that you were talking to me about right before we got on as well. Also, just the awareness by the Watson to drop down that fence right in those final seconds to catch everybody.
And almost got a shot off as well.
Yeah, able to just try to inhibit the opponents as much as you can.
So, yeah, pause right here for a second.
It's mayhem.
Yeah, mayhem. And in this final moment, there are 3 squads left. The player who clutched it up for Lazarus is right here in the corner. It's right there in the corner. That's going to be the final one up because 4 members are going to down. Cashera getting it done right there.
I mean, it's a great play, but I have to say,
yes,
you know, someone trying to steal my thunder on the desk. I want to see the caustic gas, okay? I'm just saying that's that moment where being able to bring that gas bomb gets huge. One day it's going to happen.
It's going to happen one day. You're going to get it, Nate.
A lot of these circles, I won't lie, the pancake stack of being a top, bottom, low, that makes it a little bit harder to get those plays, but when you force everyone to come down there, that gas bomb.
But imagine if Caustic was on that roof just throwing bombs down,
everybody.
Flush them out of that house right there.
And
but he got to make it to late game first, and that's the reason why you don't see a lot of them. Very, very clunky there in gameplay, but the meta's so strong there. And but once again, you know, you saw Lazarus close that game out and get it done. But that's going to be it for me and Nate over here at the Command Center. Fallout, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Fallout back here, and let me tell you, the action's been great so far on Saturday. Elimination Saturday, as my friend Jump put it, and I'll tell you right now, a lot of teams have gone home. However, one thing we missed on stream before, and like we said, we're all about gameplay here, we want to make sure you can watch, was Match 3 of Losers Bracket Round 2A, which featured teams in the likes of CLG, Nicewig, Reciprocity, with Snipe Down, the 2 controller players that are debuting in this tournament. Of course, Team Secret, playing with Lemek as a substitute for Yusuf, had an interesting game 3 as well. No spoilers here, but we're going to throw it to that match number 3 before we get started with our other stream match and our winners bracket final here on main stage.
As well, so that means if you are wanting to make your way towards water treatment, it's going to be a little bit of a tough time. You need to have a decent decent jump master on board to make sure they can get you there, or at least get you close enough. But SJ, they're staying on board for quite some time, and they're now going to be heading towards runoff, and then just scouting around to see if anyone's going to be joining them as well. If they're not, they should be able to separate. It looks like one team going towards Slum Lakes, but I think they're just about safe, and that's why one of them's now actually heading off towards pit and saying, look, no one's heading towards the pit, so let's go and take the loot there as well.
Yeah, so much loot, and what a way to drop there. Get a nice purple armor to kick things off, exactly how you want to start the game, especially after you just won that first one. And sometimes it just seems to work like that, doesn't it? You have a good first game, and oh, look at that. The luck continues, and yeah, we'll put themselves in a good position to maybe pick up a back-to-back here.
And I know it's not as easy when you are playing at home and you're playing in your ranked games and you see all these teams, like 6 teams dropping Skulltown, etc. But if you do wait, if you are patient on that dropship, you can find yourself dropping away from a lot of other teams, and you can spread yourselves out like these guys have done, because you've got enough time to regather after looting, and it just means that you're going to have such better loot. You're going to be able to have people with purple, blue armor, even a gold knockdown shield I think was just picked up there as well, and that is just going to help you so much later in those fights. If you all drop together, if you're all trying to split that loot, you are going to struggle.
And that is the difference between these pro lobbies. Everyone has those set locations, and they like to get that loot on board and not be challenged and go down early. Obviously, points on the board is the huge thing. Whereas my favorite thing to do, of course, when I'm dropping down is scream to you, I don't have a gun, Dan. Do you have a gun? Please give me a gun. Please help.
Well, usually I have all of the guns and all of the weapons and all of the ammo. I have everything because I'm a little loot goblin. As Forehead find one player going down, it's going to be Pride, and it means that Payne and Linz now have one of 2 options. They either retreat or they try and take this fight. It depends how much damage was done to the opposition team here at Thunderdome.
Yeah, Hemlock, single fire selected as well, just to have a little bit more accuracy at distance than the scout. I mean, he's only got 1 bullet left here. He's got to do a good job of keeping his teammates in, well, keeping that team who are pushing at bay, and it seems like that scout shot maybe has just kind of potentially warned a team off, looking for the finish now. So there is actually an opportunity here for a couple of players to be taken down. It's actually Forehead who are going to lose the first player in this game. Venus takes down Pride. There's going to be points on the board here.
Yeah, it seemed like they traded 1 for 1, Triumph and Forehead, but unfortunately for Forehead, they weren't able to take down that player and get that elimination after the knock, and then that's when the revive came through. And now Forehead have just had to retreat. But let's see whether Triumph are going to be allowing that retreat. It looks like they're saying, all right, well, we will. We're going to carry on looting Thunderdome. We'll just maybe wait around this beacon to ensure that that 3rd player can't be brought back.
Yeah, very interesting to see that challenge early on around the Thunderdome area, especially when there's so much loot still up for grabs. So you have the feeling that maybe That was a contested drop in that particular situation, or maybe one of those teams just landed to the side of Thunderdome and thought we might be able to get a pick here just while they are looting. They might have had a weapon in their hands that they might be able to do a little bit of damage from distance. But now we're going to move over to Samsung Morning Stars, of course, taking home that second place finish after an early rotation towards the end circle. Last time holding down that compound within for pretty much the majority of the game. Just that last little circle movement really sold them out as far as having to hold down that compound for the entirety of the game, but they're in a great position now as we jump on board with Isurus Gaming, who do need something to happen.
Come on, Isurus, get your first point, get the elimination, please. They've managed to get 2 knocks. They haven't got any elims yet, but it looks like they're going to be getting their first points of the tournament in this fight in Canyon at the moment. There they are. Welcome to the Preseason Invitational. It's taken you 5 matches, but now you've got some points on the board. Let's see if you can build from that. And let's see whether you can actually finish off this squad, or whether Den Pride is going to be able to survive for Estral. Estral, who you remember from match 1, had prime position for quite some time, but weren't able to pick up those kills, weren't able to secure as much points as maybe they could have.
I feel really good now they've got their points on the board. You know, it's kind of that warming, humbling feeling. It's like, all right, boys, good stuff. You deserve to be here. You've done it. And now we're going to see Quasar Generation Blue actually set up here around Bunker Town, and one player did get knocked. It looks like there's some trouble going on, to be honest with it. Attain, one team who have been struggling a little bit, seem to continually be struggling here. Shots going in here from the R301. The distance will be not too much of a problem, and won't be either. Short range, because that Peacekeeper is going to absolutely chunk the player, as Defties is now looking to close down the space on that range, but they can't quite get the finish. They do have the time here to get the res on.
Good communication though, just to ensure that someone's blocking the door so they could make sure they get that revive. But the Wraith player did get away. A couple of missed shots though. That could have been a finish there. Probably could have been a knock if he had been a little bit more accurate, but very different when that Wraith is dancing around, strafing and trying to avoid you. It looks like a pretty central circle, so that's why we're seeing a lot more early engagements, because everyone is rotating from out. Well, they're not rotating, they're actually just moving from the outside to the inside, just W keying towards that circle, and they're all running into each other at this point.
And that's going to be the interesting thing here. That round, you know, second or third ring really are going to be interesting, because every single player is going to be converging on that circle. Every single team, excuse me, going to be converging in that circle from essentially a different angle. And one thing we just noticed in the makeup of this team as well, we are seeing a lifeline, and we saw that from Reciprocity. Yes, they didn't have too much success with it. They're certainly seeing a little bit of variation in those legend picks.
Yeah, North taking lifeline maybe to go for a little bit more aggression. It doesn't sound right using 2 support legends to actually go for aggression, but the fact you've got the quick heals and you've got the quick recharge of the shields as well from Watson, it does work out really nicely if you like that close quarter combat. And of course you get the quick res with lifeline as well. North were only able to pick up 1 kill yesterday in their 3 matches, so maybe they just felt like they weren't doing enough, or they weren't confident enough going in with the Pathfinder.
Quasar Generation Blue are in all sorts of trouble though. Rhythm's going to be the last player alive, does manage to crack a shield, but the only problem is the shield's cracked, but there's players coming around the corner to finish him off. So Quasar Generation Blue, every single player there will fall to the hands of Chaos Esports Club.
I have heard that Rhythm is a dancer, but unfortunately he couldn't dance enough there. He couldn't avoid the shots, not well enough strafing, but that is going to be the first squad down and out, as now all the teams are moving around Bunker Town here and just trying to work their way towards the central circle, whilst also guessing and predicting where this final circle is going to be as well.
Yeah, great shot there from Synced from Sonics here. Again, I think they had a seventh place finish in that last game, but again, not a particularly convincing performance. However, a big game here for Sonics. Maybe they'll just calm things down a little bit for them and stop those worries, those kind of feelings of looking over your shoulder at elimination.
Yeah, I think once you do pick up some kills and you get some points in the bag, it opens up this game for you, and you don't actually think necessarily about, okay, we have to finish top 5, or we might be dropping into the low bracket. You say, all right, well, we're feeling confident, we're looted up now, we're hitting our shots. Let's actually take some fights here. We've already secured 2 points. That's what we would be getting if we finished within that top 10 anyway. So let's keep going.
Then holding down one of these huts, and I think we are going to see a lot of different engagements, a little bit of poking with wingmans, a little bit of poking with longbows and scouts. As we see also teams traversing across the map, that sort of time from the bunker side of the map. And you can see market's quite central here, Dan, so we might be looking towards a finish around the market area as well. We're going to have to see. The big part of the game here is where this central circle is going to move. Is it going to locate itself in a place where a lot of teams are going to have to force themselves through particular choke points towards it. Most importantly, is there going to be some teams who find themselves in position to control those choke points and pick up quite a lot of eliminations?
Yeah, a lot of teams will be relying on what they've seen previously, not just in this tournament, but in scrims as well. Cave's finish is entirely possible at this point. This is where really you want to be in a place where you can use Pathfinder and use that Pathfinder to get as much knowledge as possible of where that ring's going to go. And Cage is a good place to be standing because there is a beacon over at Cage.
That's very interesting as well. You talk about composition of weapons across a team. Difficult to judge at the moment exactly what you might want to be holding. You're kind of covering a lot of bases with the alternator, longbow combination here. Obviously short range, long range covered, but we do move towards that cave area where things do start to get very, very tight. Maybe we'll see a few teams and players swapping out those longbows for an R99 and a Peacekeeper setup, trying to take 2 short-range weapons instead of taking that long-range weapon.
And of course, sometimes you just have to deal with what you're given when you go through your looting process. If you are a team who's on the outskirts and you've had to loot up fast so you can rotate early, you might not have the ability to pick and choose as to what you want. You might just be given whatever is on the floor, whatever is in a little box for you.
So cooler then, they haven't moved too much here. Secret coming under a little bit of pressure here. They've been holed up for a while, but shields, not too much of a problem. Of course, with that Watson ultimate inside that room, will be slowly just regenerating those shields. Health is the one thing that you have to keep your eye on, to be honest with you. But it looks like they've got plenty of heals to be working with as well. Let's take a look across some of the teams here just to see where they are located, as this next ring will be closing in around 30 seconds time, as Aladdin ain't going to be moving. Team Secret ain't going to be moving, but one team who are on the move is SJP2. They're in market at the moment. Maybe they're hedging their bets on a market finish here.
Around market, or at least the little settlement outside of market is also somewhere it could be heading towards as well. So yes, okay, hedging your bets early can really work out, but it can also very much not work out in the same situation. It's probably going to guarantee you a top 5 if you can predict close to where that final circle is going to be. Here's going to be the next one, and market just on the edge there, but also Cave still in as well. So market Caves was a good bet for a lot of these teams, but now you've just got to make sure you are looking at the possibilities of the 2 or 3 final circles of where it could be heading.
And if it does move towards market, that's going to be a very interesting finish, because you have so many close quiet areas that can be held down by those Watson defenses. You also have the differences in elevation, so there's going to be a lot of peak shotting before one team decides to maybe get a little bit ballsy and make a play in and try and finish off those kills. And Sonics, again, being aggressive here, taking these battles. I do enjoy what I've seen them from so far today.
The thing is, right now, are Sonics being aggressive, or are they being griefed from several different teams from both angles? Or is it just one team who have managed to just fall into market here and saying, oh, well, there's another team here, so we need to actually try and take this building off them, otherwise we're just going to be sitting here alongside them. As I say that, SJP2, here they are. They're in market as well. They're going to be this team right on the other side. And they're just peeking at the moment, trading shots and trading shields.
This is a little bit of a wingman measuring contest at the moment, isn't it, to be honest with you? Both teams poking out and saying, I'm going to hit you. All right, let's go again. And we'll see who hits the next shot. Jumping back in and recharging those shields. So a little bit of an ego test, to be honest with you. Quite enjoyed it.
I would quite like to see one of them push, and I know that you could argue it's a waste of utility if you have got some grenades, if you've got some arc stars to use, but there's potentially 3 points available for you in such a short distance away. If you were eliminated outside of the top 15, you're not going to get any points. So maybe you push for those kills, maybe you are brave, but these are teams that are competing for their tournament life, so it's very difficult to have that bravery.
We are starting to see a couple of kills, or downs I should say, in the feed. Yellow's picking up one caller, picking up another down as well. So a few battles going down on rotation here. In around 17 seconds, you are going to see a lot of teams having to move through some choke points. I mean, if you take your eyes to the top left-hand side of your screen right now, you can see that overhead on the map, and you can see the choke points. There's quite a lot, Dan, that are going to be in play, and it'll be interesting to see who's located around the caves at the moment, and if anyone is holding down that high ground area.
You can see on the top of your screen as well the current standings, several different teams on 0 points, so they're going to be the ones who really are going to be nervous in this match number 2, even more nervous in match number 3 if they don't actually find any points. And you can see now teams just teabagging on the floor as they can see each other through the windows as well, just saying like, hiya, yeah, we know you're there, let's see whether this circle ends up here, because if it doesn't, we're coming for you in a second.
Synced again. Looks like he's just trying to close the door on them at the moment. Lock them in that room with those wingman shots. On the other side of things, you've seen that door just being peeked. So both teams still trying to peek, but you can see here maybe Sonic's thinking about getting a little bit aggressive, sending that Wraith in sync and then backing up with that.
He had a thought.
That Wraith.
As soon as Android was able to get some damage there, Sing was like, all right, we're going. And then it was like, okay, we're not. There was that moment of panic where he just suddenly took damage as well. As that circle moves just slightly outside of market, but it is going to allow for a smidgen of market still in the circle. I would imagine that a team might end up on top of it as well.
Here comes a push across, and one player with the Wraith there who's going to be in all sorts of trouble. The Arc Stars are going to go in. Just waiting for maybe for that Wraith to be pushed out here. SJP2, maybe the distraction technique like you talked about, Dan, being used here. The portal going down as well, and there you go, managing to escape. And I think just trying to set up an escape route here for them if that circle does close. And you can see from their position here inside market, they've got some problems now because North have got this kept. They have Watson fences up in front of that portal, and that's pretty much the only escape method unless they go into the R99 fire, excuse me, the alternator fire from the SMG. That North are locking down. Good position here for North.
Yeah, North have just been able to take that one side of market that is going to be in the circle. And as you can see on the mini-map as well, there's 3-4 little tiny buildings that are going to be in this next circle as well. So I would expect a couple of teams to already be residing in those, as now North under fire. A lot of grenades coming in the way of Nook.
This could be bad news indeed, and Jellycore now coming under fire. This is where the moves are starting to come in. If he can get the finish on this, that will be great for North. Nook manages to pick that one up. And now SJP2, they've been kind of in position to command a lot of the real estate here in market, and they are making their move out towards North. SJP2 coming under fire as well. Sonic's involved in this battle as well, and they've relocated here to the top of market. So then they've now got that elevation in their advantage. Watson fences set up, of course, as well. And on top of them, you've got another team here.
Yeah, because of the side of market, or the corner of market that's still in the top of market is actually quite a nice place because it's very difficult to be shot from, and there's a couple of like little generators on top of market you can hide behind as well. So I would say that it's decent positioning to take that.
And you can see why the teams are starting to move at the moment. 30 seconds until this ring does close, and if you're looking at market, there really isn't a lot of places to rotate out, to be honest with you. You have the doors to the side, you have the option of trying to maybe zip line up top and maybe lay down a portal, but with so many teams involved in the battles here within market, someone is going to have to lose a battle here, and one squad is going to have to go down, as Sonics are making the move now, and they're picking up kills, taking down one player. This is fantastic positioning from them.
Yeah, Sonics moved early, so they could get those teams rotating in that have the red on their backsides. It's what North tried to do on the inside section as well, but I don't know whether that's been successful for them, because they were taking that fight very early. Wraith tries to get the team out. He does get tagged in the backside as well, but I think just about managing to get away.
Now you're going to have to see these teams be forced to move. One team here just trapped on that inside edge of market. Not a lot of room, excuse me, to work with for SJP2 at this point. And again, having to take a battle just to get repositioning here. So this is a huge fight in, not only as far as the game is concerned, as far as who's going to pick up the kills is concerned, but for placement points, this could be massive. The EVA 8 shots ringing in as well, landing. Look at this push coming in from Sonics. Love the aggression that's coming in.
Yeah, Sonics just smelled blood. They knew there was vulnerability down below them. They could hear the healing, but now here comes the third party. They knew there was noise as well, but Sonics are straight back out, and they're getting aggressive with the wingman. But can you hit your shots? You got to do the damage and rely on your teammates to finish off.
Sonics are still alive in all of this carnage that's going down. They are picking up so many eliminations at this point. This has been a fantastic run. They've put themselves in the position they've had to take these battles, Dan, but having taken them, they've had a lot of success.
I love that they did take the battles. I think when you see the circle spread that far away from you, and you know it's going to be so difficult to get towards that final circle, you say, look, we've got 2 teams below us. We have potential to pick up 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 kills here and really get some points on the board. Then we'll see whether we can get into that circle. We trust our ability. We know we can win these fights. Sonics are a team who can progress through this tournament.
Yeah, you're going to see Sonics involved in another battle now and dipping out here. Here's Android Dream. A little bit of a paranoid android at the moment as he's searching around looking for that player. His team are trying to push out as well, but this is the choke point I was talking about. Sonics have won the battle and the right to move up onto these buildings just outside of Market at River's End. And this is where the battles are going to go down now. 10 squads remaining, and not a lot of buildings to be hiding in either.
Yeah, Sonics have done really well to get this far, but you can see they're not quite in the circle just yet. So they're going to move together, and they have to move through open ground. They're going to be chunked by this red. They need to communicate, so they're pushing in the right areas. Pathfinder can get in, but are you going to be able to get the battery off? No, you're not. 2 members of Sonics down.
Yeah, Synced is the last one alive here as far as being able to compete in the fight is concerned. And Secret in a decent position here as well. They do have the low ground, but as we talked about before, that Watson ult has changed the meta game as far as high ground, low ground is concerned, Dan.
Yeah, I really like low ground. I think a lot of teams can agree on that as well. You've got quite a lot of cover here, and also with that final circle, you're not going to be stunned if you suddenly have to drop into it. But I'm not sure. Well, I don't know whether we're going to get to a final circle. We do have several different levels. I think when you've got 2 or 3 levels, you can get to that tiny circle right in the end game.
So Cooler, one of the teams who are involved, and they're in a very, very nice position as far as placement is potentially concerned. All of them full shields. We've got Triumph Gaming who are involved as well. Maybe a team who haven't had the greatest of runs so far in the tournament. They're going to have some big points on the board. They currently have the ultimate high ground in this particular circumstance as well, and that alternator is just melting shields. The disruptor rounds just doing so much damage, even at medium range.
Ultimate high ground and utilizing ultimate accelerants as well. Of course, Watson, her passive is that if you use an ultimate accelerant, it instantly recharges your ultimate as well. Very important. We've seen how Watson is just the definition of this meta. She is everything. You need her in for her fences and for ultimate as well.
Synced has a huge role here for Sonics as well. We've seen how many eliminations they've picked up so far. He's managed to eke his way into a top 5 placement as well as the last player alive for his squad. If he can just let these teams go about their business, get busy with the fighting, and somehow stay alive and take another couple of placements, this could be a massive game here for Sonics as the wingman shot to ring it in across Kings Canyon.
Brave trying to get away, trying to use the portal as well, but everyone is staring at that portal. You just start firing at it as well, just in case anyone's going to come behind you. But it's madness now. Everyone trying to get in a building or under a building or on top of a building, and then we will get a period where everything will slow down once everyone has got some sort of vantage point.
Team Seeker in a pretty decent position here. They don't have the high ground, but as we say, that Watson ultimate is going to make that not too much of a factor in comparison to maybe some of the early game iterations and meta games that we did see. Cooler now coming under a lot of pressure as well as the last 4 squads remaining here try and push on each other. They peek. The R301 shots ring out across as well as we saw a player trying to peek around that corner, maybe finish off some of those kills, and now we're going to see some desperate reshielding as they try and hold their ground.
5 points for 4th, 7 points for 3rd, so a 2-point difference if you can get into that top 3. So that's why teams desperately trying to survive here, and there's 1 minute and 10 seconds to think about what you want to do. Are you actually going to get aggressive? Are you going to try and push one of these teams, or are you going to wait for that circle to enclose and just hope for the best with what utility you've got? Looking across SJ, looking across Cooler, I'm not seeing much utility whatsoever. Not many grenades to be throwing into that circle, so then you're relying on Wraith. You're relying on her ability to queue and survive a lot of this red.
Triumph Gaming still holding that high ground, and now we're going to see the moves now, trying to maybe go for that loot box, maybe get a little bit greedy, but the Pathfinder mobility getting him out of trouble momentarily. Wonder if that was worth it. It was a little bit of a risky move, but we are going to see a knock come in here, and Team Secret, they are holding this ground as they do drop Painless their piece with that Peacekeeper shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Triumph was looking for, whether it was ammo, maybe whether it was utility, or whether he just hoped he could kind of drop very central to the circle and not be noticed. But here comes now all of the action. 4 squads left, 10 seconds and this circle's moving.
Portals go down from those wraiths. You're going to see players and teams just whipping about towards this final circle. On board with Lemic here as he tries to land some wingman shots. SJ Gaming, of course, they took home your last game that we saw, so they're looking for a big points result once again. Jerpy now setting up his portal to find an escape mechanism or being able to stay alive as that ring closes in. The shots are ringing out now, but Rubo's going to be taken down. Team Secret, they've controlled this low ground for the majority of this second game. Secret trying to do what they can to close out a win. The Peacekeeper shot comes in, but it's not enough at this point.
Ishi's the only one who's actually alive at the moment. He's trying to survive, but there's so many portals. Everyone's just dancing around and just surviving this red, but someone's got to survive. Someone's got to get the final shot. Graceful's still alive, so's JMW, but someone is still lurking.
Someone is lurking. They've just got to find him. Who is it going to be? Triumph Gaming, they have it all to do with this point, but no! The one player alive somehow does something magical and turns this game into a win. Jerpy, what did you just do?
Great finish to that one and an unbelievable turn of events there, of course. That was a losers bracket round 1 matchup. But back here at the desk as we're getting ready and geared for our losers bracket round 3 matchup on the side station. Of course, winners bracket final being set up on the main station right now. Fallout alongside Jamerson and Rain. How's it going, my friends?
It's going great. I'm really excited, man.
Yeah, it's good to have you back on the desk as well. Always a pleasure. Of course, we're recapping that one and where we're at right now in the tournament. If you guys are just watching, it's been Elimination Saturday. A lot of teams have been eliminated. I think 30 teams already out of this tournament. That leaves us about 50 teams left still competing. I believe as it currently stands, maybe 40. 40 and 40.
40 currently, yeah.
Yeah, especially in losers round 3 as it currently stands. So a lot has gone down. We've seen the likes of both Team Liquid rosters, Echo Fox, some pretty reputable teams not making it. Anything surprise you guys the most?
He's already surprised. Look at that. They're surprised.
There's just so much to talk about here. And honestly, like the surprise is honestly that Fnatic EU and NA both survived. At this point, you had already mentioned it, right? Like Team Liquid is out, and neither of their teams were able to move on. Quasar Generation, I don't, they're having a little bit difficult time also. And so to have both teams still alive at this phase, where 50% of the teams have been knocked out, is a huge surprise to me.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think officially no more teams from Australia region are being represented. Justice, which is an Australian organization, still has representation for their Japanese team.
Korean team, yeah.
Oh, Korean, sorry. Korean, yep. Korean team that qualified through with that epic celebration early. And we did get confirmation their coach calculated all the numbers. That's how they had the early intel. Justice makes it. And what an event that was. What a scene that was. We saw so many teams celebrating. Pittsburgh Knights, a group team hug. They just walked past us, and a lot of hype for that team as well. So again, we're actually currently at a little bit of a delay because of a rule. We want to make sure we give players enough time to get ready for their next match. It's obviously a grind. So there's a rule in the player book that says 60 minutes in between matches. Our next match will be losers bracket round 3 that will be showing on stream. So until then, we're obviously just going to show you guys as many broadcasts as we can and as much gameplay as we can, because we showed the Fnatic NA in the EU qualifier, Justice, Wyvern both making it through. What we didn't show you was an epic game 3 where a few teams that I know some of you guys are fans of, CLG, Reciprocity, etc., had a chance to compete for a chance to qualify. Let's go ahead and take a look and see how teams like CLG, Reciprocity, Team Secret, keep an eye out for them, fared in this next one.
Well, let's see exactly what they can do then. Succubus, they're in a pretty good position, pretty much guaranteed with that win in the last game to make it through. And from one of those teams placing inside the top 10, but it's the worrying moments now that the teams are in that 7th to 12th position, that you're looking over your shoulder, you're thinking, have I done them enough? And it's even a case for some of these teams, they're going to get to the end of this and think, have we done enough? Well, they're going to be scrambling around looking at what eliminations were picked up by what teams and who is going to be able to lock down those final positions. So much to play for here for so many teams. Only 10, of course, will be moving on.
We have this team dropping
towards the farm, and that is going to be a southeast circle at the moment. So that could be beneficial to those who drop around Repulsor. I believe Reciprocity are a team who drop around Repulsor as well, so I'm sure they're going to be rubbing their hands together as they're not going to have to rotate around the entire map this time. But we'll see. When I get a better look at the map, I can give a better idea of where exactly this circle is going to be finishing.
And we'll be keeping an eye on the kill feed early as well to see if there's any teams who are taking that risk and thinking, do you know what? We need the kills, we need to try and grief someone, and we need to get the points on the board early. And maybe eliminate some of the teams around them as well. Think about it. If you're in 15th place and you're kind of like, we need to have a Hail Mary game, drop on someone that's just inside that top 10. Try and take them on. Someone who might be a little bit worried themselves. Put that team under pressure.
And I think that kind of strategy might work in the later rounds of the tournament when you really know where everyone's dropping. But I think in this particular round, in losers bracket round 2, there's quite a little bit of unknown. There's some teams who weren't participating necessarily as much in pro scrims, so they're not really going to know where actually the drop locations are. So it's very difficult to try and target them.
You just got a little sneaky peek of that circle as well. It's going to be down the south side of the map. So players around Thunderdome, players in sort of water treatment area are going to be in a good position to potentially get a rotation. And maybe Thunderdome isn't quite exactly where it's going to be. You just saw the Pathfinder being pinged there to find that location. It's going to be a little bit more to the southeasterly area of the map.
Yeah, southeast, so Repulsor side, landing pad. We also saw a finish like that already. It may end up a little bit more central if that first initial circle doesn't have itself over water. If you don't know how to predict circles, there is kind of a pattern, and there are plenty of videos around on YouTube as well, but essentially...
Shout out to Jameson.
Yeah, Jameson, who is on the desk, has done so well at analyzing the different patterns that have emerged from only normal Apex and, of course, competitive Apex as well. If that circle, if the white ring is just over water like you see, you are going to see a tendency, you are going to see a pattern where the circle is going to end up on one of the nearer main named locations. So that's why we are predicting something like the possibility of Repulsor.
Okay, you can see the standings as well after 2 rounds of action from this second round of the losers bracket. You can see who's holding down those top 10 positions. Reciprocity 11 points, Samsung Morningstars on 9, and just behind them, actually tied on points, was one team. BDS, I think that was on 11 points as well. So they're going to be super nervous going into this game. It is such a tough decision to make. Are we going to play for eliminations? Are we going to play for placement? I mean, I kind of feel for the players in this kind of situation because of the fact that so much pressure is on you, and one little false move and you're out of the tournament.
I think the trouble is, even if you go along the mentality of, I want to play for eliminations, I'm going to be aggressive, I'm going to go for kills, it's difficult to do that when everyone else is playing for placement, because even if you get aggressive and you push one team, you're probably going to be greeted by 3 or 4 other teams that are just going to be hiding nearby, and they're going to grief you and make it very difficult.
And this is the good thing here for Reciprocity as well. So many times we've seen them involved in games so far this tournament where the circle really hasn't favored them as far as where they have to rotate to. They've had to move a long way across the map from where they like to drop and Repulsor, but now that you've got that kind of circle a little bit more friendly to their side of the map, they might be able to get that early rotation and put points on the board and put themselves into the next round.
It's literally dropping in their backyard, just as it did for CLG in Artillery. So this is a fantastic chance for Reciprocity to try and ensure their way into the top 10, to try and keep their place in the top 10, should I say. For other teams, it's going to be a case of whether they can get to that southeast side quickly. Currently, Triumph are in water treatment, which is going to be fine. That's a nice little place that you can move over and actually take a couple of kills of teams that are going to be rotating through the middle of the map. So this is a good spot for them to be right now.
I thought you were going to say it's a lovely little location, as in like water treatment. So I was like, dude, it's a water treatment plant. Like
it's a horrible location.
Exactly, I mean,
like, what's that green stuff that's in the middle of water treatment?
Nobody really wants to know. The last time I saw something like that. Anyway, let's keep on to the action. Let's keep talking about what is in front of us at the moment. You can see teams are trying to rotate through pretty early here as Halo Clan Gaming, team who of course took map #1 here, are looking pretty good. And Gen.G, they're inside that top 10 at the moment. But again, they're one of those teams just on that bubble who could have some really horrible thoughts after this match is done. They need to be consistent. They need to get some points.
They have 3 legends who have a lot of mobility. Having Bangalore as well, it means that you have 3 escape artists, essentially. Being able to use Bangalore's ability to smoke out and escape, and then you can actually use it as an aggressive ability as well, providing that your teammates have digital threats. But those are harder to come by in competitive lobbies.
First blood has gone down. You just heard it in the background there. And it is going to be a Succubus player, actually, who's been taken out there. Secret actually getting aggressive as well, taking down one of the Samsung players. And that's not good news for Samsung, one of those teams who are right on the cusp of making it through or being eliminated. So we'll have to keep you up to date the best that we possibly can on how those guys are getting on.
Yep, Gen.G are just going to be posting up here. It would seem that more than happy to see where this circle is going to be moving towards, and they will wait for maybe a couple of these teams to be rotating outwards. So they're going to be gatekeeping this game. Again, it comes down to whether you can rotate early enough where you feel comfortable to move into that space, but on the edge of water treatment, on the edge of Repulsor, and again, I think that's teetering towards maybe a landing pad finish.
So Samsung now in a very precarious spot, really are teetering on the brink of elimination. Only 2 players left in this game as well. Need to just try and eke out some placement points, get inside that top 10 and hope that someone doesn't have a huge game who's part of that chasing pack. HRO then, they found themselves in a decent position here, and they're just going to take their time, probably drop some Watson fences around here as well to make sure that nobody can push them too easily without running into any damage, getting stunned and getting taken out of the game themselves. And this is going to be a super nervy lobby, especially towards those endgame moments.
One squad has already been eliminated. I didn't quite catch who it was, but As soon as I notice and I get that information, I'll let you know, because it might be someone out of the tournament already, and shots are going to be coming across from BDS. You saw briefly as well, Team Secret have already set up shop at the landing pad. I think they are banking on it finishing around there, so they might be in prime position, but they're also going to be getting griefed by everyone else trying to get there as well.
Well, here's BDS. I think they are just about still in contention with making their way through as well, but they need to have a consistent game. So many teams here are kind of going to be thinking, you know, we need to just not throw it away in that circumstance. It's a dangerous mentality to have, and now you're going to see Cyclope here from BDS just retreating, desperately trying to get away to the safe grounds of that little, I'm going to call it a little recovery area, to be honest with you. They got that Watson ult set up to help those shields get recharged and back ready, and now you're going to see players trying to move across the map as well, and it's going to be HRO who are doing a great job here of focus firing onto these teammates.
Yeah, they're just pushing in and getting so aggressive onto Third Impact, and Third Impact desperately trying to run away, and that's very impressive play as well from a Pathfinder, knowing when to get out of a fight, and really using that ability to grapple away as best as possible. And I think that might be Third Impact eliminated as well. I've just seen Forsaken drop, and I think he was the third and final member, so that's going to be Third Impact with an inability to get any more points in this game. And you can see the ticker running across at the top of your screen after 2 rounds where they stand, and I think Third Impact were in contention for maybe dropping out of this top 10.
And this is perfect for Reciprocity here. We've seen they have the control of pretty much the only building that is around this landing pad area. This is where we saw Samsung, I believe, a couple of rounds earlier today just hole up and almost guarantee themselves a 3rd or 4th place finish. So Reciprocity inside that top 10, complete control here. The only way that they can really throw this away is if they make a bad mistake.
Third Impact were actually on 18 points. They were up in 5th, so even though they've been eliminated, they should be just about safe to get through to that next round in the losers bracket, unless we see pretty much all the top teams at the moment finish in that bottom 10 and all the teams below them finish in the top 10. There is still a possibility we could have a very high points lobby here.
Teams still making their way towards the circle. Only round 2 at the moment, 48 seconds still left on the clock, and you say 2 teams have dropped so far, and Joey Blackout with that wingman in hand, maybe just looking to get information at this point on where these other teams are rotating from and where they can be protected and where they can land their shots. And Reciprocity, as much as I'd love to watch them at the moment, they ain't going to be moving for a while, to be honest with you. Let's take our attention away to some of the teams who are trying to rotate down onto this area.
Team Kurt under a lot of fire, and they want to drop down, they want to get out of the sight lines of all these teams that have already managed to find themselves with height here at Repulsor, and they seem to have actually wormed their way into a decent little spot. The trouble is, every time you dive into any situation, there could always be a team just hiding around the corner who have already posted up and stolen that possibility away from you.
I've got positioning as far as where this final circle is concerned. However, as we talked about, not a huge amount of elevation differences around here. You have the top of that landing pad area, sort of refueling station, if you like. But as far as the others are concerned, they're in a good position here, Chaos as well, to watch anybody who's rotating in from the bottom of the valley there. They have the height advantage, but they've just got to be careful with the fact that they have those teams either side of them as well. They can't poke. Reciprocity are still above them inside that building, and if they turn their back for too long, we know that the R99, which is probably in the hands of Snipedown, is quite happy to land those shots.
Decent shots there coming out from Azzy, but unfortunately there is some return fire, so he's just going to have to back off. It's going to be the ultimate placed, just so he can generate some shields for free and hope that no one else can take out that beacon that's been placed, because when you do see one of those beacons on the map, you take it down as quick as possible. You don't want to give free shields away. You want people to use all of their shield cells, all of their batteries, so that if you do come into a fight with them later, they ain't going to have it.
And this is a good time for us to maybe break down why it's so important to try and land some shots with those sniper rifles, force players off of rotations, because you saw the shots that were landed there, force Hellacline Gaming down onto that low area of the map, and from there, there's so, few areas for them to move through to try and rotate into that next circle. When they're up high and they have that power position, they're the ones who are controlling who can walk in, who can walk under them. A couple of landed shots, like we saw from that triple take, could completely change, the orientation of how teams have to move and where you can locate your reticles.
Yeah, it also gives you the freedom to move as well. If there's a team that's higher than you, you can manage to push them off that high ground. You can either A, take that position, or you can B, rotate elsewhere. As a member of Hellacline Gaming goes down, it's going to be Brent Roy Royale, we saw some incredible Peacekeeper stuff from him earlier, but unfortunately he falls, as now we're on board with Cooler at landing pad, and several teams have actually transitioned over to landing pad, hoping and praying it's going to finish on them.
17 seconds until that circle's going to be moving. Unfortunately there for QTSat, he just got put on his butt pretty quickly by a long-range shot there across map, just as he was looking to make a decision. But you could see in that moment there, a little bit of indecision, not sure what way they were going to push, how they were going to try and approach this next rotation, and that just allowed those shots to come in.
Oh, poor Chopper. He's been left for dead here. Joey was like, nah, I'm out, I'm rated. You've got good luck as a Watson to try and get away. Come and join me if you can. And actually, Chopper's done pretty well at just laying down a little bit of fire, saying, I'm not just going to sit here and be under fire from you. Instead, I'm gonna take a couple of shots back, and it was enough to actually push them back. I think sometimes that is enough. If you just fire back at someone, they go, oh wait, they can aim with their weapons.
Every single firebait in my body wants to do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression, but the people at home, I'm sorry, I won't put you through that. It's not good, it's not funny. It literally has nothing going for it. But anyway, let's continue with our game now. Triumph Gaming trying to land some shots, I should say, with that scout on the triple take, and they're in a position here to be one of those teams who are looking to gatekeep one of these ways in to this landing pad area towards the end. And you're looking at those kind of teams to look for eliminations at this point, put those points on the board.
And there it is. Circle moves even further towards the landing pad, and Reciprocity still rubbing their hands together. But the trouble is, it's a very vulnerable area they do find themselves in. There's a few teams that are around. If two of them suddenly decide they want to get inside this building at the same time, Reciprocity might struggle.
I was getting a little bit worried here. Frex is getting a little bit antsy, to be honest with you, peeking out and looking for any players. Yes, he's got the ability to get away. He is playing the Wraith now for Reciprocity, something we did highlight in the last round, the change from Snipe Down playing that Wraith to him playing the Watson now. But it's still a risk. You know, a longbow shot, or someone might have a Kraber, for example, just lands a headshot in there. He's down. He's out of the battle, and Reciprocity, all of a sudden, with 17 squads left, from what is an almost guaranteed top 5 position, could be in trouble.
Yeah, unless you have a level 3 helmet, a Kraber will take you down in one headshot as well. But as you can see, several people have been able to find a level 3 helmet, and that is going to help out just in case any of those snipers are trying to take you down. But Secret still in the same place we saw pretty much from the early game here. And I think previously, when we've seen a circle finish here, it was Team Secret who posted up down there as well. A really good position because you've got the small wall to peek over, and you can also retreat under the stairs to your left as well. So plenty of room to dodge out of the way of bullets.
Well, here's SJ Gaming. So impressive in that first round of losers, and you have to wonder if just the increased ability in this lobby has made life a little bit too difficult for them. Is it one step too far? Because they were down in 18th place, I believe, when this lobby got underway. So they need big placement, they need big points if they want to continue their run in the tournament.
When you consider that SJ were able to get 43 points in the previous lobby in losers bracket round 1, winning twice, getting 12 kills in one of their games, they look like an entirely different team. But I think that shows the difference of quality between some of the teams we have at this tournament. Even though every single team here is incredible at Apex Legends, there are certain tiers the further you get.
Of course there is. It's the same in any competitive environment. There's always those tiers, always those levels. And TSM, yesterday, the standout on it seemed like they were on a tier of their own, to be honest with you. But now we are starting to see some action start to unfold. Samsung, who needed kills, they were in a position here where they only had 2 players alive, remember, for quite a long time on this particular game. They've managed to pick up a couple of kills and a couple of extra points when you're holding on to a top 10 spot. That could be the difference here for them.
And this is now where you're going to be greeted by those players who are just waiting on the inside of that circle. Teams like Team Secret, who do have the view onto the choke points, they're going to be picking up so many kills. Chaos Joey goes down, and the whole squad of Chaos is eliminated out of the competition as well. God bless Joey, we remember what you did. You will be remembered in history of Apex Legends, but unfortunately, Chaos out of the competition.
We will always remember Joey for what he did, but anyway, it wasn't enough, unfortunately. Now we jump into Segelbert's point of view. Nitro, the man who we're watching. At the moment, they're just dipping and diving, and it's a surviving game for them. And you look at this next circle as well. They're in a pretty good spot under this building with Reciprocity. The Watson fences are up as well, and they're not going to have to move. It's going to be a case of everybody's going to have to push into them. I'd actually like to jump back to them when we finish this particular engagement that we're in with Cooler, just to see what the weaponry is like. Are they going to be able to take those close range battles?
The only bad thing about where they are is they can be shot from several different angles, and finally now Reciprocity getting an advantage from their early positioning. They're able to pick down a couple of knocks here, and maybe get some eliminations as well.
And one thing to point out here for Reciprocity as well is Frex has got the golden alternator as well, so if anyone wants to peek around a corner, dare to knock on his door and ask trick or treat, it's only going to be a treat. A trick, I should say. It's not going to be a treat. That is not a treat to run into.
No, that's going to be ripping through your shields as well. If he can communicate with his team, the disruptor rounds, of course, on that alternator, it does extra damage to your shields. As soon as those shields are depleted and he gets the crack, that's when his teammates need to come in, swoop, and finish them off.
SJ then, 13 squads remaining, slowly climbing towards those point placements that they need. They need big points though. And they're looking to make their move at the moment, trying to sneak in, maybe pick up some shields, maybe pick up some ammo to help with these battles. And now we're seeing that ring closing in, and we're going to see HRO have to make that rotation in. They've got a long way to go. They're trying to carve out a path. You can see them trying to see what the easiest way is, but it's not going to be easy for them. The Wraith goes out, the portal goes out, and they're unfortunately going to find themselves under all sorts of fire on their way to this ring.
They're bobbing, they're weaving, they're doing everything they can to survive, but they're being shot by 10 different squads at the moment. 10 squads who have already found their way into the circle, and it's Team Secret on top of the landing pad now who are doing all the damage to all these teams trying to get in. 9 remain.
9 remain, as you say, Dan Gaskin. Cooler now still in position to fight this battle, even though one of those players was knocked, and SJ again managed to find their way into a position, even though one player has been taken down. Jerpy's going to be coming under fire himself, maybe trying to desperately rotate away just to stay alive in this situation.
He has to survive because SJ need a big game here, and they haven't got that many kills to work with, so they need a high placement. It's going to be difficult to do it on his own, but he is in the next circle, and that's what's important. But all this happening, Reciprocity, the building that they pitched up in is still in the circle as well.
Yeah, that's knowledge, and that's experience coming in from Reciprocity, knowing what buildings are going to be favored in these final circles. And looking across at the moment, there's a few solos, there's a few duos available. So even though we have 9 squads left, Dan, excuse me, it's not going to be a case of pure 3-on-3 gameplay.
Yep, still some solos who are trying to finish things off for their squad to try and keep them alive in the tournament for so many of these teams as well. Whilst we've seen some eliminated from the competition already, there is still a chance for others. 25 seconds until this circle starts to close down. And BDS, only 2 of them remaining, and they are going to be one of the teams that's going to have to push into the center area of this circle.
15 seconds until this circle moves. Teams still with their tournament lives on the line in this particular situation. Plays are going to have to be made. History's going to have to be made for some of these teams if they want to stay in the tournament. Reciprocity, though, 9 squads left. They've made their way into the top 10. They should be pretty good as far as staying in the tournament is concerned.
Reciprocity just laying down fire on everyone, but it's Cooler who are trying to move in. They do serious damage with this alternator, but can you get away? Amaz falls. It's just ASCII left, and he's managed to find a spot in his hiding mark.
He's managed to stay alive in this situation again. Reciprocity with all the cards at this point in the game. 7 squads now remain.
7 squads, though, but everything gets a little bit quieter. I hear screams from the hall just outside of us here in Krakow as teams get excited. We're down to 5. 2 have just been eliminated. On Fire managed to get a revive, but now we have 1 minute 30 where you've got to try and decide how you want to finish this game.
And I think this is the case again. That was the desperate scramble to just try and get inside this circle. Now that we have players like ASCII who's managed to find a spot just to stay alive, there's going to be a reluctance from teams here to make that first move, to poke out and try and get those kills on the board. A Secret will take down ASCII and add another point to their tally.
Cooler finish in 5th, so that means now everyone here has at least achieved 5 points, finishing in the top 4, and you can hear the
they found a solo.
Secret. They've spotted a player, and they're going to fish him out, and they are not going to allow him to just walk away with a free placement here.
So we have Team Secret placed on top here, trying to take down this solo player. He's desperately trying to stay alive, but the only issue is when you're trying to stay alive, flames are going to hurt you, and you can't escape in that situation. Finally, Row will be taken down. Now we are down to the final 3.
Final 3, but you've wasted a little bit of utility that might come in handy for this final drop. 35 seconds, you've got your Wraith portals to try and move in. Are you going to go for the play of trying to drop early into that circle, look outward, and take shots on everyone else? Or are you going to utilize those ultimate abilities abilities from your Pathfinder, from your Wraith, so you can try and survive for as long as possible and just play the survival game.
Let's make it clear here where everyone is as this circle is about to collapse once more. Secret, they're on top of the map. Reciprocity, they're just below them, having to now try and escape. Frex will be taken down. Huge plays here from Secret, and Team Fire are still in the battle as well. 3 squads remain.
Rex did his job though. He got the Wraith portal out, and then he goes back through, and then he gets revived as well. So now it's going to be a case of them all pushing through together, but Watson comes in and fences up around all these portals.
Everyone's desperately trying to stay alive. You have to say the Secret are in position here. Reciprocity is still alive. Reciprocity are going to be taken down though. Secret are in here. They're taking down everybody who tries to move into that final circle, and they will close out game number 3. Team Secret, what a way to finish things off.
Yeah, Team Secret just had the vantage point when it came to that final circle, and that will have them ensure their...
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the main desk here. Fallout joined alongside these two great individuals. We got Jamerson and Evan back on the desk. Evan, great to have you on, especially because I know you've been watching each and every match on that side station, which has been equally as exciting as our main stage matches.
I'm ready, baby. I got all the info for you.
This man has like 19,000 pages of notes, just a stack of note cards like this over here. He's been putting his work in, of course.
Right.
Awesome to have you on the desk and appreciate the insight, especially on that match we just saw. I want to quickly break that down.
Yeah.
What did you guys see at a high level before we talk about a little bit about format and then jump into some pre-show?
Sure. I'll start. I mean, honestly, this was the game of revival. This is like a drone of compassion from Lifeline. Hit 3 teams in a row because Secret, and you look at Fire and you look at Reciprocity, were not in the top 10 until this matchup. Secret go from 2 points to 26. And Reciprocity with a big 11-point game there. And most importantly, Fire, I think, who were really in a bad spot. They had to fight 2 solo players as they made their way back into that final circle. But they keep the quest alive to try to face their former teammate Monsoon on FlyQuest later on in the tournament.
Yeah, the revival and the rebound of the old world's best gaming roster, as you mentioned early on. That's a crazy storyline, undoubtedly. And me and you were having a conversation in the back. You're like, Fire made it. I'm like, no, they didn't. I refreshed.
I'm like, wait, yeah, they did.
I refreshed Wikipedia. I'm like, how'd they go from like 17th place Secret as well with a ridiculous game to close that one out? An unbelievable performance. That is what good teams are made of, that losers bracket run.
Yeah.
You guys see how the standings all ended up playing out here.
I mean, that was a huge game for them. Taking first gives them 12 points, and they also had 14 eliminations on top of that, giving them 26. So it looks like they had 3 points leading into this round. And so having very quiet game 1s and game 2s, but then coming back, that's what we're seeing. A lot of teams in that third round, in that scuffle, they're able to eke it out.
And Jamerson, we're also noticing that one big round could determine everything. You can mess up round 1 and round 2. You can take a risk, and I think we're seeing teams do that more often. And you can get one big round and turn it around for your entire tournament. So this is exciting for, I think, heading into the next losers bracket, but also the finals tomorrow. You're not out until it's over. So teams should always have something to play for.
Yeah, that is a huge point, right? Because we're seeing that the threshold to be able to move on from your group or from that round is about 13, 14 points. And so if you get 1 W, if you get 1 first place, that's 12 points. That propels you immediately
forward.
Plus
the kills from what you got winning that. It's probably about 15, 16 that almost guarantee you that you're moving on.
Yeah, that's a great point. Of course, this double elimination format leaves for a lot of opportunities. If you're just tuning in for the first time, we've been talking about it all weekend because it's worth talking about. The first time ever a Battle Royale major tournament has seen a double elimination tournament format. Of course, you see on screen how it's working and how the rest of the tournament will play out. Losers bracket round 3 is about to be live on stream in a moment. Of course, winners bracket will be staggered following that on the main stream as well. Of course, the teams that lose from winners bracket round 3, the bottom 10, will then move down to losers bracket round 4, aka the losers bracket finals. The top 10 teams that win from this upcoming losers bracket round 3 matchup will meet them in the losers bracket finals. Top 10 teams from there advance to play in our grand finals against the best 10 teams to make it out of the winners bracket. What a great story that is. Incredible. To add to the amazing story that Battle Royale is in general.
And what I love about this format is that we had moments like Justice waiting just off of stage, waiting for the results, and just even though their coach was trying to reassure them, they were still just sitting there waiting, staring at our screens to see the standings.
It was amazing. It was a 4-way tie at the end too. One of my very good friends and former people I've cast in the old world of Paladins, actually, Puleole on Sinisters, made it tied with 14 points. So it just shows you anything can happen in this type of tournament environment. That's what makes it so exciting.
I think ultimately it was a 5-way tie.
It was a 5. You're right.
Yeah, with the
11
place
team
too. Yeah. Not
4-way
making
just on the first page.
Yeah,
crazy. And to your point on Sinister, the only Argentinians, I believe.
Yes,
correct?
Argentina.
From South America. Sinister doing a great job. I had no idea we had Paladins representation. We've been talking so much about Overwatch, Realm Royale, Fortnite, PUBG. I mean, you name it.
Great part about Apex.
That's the best part about Apex. So many different players, so many different
StarCraft 2,
different scenes. A couple StarCraft 2
Halo
pros,
players, they're alive, still alive. So
when we get Hearthstone players, I'll be very turning it on. I'll be like, well, how did that transition
transfer?
happen?
Yeah. What in the world? What skill sets come from there? Maybe
intelligent thinking. I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, something tells me you got to leave one.
Got to work out all the variables and all the numbers.
I
don't know.
Yeah, like this guy's been doing on the broadcast the entire time.
If we have 1 second to talk about one team in particular, I think Snipedown and Reciprocity is the team I want to look at in this bracket, because this is now 2 days in a row. 2 groups where they were facing elimination on their 3rd game had a big clutch at the end. So I think this is almost a theme of what it's going to take to win this tournament. Somebody with that type of captain idea and mentality to really push through the tough times and have a big game when it matters most.
The craziest part about this is that this is a ragtag roster, right? They're bringing in 2 former players from Cloud9, and it looks like the roles haven't been solidified, because even though I believe Snipedown was playing the Wraith yesterday, he did swap off today onto the Watson, and then they were just mixing around the roles. So this is very awkward. We're not used to seeing these kinds of changes being made mid-tournament.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think one big discussion is that big game tournament format, or the big game results format, like Reciprocity has said, having one big game versus consistency. We've seen a lot of teams consistently perform. Yeah, Cooler's a great example of that.
3 top 10s, 8, 9, 7 points. That's another viable way to go about this, Jammers. I'm sure we've seen different ways, and we'll still see different ways as the tournament progresses, but what we've seen consistently be the determining factor, can you top 10 multiple times, or can you just get one huge game? Because then it doesn't really matter what you do after that. You still try to mess with people, but you're pretty much secured to the next round.
Hitting that top 10 is important, right? Because that's the difference between 1 and 2 points. And if you do that 3 times in a row, that's 6 going into your total, and you just need to get the elimination to close it out.
Sinister's got 1 point in that final round. That's what put them into that tie.
Wow.
That's what put them into the next round.
Crazy.
Yeah.
What it all comes down to. It has been an amazing day so far. Of course, we are getting ready to kick off our losers bracket round 3 matchup, where we have the likes of CLG, Team Reciprocity, Cooler, even some teams like EBC that have burst out of nowhere, representing Australia, actually still alive in the tournament, getting ready to compete against the likes of Fnatic, NA, EU, etc. It's going to be an unbelievable matchup. And to bring you the action, we got Onset and Gaskin. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Beautiful stuff as always, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Great stuff on the desk as always. And yes, it is time to get into our next game now. Losers bracket action does continue. We're into our 3rd round of action. And a couple of names that I want to talk about in this group is we have the Battle of Fnatic, Dan. We have North America taking on Europe. It's a battle for the ages, and it also is going to give you those bragging rights moving on in the tournament.
Yeah, they're going to have to fight each other again after doing it already in Losers bracket round 2. But look at some of the names in this round. We've got CLG there as well. We've got Reciprocity there. Pittsburgh Knights, who were able to scrape through previously. Luminosity. I mean, I could name all 20 of these in the same tone of voice, because they're all incredible and they all have a chance to get to that losers bracket final.
And the scariest thing about what you're saying there, you're showing the positive side of it, Dan. You're saying you have the chance to get through. We're going to lose 10 of these teams in this set of games. It is going to be make or break for every single player. And I just feel like we're going to have a few moments in this match that are going to be those clutch factor moments. We've seen it from Reciprocity. We've talked about that on the desk. You heard it from Evan. He was saying, those last games where they had to pull out performances, they were doing it. It's going to be a similar circumstance for other teams in this group as well.
I think the largest factor for a lot of these teams is trying to eliminate the situation where they're having to rotate late. I know you can't do anything about where the circle's going to finish, but maybe rotating earlier rather than later will give you a better chance to get there. Of course, if you're looting southwest and it ends up northeast at relay, it's going to be a really tough rotation. And that's why we saw in previous lower brackets, finishes like at Artillery were so beneficial to CLG, finishes at Landing Pad was so beneficial to Reciprocity. Are you going to get that little bit of fortune, or are you going to have to work extra hard in this lower bracket round 3?
Well, you can see the claps coming in. They're starting to get hyped, the players. It's time to get into the action. Ladies and gentlemen, good news. We can see the dropship is moving from south to north, and we're going to be seeing the teams dropping off for the first time. And it's always exciting the first time we see these drops in round number 1, Dan, because there's a few times that we see a little bit of contention going down for those spots.
And we're going to kick off with Fnatic EU, and I guess we should, after how they performed in losers bracket round 2. They were able to secure 2 victories. They got 15 kills in one of those games as well. 2 UK players on that roster, may I add, and of course Nicola, who's from Sweden. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what this roster can do now they get into the later nitty-gritty stages here at the Apex Invitational.
It looks like Fnatic EU are going to be dropping outside labs to kick things off there, and they'll have the option, of course, of using that huge portal to redeploy back into the air and maybe make a rotation to wherever that ring may end up. We're going to watch them loot up now through labs. Not going to be too much to report, to be honest with you. It seems like they're pretty much uncontested, as Dids is going to land outside as well. Just using those bins to pick some stuff up as we now move over to Fnatic NA. They've got that watchtower on lock.
Yeah, Fnatic NA are just going to be having a free loot, as is everyone, it would seem, just looking at the top right on the kill feed. All 60 players still up, so that means you're going to have a successful loot sequence, and of course that's going to be important, because then you're going to be able to find yourself in the best situation possible later on. A very central circle, I did just notice. Now, I would suggest
rubbing my hands together there.
I think this is going to benefit teams who like to take early game fights, teams who like fighting against others that are rotating. When we've had the outer edge circles that have been so easy to rotate early, a lot of the teams that like those fights haven't been able to have them. So maybe this is going to benefit close quarter combat teams who like to just sit in the caves and get up in people's grills.
I also feel like it's great for the people who are watching at home as well. We're going to have those forced engagements as the teams have to traverse the geometry of the map to get towards those circles. And look at that, Dan. We're going to see the passive ability being used by Pathfinder there to locate that next circle as well. So we've got a really great indication early on here of where those next couple of circles are going to be.
We've seen 3 central circles today on this particular stream, and all of them have ended around market. 1 north of market, 1 east, and 1 actually on market as well. This one looks like it might be heading slightly north, and the reason why I prefer central circles personally is they're a little bit harder to predict. So that means that you're not able to just pick one building and say, look, I know that this is going to be in the final circle. Instead, you have to either take those fights or just take some guesses.
Enemy over there. So we are going to see this process of looting for a few teams at the moment. No engagements to talk about, no gunfire ringing out across Kings Canyon to report of so far. And no surprises to see that early on as well. We talked about how some players like to play a little bit more aggressive in that first game, maybe take a few more risks just to see if they can put up those big numbers to start off and give themselves a little bit of a cushion to move through rounds 2 and 3 of this particular matchup. But we're going to see here, Justice Esports are taking a few shots to start with. They're going to have to reshield. It looks like they might be under just a little bit of pressure in this central position.
And I really do think this is quite a stacked lobby, as it should be when we get to this stage of the tournament. Every team in their previous round finished at least 5th at one point in that previous round. A lot of wins, of course, and a few seconds, thirds around. It's really going to be a case of, can you now do it when everyone else also has the ability to get these victories as well?
Also got that experience on your side as well of a lot of teams who have been in those end game situations, who know how to clutch up under pressure, that thing that I think really is going to be the X factor moving through these games to stay alive in this tournament and make it into Championship Sunday. Because let's just remind ourselves, that's what this is all about. We've got $500,000 on the line, but if you're not here on Sunday, you're not going to be taking home a piece of that pie.
Yep, this is potentially your last, well, this is going to be your last game today, no matter what, or your last round today, should I say. Either you're going home or you are moving on into that lower bracket final, which will be played tomorrow. And of course, there is still the winners bracket final to be played on the mainstream, as well as Reciprocity are going to get into this early engagement, and they do love an early fight.
Frex is in all sorts of trouble here. You can see shields have been removed. You can see in the feed there as well, his health has been removed, and that's going to force Snipe down now, who is playing that Watson. We have highlighted that change in character for him. That change in legend is going to have to just give his teammates a little position here to get those shields back, get that health back before they think about re-engaging in the battle.
And I know this is an argument that we've had when playing ourselves, Mark, and I personally feel like you should have mouse and keyboard players on your Pathfinder, on your Wraith, and a controller player should be on more of a support character. But what we saw from Snipe down as the Apex Predator at X Games kind of threw a spanner in the works, but it seems like in this particular instance, he's conceded to the 2 former members of Cloud9, and he has actually gone for more of a support-orientated player.
It seems like they are finding their feet a little bit as this tournament does go on, and we talk about growing into a tournament, Dan, and finding your best when it matters, and of course that is on a Sunday, but you have to get there. They have to remember that every single player in this lobby It's all good, well and good, you know, scraping through, but when it gets to Sunday, that's when the beans are on the line, and that's when you have to play to the best of your ability.
And you know at this stage of the tournament as well, every fight you take, every engagement that happens, you're going to be coming up against players who are feeling confident, who are going to be willing to actually take a fight. They're not always going to be running away at this point, especially, in my opinion, in a match number 1, where you can afford to take some fights.
And that's where the decision-making of these teams really does get highlighted as well. You know, every single team in this lobby is going to be shooting well at this point. They're going to have had those points on the board. They're going to have those successful team fights to fall back on. It's a case of, you know, if those decisions are wrong now, the fact that everyone is shooting so well and everyone is picking up those frags that they should be picking up, you make one bad decision, that can cost you a team wipe at this point.
Doesn't look good for Fnatic EU at the moment. Nikula's gone down, so it's going to be Dids and DCT, the 2 remaining members who are just trying to hide and survive, watching every doorway, and of course, smartly putting your back to a door as well, so it's not easy for your opponent to get in. They're going to have to kick it down if they want to get in and join you at the building. Or the latest thing we've seen in the meta, and I say latest, it's been in the meta for quite some time, is just thermiting those doors to blow them up and also set alight any player who's sitting on them.
I like the idea of just poking out the door as well, as that player was traversing into a little bit of cover as well. If you hit those shots, again, we talk about how as a team you're always keeping a mental note of the resources that have been used by the team that you are engaged with a fight with. And what we mean by that is how many shield cells do they have? How many times have we backed them down to heal? And you can kind of gauge from there, if you can make a push, depending on your own inventory, how many heals you have, and what the likelihood is that you're going to come out on top of that battle.
On fire, yeah, team fire here, using every possible Watson fence they have. Up to 12 you can put down, and they have really hunkered down in this particular building. But you're completely right, Mark, and as an esport and as a game, Apex Legends is still quite young. Have people developed that ability to track those kind of things whilst they've got to think of all the different situations of rotating and their personal game management as well? I'm sure that there are some teams that are better than others at doing so, and there's always going to be that RNG element of you don't actually know how many shield cells they've got. So you've just got to guess, well, they've used about 8 or 9, or they've used 3 shield batteries. Surely they're going to be low at this point.
We're taking our attention now to the action which is occurring around the cage. I think there's a team positioned up on top, and it is going to be EBC here. And it's going to be Banter Storm with that longbow in hand as well, looking to rain down some shots. Doesn't have the best of scopes on it there for any particular distance as far as range is concerned, just the one times to try and land some shots. And Wyvern, one of those teams we were talking about at the beginning of the tournament, Dan, who were, you know, one of the favorites among some of the analysts, and you know, some of you know, the fans at home as to make it through to the late tournament here. Had a little bit of a struggle on that day number 1, but they are still alive here in the tournament, looking to make it through to Sunday.
I'd say this would be a bad circle for a team like Wyvern. They've been successful throughout the tournament at rotating and finding and positioning themselves, but they haven't been picking up any big kill games. The highest we saw from them in the last round was only 5, and that's when they did finish second. And don't get me wrong, that's still decent, but when you have people in this lobby, teams in this lobby, who have been getting 14 kills with their victory or 11 kills with their victory, then you really need to be kind of meeting the kill threshold that are being set by other teams.
Well, the man that's on your screen right now, Karampe, some of the shots that he was hitting on day number 1 when he had a wingman in his hand were absolutely superb, just cracking shields left, right, and center. It was like a day 1 version of that particular weapon. He had the longbow in hand there, couldn't quite connect, but now we're going to move over to watch some Team Secret.
Yeah, and when we talk about Team Secret, I mean, they really did have a game of their lives in the last round. They came first with 14 kills, secure themselves a change from 19th place all the way up to that top 5 position is where we saw them finish. And I mean, the fact that they've been able to do that when they lost a player coming into this tournament, and I will reiterate it because I still think it's incredible that they brought a last-minute sub, Luka from Poland. It's just incredible that A, you're giving a player that opportunity, and B, they've been able to gel this well.
Find that chemistry. I think that's a great point that you make there. You know, finding that chemistry is something that teams spend, you know, months and years trying to perfect. That's why you see team changes coming in, because of that lack of chemistry. And I think they certainly have to be pretty pleased with their performance so far. But of course, as every single player and team in this lobby will want to do, Dan, they need to progress to that next stage. They want to go all the way. And now we're moving towards that 3rd circle, with the second one just closing with 43 seconds left until we see that fully collapse. 20 squads still left in the lobby. Only 3 players have been eliminated, and you can see one of them there, post-kill for Lazarus, has gone down.
And it's not like Team Secret are the only team that's had issues as well coming into this tournament. Someone else I'd like to highlight, and they were sat at the top of Cage earlier, was EBC. 2 Australians. They picked up actually a stand-in from Team Fire. They picked up Bowser, so he's a USA player actually playing with the Aussie boys. Again, having a stand-in and getting to this point in the tournament is incredible. And currently in Cage, they're still in the circle as well, just about. And one of the benefits of taking Cage is when that survey beacon is there to use Pathfinder, you can use it over and over after each ring collapses.
Not only that, you have such a huge advantage as far as height is concerned over anyone else. There's so many exit points to move across the map, to use that Pathfinder ultimate zipline to traverse the map and get into a position and maybe even drop down on top of some players who are a little bit unsuspecting in certain circumstances. Excuse me, but now Sinister Esports, let's see what they can do at the moment. They're kind of one of those teams who've rotated to the edge of the circle here, trying to just sort of inch their way in towards the farm area of the map right now, trying to see if they can traverse without taking any fights. And you can see the decision made to move from point A to point B using that rate just to make sure that they make that move successfully.
And usually at this point, it's almost impossible to move across the map without someone spotting you because there's such little teams. Well, the teams are actually starting to get loud in the hall across from us here at the casting booth as well. And it's Reciprocity who are getting in the faces of their opposition here in Canyon. And they are just going to be doing so much damage with these R99s.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do damage, but the problem is, damage is one thing. Finishing the kills, getting those eliminations is a completely different one. Frex manages to land a wingman shot to drop those shields by around 47. However, they're not in position here to really engage, and now there's going to be all sorts of teams just appearing out of nowhere. Succubus have come for a piece of the action.
Succubus want to join in. They're going for the third party. They heard the shots. That's Grego down. Snipe down is also falling, and with Grego eliminated, that's going to leave one player left now on that Reciprocity roster. The question is, can you get away?
It's looking like they're not going to be able to get away, to be honest with you. This Wraith is currently sat there. I'm not sure if they're able to actually finish off that kill for whatever reason. And Succubus here having a little bit of problem securing that one. And maybe that's just a sneaky spot. He didn't mean to get up in there.
Yeah, not so sure about that one, but Wyvern, they might have heard all that action. They decided they don't really fancy heading in and taking any of the fights. But Team Secret are going to be on the edge of this as well. A lot of teams are just around this Canyon respawn beacon at the moment. We have seen finishes in this canyon area, and it is so deadly because there's only a few entrances, a few exits. If you can get in there early and you do predict that circle, you're in such an advantageous position.
Succubus were drawn to this fight from that initial battle of Reciprocity, just listening out for those audio cues. And if we just, I was going to say, we could quiet them down for a minute there because we could hear the team's comms coming in. They still can't, for whatever reason, finish that kill. They do finally secure the kill to get another elimination point to their total. Great start here for Succubus, taking down all 3 members now of Reciprocity.
And that's Reciprocity out in 20th place. So not the start they wanted to this losers bracket round 3, but you did hear the communication of, guys, can you come and help me? I can't finish this person. Eventually he falls as we move across to Fire now, who will have to return to the battle very shortly. And of course, when you do drop, you are going to be stunned for ever so slightly, and you got to make sure you do it soon. But this is really good manipulation of the map to ensure that you can get up, recharge, and then rejoin the fight.
It also gives you a chance to check out some of the other positions of the players who are currently inside that circle and see where the clearest route is, or maybe just wait for that opportunity to rotate and move yourself as soon as 2 of those teams draw their attention towards each other, and you see some rounds being fired off between them. So smart play there to rotate in. It looks like they've been able to do it successfully as well. As we're on board with Alistar now, you can see shield-wise looking pretty healthy, but they've got a difficult position to try and get up onto the side of that little bit of the farm there. Difficult wall to get over as well. Such a difficult angle to try and peek over.
Gold backpack is a really huge pickup for those late game fights, though, just being able to recharge those shield batteries as the crack comes through with the grenade. And Succubus, they're not pouncing on this, and that's because there's another team trying to third party it as well. You've got to be so careful. Even if you think you have the advantage, there's always going to be another team potentially lurking.
Yeah, Secret in a tough position here, and you can see the call has come in to put down that portal. It looks like they're trying to get out of dodge before you're going to see the re-challenge come in from Succubus. Succubus had the advantage as far as that armor was concerned. They're going to have a little bit more health to work with, but the other way, the only problem is there's so many teams that are sort of around that hillside bunker and around the farm area that they haven't really got either way to go. They've got to take a fight.
For those teams that did commit to farm early, they are going to be absolutely over the moon with this circle because it has shifted so far north out of this actual particular circle that it is going to be finishing in one of those buildings. I'm sure they're aware of that now if they have positioned themselves, but so many of these teams are still on the outskirts and they're really going to be struggling to get through now because look at the amount of choke points they have to get through if they want to get into this next circle.
Yeah, Justice Esports, who were all smiles just about an hour or so ago now, once they made that qualification to stay in the tournament and have the chance to compete here. Well, they've got a long way to go at the moment, and Alistar, they're finding some players, and they get absolutely chunked as well. Fnatic, NA, Muffins, and Shiny, you are no longer destined for this lobby.
Unfortunately, they were just desperately hiding in this room, probably trying to shield up, probably just trying to survive. Hopefully, they were going to be unnoticed, but as soon as you do suss out that maybe a couple of players are weak, or if they are just a couple of players, not a trio of players, that is a chance to get a couple more eliminations, a couple more points on the board in match number 1.
So round 4, that ring 4 will be closing, and you can say Team Fire now having to traverse, trying to jump, dip, dive, do everything they can to get into a little nook and cranny to get their shields back. They have managed to find a location here, and that ultimate is going to be huge because they were vulnerable to grenades for just a second there, but now they're inside the circle. Now they can take their time and breathe.
Real question, is this a nook or a cranny that they found themselves in? But either way, they're actually able to survive, and that's the important factor. As now Triumph are actually laying down some really big shots. They were able to get into this circle early, and they have decent weaponry for these long distance battles. Flatline and a scout certainly going to be working out, as well as these longbows to just get some decent shots as well. Tagging for 55 at a time, and it's chunking the opposition team heavily.
Justice Esports, we were talking about that last time we checked in with them. They were kind of the wrong side of the cage and the wrong side of this circle. They've made a fantastic job of repositioning themselves towards this circle. Now they've only got kind of about 15, 20 yards to move until they're inside that circle. So a great job here from the guys on Justice to really elongate their life in this game and put themselves into a position to maybe pick up some points. They're now inside that top 10.
Just dancing around any sort of structure on the map where they can avoid fire from every single team that's looking at them right now. There's always going to be one team looking at you at this stage of the game because there's still so many squads and such a small circle. Decent weaponry, though, I'd say, on Justice. R301 and Peacekeeper, one of my personal favorites. That's going to be great for both close range and mid-range. Okay, you don't have the longbow, but if you can get up and close and personal in this farm area, which has been taken by the looks of it with all those and fences, and you're going to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the team is that's inside that compound at the moment at farm. It looks like it's Cooler, and they are going to be feeling cool right now, to be honest with you. It's a terrible pun, but it's a great position to be in as we're seeing this circle closing. You can see how important it is because everyone is making their move now towards this building to try and get control.
And it's a good spot to be on top of this building as well from Triumph. Yes, okay, you're very vulnerable, but if you crouch, if you use these little structures that are on top of the building, you can avoid quite a lot of gunfire. And also, at this stage of the game, you can also presume that a lot of people are going to be occupied elsewhere. They're not going to be able to lay down that much fire without being shot by someone else.
And I love what I saw there as well from Cooler. They're the team who are below at the moment, and they decided that they were going to peek out while all the carnage is going on, but sort of around them, around the farm areas, everyone is closing in to throw a few thermites up into the sky and just try and clear that roof out. And now you'll see the moves come in from Triumph Gaming. A shot comes in. Cooler having all sorts of problems. They've been flushed out.
Yeah, ASCII is going to fall, and so did Empty earlier. Forsaken falls, and that's ASCII eliminated from the competition. There's the knock onto Nauza as well. CLG, we haven't spoken about them, but they have quietly gone about their business.
Yeah, quietly, but now they're introducing themselves, and they're making a lot of noise in this lobby. 6 squads remaining. iMadness manages to pick up the kill there on Cappy, and that is going to add points to the board here for CLG, as well as a top 6 placement.
And Nicewig will desperately want to get that ultimate accelerant, if there is one around, to get that ultimate charged up for Watson, because they're very vulnerable down there below farm. So many grenades can puncture them right now if they don't have that ultimate up to block them.
It's going to be interesting to see now, because that building that was in the farm is going to be pretty much redundant as we move in 48 seconds to that next circle. 6 squads remaining. Triumph Gaming, the Longbow, the Skull Piercer need to hit shots to back these players off that are trying to flush them out of this position.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are in the low ground situation at the moment, and they're trying to just pepper these guys that have the high ground, but of course those high ground players will have to move centrally into the circle as well, so it's not like they're in prime position either. Everyone's going to have to meet at this point, but All the meanwhile, CLG, they're down underneath, and they're actually decided to take some shots. Like, hey, if you forgot we're here, here we are.
It was a little bit like they were setting off fireworks from below there and just lighting up the sky and letting everybody know that you're going to have to come and join the party if you want to win this game. CLG in a great position, and as well as that, Triumph Gaming just at the top of the stairs as well. It could come down to those two teams just having that fight to decide who's going to be top.
Well, Wraith Portal just to see if you can actually survive here, and wow, this is a nice spot right in the center of the circle where
he's got through as well.
You're not being shot by anyone else at the moment, and now you can shoot outwards.
That's great stuff, and great timing on it as well. We saw the wingman shot getting laid as well. Wyvern doing a great job of timing that rotation, picking up the kills. We're down to our final 3.
Justice eliminated. CLG still waiting below at this point. Wyvern are able to shield up. They might be able to get the revive as well, but CLG, they can wait, they can pounce. Can they get out, though, is the real question. Do they have access to actually get up and actually battle who they're going up against, or are they stuck down below?
One thing to notice here is Wyvern not only have 2 shields to work with of the golden variety, one of the players also has that gold knockdown shield as well. So CLG now looking to force the pace, looking to make something happen.
Yeah, so that one exit where CLG actually can get up, they have to go through the red, but of course you can use Wraith's Portal if that's going to be the decision to try and get out. There's a team waiting on those stairs. That's going to be so tough for them to actually escape. So it's whether they just go for the play of getting to the center of this circle down below and hope their teams are going to drop on them.
And now you're going to see these ultimates coming out from Wraith as well, setting up that pre-portal to try and elongate those potential deaths, as we are going to see that circle collapse for the final time potentially here. 57 seconds left on the clock before we potentially find a winner, and I just thought there for a second Wyvern were going to get a little bit excited and maybe try and drop down on CLG.
Yeah, it's like, calm down, Wyvern. You have got the best position right now. You've still got 45 seconds as well to see what the other 2 teams are going to be doing right now. They're the ones who have to make moves. Force the mistakes, wait, be patient, take advantage of the high ground. They know exactly where both these teams are, and they're below them. They just need to watch the exits.
Wyvern in a phenomenal position here to potentially close out this first game of Losers Bracket Round 3. It's just a case now of patience, of a little bit of quiet before the moves will be made by one of these teams. CLG, that's who Wyvern are looking at right now. They're below. As well as that, we have Triumph Gaming. They're holding their ground at the moment, but they're right on the edge of that red as well. They're going to be forced to move. And it looks like the Rift Energy at 28% is going to be used. They're going to try and get into the battle now with CLG.
Wraith at the ready. Here come the portals, and everyone's going to dive through. You're going to get chunked by the red, but the Wraith has done her job, but now everyone's going to join in. What are Wyvern doing? Are they just sitting up top and watching all of this unfold?
They could be. They could let this just happen. They could let the 2 teams do the damage. CLG, they're in the middle. Here comes the push now. I'm Madness with the alternator shots, and here comes the push as well from Wyvern. Carapace's in there, and at the top of it all, Parker's just sitting up top and saying, you guys get on with this, I'm going to play the healing game.
You can light your campfire at this point, Parker, because now we're going to get a little bit of a heal off, and you are going to have to set up a tent and wait. They're going to heal up the team. They're going to get the revive on no Cocoa Puffs. You've got a little bit of time before this circle closes in. Who's got the most heals? Who has a gold backpack?
I just wonder as well, CLG, do they realize that there's only 1 player alive here for Wyvern? If they could use a Pathfinder, get out of that position, they may be able to take it. However, Parker is dumping, he's diving, he's desperately trying to use everything he can to stay alive. I'm not sure if CLG can win it. Yes, they will be able to. The revive of every single player gave them that little bit of extra time, and I'm Madness is the last man standing, and CLG are standing up and getting hyped here in Poland.
Just by having 3 different players, they could all be going back and through that portal against the 1 player going through the portal was enough to get them the victory. They were patient. They knew they had the ability to stay down low and survive. All they had to do was win that 1 fight.
And you don't need to be a lip reader to hear exactly what Nicewick said there. It was let's freaking go. Maybe I'm not the best lip reader in the world, but you can know what he's saying. And look at these guys getting hype. Let's go, boys. That's what I want to see here.
And quite rightly should be getting hyped as well. We've alluded to it on the casting booth. We've alluded to it on the desk as well. A victory and a high kill game is usually enough to get you into the next round. And that would be the losers bracket final for CLG. 7 kills they secured as well as that victory. So that will have them on a mammoth 19 points after match number 1.
And they were the team I was talking about even before round number 1 kicked off, how they seem to have just been getting better and better as the rounds have gone on here in Poland, as they have moved through the bracket, as they have stayed alive, excuse me. And one thing that really highlights that, like I mentioned at the start again, is that ability to perform in those pressure situations. CLG did it perfectly. Wyvern, you have to say, had the opportunity there to win that game. It just didn't happen for them.
I can understand what Wyvern tried, but unfortunately they just ran into a CLG team who weren't missing their shots. And let's break it down a little bit. So CLG, they had the low ground. They knew someone was above them. They knew another team was potentially going to push and join them down low. They were able to win that initial fight, even when they were weak. And when Wyvern then dropped, they still won that fight. But because it was a 3 versus 2, because Wyvern opted to only send 2 men down and keep that 1 person up, it meant that they just were a man down and they weren't able to win the fight. And unfortunately, in the heal-off, and I say heal-off because actually there was no healing, it was just a survival game in those Wraith portals and using the Q from Wraith, it didn't work out for Wyvern, but they still were able to secure some decent points.
Yeah, I was going to say, just look at the point standing there. Big game coming in from Wyvern. I don't think they'll mind coming in 2nd place here. Of course, they will want to take home 1st place in the tournament, but coming top there with 27 points from our first round of action there. We'll put them top. CLG, they picked up the win. However, 19 points on the board for them, and just behind Triumph Gaming, they were your final 3, 10 points on the board.
You'd have to imagine Wyvern and CLG through to that lower bracket final. We haven't seen a team eliminated from the competition with 19 points at this point. But then you see the teams at the bottom. Reciprocity, Pittsburgh Knights, Luminosity, Lazarus, all on 0. All teams capable of winning a lobby as well. Bear that in mind. Match number 2, I'm sure, is going to be very fiery, very spicy.
We're going to take a quick look at Wyvern here. You can see them all smiles at the moment. Big kills, and Karen P, again, 9 kills from him. Mechanically and, aim-based player has been one of the best that I've seen so far today. As I say, the wingman in his hands really has been somewhat of a spectacle for everyone who's been spectating this particular tournament to watch and to experience. And I'm sure it's not been too fond of an experience for anyone who's been on the receiving end of it.
And I was expecting more from Reciprocity in this particular circle where it was central, where you were going to get these close encounter fights, but unfortunately for them, they were the first to actually fall in this engagement. And then elsewhere, we saw the teams that were able to predict that circle early and get towards farm. They were the most successful. They seem to have the most knowledge and maybe have seen that finish before. A lot of these teams will have seen the majority of circle finishes throughout Apex Legends, so they'll always have a good idea of where it's going to be.
That was the world's longest kill that we saw there. Not too sure what happened. I'm not sure if that player knew that he was meant to be in that spot or not. We can leave that to you guys at home to decide, but these are the replays in these final moments here. Triumph Gaming did a great job with 8 squads left of getting in towards that circle. It's all about the timing of that final push.
Yeah, when you do push, if you push too late, you're going to be shot by everyone in the middle. If you push too early, you're going to be shot from everyone on the outside, so you have to time it perfectly and almost find that balance. But a really good play ultimately from CLG to go down low here and take that position nice and early.
Yeah, we will see these final moments closing out here as Wyvern did a great job as well of timing this push. We have to remember they got in just ahead of those final couple of teams there, and then they won this fight as well. The P2020 absolutely destroying just before we got into this final battle.
Yeah, you're going to be feeling very confident about your up-close and personal play if you've got a P2020 in your back pocket.
Well, we're going to actually chuck it back over now to the guys on Stream A to enjoy everything that we've just seen and break it all down.
Nice wig and controller gang stand up after they react to that one. They explode almost like they won a championship. If you guys thought Nicewig gets hype on his streams when he wins a ranked match, you should see this man here in the studio right now.
Oh my God. That was incredible. What a finish. That was one of the most exciting ones of the day, and also one of the most complex as far as how it ended up evolving.
Yeah, the thing is, a pop-off like that is pretty much well-deserved because we're seeing that the threshold to move on, 13 points. The highest threshold we've had so far to make it into the top 10 has been 17 points. So right there, they basically secured their way into the losers finals.
Yeah, you have to think, unless something crazy happens here. We've seen a pretty even distribution of points, though, in this one. I think all the way down to 11th or 12th, you have at least 3 or 4 points. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes the distance, but a lot to talk about for sure, Evan. I know we saw the ending. Break it down for me. What did you see in that ending there?
So many dynamics that were coming into play. You had high ground and low ground. We also saw Triumph, who had been in a lot of high ground situations, set themselves up to have a high contest to start out their top 10s. That's what's been so successful for them. Every single time they've done that, they've gotten at least top 3 in those games. So they are a contender too. But it ends up being the CLG, Wyvern, Wraith Portal, Heal Off, which that dynamic was just incredible to watch. We had no idea if he was going to do it. Bought so much time going back in between the portals, but unfortunately, it was a bit of a gamble, and it was almost a gamble because it was so safe, because they only sent 2 members of Wyvern to deal with CLG, and they left one up top to try and win that battle if it didn't work out.
The big difference was that on Wyvern's squad, right, the Wraith did not heal.
Yeah.
She was sitting at 100 HP, and you need to have at least taken 1 tick of damage. He prioritized making sure that they used all the portal energy as possible to try to get as much invulnerability as possible, and that was kind of their undoing. They could have taken first. They could have also added on about 6 points there at the end, but still, they walked away with 20 some odd points. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
I wonder if they're moving on.
27 points.
I don't know. That might be enough. Yeah.
It might come down to the wire here. It might be a fringe. I don't know. Wyvern with an unbelievable performance. 18 kills, which, by the way, if we didn't think that their round 1 matchup of 16 kills was great, 18 kills, they beat it in the losers bracket semifinal. You know, winners bracket round 1, you're playing a lot of teams that maybe aren't up to snuff. They're playing against some of the best teams right now, and they're still doing it, going to prove that the Korean style of play, W key in your face, uber aggressive, is working.
Yeah. And we saw so many different changes as far as the weapons as well, because we saw a lot of prioritization of the flatline early and up close, especially with Triumph. JMW was great at that. And a lot of that hip fire is not as easy as you would if you had an alternator in your hands, where it's a lot clearer. Muzzle flash isn't as distracting as it would be, but you have the headshot bonus potential. You have that high damage per bullet. And you also saw the P2020 with Hammer Point, which is becoming a favorite in those close circles when shields are sparse and you need to finish someone quickly.
We saw Spirit using it earlier to almost win a game.
Also, in those close quarters combat, the flatline is ridiculously good with the hip fire there. You got to see he did not go ADS at all because he was so close. The entire model was taking up his screen, basically, so he was able to just fill him up with lead.
Yeah, most people don't know you lose movement mostly with all of the weapons in Apex, too. There's only a few, the wingman and most of the shotguns. You essentially don't, when you go ADS. So having that hip fire is not only good for the speed of just being able to react, but also being able to dodge as well.
Yeah, obviously lose accuracy a little bit, but of course, movement versus accuracy, the age-old debate. Of course, getting a flatline in the hands of someone like Nicewig is always helpful. Controller players, a little bit of aim assist, get that extra oomph. And I'll tell you, he took the most advantage of it with 4 kills, playing great was Nicewig. No Cocoa Puffs and Madness, his teammates obviously popping off as well. They end up on top with a first place finish. However, in second place on the standings, third place right behind them, your boys Triumph, who I know you called at the beginning of the day today as a dark horse team to watch. Man, they performed the European wonders.
Yeah, things were looking great for Triumph. I mean, it came down to a 3v3v3, but they were stuck in that really difficult position. They were just at the end of the corridor with CLG waiting on the opposite end, guns trained right on top of them.
Well, part of what we've seen with them, and I've been watching all their games on the B side, it's so funny because they do prioritize deep rotations early. They get high and they wait. And then what that does is it gives them a great spot to not get caught out rotating, like we saw Justice, the other Korean team, which had a great performance in that last round. It was just Wyvern who was a little bit ahead of them as far as rotations. But Triumph gets in the top 3 situation. They just have a hard time getting into that low ground, which tends to be prioritized in some of these multi-layered fights. Typically, the low ground does end up providing the victor.
And honestly, I'm really surprised by this result. I thought they were going to do well, not this well so far, especially because they are bringing in a substitute, right? Evoke wasn't able to come in for them. They got a last-minute replacement in JMW, and now they're still sitting pretty right now in third.
Yeah, still performing, that's for sure. It's been a great first game here to kick off our losers bracket semifinal. We, of course, have 2 more matches to see who will make it to that losers bracket final. Right after that, winners bracket final on the main stage. We're just heating up here and getting started. It looks like match number 2 is ready to go. Onset and Gaskin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fallout. Fantastic analysis, as always, from everybody involved on the desk. And Evan, and a little bit of spice as well. Really enjoying him being on the desk as well. And some great points about, you know, some of the mechanics in Apex Legends as well that we don't get to highlight sometimes in the middle of commentary with so much that's going on. You know, the debate versus movement and you know, accuracy. It just shows both sides of the argument, to be honest with you, that we saw in that last game. And Wyvern seem to have a beautiful balance of when they are using that ADS site and when they are, you know, opting to use the hip fire in those close range situations.
The ability to strafe and crouch strafe and be able to outmaneuver your opponent is one of the biggest things in any first-person shooter, and in particular Apex Legends as well. So if you do have a weapon that can hip fire so successfully, you can have a lot more fun. Also, what's this with Fallout calling out controller players saying about all this auto aim? Isn't Fallout a controller player as well? I think he might be. I think he might be.
I'm not saying anything on the debate. The debate will roll on until the end of time. However, Let's talk about what we've got coming up in front of us, because we've just seen the standings there. We've seen what teams are feeling pretty good about things. CLG and Wyvern, you know, they're pretty much solidified their place into the next rounds now. And, you know, with those huge performances in game one. But, I mean, Reciprocity, it's becoming the Reciprocity story, to be honest with you right now. Every single time we're seeing them, game one, struggle. Game two, struggle. Leave it all on the line for game three, and they have to pull something out of the bag. And you just wonder, how deep is that well? How many times can you go to the well to pull out a result like that? Is this one step too far?
Yeah, I'd like to see them get a result in this match number 2 rather than wait for match number 3, especially in a lobby that is this stacked. And the scary factor is when you've got teams like Wyvern and CLG who know they've secured their spot in the lower bracket final, they're going to be playing with that little bit more pizzazz. They're going to get more aggressive. They're going to look for kills. They're going to want to enjoy themselves. They're going to want to warm up their aim. I say warm up their aim. It's not like they're going to be playing again today, but they just want to be feeling good about themselves. Go into that lower bracket final with a bit of oomph behind you.
Here we go then, match number 2 underway. As you can all see at home, we always thank you guys for joining us and being on this fantastic journey with us at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational here in Krakow, Poland. It has been an absolutely phenomenal event so far, and we're going to see some early aggression. A team dropping here with Wyvern, but they look like they're ready for it.
Yeah, it's not really where you want to be dropping, though, with a team that's just finished in second, and their mechanical skill is incredible, but it's going to be Reciprocity.
Oh, this could be bad news here for Rec.
They have to win this fight, Reciprocity, otherwise they could potentially be eliminated first yet again. But I wonder whether this is on purpose from Wyvern, because they know Reciprocity drop here.
This could be very, very interesting indeed. And Grego has gone down, so now Frex and Snipe down. Oh, they are in a world of pain. And it's going to be Parker with a little quick scope round the corner with the longbow to finish off that kill. Reciprocity, this is horrendous news for you.
Down and out. What have Wyvern just done? And I'm fairly certain these two faced each other in an earlier group in winners bracket round 1, and we've seen teams do this to Reciprocity because they know they dropped there. And maybe Wyvern were thinking, right, who are potential threats that could be going with us through to the lower bracket? Maybe we should just drop on them. Let's see if they can take a fight. I, of course, can only speculate, and I don't know if that was the thought process, but either way, that is terrible, terrible news for Reciprocity fans.
We'll take a moment here. F in the chat for Reciprocity. They've still got one match ahead of them, of course, to maybe make another miraculous comeback. We'll jump over to watch some Game Arena Esports, though, because we haven't really caught up with them too much so far in this particular set of games. Convertible's going to be moving across here through a couple of corridors, just taking our time to loot up at the moment. But I've got to be honest, I might sound a little bit stuttery because I'm just shocked at what we've just seen straight away. Reciprocity, 20th place after game number 1. I mean, they're just going to be holding that 20th place until the next game at least.
Considering how the little amount of early engagements we've seen in this tournament, and specifically in this lower bracket as well, I think that probably came to a shock to maybe both teams. Okay, if Wyvern did it on purpose, they're going to be prepared to take that fight, but I'm sure that Reciprocity would have seen them joining them on that flight path, and there would have been that element of panic of, do we try and stick this? Do we want to take that early fight? And there's a glimpse of the circle then. The edges around Pit and Cage, so maybe could be something around a bunker town finish. We'll need really a Pathfinder passive to get any more information.
And now we are seeing the advantage here for Fnatic EU of, you know, landing in that labs area. You have that ability to traverse the map, as I said previously, to redeploy yourselves using that huge portal that allows you to get so much height and cover so much distance. Now they can get inside, maybe where a couple of teams were looking to rotate.
I guess the only downside of using labs is that portal does make one heck of a noise when you exit it, so everyone is going to know where you're going because they'll look up in the sky and they will see your trail. But in a game like this, in a lobby like this where so many are spread out, it shouldn't matter too much. But as I say that, Pittsburgh Knights, it seems like they have spotted the Fnatic players and they're actually griefing them a little bit.
Here we go. First real battle that we've seen since a shocking start to this lobby. This is going to be involved as well in a very similar area. It looks like a lot of teams looking to rotate through farm as well. This was, of course, where the last match that we had, the first game of this particular set of matches in our losers bracket round 3 did finish.
The fence is complete.
A couple of players might have fonder memories than others.
We saw
a small pinpoint on the map from Succubus there. It was just outside of Bunker, in Bunker Town. That's where they're heading. That's where I assume they believe the circle's going to be finishing there or thereabouts. So I imagine a lot of other teams will have similar ideas. So expect to see a lot of these teams that have looted from the outside area of the map start to head towards the central.
It looks like Triumph Gaming have spotted someone in front of them right now, and they're trying desperately to close that ground and really look to pick up some kills. And look at this, Graceful, he's getting all sorts of aggressive. He's got the R301 in hand, the Peacekeeper as well. They're down 1, and now they've down 2 as well. Look at those shots from distance there to pick up that knockdown. The R301 getting it done at long range.
Yeah, I think they're chasing after Game Arena, and whether the third player can get away, that remains to be seen. A Wraith Portal is there. I wonder whether they'll follow through. It's Petty Boss as the final survivor. Does have a purple shield at least, so that's something that he can scream and shout about. But he's going to be screaming and shouting on his own because his teammates are lost in the wind.
So 19 squad left, a couple of players have been eliminated. Those banners still down on the ground, the chance to maybe pick up and revive, respawn those players through. And it's going to be Luminosity Gaming, another team who haven't had the best of performances so far, who are coming under pressure here on the bunker. And this is a huge fight, just considering where the circle is at the moment and where the circle could potentially finish up towards the end of this game.
Yeah, I think if you can take control of bunker at this point in the game, you're going to be in a great spot. But you've also got to be considering the fact that it's very unlikely to finish at bunker. If you're looking at where this circle is heading towards, it's going to be a little bit more central. And then maybe you're going to be choking yourself off if you are the one team that is going to be in bunker, because people will be able to watch the exit, hear that big door that opens. But you saw how Alistair, they were considering actually taking this fight against LG. They were considering pushing in. They were shooting down the Watson fences, and LG are well aware of that. And it looks like they're more than happy to take this fight as well.
I think the initial damage was done, and they thought, do we push this one? Do we try and peek and get one player down and then have that numerical advantage to try and convert on that fight? Looks like they've decided to back up from that particular decision, and now they're going to make some other changes. You can see now Pathfinder's zip line being put up to the top of the rocks there. A smart position to be in as well, just because of the fact that when that circle does move, they have options then to rotate down across different areas of the map to traverse that terrain and put themselves in a pretty good position.
So much time still to move around the map and decide where you want to go, but a lot of the teams will have already had a plan of how they want to execute their rotation and where they want to end up, where they're predicting this circle being. And it's all about the weaponry as well. What have they been able to achieve? Do they think it's going to be suitable for this final circle? R99 and Peacekeeper for Crank on Luminosity Gaming. A very aggressive and close-based combat type of weaponry, a type of situation for them. A couple of grenades as well, arc stars. It's all well and good having them at this point, but you need to be saving them for later, and it's so tempting in these early battles to actually use them, but you just have to have that little bit of discipline because you know how crucial they can be.
Let's get the feeling here from what we're seeing across our screens, and what you can see, of course, from your screens at home, is we're going to have quite a sort of touchy-feely part of this map now, and the fact that there's going to be a lot of longbows in play, a lot of players trying to chip away at shields, but nobody really getting aggressive, just to the distance that's obviously still left on this circle and how difficult it is to close down that space once you do land those shots, but also because of what's on the line now. We have to remember now, elimination on the line for these teams. Nobody's going to want to go down early, especially with these teams alive, and I think that's what's still, to be honest with you, it should be in the way that Wyvern took that battle early on.
I just love central circles because you see everyone moving to one side of the map where they think it's going to finish. They suddenly get the information that actually the circle's moving a little bit more north. So they're like, okay, we don't think it's going to finish here now. Let's try and get to another side of the map. And then there's already someone waiting in an alleyway, in a cave. Someone is just going to be there around a corner. And it's terrifying. You really have to tread lightly as you are moving around this map.
So Sinister Esports.
I spotted an enemy.
In this canyon area, just maybe looking to gatekeep some of these teams who are looking to rotate through from that high ground, maybe looking to get some shots down. And this is an important game for them at the moment. 4 points on the board from that first game, currently sat in 11th place. And that is not good enough to get through to the next round, to have yourself coming back on Championship Sunday. They need to scrape their way through this losers bracket round 3. They want to be here tomorrow.
2 matches is still plenty of time. The bottom 5 at the moment, only on a maximum maximum, of 1 point with 3 teams on 0 points. One of those being Reciprocity, who have already been eliminated. Justice Esports are under fire here, though, having to use Wraith's Q just to avoid a little bit of damage, so you're not having to waste any of those shield cells or shield batteries.
56 players left in the lobby. 19 squads left as well. And this is going to be a slow-paced game. However, the thing is about these slow-paced moments in these games, it makes the excitement even more exacerbated when we do get to those final rings, when all of these teams collapse. This is kind of like the fuse to the firework. I've used a lot of firework analogies today. Is it nearly November? I think we're getting close, aren't we?
We're there or thereabouts. It's somewhere near Halloween, I think. I'm not really a Halloweener. At this point, though, there's so much noise in the hall where all the players are. So much loud communication, and I only heard because we paused and we got quiet for a second. The thing is, when you get to that final circle, that noise either does one of two things. It either gets even louder where everyone just starts screaming at each other, or it gets quieter.
It's dead silent.
Everyone is just focusing on hitting their shots. They've already spoke about the actual execution, and sometimes you need clearer comms rather than just the traditional FPS of screaming at one another.
Finally, we are going to see a little bit of action go down as the team now coming in on the flank, trying to beat that circle in, and they're going to have to rotate pretty quickly here, Triumph Gaming. Won't take too much damage as far as, you know, potential end game damages, the damage being done that will end their particular game. But the only problem is they're in the eye lines right now of All-Star, and they've got their longbows in hand as well. So although you might be able to get into that circle just about surviving, if someone picks you off with a longbow shot, then, well, that's a completely different kind of situation.
Alistar, they set themselves up for this particular scenario. They knew there were going to be teams coming from this way, but look at LG just waiting, hoping there's going to be more shots fired that they can join in on the party, and it will be quite the party if this battle goes down. The elimination comes through in the red zone, and it is going to be the beacon actually picked up, or the banner picked up to deliver to the beacon, and it looks like Triumph are considering doing this one, or are they?
I think they're backed up from that idea. I think they're taking a little bit too damage potentially. Do have quite a lot of heals in the bag there, but I think they might have just got a little bit low on resources, having used those med kits, so they've decided, I'm sorry, JMW, we're going to have to leave you. That's just that banner. You're not going to be rejoining the action at any point. Yeah. Leave it to us. We'll do what we can.
But he can come along with them for a trip.
If we win the fight, we get the
sure we'll enjoy it.
And the loot. And then we gotta,
you can hear the communication slightly. If we just pause, we might hear what LG are trying to say to each other in this particular scenario.
You knew that they were going to go quiet at that point.
Definitely knew it was going to happen.
Just had to leave that.
But at least I tried.
For comedic effect.
Yep.
Completely and utterly throw you under the bus. But here we go. Back into the game.
But what I did hear from them was they were just kind of saying, look, if we wait patiently, if we wait for the shots, then we can burst out. People are going to be distracted.
This is the zip line they set up a little bit earlier that I was discussing. Ways to traverse above a choke point, but you know, it's very difficult to get around when you have that bunker in the way. Yeah. We've only got 1 or 2 ways to go, and if you can take yourself away from that, you know, ground level where a lot of those reticles are going to be aiming, a lot of these teams are going to be watching, you can get yourself a smart rotation away, and that's exactly what they did. Great knowledge of Kings Canyon there.
Looks like the circle moving towards the destroyed cascades at this point, so this is a really nice spot for Fnatic NA just to take the early high ground, be able to kill any players that are rotating in late. EBC able to pick up a kill, but now they're under fire from another squad. You've got to be careful here. You need to have at least one player attempting to escape, but it's just the Watson left, and that's going to be the full squad eliminated.
Guess who it was doing that damage? It was the team who have the hot hand at the moment. They got the most points on the board. They got the most kills on the board in game number 1. It was Wyvern picking up just another couple of eliminations, but look at this. Now they've got to turn around, and look at that team fire coming in from Wyvern. Somehow they survive under all of the pressure coming in on them.
Flatline hip fire again, just destroying an opponent, absolutely turning on him, and that is pretty embarrassing, I've got to say. When you fire on someone and they're not even looking at you and they turn around and destroy you, that's always going to be a hard one to take, one that's going to wake you up, I'm sure, at night.
Fantastic spray control on that R99 as well. I was looking at the barrel stabilizer, just the blue on there, so not the best that you could possibly have. Obviously going to help you out a little bit as far as spray control, but still hitting so many shots, and it's so deadly with that rate of fire. If you're trying to traverse across any kind of open ground at medium to short range, before you know it, your shields are going to get ripped.
Parker probably is going to be picked up as well. Looks like they were able to weather the storm, Wyvern, and now they can get inside and just turtle up ever so slightly and get back on track. But Succubus know they're there, and they are going to utilize the scout here to just pop a few shots off.
No, they're not from the same team. They're not from the same team, I think. Concentrate on rotation. Concentrate on rotation.
Just taking a moment to listen to these comms here from Succubus as well.
Headshot, Watson in the...
Making sure that they're communicating with each other of what shots have been hit on what particular legend here. 14 squads remaining, 1 kill on the board here for Star Wraith, and trying to just land some of these wingman shots just to weaken those players as they're forced to eventually rotate out of the circle.
Well, the biggest thing I heard there during that little mix of communication was focus on rotation. We don't need to take this fight. We just need to move towards this circle. Let's not risk taking this for too long and end up getting third parties or wasting too many resources. Instead, they leave whilst Wyvern are being shot from elsewhere at this point. Yes, okay, they were able to hunker down in this building, but they've got to get out at some point. And Succubus, they've actually stayed. Maybe they sussed out that they might be able to get some free kills here.
Yeah, maybe they've sussed out that Wyvern are kind of trapped at the moment in this building in the farm, and they just bide their time and they play this one nicely. They may be able to just catch them rotating out. However, much easier said than done when we've got the players, the mechanical skill and the ability that we've seen on Wyvern so far in this game, and now they are making their exit. They're making a concise decision here to push the team to the, I think it's the northern side, excuse me, the western side of the farm, and now they're pushing out. And look at this again, the communication from Wyvern and the decision making as well as the aim. Beautiful to watch.
And the mechanical skill from Wyvern is absolutely nuts. It's crazy. And their aim just adds to it as well. But they're still stuck here, and they've got 15 seconds before this circle moves in, and Succubus are literally on top of them at this point.
They hear go now from Succubus there. We had a moment just to hear those comms, and that means that they're going to try and push across, having had that damage done onto Wyvern. The only problem is they've got to traverse down, and Wyvern are going to be chasing them down. And there's one team that you don't want to be going up against in a 1v1 battle at the moment. It is Wyvern.
One of the worst things is trying to push into a circle as you take a fight, and this Storm is going to chunk you for a lot of damage as fights are going down here, there, and everywhere. It's just Karen P that is left alive. He does have a self-revive, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I just wonder if Succubus are going to be able to heal up here. If they are, that will be the end of Wyvern. You can see Selly went down, but look at this. Just take a moment to try and hit that self-revive. It looks like Succubus are far too smart for that. They make sure to take out that player, but look, there is another team now pushing on to Succubus. The wingman shots are hitting though, and Star Wraith is doing so much damage.
So much damage, and well, here's CLG again. We haven't seen them much in the early game, but they've been able to get themselves into a position where they can just rain down fire on all these teams that are now moving into the circle, and it's going to be ending at the bottom of that hill as well, in quite some open water.
Yeah, there is going to be some open grounds to be covered here. One team who are just outside of that next circle are going to be Alistar, and you can see them trying to ping off some shots, so they will be able to potentially finish off a kill here, which is going to add to their points tally. That's going to be Nauza, sorry, excuse me, going down from those longbow shots. And now we're going to see a couple of players trying to find any kind of cover they are, but the problem is this circle doesn't look like it has potentially any cover whatsoever.
Alistar have done really well though to move from when we saw them pitching up a 10 elsewhere in the map, and they've been able to really rotate successfully towards this final circle. It's a very difficult thing to do, avoiding all the shots from everyone else who's already made it into the circle, and on fire, well, it's a real struggle for them at the moment because the amount of cracks in the structure they've decided to hide behind means they can just be pinged by all these longbows and wingmen.
I think Alistar have a great position for now, but in 22 seconds they are going to be forced to move, and I think pretty much every single team is going to be forced to move. You can see those rocks are going to be, you know, pretty much the most expensive real estate on the board. Everyone's going to be trying to find any kind of cover they can possibly find, excuse me, and it's going to be a really, really interesting last circle here. And maybe those zip lines are going to be important. You're going to see a lot of Pathfinders just jangling around, trapezing around, trying to avoid damage while doing some damage themselves.
Cooler, one of the first teams to actually rotate central circle, but everyone else has already spotted them. This is the risk of moving too early, but you do find a couple of rocks. There are structures to hide behind. Cooler, have they been able to survive? It's just Lagger on his own. He is doing some damage, but he could fall here.
Yeah, Lagger's only got 1 HP. He's desperately trying to stay alive. He's jumped over to Succubus now. Star Wraith trying to do some damage, and so is Crypt, just firing off shots with that G7 scout, trying to land the shots he can. Maybe look for some armor swaps there, did manage to get it in, and now we really are seeing gun-ho from every single team. This is what we want to see.
There's not many places to hide at this point, so that's why we're seeing so much gun battles, and it's all going to be down to your raw aim. How are you at hip firing? Can you hip fire a weapon like a G7 Scout?
The interesting thing here, you look, so a light ammo might come at a 3-man now, and Succubus have managed to all stay alive in this situation, and they're just watching over the arena of death that is below them, managing to get off those recovery, those med kits, excuse me, and those recoveries as far as shields are concerned. They're going to be able to re-engage in this battle.
Circle's getting smaller. Alistair just trying to pick up these kills and get these eliminations, as there are teams just hiding in every nook and cranny.
Ammo an issue here, though. Ammo an issue here for a few of these teams. I've seen that light ammo. It's very great. You know, it's brilliant having that R99, but it just shreds through ammo, which can be a problem towards the end game.
Succubus taken out of the game. Fnatic NA only have one player left as well, desperately trying to hide behind this tree, but he also falls. We're down to just 4.
Yeah, the tree hugging technique there didn't work, unfortunately, and now Succubus will fall as well. 3 squads remaining here. Alistair are doing a phenomenal job. They've just found a little dip here in the circle that's given them just enough cover, and as well as that, there's a couple of death boxes next to them, allowing them to swap out shields in these battles.
So they've managed to find a tiny little crater, a divot, whereas Pittsburgh Knights have found themselves a little lake to sit in. I say lake. Lakes are usually very big. It's more like a tiny stream they seem to be sitting in. Only 3 squads, and Alistair are getting aggressive here.
Here comes the push then. The X is getting aggressive. Maybe he is the X factor for this team. The X now moving in again, trying to land these long-range longbow shots. There's only one player alive, I think. This has to surely be the game going to Alistair, and it is. They close it out. It was carnage. But boy, was it beautiful to watch.
And considering Alistair were one of those teams who were on the edge of the circle earlier, just longbowing teams that were joining them, they were able to successfully rotate very centrally without taking much damage and without using much utility whatsoever. Okay, it wasn't a finish that required a ton of grenades, but oh my god, they also picked up, wow, 17 kills, as well as a victory. Well, that's definitely guaranteeing your way into the next round.
Welcome to Sunday. Phenomenal stuff in that particular game, and I think that final circle, when you have so many players dropping down in the battle, if you can 3P a couple of those battles when you got that R99 in your hand and that the range isn't going to be too much of an issue, you can pick up a lot of kills. I'd be very interested to see in what stage of the game a lot of those 17 kills were picked up, but closing it out there, we have another winner in our losers bracket round 3, and this is what gets me excited about the format for the final as well. We've had so many different winners across today. It just means that we're going to have so much more Apex before we have a final winner.
Yeah, because once you reach that points threshold, you have to get a victory. That's one of the big differences at this tournament, is when we do get to that grand final, you have to reach a certain point threshold. Once you're on that point threshold, you're on match point, and if you win the next game, you win the tournament. So it's actually very good practice to be getting into these late game situations and pushing for victories, and it all comes down to the in-game leader making those decisions. Where are the spots? How deep is their knowledge of every inch of the map, where they know where all those crevices are, where all those craters are that they can dip and hide in?
You can see the 3 players there from Alistair having picked up that champion banner. And with that, of course, picking up 17 kills to boot. That's right, 1-7-17. Plenty of points on the board. Here's the standings from that previous match. Of course, they're going to be taking home that top spot. 29 points on the board. Pittsburgh Knights taking home that 2nd place, and Succubus coming in huge there with 12 points in 3rd place.
Massive game for Pittsburgh Knights. Triumph finishing with a decent placement, but also a lot of kills. That's why kills matter so much in Apex Legends. Fnatic NA also securing 6, Cooler 4, Fnatic EU getting 3 online, and then Team Fire also picking up 3 points with 1 kill and 2 points from placement.
So that is your top 10. But there is some stories to be told at the other end of the table. And you can see it in front of you right there. Reciprocity, 0 points on the board. I'd like to know the total amount of time they've probably been alive on Kings Canyon in this loser bracket round 3.
I'm going to go for around 2 minutes, I think, at this point. But good news for Reciprocity is 10th place only on 7 points, and that's very much achievable. And realistically, if they can get into... Can they do it again? Yes, they can. If they can get into top 5 and pick up some kills, then they definitely have a chance to getting into that top 10. But the trouble is, you've also got the likes of LG, the likes of Team Secret, Fnatic EU, Halakline Gaming. I can keep naming teams who are trying to get into that top 10 that have the potential to win games, not just get top 5.
Wyvern finding some phenomenal form as well. Alistar obviously with that huge performance in game number 2, but CLG, again, a fairly decent placement there. We saw them towards that end game as well, being involved in a few battles, so some decent placement points for them as well. As we take a look at some of the replays, and this is the big thing, Dan. I wonder what is going through the minds of Reciprocity now, having been dropped on by Wyvern as well. Are they going to think we have to change where we're going, or are they going to stick to what they know? Because if they go in the same place again and they get dropped on again, that's their tournament over if they lose that battle.
Yeah, they were confidently taking that fight with Reciprocity, and I'm sure they are used to taking early game fights just in normal ranked Apex Legends, let alone in pro lobbies and here at tournament events, but they just really struggled. The weaponry went in the favor of Wyvern, and that is why it's always a risk taking 50-50s on drop, because if you don't find an SMG, an LMG, if you only pick up a scout or a longbow in close range, you might struggle against those that have found something like an alternator.
Well, as these replays roll on, we're going to pass it back over to the analysts and Fallout to take it away. I mean, so many stories to talk about, gents.
Storyline after storyline here in match number 2 as it comes to a close. Heading into this match 3, there is a lot to dissect, that's for sure. But I think we have to start at the top with the top. That is Alistar, an unbelievable performance, a team we have not talked nearly enough about this weekend because they have been consistently performing well under the radar.
The craziest part about that was before this match started, we said to ourselves, we said amongst the desk that we need to talk about Alistar, we need to talk about Third Impact. And they just did exactly what we
Did they hear us? They're like, all right, we'll give you a reason to talk.
Yeah, that's the way the world works, it seems like. It was time to mention these guys because they've been so consistent and they had been so prevalent, it was almost impossible. It was getting to that point. They finally won a game and said, now you have to talk about us. You cannot ignore us. And it's good because now the whole lobby can't either. They understand this is a threat, and teams like Reciprocity, the Fnatics that everyone was worrying about, there are new names on the chopping block now that everyone's going to be gunning after. That's the Third Impacts, and now that's the Alistars. G-Dolphin, a guy I've casted before, a great competitive FPS player and Battle Royale player. He's proving it again today.
Yeah, that's for sure. Of course, 22 kills that they picked up. I know Misfits had 20 yesterday. I'm trying to think if anyone else had more than 22. I think we've seen maybe a few teams over the 20 mark. But has to be up there.
It remember at this point. But yeah, a lot of teams have done it, but it's been few and far between.
Yeah, it's one of those scores that you definitely say this sets us up for not only today, but now we get to kind of start looking towards tomorrow. And you saw Wyvern change their tactics a little bit too on the drop as well.
Yeah, a great discussion point right there. I know our casters had some conspiracy theories. No, I'm just kidding. They had some thoughts as to why Wyvern dropped there. We were talking about it, and then really ultimately I think Wyvern does like to drop Repulsor. Reciprocity likes to drop Repulsor. I think they just finally met up here. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, I think honestly, the way that Wyvern does like to drop Repulsor, they get pretty greedy with it. Sometimes they will also split off onto Hydro Dam, and I think we didn't quite get to see it in the first game. They might have split off into Hydro Dam instead of contesting over at Repulsor area. This time around, honestly, they go for broke. They have nothing to lose because honestly, after that first game, they have basically secured their way into the next round.
And it really hurts a team like Reciprocity who's trying to get something going, and it sets us up for next round, do or die. However, every single round they've been in this situation, Reciprocity have to get into the next round by a big game in Game 3. It seems like this is definitely going the trend that they like, but you have to watch out. Maybe Wyvern does it again. Maybe they understand the threat, and they don't want to let them through into the next round.
Sets up a really interesting question. Where does Reciprocity drop? Do they drop Repulsor? Because I'm telling you right now, Wyvern's not going to be scared of nothing. No. Reciprocity should be scared of that Wyvern squad, maybe just a little bit. Great point. Rec needs to step up, and that leads to another big discussion point. So many big-name brands here need to go huge. Yeah. Both Fnatics, Luminosity Gaming, Reciprocity, as well as Justice, who barely made it last time. Do you guys think these teams have what it takes to go big in Game 3?
Right now, a big issue for a team like Justice, right, we'll talk about them quickly, is that, one of their spots is also Repulsor. We have 3 teams that love to drop there, but during the metagame, during the scrims, Justice got kind of bullied out of there by MVP, by Wyvern, and so they are avoiding it. So that's why we're not seeing them as comfortable as they used to be, especially in these games right now. We've been seeing here in the lower bracket right now, Wyvern has been clearly heads above Justice.
And Jamerson, it seems like what's really determining your success and how well you can move to that last round is the deep rotations. We're seeing Alistar do it. We saw that fight between Succubus and Wyvern. It looked like it took half the game, and then Alistar's just sitting and said, oh, some people are coming through. Let's just snipe them. Easy kills for them. So I think we can expect a little bit of a safer play because they not only have to place top 5, they've got to grab a couple of team fight wins after that. So I'd expect a little bit of a slower pace for some of these teams that need to go big.
And now for a team that, like teams that have been consistent, we were talking about Third Impact just beforehand. I mean, they've had a top 6 finish, now a top 3 finish, or I believe, a top 3 finish in that last game.
Yeah.
Do they are they afforded the opportunity to play a little bit more aggressively now too and kind of show what they've got also? Alistar went big there.
That's
we
true.
had Wyvern go big there. Will Third Impact try to go for one of those games?
If I'm both of them, I'm saying let's try to find the targets that we know would be trouble for us in the next round. Let's eliminate them and maybe make it a little bit more of a free-for-all so we know we're eliminating some good competition.
A lot of different strategies and ways that you could approach this third match. Of course, our eyes are going to be all on the Fringe teams, but we were kind of talking about it as well.
Yeah.
7 and down, really, or maybe 6 and down are Fringe teams. That's starting at the Pittsburgh Knights. Even though they got second place last game, they're currently sitting in seventh place total with 14 points.
Yeah.
You got to think that it's a little bit scary in that scenario for them too. So it's not just those big name brands that are 11th through 20th. It's really 7th through 20th.
Yeah, for Pittsburgh Knights, that's where we are like really questioning the consistency.
Absolutely.
Right? They've been able to move on off the back of one big round almost in every single round
here. A lot
here.
of placement too.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's important. I think that's one of the most, as you can see, there's elements to this. There's the Wyvern style that we saw demonstrated very well in this last one. Let's just go frag people. But there's also how well can we, almost like the Fnatics we were talking about earlier, find consistent placements like Cooler had been doing, and like we're seeing, Alistar and Third Impact do really well. And then add the kills on top of that. I think that's what people are going to find is the most successful way to continue to go on in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm so excited for match 3 here. Of course, it is losers bracket round 3. The winners here will be moving on to our losers bracket final, where they will place against the bottom 10 teams from our winners bracket final. Gosh, it's going to be a good one, that's for sure. It was a really awkward kind of end finish there. A lot of open space at that last ring. We'll see if that remains the same here in match number 3, because guess what? It's ready to go here. The match to decide it all. Who will continue on in this tournament, or who will have the bad side of fate and be sent home from Poland? It's going to be it for us on the desk. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Onset and Gaskin for match number 3.
Not only match number 3 here, this could be the final match for 10 of these teams still left in the lobby. Still to decide, of course, who those 10 will be, but so much on the line for 11th through to 20th here. They're the teams we're going to be focusing on at the start of this game as well. Let's go through them very quickly, Dan. Fnatic NA, Sinister Esports, EBC, Fnatic EU, Halo Clyde Gaming, they're holding on to 11th to 15th.
And Team Secret, Game Arena, Lazarus, Luminosity, and of course Reciprocity. And I particularly would like to focus on Reciprocity to begin with, to see if they are going to continue to drop at Repulsor. As the analysts quite rightly pointed out, that Wyvern do like to drop Repulsor as well, but maybe they had been drifting off to avoid the early gunfights. But as they had nothing to lose, they said, why not? Let's just drop with them and see what happens. So now it's Reciprocity's decision. Do they stick with what they've been going for throughout the entire tournament, or do they start to look elsewhere?
Players are ready. We're ready in the booth as well. I'm sure that everybody who is sat at home watching at the moment is ready for this game as well. Of course, we thank you for all watching. An absolute pleasure to have you along for the ride as we go through the losers bracket rounds today. Losers bracket round 3. This is, of course, if you're wondering where we are at in the tournament. And we're going to be sending 10 more teams home, and some of the names we could potentially lose here as far as organisation, players. It is absolutely astronomical to be sending them home and not even seeing them here on Sunday.
So I think roughly you're going to need around 15 points if you want to get out of this group. Of course, that is just an absolute guess. But when you have teams like Fire, who currently sit in 8th, but they're on 9 points, you've got to be thinking, all right, well, this is really up for grabs no matter
matter who wants to take it. It's going to be a question of who wants to actually grab it and seize this opportunity.
Now, this is the interesting thing. We talked about where are Reciprocity going to land. Are they going to be confident in their normal landing spot, or are they going to change things up? And I'm looking at where it's being pinged here, and it looks like there might be a little bit of a change in location potentially.
Yeah, they're just heading over and looking around and seeing where they can get a free loot spot at this point. They pinged labs and they considered labs, but it looks like there might be another team heading there, so they're going to split off and take swamps, it looks like. So we'll see whether anyone else is going to be contesting them over here.
Yeah, they are going to be taking swamps now, so at least they won't be contested right at the start of this game. The only issue with dropping at swamps, a little have to change with the way that you have to move across the map. Tough scenes here for Reciprocity, but not as tough as they were in the last round.
Yeah, I think that was an extremely central circle. If my eyes did not deceive me when that map just showed up for a second. So it's not going to be the end of the world. At least it's not going to be on the opposite side of the map for them. But we are going to try and focus on the 10 teams that are currently in 11th through 20th at the moment. Luminosity Gaming also, just like Reciprocity, are on 0 points. They dropped over at Airbase. They're uncontested, so they're going to get free loot here as well. Just pinging important items that they can be picking up. Level 3 helmet, of course, extremely important, so you don't get instantly killed by a Kraber headshot, although we've not really seen much, if any, Krabers throughout this tournament.
Yeah, a little bit risky to go for those drops with everybody locating their eyes on them. Lazarus now, another team who needs some wins, going to find themselves a little loot tick there, but not too much to report about what dropped out of there.
Who shoots a loot tick? Did you just shoot the loot tick?
Hey.
You always punch a loot tick.
The unwritten rule. Fnatic, NA, another team. Both of the Fnatic lineups here, both EU and NA, in those positions where they could potentially have their tournaments ending here. Fnatic EU, I mean, what a performance they put in the previous round. It's amazing how quickly those kind of memories can dissipate and fade as you find yourself in this do or die situation.
Yeah, quite a lot of European teams still left in the competition, as Fnatic EU are now gonna do their usual flying through the map out of labs. They don't usually fly very far, they usually head towards farm, but the last couple of times they have been greeted by another team, so instead just going to take a little bit of high ground, make sure that no one's around before they decide where exactly they'd like to be pushing.
So Fnatic EU, as well as NA, obviously in those positions where a little bit of trouble could come their way if they don't perform in this final game. However, the thing that we must point out, Dan, is that you still can make it through, even in this last round. Yes, you've put your own back against the wall. Anything is possible, though. And we are going to see the first down in this game, and it's going to be in the hands of Third Impact. One of their players has fallen. Can they get this revive?
I don't think they're going to go for the revive. I think they are entirely going to be after placement. They're currently in 6th at the moment in this group with 16 points. So they're kind of around that threshold of being qualified for that lower bracket round 4, well, that lower bracket final that we've got coming up tomorrow. So I'm sure they'll just try and get into that top 15 for the 1 extra point, even maybe get into the top 10 for an extra 2 points. And it doesn't matter if they've got 1 or 2 players left, they just can't risk taking that fight and leaving themselves on only 16 points and leaving themselves in the hands of all the other teams in this group.
LG there, moving around High Desert, trying to make some decisions of where they want to set up, where they want to move around. And looking at that ring at the moment, looks like Fnatic NA are going to play that more slow, patient, methodical game and look for those kills towards the end game circumstance. Game Arena Esports here. Petty Boss is going to be zipping up to some high ground as well, maybe trying to find a little bit of real estate himself to move in and make himself comfy.
And a couple of teams just setting up in mid-river. Whether that's just a temporary setup and they're just renting, or whether they're looking to buy at this point. We'll see whether the next circle moves in their favor. Of course, at the moment, Caves is quite central to that circle as well. You can see the teams just pinging of where the circle could be, where they want to move, but as soon as you try and move across this map, someone's always got eyes on you.
The scary thing for any of these teams placed 11th or 20th at the moment is if you're one of those teams who gets involved in one of those first battles, you lose it, you're gone. You pack your stuff up, you take yourself home. And for some of these players, that is a long, long way to travel. Reciprocity now. What have you got left in the bag? And it looks like they've found a target in front of them. Let's go back to Reciprocity, though, because that's a huge battle that could be going down as we're seeing shots fired from Fnatic. NA, Reciprocity had some players in front of them. I want to see if they can pick up those kills.
On fire also just boiling up here and setting up. Using those Watson fences in case anyone's going to be pushing them, but doesn't look like there's going to be any action for Team Fire right now. Instead, they're just looking for that late game placement, hoping the circle heads this way. I wonder whether Reciprocity were able to push in. Here they are then, and they are under fire here, Buck.
They are under fire, and they're moving across quite a vulnerable part of the map as well, through that central area towards the farm, and they didn't manage to close down that space onto those players that were ahead of them, and that's one of those things that can just grow that frustration level. If you see a player in front and you can't get that elimination, can't get that point on the board, that could be huge. But for Fnatic NA, they have picked up at least 1 point here. Good start for the Americans.
Reciprocity cannot afford to just go for placement here. Let's say they finish first with no kills, they're only going to be on 12 points. I don't think that would be enough. So I'd like to see them get aggressive. I know it's risky, but they've done it before. We've seen them do it twice. Both times when they've had their backs against the wall, when they've had bad placements in matches 1 and 2, they've come out hot in match number 3. It would be crazy if they do it again.
If they do it again, I think all bets are off as far as where they're going to place in this tournament is concerned. We're going to see EBC now, another one of those teams who need a performance here. And it's not looking good for them at the moment because Bowser is the last player who is alive. He has got one off the banners of his teammates here, Banterstorm, so if he can get to a respawn point, maybe there's an opportunity for him to bring a player in, but it's such a risky play at this point with tournament life on the line. Do you try and bring another teammate in to push yourselves up those rankings, to give yourself a better opportunity in those team fights? Or do you just try and play for placement?
So difficult as well when they're on 5 points, EBC, and they're only 2 points. They're 2 points behind 10th at the moment. So in theory, if they were just able to get a couple of points, they have the chance of actually getting back into things, but you have to assume that everyone else is going to be picking up points elsewhere because the points have to be distributed to someone. You really need to be getting at least deep into that top 5 if you're not picking up kills.
C'est sûr, ça va arriver de là.
Which is the point of view here of Lager from Cooler. They're feeling pretty good at the moment. As far as their placement is concerned, they're just inside that top 10. But even so, I mean, we're looking at the point threshold here, and you're looking around sort of 7th, I would say, is one of these teams that could drop out. So even those players who are currently in teams who are holding down those qualification positions to tomorrow, to the next round, to that losers bracket final, one mistake from them, and then they've got a very, very scary rest of the game to just spectate.
Fnatic North America still hunkered down in the same spot, of course. All US-born players, and they were actually a team who opted to compete in Twitch Rivals just the day gone when they were in Poland. They were playing on some crazy ping. I think they were playing on 60 hertz monitors, 30 FPS as well at some Polish LAN center, and they were still able to pull out victories. So some extreme dedication coming from them. But are they going to be able to survive in this tournament? They are currently in 10th. Reciprocity, though, still trying to get more central. They've tried almost every angle.
They're inside the circle, though, and it looks like they're trying to get a little bit aggressive here. This could be absolutely massive for Reciprocity. They lose this battle, they are out of the tournament. It is quite simply as simple as that, and that's a great start for Fnatic EU. Now they've got a backup. They're in a horrible position, and Reciprocity could take advantage here.
And Fnatic EU are out of there. They do not want any of this fight because they are also in that bottom 10. They only have 5 points as well. So if they were to lose that fight, they would be out of the competition, but that's big for Reciprocity. Just getting 1 point on the board, just to start, just to give you a little bit of confidence. All right, we do want to take fights. We do actually want to try and stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, the moment that you start second-guessing yourself, that's when problems start to happen. And Reciprocity now, you can see, looks like they might be coming under a little bit of pressure from another team, but now they're going to rotate out and take this high ground and just set up for a second, take that deep breath. And in these situations, sometimes just standing still and taking a moment is the best thing you can do.
You've always got to presume if you take any fight in Apex Legends, someone else is going to be lurking and trying to vulture you and take you down when you are weak. But Reciprocity seem to have been able to get back to full health, being able to loot successfully without anyone taking them down.
Alkaline Gaming, another team who are in the elimination spots at the moment. Only 4 players at the moment have fallen in the lobby. Every single squad still has members alive. 20 squads remaining as round 2 is about to close. You could cut the tension with a knife. Normally we can hear a little bit of chatter over our, through our headsets. We can hear teams communicating. It is so silent you could hear a pin drop in there.
You could cut the tension with a Watson fence. Actually, that's one of my favorite finishers. Have you seen the Watson finisher? I'm sure you have, where she just electrocutes the person.
Yeah, I've experienced it enough. Thank you, Dan.
I'm sorry that you die a lot, and I'm sorry that I don't save you. I run, I survive, just like we see all these pro players. See? See? I was doing the right thing, Mark, even though we finished up.
You run, you survive, you come back, and you loot my box. Anyway, Lazarus Gaming, another team who are outside of that top 10.
And Lazarus Gaming are another team that were able to find a victory in their previous round as well. They were able to come first with 7 kills in losers bracket round 2. So they definitely have that potential to have that big game that will push them through into the top 10.
We should go here.
Fine gaming then. You can see decisions being made. You can see the pings being made as well. Going to take down this Watson fence. That might alert the team that is through this choke point though. And you can see now HLC, they've got a little bit of pressure coming in there in a battle of their own. But they are inside that circle for that next ring to be moving in.
I hear people.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
And Halakline just letting the rest of their teammates know that the audio cues of people being near them, of course, any footstep you hear, any sort of bullet that is going to be fired is going to be a chance.
This is super bad news here for Halakline Gaming. They need to win this battle. They need to stay alive. And they're coming under pressure from multiple directions with around 60 seconds left until this ring moves.
Ray Rain is the one player who has the most amount of health, and the rest of the team are just desperately trying to scamper away, trying to survive, as it's going to be Game Arena who are actually getting a knock onto Halakline. Brent Royale going down here. Game Arena, of course, another team right down at the bottom. 2 points at the moment, so they need to be aggressive. They need to be picking up these eliminations.
Brent Royale is taken down there by a member of Cooler. Not what they would have wanted to see at this point in the game. Reciprocity still with a full complement of players here, and they haven't moved from this location that they were in. It's a pretty decent place to be in, to be honest with you, just depending on where the shift is with that next circle. I think that's what Reciprocity are waiting for here. How do we try and rotate? Where do we want to move to?
Yeah, the good thing for Reciprocity is they can move out in a couple of different angles to actually rotate towards the center of the circle. But I think the benefit of being in the area where they currently reside is they might be able to come across teams that are rotating in late and pick up some big kills, and that's what they need. They need those eliminations. Frexes is under fire though, so that will bring the attention of the rest of his teammates to come and help him, as currently Sinister Esports, they are currently stuck in this hut and being shot by several different teams as well, so they're desperately just trying to avoid everything.
And another team just outside of that top 10. Positioning though, they have some pretty good positioning, and look at this in the kill feed as well. 2 members of Cooler have fallen, as well as another player here, and I think that Lazarus, one of the teams who were desperate for placement, desperate for points, are feeling pretty good as they picked up some kills.
Fairly certain that's Cooler that have just been eliminated as well, and they were in 9th on 8 points.
Oh, that is a scary time for them then, for the rest of this lobby.
Really depends how many kills they were able to pick up, and actually 2 more squads go down, and it's really tough from the kill feed to decipher as to who that was. Maybe Sinister might have fallen there as well, so that's another team who are outside of the top 10, so they potentially will be out of the competition. Lazarus's post skill also falls. It's down to Smith and Kashira to try and survive here.
And look at the team who is that's putting the pressure on it. It's Reciprocity again who are putting pressure on in these final moments in the final game. 3 more kills have been secured here for Reciprocity.
That's a good start, but that's all it is. It's a start, and it is definitely the first hurdle for Reciprocity if they are going to get back into the top 10. We have seen some great resurgences from many teams throughout this tournament. Team Secret famously doing it in the previous round. Can Reciprocity also replicate that?
So Reciprocity going to take this second here just to back up, but I'm looking at the circle at the moment, Dan, and 56 seconds. Reciprocity's options as far as rotation a little bit limited here. They've got a couple of choke points they're going to have to work their way through, and to be careful just to expose themselves in the open for too long.
A couple of members of LG.
Huge for them where they rotate now.
A couple of members of CLG and LG have both gone down. Luminosity Gaming, they're on 0 points, so that's not going to be great news for them. I saw some Fnatic on Fnatic action as well in the kill feed. EU versus NA.
CLG have fallen as well, I believe. Saw 3 names fall down in the feed. So that could be the end of the game here for Counter Logic Gaming. Of course, they are safe after their huge performance in game number 1. But Fnatic EU, this is nervy times for them trying to pop that Phoenix kit just to stay in the game and stay in the tournament.
Sneaky positions here in the middle of the circle, just underneath the Leviathan as well. You're going to have the Leviathan legs to hide behind temporarily as this circle just close in.
The good thing here for Fnatic EU is, yes, they have lost a player, but positionally, look at the circle. They are in a fantastic position, and they have a couple of kills as well, so Fnatic EU can hold on to this position, as well as Fnatic NA. They could both find their way through here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think they're right next to each other right now, Fnatic EU and Fnatic NA. They're literally shooting each other's pylons at this point. They have the chance to wipe out a same teammate. At this, I already saw some kills go one way or another, but are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to push their opposite counterparts?
Well, the circle is getting smaller. Round 4 is about to close right now. So now we're going to see the movement from players setting up for that next circle, and look at how far Fnatic EU and Fnatic NA have to move, as well as Reciprocity.
Down to our last 10 though, so everyone secured 2 points, and that's a knock onto Shake. That's Snipe down, getting aggressive. That's more kills for Reciprocity, and there's the elimination as well. There's the confirmation of kill. Reciprocity on a tear.
Can they do this again? I actually wouldn't believe what I am seeing if Reciprocity managed to do this again. They are getting the kills they need. They need the placement now, and look at the focus fire as well. Rec are starting to find their feet.
Counted at least 4, maybe 5 kills for Reciprocity already. So with a decent placement, there is still that chance. But Snipe down! He's under fire, but that's what that man can do when he's up close in person.
Worrying moments now for Reciprocity though, because Snipe down has fallen and they are coming under pressure. Can they survive this onslaught?
Snipe down's just able to duck down in this little bunker though, and Grego's going to be able to lay down fire. Really good aim from both of these players. Can they get Snipe down up? They are reviving him. All 3 might be in a chance here. 7 squads left. I think Reciprocity are doing it.
This would be a monumental performance once again from the 3 members of Reciprocity. Let's have a look across the other teams we still have. Fnatic EU still in the battle. Fnatic NA still in the battle. They are going back and forth, these 2 Fnatic lineups at the moment. I said it'd be a bit of an awkward bus journey home if one of them knocks the other out. I kind of don't want to be sat in the middle of them.
I think realistically, we need to see a top 3 placement from Reciprocity with the kills they currently have.
It is the move then from Fnatic NA. The portal goes out. They have to make that move towards the circle. They're looking for that early rotation. One player has fallen here. Fnatic NA, Shiny is down.
And it's just Muffins left, and it's the Watson, the one legend with the least mobility, but he's been able to dodge and dip and get behind this rock. He's going to pull off the shield battery, but the circle's coming in.
And look at this. Reciprocity have picked up more kills now onto Fnatic EU. Somehow they're alive, but Secret have dropped Grego here.
That might have been the elimination onto Fnatic and EU. It's just Frex now for Reciprocity. He has to play for this top 3, but they're into top 4, and they have a decent amount of kills. If Frex can get into top 3, this is entirely possible for Reciprocity.
The team who are holding the high ground on all the cards at the moment, though, are Triumph Gaming. They're currently sat on 19 points coming into this game, so they're in a fantastic position. They're all good. They're qualified. They will be back, and Frex is looking to do some damage, and somehow Frex stays alive. But here comes the push from Secret onto him. Can they finish off this kill? They do. Reciprocity down. Have they done enough?
They had a lot of kills to their name, but 4th place, is that going to be enough points for them? It's so tough to decide, and I'm sure all those teams that are in 9th and 10th are going to be desperately trying to work out whether they've been able to get into this top 10, as now we're down to 3. Triumph do have the high ground. Team Fire have been able to secure a building, but they're going to have to move out of this building with that circle that's moving in 23 seconds.
It's going to be some flames coming out the bottom of some calculators after these numbers are going to be added up. There's going to be tears, there's going to be smiles, there's going to be everything at the end of this round. And Secret have the low ground at the moment, and they are within the circle. They're looted up pretty well as well. Okay, 3 squads remaining, excuse me. And they do have access to the higher level here via that zip line. Question is, do they play the low ground here? Do they play the high ground? It looks like they decide to play the low.
Here comes fire, though. They're actually getting into this battle, but the grenades everywhere makes it so difficult. You've got to retreat when you're weak, but they just retreat into the red.
Here comes the circle then, and a chunk of a Peacekeeper shot there. Urban is doing a great job here for Team Fire to try and close this out. Pushes in now. The slide isn't good enough, though. He will fall. Urban now gets the knock onto Veinless, gets the elimination, goes for the heal as well. I think it's a 1v1 situation. He can't close it out. And Team Secret, you can hear what it means to them. They get the win.
Team Secret do it again. They were on 3 points coming into this one. They secure the victory with a decent amount of kills as well. Surely they will be heading through. Surely they'll be above that point threshold for the top 10. A victory with 12 kills. That's 24 points.
Oh my word.
Team Secret and Reciprocity just seem to be the teams that get the job done in the final match. We know Secret did it. Was it enough, though, from Reciprocity?
I had to take a minute here just to catch my breath. What a final match that was in our losers bracket round 3. Here's the standings. Team Secret, 24 points. They rise from the dead. They will make it through to tomorrow. Team Fire, 18 points. Is 15 enough for Reciprocity? Is it enough?
Throughout this tournament, it would suggest around 15 has been that teetering point for the top 10. Reciprocity going to be right on that line. Considering we saw Cooler get eliminated in the early stages, we saw Fnatic NA eliminated late. Fnatic EU picked up 4 points. Fnatic NA picked up 3. So I'm fairly certain Reciprocity leap over Fnatic NA and EU. I don't think Fnatic EU have done enough to get into that top 10, but we'll get confirmation shortly. Either way,
wow.
Team Secret, they do it again.
Incredible resilience, and Reciprocity did make it through. Oh my, how have they done it again? 15 points on the board in the final game to make it through to the top 10. Unbelievable.
Unfortunate scenes for Fnatic. Both North America and Europe are out, along with all the other names you see on the right-hand side of your screen. But the big story from that game, Reciprocity and Team Secret, who bumped themselves up from bottom, currently in the group they were going into that game, Reciprocity, all the way up to 10th, and Team Secret from 3 points to 27. Amazing, amazing stuff.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff from what is our final game of the day, losers bracket round 3. I mean, what an absolute pleasure that was to experience. And, you know, we were concentrating in that final lobby of who was making it through, and quite rightly we should. You know, that top 10 placing is so important. But I want to talk a little bit about Wyvern, because they just ran away with that.
Wyvern just look like a different class at the moment. I'm really excited to see how they do as we go into this loser bracket final lobby, and potentially a grand final lobby for them as well. But all these 10 teams don't currently know who they're going to be facing in that losers bracket final. They've done their losers run.
What insane group of statistics. Sorry to cut you off, Dan. When you need points on the board, just do that. Just get 27 of them.
12 kills along with a win from Team Secret, and it was great in-game mechanics as well in that endgame to win all of their personal individual battles. But both Team Secret and Reciprocity with big comebacks in this match number 3, and that's what we knew would happen with this format. With there being 3 rounds to try and get through, there's always going to be that possibility of that one victory being enough. Difference being, now we move into the lower bracket final and the winners bracket final. Those 3 matches shift to 4. 1 extra match to get the job done.
Absolutely incredible stuff in that final round. What a turnaround it was. And you have to feel for any team getting eliminated at any point in the tournament. But when you go down to comebacks like that, you know, you feel sat in 7th or 8th place at that particular circumstance, you know, going into that lobby, you're feeling pretty confident. You go down early and you're like, oh no, like please no, do not let this happen. And then you have to watch the kill feed. Reciprocity, Team Secret, all putting up points, all doing everything they can to knock you out of the tournament. It's gotta hurt even more.
Massive shout out again to Limek,
the Polish player, 17 years old, picked up a day before this tournament by Team Secret, and he's been able to get them all the way into the losers bracket final alongside some incredible performances. Honestly, that is the perfect way to round out losers bracket round 3.
It was an absolutely insane way to round things out. I think that is actually going to do it all now for the B stream. Again, an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the action today. Good news is, of course, the A stream will be continuing. Plenty more action to come in our next round of the losers bracket, and there will also be an interview with Reciprocity after pulling off that insane comeback. Congratulations to everyone who has battled through today. Head over to the A stream to catch all the action from myself and Dan Gaskin. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Onset and Gaskin, class acts, and some of the best to do it. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for calling some great action all weekend long, especially that match number 3, where it almost looked like a movie scene. Teams flying through the cannon, over the river, across the bridge, trying to survive, and ultimately, Reciprocity, some way, somehow, from 0 points, 20th place, twice in a row, managed to pull off a 15-point game and secure themselves a ticket to the losers bracket final.
Some absolute insanity. They were taking gambles left and right. When they took that fight up against Fnatic EU early on, I said, this is a 50-50. They know it. They still pulled the trigger, got that initial kill, forced Fnatic EU back and sent them packing.
Yeah, honestly, though, how about Team Secret? You know, Reciprocity doing big things, sending Fnatic packing, but Team Secret is a team we have to talk about right now.
Yeah.
2 times now, they have come out of nowhere with a dominant 20-plus point game to secure a top spot.
What's so incredible is that we talked about this. We said there's big games and there's consistent performances. And the 3 that had the big games in Game 3 were Fire, Reciprocity, and Secret. And who has it in the losers group 3? Reciprocity, Fire, and Secret. They go from out to in, and it's Secret with the big win again. There's something about this squad, and it's not just the way that they're playing. You talk about Yusuf and the grind that he put into this, and you have the substitute from Poland coming in, playing with new teammates. There's something bigger than that process of just training for Apex. They're playing with heart, and they're playing with the determination that these results are just mystifying. I don't know how they keep doing this.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the Secret players just before this matchup, and they were saying, you know, this adjustment has been very difficult. Yusuf, usually playing their scout player, is the one that's calling the rotations and making sure they're able to get in safe. Of course, bringing in Limek last minute was a little bit difficult, but it looks like they said, you know, we're just going to go a little bit more aggressive. We're just going to push onto people, and we're going to see how it lands. And it landed in a big way for them here.
It worked out.
It worked out very well. Aladdin, one of the older players competing in our tournament here, 28 or 29 years
29,
old.
He said,
29,
yeah.
The man with the mustache. I love that guy. Of course, he comes from so many different BRs. He competed at H1 at a high level, switched over to Fortnite, has that epic Fortnite clip of him fighting a monster, and now he does it again. One of the funniest streamers, and now a top player in Apex as Secret secures a 4th place finish. Congratulations to them on a remarkable game number 3, but ultimately, it was the Wyvern and Alistar show.
And you know,
Triumph. You got to throw Triumph in that
You
mix.
really have to start paying attention now, because we thought CLG were safe, but they come in 8th. They're only a few points away. If any other team has a big game in that last round, you have to start thinking, we have to maybe take care of our lead a little bit more. Wyvern did a good job of securing a couple early kills in round 2. Didn't go for placements, but that's the thing you're going to have to see heading into the winner's bracket.
Yeah, right there at the 11th place spot, you saw Fnatic NA. If they didn't lose a player early on, there was a chance that they could have taken first.
Right.
That would have been a 12-point boost for them. They would have been propelled into the top 10.
Yeah.
And yeah, CLG were not sitting comfortably there.
They kind of disappeared after game 1, but you know what? They have another round to go ahead and show up again.
Sometimes we're going to hear Nice Wig loud
We'll
and
see
clear
them some more, yeah.
on this main stage, that's for sure. But I'm glad you brought that up in Fnatic. I think your hat has to go off to a lot of these teams that are being sent home. Fnatic's both played remarkable. They really had an opportunity to secure themselves a ticket. Obviously rough to lose someone early. Both Fnatic NA and EU were alive at the end there. Just things didn't fall the way they would have liked them to. Game Arena, a team that had Convertible come in and play incredibly well on his end as well. My hat goes off to all the teams that were sent home here, but of course, a huge congratulations to all teams that have made it through to the losers bracket final. One team, one player we have to hear from. It's a guy that has something known as the snipe down luck. Well, it looks like that snipe down luck showed here this weekend. I'm going to throw it over to Jump with an interview with Snipe Down.
Thanks a lot, Fallout. That's right. I've got Reciprocity Snipe down here with me. You can hear the excitement from all of the other players and the people watching. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, if Snipe Down Luck is dropping double 20th goose eggs, then that's not looking too well for the rest of the event. But our team just had a lot of composure going into the last game. Freaking out, kind of. Feel a little nauseous. Just knew what we had to do going into that last one. Thought a top 5 with 8+ kills was going to do it for us, and just so proud of the guys. We just knew that we couldn't hesitate on any kills. We knew we had to go big, and everyone just stepped up so big.
You guys struggled in game number 1. Game number 2, you went against probably one of the most ruthless, if not the most ruthless team in the tournament in Wyvern and lost the 50-50 there. You dropped Swamps in game number 3. What changed mentality-wise once you guys were able to get a solid drop there in game 3?
Yeah, I mean, games 1 and 2 is the first time we've had a team drop on us, and we got kind of forced out. And we know Wyvern, like, they were one of the only teams that we are not comfortable with fighting head-on. They're insane individually. And they stomped us in the 50-50, and we knew that after the first 2 games that we needed to find an open area. We thought Swamps was open, and we just decided, okay, we'll drop Swamps, we'll find a good rotation and try and get some kills on our way in, and we were able to do that.
You are now one of the 30 teams that get to make it to the final day. 80 teams arrived, 50 are going home and going to have to watch from the comfort of their hotel rooms or here. You now have 4 matches to play tomorrow and then an opportunity, if done well, to go to the grand finals. How are you guys going to prepare for this?
Yeah, I mean, we've started insanely slow every single game until basically the 3rd game, so I'm glad we have a little bit of an extra cushion with a 4th game. We felt like after the series before this that we really found our groove and how we wanted to play, and we just got stomped in the first 2 games with a little bit of uncomfortable landings. And this is just a huge momentum boost and confidence boost. And 10th place is the same as 1st place in these brackets until you get to the finals. So luckily for us, we're going to be able to go into the losers bracket finals with a positive mentality and look to take a top 10 again.
I asked you in an interview earlier off the stream about what it was like being able to have 2 new teammates less than 2 months of practice together and the ability to have concise decision making. What's it like now feeling that confidence that you needed to have in game number 3, but more importantly, not being forced to carry? Grego, Frex, clear to say that they stepped up in that last game.
Yeah, these guys are insane. I mean, after yesterday, we were super disappointed. We went back to the drawing board. Frex took over Wraith. I went back to Watson, which is what I played at X-Games. Greg switched from Lifeline to Pathfinder, so we have a completely new lineup basically coming into today. And we just know that, we feel confident. We knew it was going to take a tournament for us to really find our groove together. Online is one thing, but when you're at a live event with all the other distractions going on around you, that's really where it all comes together. And, every series I feel like we've been improving, and we really showed it in that final game.
Well, the snipe down effect must be true, but more importantly, results are what matters. 15 points secures snipe down and Reciprocity a spot in the losers finals. 1 more set of matches remain, and it's the one we've been waiting for. The winners finals are about to arrive. Kings Canyon is ready, and the drop ships are ready to head on out. Let's head over back to the studio and get things going.
Thank you so much, Jump, for that. A great interview. And it was the great Reinhold Niebuhr that said, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Of course, Snipe Down showing his wisdom as one of the most wise and experienced players, dropping Swamps instead of forcing that awkward 50-50 fight with Wyvern. They call an audible, dropping someone they're unfamiliar with, and that ends up getting them in. I mean, wow.
The craziest part is that Swamps has become a default for a lot of teams that do drop a pulsar. So it wasn't, completely riskless endeavor for them to try and go there. I was actually expecting them to run into Justice, but once I saw that on their feeds, no one was there and they were not contested at all, I was so surprised.
Yeah, honestly, something you could not expect out of Justice not dropping there, something than them getting Swamps really for free. They are able to get some loot, extend into late game, and then we all know that they can fire with the best of them in that late game. If they get to mid-round rotations, they're some of the best to do it.
I think the best part about being able to actually watch this game this time was having everybody around us. We were actually sitting down there, all actively trying to crunch the numbers to see whether or not they were going to make it into the top 10, and it was so close. They just snuck in.
I mean, you guys were sitting there, and we had Fallout. He was climbing on the desk.
I was freaking out.
His leg was up here, and he was like, I got this. What is going on? It was absolute insanity in those last moments.
I mean, we were freaking out, not knowing if it was enough. We saw Reciprocity with a few kills. We saw them get 4th place. We did the math. Okay, 4th place, 5 points. Is that going to be even? We need at least 14. Do they have 14? I mean, like you said, the quick math was tough there.
We were literally all doing the same thing, and I couldn't be any happier for them. They really, really struggled in the first 2 games, and so I'm glad they were able to pull it out.
And I'm sure the thousands at home are doing the exact same thing, trying to figure it out for themselves as well. Thank you all so much for watching, and man, Apex Legends has not disappointed. The buzz in the room right now is unmatched. You have all the winning players here celebrating, rejoicing that they get to live to fight another day tomorrow. Of course, the teams that lost, a little bit more somber in the room here, but the celebrations, the screams from the side studio were very loud, as we could probably hear them from here, especially this guy named Aladdin.
Dude, Aladdin was popping off. Honestly, so many players. I wish we had the time to talk about all of them, but honestly, Secret, whenever the time comes down to it, they have popped off in the right way, taking another victory, another 20-plus victory there, really securing that for them.
So my question for you guys now, and we're obviously going to be previewing this winners bracket final here soon, but I want to talk about losers bracket final real quick before that, as these teams are now advancing. Reciprocity, CLG, they've kind of snuck by a few times. I think CLG's maybe gotten one top 3, top 4, a couple good games, but they haven't necessarily been a consistent top performer. Do you think that's going to be enough? Do you think it could be the wake-up call that Snipedown had? He was very humble in accepting that they got stopped first 2 games. Do you think they can turn it around, though?
I think they properly, really did analyze their own gameplay, and then they mentioned it during the interview. He mentioned it during the interview that, they had to play a little bit more towards their comfort zones. Grego really does love that Pathfinder, putting him back onto it. Worked out well for them. Putting Snipedown back on that Watson. At times he did want to go a little over aggressive for it, and he got punished for it, but still, it did work out for them because they got the kills off of it, and then having Prex back onto that Wraith, it really, really was the kind of needle in the arm they needed to be able to push forward for that.
I even got to talk to Snipedown a little bit before they got to go up and play, and I asked him about, what changes are you going to make, and he explained exactly what he did in the interview, but it was more that he was so comfortable making those changes. A lot of teams would kind of take issue or maybe not be that ready to make dramatic team comp changes or rotation changes. He was like, no, we changed everything, and it paid off.
Huge difference, huge change there. A lot to talk about that losers bracket final. But guess what? We have a pre-show tomorrow to do that, because the match we've been waiting for all day, the match we all 3 called out that we were most excited for, the winners bracket final. The best 20 teams so far in this tournament will be facing off in Kings Canyon here in a moment. Of course, that includes the likes of 789, a team of Russian superstars that no one knew about, coming here out of nowhere, including Esdesu, our only female player and competitor competing left in this tournament. And she's been representing so well. She's been playing so well. I'm excited to see if 789 can do it. Meanwhile, you have TSM, arguably the best team in the world right now. They're going to be looking to maintain that spot. They've had a dominant showing so far as well.
One of the highest scores coming out of an entire group here, with 59 points for TSM in their last matchup. And so they are looking to try and get that 3-peat. They were thwarted in their last opportunity, but they were super close coming down in that 3rd match, getting 3rd place.
First third is a pretty solid record.
We also really need to put that in perspective. You're saying they were thwarted for a 3-peat. Most teams are just trying to get the 1, and they were shooting for the 3rd.
3 in a row?
That's crazy.
59 points, like you said. That's the highest so far in the tournament. The biggest point record after 3 matches. There's been 4 teams total that have been able to break that 50-point threshold. Why is that important? Well, our championship final format is different than anything you have ever seen. We will have a race to 50 points, not a set series of games. Why? Well, that really solves for the kind of awkward scenario where a player has 15, 20 more points than the second place player. You know who's going to win, and you're really playing for second place. Now, you have to race to get 50 points. Once you get to 50, you have to win a match following. If it's the next match, tournament is over. And otherwise, you're going to have to keep grinding it out. Well, championship final will be great. Winners bracket final will be even better. It's a 4-game series. 4 matches will be played to see who will punch their ticket to the championship final. And it is locked and ready now. Let's go ahead and throw it over to none other than Bravo and Dreadnought to call the action.
Thanks so much, Fallout. Bravo here alongside Dreadnought. And Dread, you and I have been talking about this is really where you could say this tournament is going to pick up. This is kind of the moment we've been waiting for so many reasons.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing here is for some of these rosters, we expected them to be here. And we almost felt, I feel like it's unfair to say they weren't tested, but really that we expected them to cleanly take those earlier stages. And now I can't help but feel like some of those bigger expected names are going to hit some bumps, and it's going to be some beautiful Apex at hand.
There absolutely is, and I think we're going to start to see a lot more conflict in the early game, and there's big reasons for that as we're now jumping into the action here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the winners bracket finals. This is match number 1 of 3 here. We're going to go ahead and jump in right now, starting things off with NRG, and all of the top talent is here. 20 teams in this lobby. 10 of them will be sent to the losers bracket before we end the night.
Who will drop on top of one another? Where would the aggression come in? A lot of interesting questions here, but already we see NRG taking a pretty traditional drop route for themselves, usually gauging here over towards the western half of the map, towards that pit. If they feel like they're left alone, expect a split and a bunch of individual loots.
And when you and I had some fantastic conversations going into this match, I want to quickly highlight a lot of these matchups because we have many teams dropping on each other potentially because they were on different sides of the bracket. They are meeting for the first time in Pro Apex here play. Now TSM and Gambit were both going Cage. Sentinels and VP were both going Thunderdome. Navi and FlyQuest at Runoff. Rogue and G2 at Skulltown. Could see G2 go Repulsor. We had 789 going Treatment. MVP at Relay, and we're going to find out if all those are true because teams are going to be hot dropping on each other. Command Center, let's see where these teams are at.
Thank you very much, boys. So now, so far on my side, I got Sword Gaming. These guys are going to be at Water Treatment, and Gamers Origin is going to be over there towards the outskirts of, that's going to be Containment. So far, teams not trying to get into it. This is the winners finals. Over there on your side, Nate, what do you got for us?
That's crazy, right? We got 4 matches for all of this, but just to give you some quick updates, over at Gauntlet, we have Penta, not too far away, of course, keeping our eyes. These guys dominated yesterday. VP over at Skulltown, and they're moving around pretty quickly from there. So with a centrally based circle, these teams are going to have a lot of time to make their moves. I can already hear some gunshots coming out. We got to get it back to the casters.
Guys, take it away. Get us into the action, and we'll give you guys the updates throughout the match.
All right, perfect. Thanks so much. Here we are now with FlyQuest. We talked about one of those teams that is going to be into some interesting action here, potentially. Yes, indeed, they are at Runoff, and we have to guess it's Navi with them.
Yeah, we'll figure out if that's the one with the end of the barrel here as we take a glance. FlyQuest trying to defend their own. There's drop down coming up from above, and it's Navi. Longbow number 1 coming up from Loop, but not able to connect, and look at that.
This is what we're talking about. This is high-stakes Apex Legends, and we just saw the drop that we heard was going to be the case as we were talking to pro players about these highly contested zones. Now that we're in the winners finals, that was the Navi FlyQuest battle for Runoff. We talk about these teams being territorial. They do not want to leave their drop locations. They're so comfortable with them. They've dropped there hundreds and hundreds of times. Guess what? Navi says, hey, we own Runoff. It is ours.
And luckily for FlyQuest and any of you Monsoon fans out there, there is an extra game available in this sample size for them to be able to recover. But Navi, the fact that they maintained their trajectory, established dominance over a roster as credible of that of FlyQuest is a very good tell here if you're a fan of them, but for everybody else, maybe a bit more timid here.
Space Station Gaming, look at them here. And who might have guessed it after that 20th place at the X Games? They have bounced back here and made quite a statement. They knew that they had a lot of work to do. They're on our list of teams that had a lot to prove here, and so far, they've done quite well.
Another roster with a lot to prove.
Yes, indeed. Probably couldn't be more true at probably the next team, and maybe even the first team on our list. That's NRG.
Yeah, I can't. I feel like it's a pressure fans put on them, maybe not themselves here for NRG, and that's the biggest thing to keep in mind is that just because the height and the almost pacing at which they had climbed to the top, it felt like, of Apex Legends, made this roster the one to beat. But we know as time has moved on, things like TSM and clearly names like 789 are now ones that sit at the tip of our tongues. But Space Station posturing up rather well here. We heard from the command center that we have a centrally focused circle, and they're already in a grand position.
One thing I'm wondering, we did see NRG at home right there around Bunker Town, and they look pretty comfortable. We also know that Misfits like to drop Bunker as well. I'm wondering if Misfits might have gone over to that western side, over to High Desert.
And I think that's super interesting because Misfits has been one of the more lethal rosters here at this tournament. Definitely had some of the more high-impact games, you know, high octane, if you will, but sans the octane. But anyways, I want to see if that is the case, if they have any success as we see the timeout here for Misfits. No longer got to have help with us. It's just Moose and Lucido to carry the team.
Looks like they did run into some pressure, so would love to hear from Analysis and Command Center later on. Maybe we can get some highlights of some early stuff from that Misfits side to see exactly how those engagements went down. But they certainly find themselves in a challenging place here, and I don't think it's ever been more true, Dread, that now, the pressure is on. When we talk about teams having to make very strategic and risky decisions early on, they know that all these teams are going to be performing so well. No longer are we going to see a clear-cut top 10. I think this is going to be tight all the way through. We also do want to remind everyone, this is our first series of the tournament. There's going to be 4 games in the winners finals, not just 3. As we head into these rounds, and also the losers finals tomorrow also will be a 4-round set. So lots of Apex to play for these teams. They've got one more game, but that really, it's going to feel like a lot less because of how tight this lobby is.
Yeah, it very much will, and it's going to be just some interesting engagements as we skirt through what is going to be round number 1 onto 2. A lot of the teams, you see the pings towards that center focus here, but it glance over with Penta as they're looking to get a couple of kills.
Absolutely. Now Orax here, just setting up, and of course on the rest of the lobby, these teams are not going to want to be making mistakes. Want to play this slow, and luckily for really everyone except for FlyQuest, it seems like they were able to either grab their drop, the one they were the most comfortable with, or at least find a neighboring area that they were safe with, or perhaps a secondary drop that they could use as well.
It's going to be very important that Sentinels here or Penta find a way to be able to get out of the skirmish very quickly. A nice 72 chip there coming out from that triple take. Precision choke coming in value there, but it's important to be efficient with the skirmish because they do need to get towards the center of the map. If everybody of the lobby of this skill level has the opportunity to gatekeep outward, I think you're going to have a real tough time making your way in. So get in before everybody has an established place.
Absolutely taking a look here with Sentinels. Really a lot of success at X Games, as well as a team that we talked about, and a lot of teams talking about. It's such a mechanically talented team as well. Zoms, Retzi, and Senox here. And now looking to rotate. Right now pinging at these towns here just around Crossroads as they head a little bit southeast.
I wonder what the rotations here that they're going to try and make through. Are they going to go through the Golden Sands and try and take that risk of the shot avenue that would be coming up here from Virtus Pro in this positioning if they decided to do so?
VP, one of your teams to watch for this tournament as soon as you saw the way that they were playing. We talked about it a little bit earlier, and it has never been more applicable than it will be here tonight in the winners finals, that this team was playing so technically sound in day 1.
They very much are, and they do a great job of punishing at some of those smaller circles, getting a couple kills, looting up, and then being very, very controlled. As you already see, they're netting some of the value of those kills with a high loot quantity onto their side, but it is not over yet. This is very, very much a stacked lobby, and more importantly, still 19 squads left here in Kings Canyon on game 1 of our winners final.
And that was Gamer's Origin right below the tri-choke, and not too far away here on the western side of that is Virtus Pro. Let's see if those two are going to find each other as well. Now sticking up more with Noth. We saw some great play from him yesterday as they're going to continue to try to loot up as well.
Taylor, though, going to have to find some opportunity to shield here. Actually opts into battery. It's something I'm not going to nitpick at any point at this level, but there's always the trade-off of, do you have enough time to go for those cells, or do you want to high commit towards those battery early on? They're playing it safe here. Taylor ends up getting the shield all the way up. It looks like Pez just going to make sure to rid of the Watson here, trying to make our way down from that tri-fork res area. And another thing I want to bring up here, Bravo, before things get a little bit too out of hand, is the focus towards the center circle. It's going to be more towards those broken cascades, bridges area that we are typically used to with that very tense circles. And I will say, TSM, not necessarily new to that type of circle. They had a success and a miracle victory at one of those coming out from the X Games.
They did. You and I said, as soon as we saw the way that TSM played that final ring, the fact that they were able to identify exactly where it was going to be, they got the early zip up, and they were able to really sneak out a finish that I think was unexpected given their position and their armor situation as well. Also TSM, we talked about that yesterday, as a lot of teams are heading to this tri-choke. They describe that tri-choke as an area you simply cannot push into. That's why they sat there when they had the triple white armor. And you're seeing a few other teams also Watson up and hold that down for now.
Yeah, and it was really nice that we actually got to talk to them, hear some of their thoughts on why they ended up there, and I'll bring it to light, some of the insight that they were conveniently able to give us if it becomes a problem here in game number 1. But tuning back in with Penta, they have made a transition pretty far over from, I believe, what was more towards that crossroads section of the map now. They do find themselves on that low ground. We know the posturing that is of TSM towards the high ground where they're glancing already, and it's just important that they are very concerted with each and every step they take here with where they're positioned.
We saw Penta with eyes on containment as well. And this final ring not going to offer much in the way of cover.
Oh, look at that already. Desert Tux really struggling. Trying to get the syringe off, but there's going to be too much pressure coming from the other side. And look, this is Rub trying to get down below, and also the wingman shots coming up from the side.
Rugby going here for that revive. Let's see if we can get it just before. It looks like Desert UK also down as well. A Sentinel's going to be looting there.
I'm really surprised that knock number 1 goes onto a target, and then we see the kill and execution here. The Thirst going all the way through there on Rugby, but then Fuse is able to get the res. The fact that they were able to just knock pace 1 and 2, it didn't make sense that usually that ends up happening, but convenient here for Windstrike.
Absolutely not too dissimilar, to be honest, to what we saw with TSM yesterday in the tri-choke when they were getting a revive with just about, I think, what we would call 1 HP.
Yeah.
And I think a little bit of that is the hesitancy of these teams not wanting to take, if there's even the slightest risk, there's a good chance that they might not take that.
Yeah, and I think that is something that we have to keep in mind because there has been a lot of question marks over these rosters of when they get matched with evenly skilled teams, right? Have they been given an even avenue through this? But the roster was able to knock out Na'Vi, and actually the only roster, or excuse me, not Na'Vi, but in fact FlyQuest. Na'Vi is now the only roster really with some kills to their name still for the most part because we have all 19 remaining.
They've got to be feeling good. Like we said, really the only big territorial battle that saw in a limb off the early game. And to be honest, other than that, this is what we expected here, how tight this matchup was going to be in our winners bracket finals.
See if they take too much pressure from one direction. It seems like maybe the grenade may be too problematic here as we glance back in with TSM. And, you know, TSM is one of the favorites, I can't help but feel, for this winner's final. So, Bravo, let's go ahead and see what some of their thoughts are here as they post up on Outposts.
I'm going to sit in here.
No.
I'm gonna, like behind the door here.
It's fine. He can do it. He can do it.
Just call it if they portal.
Yeah, I will. You'll know. They'll hit your fence. If they're stunned, I'm just going to 2-tap them with a wingman.
Okay.
This guy's under us.
Actually, one. He had
There's people under us. Wait, why does it look like one guy beneath me? Do you see this kid?
Yes, there's a Wraith beneath us.
They're coming through? No, portal. On me! He didn't come through the portal. He ran back through this time.
There's a Wraith, like a solo Wraith beneath us.
Under us, yeah.
Yo, let me in.
Yo, 114 under us! 114 under us! Watson!
Don't do anything.
I can't go in. I can't. I'm just holding this door right now.
He had white armor.
Yeah, the Watson that went to the portal was on blue.
Team right there, too.
Okay, listen, bro. This team under us, like, they seem to be so fucking bad. They look really fucking bad. So if we have to fight these guys, like, we can wipe them really easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they blew both their doors out already.
Yeah, they didn't block their doors, so Longbow just opened it up.
The Watson has white armor down below, too.
You hear their TSM.
Some very specific thoughts from TSM
rather
here
confident
about their opponents below, and we'll see exactly what they make of that. We know how they feel about their opponents below, but we'll see what they do on the push. And I feel like we got to see what's happening with TSM to see if they actually make this push.
Yeah, but Sentinel's not in a good position here at the outskirts of, you know, kind of the back end of farm there. Not making a transition out. Retzi, the last man alive here currently. Double banner is an opportunity, but I feel like it is a miracle if you're able to make that one happen. Understandably so, he is going to leave the remainder only representative there. And as we take our glance now on Mirko, that is one of the teams here approaching that of TSM, but we don't know who's stuck in between.
Right, this is a third party here looking into bottom hillside outpost. They are also finding this team here that's just below TSM, so a lot of concentration already around this part of the map, which you expect to see given the limited high grounds. We are going straight into a valley with this final ring.
Back with Virtus Pro, sitting just on the side here from everybody else we're glancing at. Seems like they found themselves a victim. Not much opportunity out of there unless you've got yourself a Pathfinder with a grapple to try and get to that high ground, even with so much hang time. Unlikely that I see you getting out of that one. Great Thermite, too. You can see the ticks upward. Find a way to be able to break the armor.
See if VP can get that pick.
At this point, if you're Virtus Pro, you really want this kill for the points. You don't really need this so much when it comes to the positioning. This team is in such a bad position that Space Station Gaming is likely not going to be able to make it out of this transition.
They do have to be careful, though, they don't take too much
NRG.
damage as they are getting pushed here by NRG. Take a look at this. Dizzy around the corner. Peacekeeper down, takes a lot of damage, has to grapple out. More also taking damage here. And Ace as well. This could be a failed push if they aren't careful. Dizzy here popping a bat, now popping back up, and needs to find a way to engage. Finding Ace and also taking shots from low as well.
Yeah, everybody just kind of sitting back and making sure to chip away. And the fact that they tried to get the push into Virtus Pro and it was unsuccessful, that was a very risky opportunity. Now Virtus Pro highlighting that there is a Wraith portal sitting down to the lower left-hand side, concerned about a possible flank. Grapple up maybe for that high ground.
Jay gonna fly way up, was hoping to get a little bit more of an angle, but that doesn't work. He falls back down, so not gonna have that advantage. Instead, has to drop back. Here's back with NRG, and they have shielded up, and they're ready to make maybe a second effort on this push. More exchanging wingman shots. Here's Dizzy doing what he does best. Can he fly up and over? He lands back in, but does not get a new angle with it.
He had an opportunity possibly, but you could see once everybody wasn't willing to commit at the same time, probably better to be able to pull away, especially considering Ace just able to shield up.
Yeah, just give him 10 seconds. He'll be right back in there. Of course, that Q already up, and he's going to have a second opportunity to do it, but
look at the shields.
Look at this, great shots here with that Disruptor ult from Dizzy.
Moore is so very low, he's going to have to be able to use the battery up here. And keep in mind that NRG is concerned with two different teams. This is not just Virtus Pro kind of poking back.
Here we go now.
Round 4 closing.
Virtus Pro has to push in, and NRG's going to try to force a choke.
Yeah, they're very much going to be looking for these kills and make sure that one of the favorite teams here has no opportunity to be able to close it out. We'll see what they end up doing. Opting out now. Ace taking a lot of damage. You see his shots going through. Moore taking a shot. He has no HP past that armor. Luckily, we do see Ace was able to get some of that armor.
Moore goes down. You see it off screen there, and he already is wiped as well. He'll be eliminated. Now Dizzy also weak and is trying to stay alive here. Very low HP for Ace as well.
Round 4.
Dizzy gonna have the opportunity to pop a bat. Only has one left after that. Now Soar is trying to make their way. It's only IPN who's alive.
There are 15 squads alive in this circle here, Bravo.
See some knocks there for TSM as well. We're gonna stay on board here with IPN to see if he can stay alive. Using the skinniest tree on Kings Canyon to stay alive.
But there's so many portals there, and also NRG waiting as he ends up dropping down. That was an easy pickup there. Actually, maybe even the hands of 789. Now Virtus Pro skirting here behind Noth and friends. 3-man crew looking to get up here. Find a couple of targets, good opener, but not enough to confirm and knock. Armor break, Noth ends up going down. Now Armor no longer available here, but also the same case for Ace.
Once again, Ace is so weak. Dizzy has had a chance to shield up, just trying to get out of here. The lowest of low grounds here. That destroyed Cascade and just trying to stay alive and hopefully right now have a decent bit of cover, more than you might expect on this part of the map. That's why they're tucked in right here, and I has to drop some meds, and it looks like maybe, I don't know if they were able to loot enough bats or cells, but Ace still not shielding up, so it looks like that's not going to be the case here. He has to fight with no shields out of this battle and hope that Dizzy's purple can get him out of this.
I also wonder if he's going to swap armors with Dizzy just to make sure that Ace has the opportunity to maybe go for a miracle play if necessary later on. We'll see what they end up doing, but back with Misfits here, Lucido ended up going down. Moose is now the only representative here, just trying to do his best to stay alive.
And those shots are coming in, so he has to wisely disengage, but now also getting shot in the back, also pops the med just in time. And now here, look at Gambit, also fighting with only 2 players alive.
That kit will end up being completed.
NRG, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, eliminated Williams to get confirmation on the back. I think we just saw in the kill feed that NRG will go down.
They
now
did end up going down.
Yes, indeed, they are out, but now taking a look here with Gambit, trying to stay alive, will port back and all the way up. Back home is taking a lot of Watson Fetch damage as well. Now has to place the rift, now placing the portal, trying to fly down and will get taken down. That will be the end of the road for Gambit as well. Now 8 squads left.
But TSM is still alive. Only person here is Imperial How. No shields, maybe no problem. We'll find out. Arcstar goes down. Battery is available if he decides to do so, but he needs to keep pushing everybody back. Somebody inside the house, everyone. He is completely surrounded. Imperial How 2 seconds on the queue, and TSM is out of here.
TSM finishing there in 5th place. Now on board with Kick here, looking good in the way of armor, and also Nighties here trying to land them. Brought a longbow to a very close quarters fight. Going to try to still exchange some shots across the river.
Yeah, and if he's able to hit those, I mean, don't get me wrong, the longbow's still good at the close range. Looking at the close range here, we're going to find Penta down a member. Nesh is the only one standing, able to get the armor off, and at least maybe by a moment here, Dowdy's going to have an opportunity to get this resurrection off. But my goodness, now here, 3 squads remain. Kick has been absolutely dominant towards that circle as we take a glance back here with them.
3 squads left. Kick has all 3 members up. We did just see the solo as well. We'll find out exactly how many players are on that third team.
They've got 39 seconds to be able to decide what they want to do here. We know that we've got the target onto the right-hand side, and that seems like the primary focus. They get one thermite. They get enough chip damage. It opens a break. They're just going to push. There's 51 to the face. Goes for the grapple over the high ground. Now we got Knighty getting the flank elsewhere, but they find somebody up top.
There's your third party right up there on the roof. They're going to need to play this slow. Like you said, still have 20 seconds, but they're pushing in. Can they get the first knock? Yes, indeed. That's going to be X-Games from 789. See if that limb comes in.
Nobody on Kick has any armor available here, Bravo. It's very, very close, but look at 789.
And
equally as problematic.
Desu as well, popping a bat. Also on the revive here. Now look at this. Look what happened to Kick. Matrix has gone down now. Saib also in a dangerous place. Knighties with no shield, and they are going to just try to stay alive up top. 3 squads still remaining here.
But they're going to be able to have enough time to heal up. And notice how 789 is distracted by that third party that's kind of chipping in and into the house. I don't think that's enough of Oryx. And then they take the trade on the outskirts. This is dangerous territory here for Penta. There no shills left at all, but they do get the elimination there on X-Ends now.
Nesh. See if they can push inside.
He has absolutely no armor. The Wraith comes out, and that is going to be enough there. Now we got 2 squads remaining. Trying to be able to identify here who has a self-res or where this last target is. We haven't discovered them for some time.
We haven't seen them. Now shots actually coming from the inside. That's going to be the last player alive. Let's see if they can get the finish here. 79. This could be Zanaya. Can they win? This looks like a 1v2 here. Can they get this? Yes, indeed. The knock comes in versus 1. The wingman. Here we go. Can they turn on him? We'll see right here. Getting the shots down. Also Q's out. He stays alive and goes back inside.
They're dominating the trade, but then the shots come back. He needs 2 more. There we go. Now does he have an opportunity to heal the Watson? Can he get an armor swap? Anything in his favor?
Exchanging some shots. So weak here. Grabs a beacon. Let's see if they can land the shots here. What a story it would be.
The swap. Yes. No, it's low.
It's not the swap. They wanted just going for a kill here. Can he get the shots? There's
Zanaya gets my gosh!
Are you kidding me?
7, 8, 9.
This is a team who has put on a show all weekend, and they brought that same game to the winners bracket finals.
What can you say about this roster other than absolutely amazing? They make miracles happen at any moment necessary, whether it be coming in here with almost no background. Everybody's going, who are they? And then to come in here and dominate with names like TSM and things of the like, and 2 versus 3, almost 1 versus 3 at the end there completely.
I don't even know what to say about this team. This team hailing from Russia, putting on such a show and an amazing game number 1. I don't think we could have asked for a better game number 1, and my heart has never pounded this fast after an Apex game. And for the sake of my health condition, I want to hand it over to the desk to learn more about that last match. Fallout, Jamerson, Glitter, you guys take it away.
Bravo, thank you, man, because we have a lot to talk about. Oh my goodness, 7, 8, 9, the Cinderella story of this tournament. They do it again, and I will repeat my public service announcement from yesterday. They are our Argless, by the way. If you're an esports organization looking to pick up a team, this has been one of the most amazing stories in esports I have ever seen. Of course, we can't get ahead of ourselves yet because we're just getting started here, but what a beginning for 7, 8, 9.
Do you see this?
I see literal goosebumps.
That's actual literal goosebumps.
She has mountains on her arms right now in the form of goosebumps. That's absolutely
Goose Mountains.
Like,
at this point.
What just happened?
Crazy.
Zanaya. Zanaya. He absolutely popped off, and you saw there. That is the most emotions that we have seen out of that team. Every time we've gone to their camps, they're pretty like nonplussed. They're just sitting there calm. They take a victory, they just slap, slap, we got it, right?
Check out this
right
kill.
There, they can't even believe it.
Check out this kill. Against Kick, a 3 versus 1. Zanaya with the wingman in a dream. Some way, somehow. Of course, Zanaya had some help from his teammates, but ultimately it was a 1 versus 1. He had a wingman, tried picking up some shield. Let's see how it broke down. Came down to a 1 versus 1. Knighties has over 100 health. Zanaya is scrambling, looking for anything to try and win this, and still, with the wingman, hits 1 shot, hits 2 shots, connects for a headshot. In an ultimate domination, Zanaya does it, and look at the reaction from him.
Things were so bad for Zanaya there because he tried to go for the armor swap, goes onto one of his teammates' boxes, and of course he has to get that pull-out animation of their banner, and then he has to go back in, and guess what? The purple armor only has 5 HP on it!
Honestly, he was like a Spartan from 300 fighting 5,000 Persians is what it looked like. Zanaya does it with ice in his veins. I cannot believe trying to find shield, trying to find any hope to win this. Almost gets that kill. Instead says, you know what? I'm finishing this with the wingman.
Never mind, that 5 HP, that 5 HP was just from the walk and the second pylon.
Literally, his face looked more surprised that that actually worked than anything.
He could not even believe it. And it looks like they're best friends. It looks like 3 best friends playing with each other, having a blast, and currently cementing themselves as the best team of Apex Legends in the world.
They're putting themselves definitely in contention at this point.
One thing we do need to talk about, though. Do you know where I'm going with this?
I know exactly. You know,
you
and I, we've been like mind melding
It is
here.
another acronym.
Does it usually end in win?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, crazy. TSM.
We need to touch on that for a second.
They ran the table in this game.
4th place.
See, we were right about the kills. Look how many kills for TSM.
Kills for TSM there.
Yeah, they dominated in kills. You heard the listen in. They certainly have confidence, that's for sure. And they certainly don't respect their opponents, that's for sure. But ultimately, it is 789, Kick Esports team I want to jump into and talk about as well. Penta in 3rd place, TSM in 4th, Ringers in 5th, Space Station in 6th. So, as it currently stands, MVP representing Korea, but 3 European teams in top 3, 3 North American teams, 4 through 6. The NA versus EU battle continues right now, 789 on top of the mountain.
This is absolutely absurd. The amount of action that was going on in the last 10 minutes of that match. We could not take our eyes off of the kill feed because there was just so much going on. I mean, we saw G2 take out Sent, and then all of a sudden Rogue's taken out by TSM, and then all of a sudden Ringers take out, I don't even remember at this point.
But the best part was it wasn't just the end game. Like, there were early eliminations out of nowhere. Like, were you expecting FlyQuest to go down that early? Were you expecting Moose to get taken out on Misfits immediately? I mean, granted, they were able to get his res later on, but still.
Take a look at the player kills here. First place, surprise, surprise, it's Zanaya with 8 kills, leading the pack by a little bit here. Alberlelli, of course, as you'd expect, right behind. Logically, the 17-year-old from California, former Fortnite player, transitioned to Apex, looking good as well right after. Space Station had a solid game, but ultimately, 789 did great. We talked all about that. I want to shift the conversation a little bit to Kick Esports. I think Kick Esports is a team that deserves a little bit of recognition here and some discussion. A team with an individual from Italy, from Portugal, and from Russia, now living in Austria. So a multinational team, very different languages, all making it happen.
We definitely do need to talk about them because leading up to this event, you know, Jump really did prep us for this team. He said, this is a team that's been making waves within the competitive scrims because they do like to hold W key. But we're seeing a bit more refrained playstyle coming out from them where they go for, you know, that mid-circle kind of rotation early on.
Yeah, of course, taking a look here, how FlyQuest went down early. A Monsoon, one of the most up-and-coming, rising names, currently gets taken out early here. A big shot to Monsoon and his story. If you don't know that, homeless years ago, now he is taking over the esports world with his personality and his heart, but he goes down early here. However, Complexity, another American team representing the Dallas Star with Complexity.
Nice, okay,
They looked solid, picked up some kills throughout, but weren't able to have the finish they wanted. Look at that aim, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically Battle Royale as everyone really conceived it when the gameplay style did come out. It's going to be a mad brawl in these small circles. You're going to see a lot of people just fighting absolute chaos, kills going left and right between everybody.
Yeah, look at Reps just absolutely melting people here in the mid-game, doing everything he can. Reps is the IGL of this team. He holds himself to just such a high standard in saying, if I make the wrong call, that's on me, that's not on my teammates. He really, really takes accountability, leads by example, and you saw it right there with the damage he did, but ultimately TSM got taken out.
Yeah, we should definitely touch on Ringers a little bit as well because they had a great game today.
Yeah,
they pulled down 4th for the first one set of our matches, and I feel like we haven't gotten a chance to really touch on them at all.
This is a statement game also. This is a statement tournament for the Ringers also. Just recently, you know, most of their players dropped by 100 Thieves. Now here they are at this tournament. They're making 100 Thieves basically kind of question their decision here.
Right?
And look at Zanaya. I mean, we saw the replay already, but honestly, a 1 versus 3 purely takes out one and somehow manages to dance, looking for anything he can possibly find. And ultimately, in a 1 versus 1 with 25 HP, takes out a member of Kick Esports with 125 HP.
I'm sorry, you hit that headshot, you hit that 79, it feels so good. I feel really good watching that.
Who said the wingman meta is out? He's still making it work, of course. With an extended mag, it's easier to do, but man, what a play and what a story. Cinderella continues to dance at the ball tonight.
You know, now that they've kind of solidified themselves in game 1, do you think that they have a huge target on their backs now moving forward for the next 3 games?
They've got their targets on their back, but here's the thing, right? Remember, this is a 4-match series, and so they cannot rest on their laurels, right? Even though they had this huge game, we've seen players and teams just pull out absolute amazing victories to really bring themselves into the top 10.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think with 25 plus points, 23 plus points, and Zanaya alone had 8. I think they're in a good spot. I mean, yes, they'll have targets in their backs, but now that gives them a chance to almost treat this like a scrim lobby, get ready for the championship finals, because I think they may have punched their ticket. As crazy as that sounds.
Oh,
we've seen 14 be the threshold on average in our 3-game series. I would think maybe 18 or 19 is just a complete estimate, might be the threshold. If they're already 20 plus, they're looking good. Of course, they want to continue the dominance. They want to treat this almost like it's a championship final. Let's see how fast they can get to 50. Let's see how fast they can win the match after. Let's see how long we're going to be here tomorrow night. The championship final will be amazing. The format, of course, is beautiful. But right now we have a winner's bracket final, and right now we have 2 of the best minds and one of the best personalities in esports. It's your boy Guy Blaze alongside Nathanius. Take it away, gentlemen.
Oh man, Fallout, thank you very, very much. And what an incredible winners round 2 first matchup. I don't think anybody predicted 789 to come out and get the job done.
What more could we need to start, honestly? What a hype first match. It was crazy. There was so much to look at. But Blaze, we're going to break down we're going to give you a little bit of a cool down period while the players get ready for game number 2. What have you got for us?
And so coming down here, I want to just kind of talk a little bit about positioning of where Soar was towards this mid-map area. We're going to play this off, and we're going to see how they have this height advantage. And they're watching the whole lower side of the map out here by Cage. But when you turn around, you're going to see where they were actually positioned and how they had their Watson set up in the canyon to block them off. And I'm going to get this pause right around here. We're going to slow it on down, and I want you to see how they utilize the zip line up to that advantage location. So they had the height advantage to get the shots, but they also had the escape route just in case, and it was blocked off on that side as well.
I mean, that's just absolutely beautiful. Zone control, but also getting themselves the high ground. Really love to see that. That's the high-level plays. Even when you're taking those low-ground areas, use your Pathfinder to still get the high ground to get that vision. And one of the other plays that I did want to show off as well, just some of the basic techniques, taking a look at VP as that circle was closing in. They were coming in from the southwest, and everything got really, really crazy when we were at that 32-man and everything started to close in. But right before that, just wanted to touch on some nice stuff, right? They're playing the high ground. They've got an enemy here. They know exactly where they are. They're hiding behind that door. The circle is going to force them out, but they want to try and take advantage of that opportunity to get the hits in before that happens. So moving it a little bit forward, just super basic technique, but it's one of those things that when you're mindful of, you can really take advantage of those opportunities. He takes the arc star and he's going to tag the door. Even if there's a pylon on the other side, doesn't matter. You want to block those longbow shots, that's fine. Arcstar is going to pop it, but he has the awareness as well. The second that breaks, immediately starts to blind fire straight through. You never know when those opportunities are going to come. If the opponent is peeking or not playing safe enough, especially when you know that circle cuts off so much of where they could be hiding in there.
And you can also tell his teammate had the perfect timing as well, that synergy of getting that second Arcstar as well. So you blow the door up, you get an Arcstar on the ground, and you get that final kill in as well. Now, for you guys that's just joining us, I know some of you guys saw 789 clutch up on that play. Now, I want to just come back, and I wanted you guys to see it one more time, because at this moment, you guys can see the whole POV where he becomes the kill leader, looking like the Terminator, and he just goes beast mode, taking out the entire enemy team. And now, coming around, you're going to see on the other end, the shots there. He's going to start to flank around. See 2 targets in front of him. Keep on going. That's going to be 1 knock. The Raven is going to come. The Wraith is going to come around the corner.
The awareness and reaction time is just absolutely insane. Making use of all the kit to constantly get around. I mean, we saw these clutch plays. We've already heard from him before, and he's just absolutely dominating. Really, just I think they said it best: is the ice in the veins. Absolutely nothing flustering, nothing getting in the way, nothing stopping. And in a situation where you have to make those quick, close calls and you don't have the best utility, you don't have the best armor available, that's how champions are made.
That's exactly how champions are made, and they get it done, folks. So congrats to 789. That's going to be it for me and Nate at the Command Center. Let's throw it over to interview and learn a little bit more about the squad.
You can't have crazy plays without making sure we get into the mines. And of course, I had to pick the one player here that knows the good flower style. I've got Zanya, the Wraith player, available here for us. Now, that was a very crazy game. So the question that I want to ask you first off, that everybody wants to hear, is talk me through what happened at the end of the game and that 1 versus 3.
Это была бешеная игра, и, пожалуйста, расскажи про последние моменты этой игры.
Я бегал и стрелял по врагам.
I was just
Очень сильно
running
волновался.
and shooting, and I was very nervous.
It's all that matters. All right, next and final question. You have won match number 1. There are 3 matches left to be played. How confident do you feel in yourself and your team over the next 3 matches to make it to tomorrow?
За вами уже первая игра, остались 3. Как сильно чувствуете себя уверенно в том, что заберете следующие карты?
Я думаю, мы сделаем все, что делали сейчас, и победим еще раз. Только уже втроем.
We will do the same as we did now, but 3 of us, and we're just gonna win it.
I said it yesterday, it's a man of few words, and who needs words when you have actions that showcase those abilities? 7, 8, 9 walk away with an astounding victory through the clutch plays of Zanya himself, but we're not done yet. We've got 3 more. Let's kick it over to Bravo and Dreadnought and get ready for match number 2.
Thanks so much, Jump. Amazing to hear from Zanaya there on the entire 7-8-9 side. This is a team that has surprised us. When we talk about teams that are on our list, of course, Team 7-8-9 and Unsigned org, they're going up against organizations in esports with massive history, not only a ton of esports, but also a ton of BR history as well. And it has been amazing to watch that squad play this weekend.
Yeah, I think the coolest thing is just like, it feels so organic and just like, yeah, we got here and we're ready to mess everybody up. Like, they almost didn't realize how good they were. They just knew that they were ready to bring the ammo and just like unleash you.
Yeah. And the desk called it out perfectly. I mean, we have not seen any emotion from that side. When we saw, I even mentioned to a lot of people and a lot of players, we were talking about it last night, when they won games yesterday, they gave each other a nod, and that was the biggest reaction we got in the booth. But you could tell when there's a 1v3 clutch that looks like that they get a little bit excited, which is good to see.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see that they're enjoying themselves up there. And but I think it's important to know what also we heard, I feel like, from the analyst desk there, especially coming out from Jamerson and Glitter, that, this isn't necessarily over yet, right? And
especially in a 4-game
Exactly.
set.
It's like basically we're working with the largest sample size, so though that was a amazing performance, it's still the least valuable performance relative to the entirety of the set we've seen yet. So there's still a lot here left for 7-8-9.
A lot indeed. And here's the question. We're not really sure, and they probably didn't want to allude to it in the booth right now, but now with 25 points on the board, do they do anything different?
Yeah.
Now, it's a 4-game set, but do they consider dropping on a high-value target, if you will? They've got quite a point cushion. They've got actually, if you take a look, 12 points over the next team. Considerable. They could take a look maybe at the TSMs of the world, who's also at 12 points. If they want it, I'm not sure. We'll have to see if there's any of that. They right now, of course, are the only team that would have that option.
Yeah, and I find it interesting, though, because though they are the only ones to maybe strike and cripple everybody they're afraid of, I would say I'm already ready to cripple 7-8-9. So if TSM or any of those members that we just listed is equal levels of fearful and I think respectful of them as they should be, in my opinion, this is the moment that I start going, how can I limit and kind of set them back there?
Which is great, because we haven't seen too much of this thought. And this is what a $500,000 preseason invitational brings, especially when you have these final 20 teams, not final 20, but the final 20 in the winners bracket final jumping into this one. As a reminder, this is match number 2 of 4 as we drop in here for our second game. Team 7-8-9 sitting in first place with 25 points. The next closest is Kick and Penta with 13 and 12.
And other things we've got to be keeping track of here for game 2 of this series is last time we watched the teams that dropped on top of each other maybe have moments of struggle. And of course, we were looking at FlyQuest losing the battle over that of Na'Vi when looking more towards the traditional drops there out towards, I believe was that of outside of Thunderdome there.
Yep, and talking with the Complexity guys, of course, they know 7-8-9 really owns treatment here, and in this lobby, based on scrim drops as well as drops so far this weekend, no other teams in this lobby really landing treatment, so they're going to have that to themselves. Now here's FlyQuest, and we saw they went runoff last time, and here they are again, maybe potentially challenging Na'Vi. And you have to wonder, I don't expect that Na'Vi would change up their drop, but we're going to keep a close eye on this.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting here. We'll try and figure out if there is going to be a moment of combat here, but also I got to hear from the command center because I got to know where teams like Na'Vi and things like actually
there
airbase.
There it is.
But what about everybody else, Bravo? Come on, command center, what's up?
I got you, boys. So Na'Vi is actually at Airbase, and they're going to be one of the closest teams to 789 since those guys are going to be at runoff. So you want to watch out for them. TSM, they got the normal drop over there at containment. Well, sorry, not containment, at cage. So they're going to be over there looting up as well. Now, our first team to die was FlyQuest, and the next player to die was a player from Misfits. So where did those two teams drop, Nate?
All right, well, just looking at those couple of teams, of course, Misfits ended up a little bit over towards where Bunkertown is, and FlyQuest by runoff, and 789, there was a little bit of a split up as well, so some of them have also got water treatment covered, and you can see them picking up some of those loot boxes off the skies.
All right, guys, that's going to be it for us. Let's get back into the game, and we'll check back in when we get those zones for you.
Thanks so much, guys, and not terribly surprising to see Na'Vi at Airbase because coming in scrims into this event, that was really their most dropped location. So gotta wonder if they popped up there to do some damage at runoff, and then said, we'll go back home to Airbase and get a little bit more of a comfortable start here, and not too bad, looking pretty good with 2 blues.
Yeah, I would love to hear the thought process behind this, right? Because I think a lot of people, your first thought process is, but you won the fight. Why wouldn't you just double down on those free points, if you will, right? But I think the answer is that Na'Vi felt like whatever they had to do earlier in the game based off that fight on FlyQuest actually set them back.
And actually, I think we actually could have had it answered right there. I think we saw the rotation beginning as they are headed due north into runoff that you see right now. So we're going to stay on board with Na'Vi to see if they can cause a little bit more havoc and some problems for the guys on FlyQuest as well.
Yeah, it looks like they were even going to scout here for the balloon and check out a little bit more. Ping's going down.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see a scout, but no, they'll just actually fly right in here. Devotion is out, and it's a turbo as well. They're looking to see what they can find here on these outer buildings that run off first, and maybe not going directly into runoff here, but instead going to get a little bit comfortable.
Surprising to see them take this rotation this far out from runoff. I'm going to gauge that this is something to do with the circle that they're seeing that we haven't gotten quite a glance at.
It must.
This is the positioning we already saw earlier here, but hearing in with Na'Vi.
Сейчас будут типы по-любому с шарика идти какого-нибудь на нас.
Походу уже идут.
Да, есть. Камень.
В опене, походу, да?
Вот здесь камень.
Пробуем нейдами их подвыбить немного.
Ну, если у нас нейдов сколько? У меня всего 3.
Вон, чел. 70-100. Синий был.
Я свечнул армора, если что, хересь большая. Я буду мелкими. Нет, большая. У меня не хватит мелких.
Нас не подпушивают.
Я ульту скоро поставлю.
Я снизу не слушаю, не пушит.
Наверху, наверное, ульту надо будет ставить. Тут 6х валяется, если что.
Лучше, наверное, снизу. Лучше снизу, да? Окей.
Да не, если двери не выбьют, нормально. Помнишь, мы дефали туда? Тут скопы такой валяется, надо?
Нет.
А, у нас
Регенит серый армор.
Дверь, главное, это блочь. Сейчас я дропну сюда серый армор, еще один серый армор заберу. У нас их 3 тут, если что.
Пилотом все еще играют в опене.
Заняли дом вот этот вот, походу. Там достроено. Не уверен.
Really interesting there to be able to hear some of the communication. Even with just...
How good is your Russian?
You know, it's pretty good. Well-versed, you know. Duolingo is working out for me. But in reality, no, just I love even the content, like the tone, right? Like the pacing at which things are going. I feel like there's a sense of emotion that you can always pick up there, and it feels like they're focused, I think is the term I would use.
Na'Vi, of course, Ukrainian org there with representation here. 9 Impulse and Claws both from Belarus. PKMK hailing from Russia as we take a look here now, check in with NRG for the first time.
Okay, so we know this final circle has got to be here at runoff. Look at how many people are up here on this app. This has to be the focus for that, even without getting a glance at it. Wow, the fact that we connect there with the grenade 31 coming out from Penta is, I believe that's Na'Vi here on the receiving end of this portal out. Let's just go ahead and push this thing here, Bravo.
Here they go now, take a look at that, and that's actually going to be Space Station Gaming that tries to push in on Claws, and guess what? The Turbocharged Devotion has a different idea, and now can go ahead and come down this last level, and Na'Vi checking outside to see what else might be beyond these walls. But like you said, there's no reason Na'Vi goes to this outer western runoff town and Watson's up unless it has to do with the ring, and that is indeed the case. Now checking out Kick as well.
Also a bit of a North American battle happening elsewhere on the map. We watched TSM took down at least one of the members of NRG. Interesting matchup there, but Kick sitting in a good position. This is a common approach to this circle here on the side of runoff. Almost every single time we've seen people focus on the little home on the lower section, the compound down below, and then also this high ground section. And we know that it's either going to be on the outskirts here to the western end of runoff or in runoff itself, or at worst to the northern end right here where we're looking on that transfer up to slums.
Taking a look here at NRG to see exactly where they netted out. In that last one, they're sitting in 14th. But just a few points away Actually, if we take a look at just how close this is, it's pretty wild because of 7-8-9 success last game, Dread, and how many points they took away from the whole table. 7th place is Na'Vi with 4. And Windstrike here with 0. So we got a 3, and FlyQuest at 19 with 1. So we've got a 3-point difference from 7 to 19.
That's insane. That is actually insane because we all know only the top 10 do end up making it into our grand finals. And boy, you guys have heard it, everybody talking about it. The format is going to be an interesting one. And this is only a precursor here to some of what we were going to get. And 7-8-9, the team who put on an absolute clinic in game 1 here, now make their way to join the rest of the ranks at runoff.
And they need to be careful with the route. Running 3 white armors here, going to be very careful to make sure they take safe cover here. And now look at Gambit in a very tough situation, though. That's going to be Sunset, who goes down. You see him head in his hands.
Yeah,
now over to Sign.
Yeah, hands off mouse and keyboard is never a good feeling. In any moment when you're playing a video game, you can feel the pain there, but Gambit not quite out of the woodworks yet here. Sign doing his best with the grapple. Good job being able to break that line of sight.
Knows he needs to be careful, though, because as he gets closer to runoff, there's going to be all sorts of sight lines into this little tunnel here. Back on board with NRG, it's Dizzy with the longbow from distance.
Nobody too heavily focused there on the top half. It'd actually be super interesting here, given a little bit of time. I'd love to hear some of the thoughts coming out from NRG. I'm sure we'll check in with those, but until that ends up happening here, we'll figure out what they're concerned with positionally.
Does connect once there with the longbow, tries to sneak one more out before he turns the corner, but that's not going to be the case. 18 squads still left here.
So let's check in with TSM, or excuse me, NRG.
I think there's 2 teams north in this building. I'm pretty sure there's one high, one low.
He's got the wingman shooting me, VP boy.
7-8-9 dead. You love to see that?
There's a flat line in here too. Fuck, I kind of want to take the flat line over my R301. I'm actually going to do it.
Oh, my person might almost die. Broke armor. They had blue armor high ground, Westworld.
There's so much light ammo down here.
I'm kind of stacked. I already have 360.
Does somebody have a bruiser that I can trade? I have HCOG and Digi. I can trade.
No, I don't have a hollow.
Okay. Do you want the thing, or what do you have it on?
R99.
R9? Here, take this. You want Digi?
Headshot Watson, purple armor Watson.
Yeah, it's on my PK. It's fine. I have flatline PK. I have 4 nades as well.
Ship landed behind us. Yeah, probably gonna be Westworld ending.
I'm gonna go grab the rest of the shotgun ammo from this spot.
There's a space wraith on the tower.
Oh, you got it all? Okay.
Yeah, do you need some?
You did hit PK. No, it's cool. Ooh, watch your shot. I dropped my 16 right here, but...
What, shells?
No, I'm fine.
Do you need shotgun shells?
They're fighting in southeast.
I'm fine.
You might be able to
I was just gonna pick them up so I could precision check people. Where? Southeast?
Yeah, southeast.
Where at exactly?
I don't know, I just heard the shots.
NRG here. Clearly showing a lot of concern about all the different angles because they have postured up here into that runoff, but can't help but feel like one thing specifically coming out of Ace's mouth there that I think we all definitely immediately noted was 7-8-9 dead. You love to see it. Already striking fear into a majority here of our winners final.
Public enemy number 1 here after that commanding result they have, and not just because of how dominant the result was and the 1v3 clutch, but also where they sit on the scoreboard. If you're just joining us, welcome to the winners bracket finals at the $500,000 Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. We've got 20 of the best teams here, all undefeated so far to get into this match. 7-8-9 that 7-8-9 did only came in the form of 1 player down, so they'll live to try to fight to the late game. But I think given that this table's so close, Dread, that's a lot of why we're going to see so many teams remaining and playing cautiously, because 7-8-9 is the only team you could say at this point that is safe-ish. Yeah, pretty good. The rest of the lobby truly needs to have stellar performances or at least something really great out of these next 3 games.
Yeah, a large majority of them have something to be earned here.
And we've seen Sentinels on that western side of that cliff over at Airbase before. They've tried to Watson up when we saw a tough result for them the last time they were there. We'll have to see if it's different this time.
Yeah, it's very important that they make a rotation early, because actually they can get stuck on the backside of that Airbase transfer into that runoff if they don't get there. We know NRG and about 1 billion other players are sitting there waiting for them to maybe make the wrong play and end up in their demise.
And look at MVP here. Now Raza exchanging some shots. certainly gained a lot of fans earlier today in the clips that they were able to put together, as well as some of the day one antics we saw with amazing shots and almost what was a 1v3 as well. You saw a little bit of arc shard trading there, and you're going to need to be careful here with this battle. Like we said, still 17 squads remaining. And we're going to see a lot of little engagements like this as the ring continues to close in.
Yeah, there's quite a few cells available for them when it comes to the resource aspect of MVP, so I don't think they're too concerned from what we get here from Kick quite yet, but can't help but wonder, they're not going to throw down a generator. At what point do you stop trading? Because every time a Watson's got that generator out, each second it's a trade up into your favor as long as you don't take more damage than you have in shields.
Right, this is not a question of when will the zip go down. This is a zip is already down, so if that enough damage comes in, if we see the break, especially if we see the knock, you can expect one team to fly right over. Now checking in with Soar in a much better place than we saw them in the last game, as they were IPN running a solo. Now here, all three players with blues.
You can see on Soar's mini-map in the top left that they do have the Pathfinder revealed, but they're going to be approaching from the slums angle, and I think that this one, as long as they can control that high ground, it's going to be beneficial for them. Now, Soar, one of the members, maintaining the control over that HUD. We see ourselves here back with Noth for Virtus Pro, only member alive, finds a way to at least kind of scuttle away here. Will he have enough opportunity here to get the battery? If so, at least extending the life.
Oh man, tries to crouch underneath some shots, and that's going to be Dizzy who pops in with the Peacekeeper. First shot doesn't connect, but Diz makes sure that the second one does, and will then portal right back. So great use there from Dizzy. And here we go, actually the conflict here between Kick and MVP, and it's Kick who flies right in there as they're going to go ahead and get a knock, and they're going to trade knocks. Two players alive for both sides.
MVP is about half second away from getting sandwiched in from the team coming over from slums. It's very important that they make a decision quickly. Do you try to counter push into Kick, or do you deal with this pressure? Also knowing that you're down a member. The removal there of the Watson generator is also a major setback. And again, somebody is going to come over that rock whenever they decide to pull the trigger. I can't help but feel like it's in the 13 seconds here as we do see round 3 closing.
Yeah, Watson, of course, going to pop that ult excel. Trying to get another interceptor up as fast as they can, and that pressure, like you said, is going to be coming. And if Kick sees the shots, you have to wonder if they're going to try to go over, but there's a good chance that they can expect that there might be some some pressure from the north as they try to push from the south.
Multiple targets here looking up at Kick in their positioning, back with NRG, but in the home of Relay. They are going to have to... Actually, I think they have a corner of this house where they're posted up that they can get away with the next circle, but everything past that point, they're going to have to maneuver onward. And we know that there are a lot of people hanging out on the backside of that Relay wall over to the western side, and also, as we see, others existing here on the second tier of the Relay even structures.
That's right. Right now here, checking in with Windstrike team, they're in 20th place. But keep in mind, we already talked about all you need is 4 points and you're in 7th from 20th. Such a close group here as these standings. Really the only separation, like we said, coming out in the form of 7-8-9. Everyone else is still so much to play for here. Checking out with them now, looking at Desert UK. Looking good in terms of armor and also, like we said, positioning. Checking back into 7-8-9, and as Desu is going to get knocked right away, Zanaya will be the only member alive, but we've seen that situation before.
Yeah, and it turns out it looks very, very good. So at this point, I normally would say, this is a tough circumstance, Bravo, but I refuse to hold anything true with that roster until we get a bigger sample size out of them. Gambit's still struggling here. Sign controlling this just little choke that's this truck. He's been here since he grappled over to heal.
Goodness, this is where we left Sign the last time we checked in with him. He did lose both teammates as those respawns did time out, and
Look
right now, we do see also G2, who we haven't really checked in with the whole game.
And they've got
making that swing, and they are looking pretty.
Yeah, look at all that loot available there. I mean, already sitting with Maximum on top of 2. The R99's pretty well stacked. I know the Wingman was still looking good on the other target here. 0-0, throwing some out, but unable to connect there.
Also that gold helmet, I believe, in the hands of Mimu.
Feels good, man. Portal comes down. They're going to go ahead and push through, but I hate to warn you guys, but there's a lot of targets still sitting in there. NRG,
look at this, is going to
that sign.
There it is. That's going to be Gambit, the only player alive who's going to run into. Did not know that a player would be just sitting on the truck for the past 8 minutes.
Look at this complexity as well. Our first glance at them. Actually, Grenade is going to go ahead and get a knock on Gabe'smon. A res attempt. Seems like it's going to be okay. Pressure seems to be coming from the inside, not the outside here.
Shots coming in for Penta as well. Going to have to be careful. Another one of those examples of a place you don't expect. Look at that. There's a knock here from Sign.
Everybody on that high ground actually had to make the rotation down.
And look at Zanaya in the top right, also getting some knocks as well. He's not done yet. How is that even possible? This guy, last time we saw, he was just left alone here, and shots now coming through. Sign trying to dish the shots back. It's going to be enough to pick up a kill on the Soar. NRG do keep their 3 members alive, and again, hide in that little section. This is the section you talked about, but we just, in the kill feed, we have both Sign as well as Zanaya as solos, picking up some valuable kills here already. We go ahead back onto Zanaya. Still has the same health. He did manage to full shield, but he then gets an Arc Star
and kills Mondo. Now MVP at best at 1. I don't even think they have anybody. Now Dizzy does end up finding somebody on the lower level here of the relay. Double grenade, no armor. Ace ends up moving in, forcing now his iframe. He's got to get out.
And this is a dire situation for the NRG side. It's going to be more popping a cell. Ace is going to try to shield up as well. Peacekeeper does not hit and needs to stay up top. Gonna also pop a med here on the Watson ult.
NRG is
trying to hold this staircase.
A massive back foot here, and those grenades, if they can find a way to ricochet off that back wall, they're gonna be in a great position.
And they need to find a way to push out of here together, but Dizzy hitting for 121 with the Peacekeeper will make that push easy. He goes right in, does not have help yet. Now finally, the rest of NRG is coming down the staircase to help. Moore gonna turn the corner as well.
Unable to connect with his Peacekeeper too, and that doesn't change in the near future here. I'm not sure NRG is going to be able to get out of here. We got 20 seconds before this becomes a problem, or Ace is going to have to portal them out.
However they do this, they need to do this together. Now back on board with G2, they lost Mimu off screen. And Penta also throwing some shots in from the distance into that room.
A dream for Penta. They have 2 teams just waiting to get killed in 10 seconds if they don't figure out their problems here. But actually pressure from the backside maybe going to distract.
And that's going to be ASU. Goes all the way back up, and that's where the NRG portal will go.
No way.
This is a very popular truck here in this game, and everyone has decided to come down here into this runoff valley. Finally, he'll go down. Now only Moore and Dizzy alive. Can Moore stay alive? Now that ring coming in, he's going to be taking heavy ticks here, and no, he will go down. That will be NRG out and eliminated 10 squads left.
Penta, though, sitting pretty when it comes to the HP and the armor. Find once more. Another Peacekeeper is going to head and miss a couple more pellets than maybe he would have liked. Wraith going to peek back, find that it's a 2 versus 1. Another enemy there as the circle moves up, taking 1 ticket damage is going to be Nesh, but not too problematic there. But losing themselves, or Axe, maybe.
Yep, Kick will also get wiped as you see that in the kill feed. That will come from the guys there on Sentinels. On board with them now. They found themselves a little bit of high ground. Wow. Great shots there from the 99 from Zoms.
Really good opener there, but it's important with 2 members down. They can't give up on anything quite yet here. We know that this house is going to be very full of targets. Actually decide to opt in towards a push, maybe a res opportunity later. Here, turning in. Zoms out of nowhere.
No, and just misses it. Does have gold knockdown with that self-res. Red Sea's up top. Might go for the revive. Yes, indeed. Looks like might have enough time to do so. And still going to try to fight through this. No. Downstairs. Xenox, of course, in some serious trouble.
I'm surprised that nobody looked to maybe try and clean up if Zom's body was going to get looted for that golden red shield or knockdown shield, because they were confident that he had it, but we're not winning a risk position considering their HP. Sentinel's not taking any risk. Nobody taking much risk, but look at here, Windstrike, our last place team, based off of our first game, looking very, very good as we're closing near what is our final circle.
Is indeed Desert UK.
Let's explore this
Faizu and Rugby here.
Right here.
It's going to be a 99 longbow for Rugby, and trying to time this. Still 8 squads left, 15 seconds left here on this ring close.
Contact with target.
The biggest thing when this ends up collapsing is just going to be who can maintain that high ground based on also the situation when looking inside this home, which FlyQuest is very well set up in. They are ready to make sure nobody makes their way in already. Monsoon glances there with a Peacekeeper prepped with that precision choke. If you turn that corner, it's a make my day situation.
FlyQuest here. Tina was eliminated in our game number 1. Back on board with Sentinels.
Have to find a way to be able to break the fortress of FlyQuest, but FlyQuest now taking pressure from other targets here. Great
Look at that.
on the backside of it. And also we see 789, 5 kills here, as this has been just Zanaya by himself. He is a miracle worker here, Bravo.
The kill leader in this match. We saw him earlier, very low on meds, solo player, now with 5 kills, and he leads the game with 5 squads left here. Some good shots though here. Can he finish with the wingman? Red Sea tries to turn the corner, but lots of resistance downstairs. So gonna pop a shield here up top with Sunox and try to force those players all the way up.
Well, they end up pushing. Complexity actually looking good too. A team we haven't glanced at in a little bit here. Armor sitting good. You know that they're going to make this.
Look at the amount of zips here.
Rotation.
And everyone has eyes on where can they connect their zip to on that single cliff peak.
Complexity is going for the Hail Mary here. Look at this. Zanaya's actually armor swapping. That is why he's been so lethal as this 1-3. He's pulling and stacking them on top of one another. So in the middle of the fight, he has opportunity to essentially double his or triple, depending on how many gets his armor. And this is him baiting. Anybody who wants to fight him needs to deny him those armors.
We haven't talked about this yet, this technique here. Something we did not see on screen at X-Games, but certainly a popular mechanic and a pretty advanced one.
Fights.
What he's doing here is pulling those armors out of those loot boxes, dropping them down so he can have a fast swap where he doesn't even need to loot the bin. He can just fast swap right into that new armor.
And the trade-off is he has no armor for a period of time that he does that, and he has to burn resources to heal the other armor up. But he has done great here. He is the Wraith by himself. You see the self-trace trying to buy as much time as possible. He is prepared to solo win this game, but he finds one shot coming in, has to close the portal because of that pressure, double armor on the ground. Keep in mind, others can take that away if they need, so it's basically who takes the fight closest and then making sure you confidently take that
There's
kill.
the Wraith there, actually popping up another portal on top of that and waiting for this engagement.
If everybody is too distracted with FlyQuest in that house, there may be a world, or Game's Origin here, inside the house, there may be a world where somehow 789 doubles down.
And keep in mind, it was Sentinels who was upstairs. That was going to be a 2v3 in this battle.
Complexity make their way in.
And Gabe now so weak here with 1 HP. Needs to be careful, and Zanaya now going to go ahead and now into the portal. Going to jump in. 5 squads left here. Things are about to get crazy here. Staying alive and also hitting the face, and he's going to stay alive.
Jump in late. This is a genius play. He's going to buy him as much time. He's flanking. Oh my gosh. 789, they tried to do it, but it turns out the Complexity, I believe, holds on. Sentinels do their best and deny. Everybody ends up dropping. 2 squads remain. A knockdown shield somewhere, and Sentinels clutch this one out.
Sentinels are your game 2 winners there. Retzi up top. Able to hold that high ground on just on the corner of that rooftop. Just about every team at the end of that game had their eyes on that positioning and able to drop down. What a run from them. Also, keep in mind, they were fighting essentially a 2vx there. Only 2 players alive there. They're able to pull out that win. Yet Zanaya almost win that 1v2 up top against Sentinels. He will fall, but what a run from them. And Sentinels is going to be feeling very good. Keep in mind, they were in 13th with 2 points, so that will make them feel a little bit better and let them breathe a little bit easier in games 3 and 4. Let's go ahead and break that one down at the analyst desk. Fallout, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Great commentary, as always, as Sentinels from North America come out on top with a first-place finish, a big finish, but you said 200 IQ, I thought 1,000 IQ, then I realized it's infinite IQ. This man is Bradley Cooper from Limitless. Zanya, again, with some smart plays, and somehow edges out a 2nd place or 3rd place finish.
Honestly, go ahead and clip that, post that on YouTube. That should be 100 million views for the top tips in Apex Legends play, because
followed by the top play.
Everything that you should be doing there if you're a solo. I mean, the only thing he couldn't do was hide because, well, he's already out in the open and no one wanted to deal with him. It's like they knew it was Zanya and they were like, we're not taking this fight. Complexity peeks over the wall, sees him, they're like, no, we're not even doing that.
Yeah, this is like a Russian god we're dealing with. We're going to avoid this at all costs because he can fight all of us at once. It's almost like Nasus or something from League. Zanya himself is a final boss, but at the end of the day, it is Sentinels that ends up in 1st place. We were kind of talking, not entirely sure who got 2nd. We're thinking maybe Complexity because we heard Bravo and Co. say Complexity. A couple other teams were in that fight as well. We're going to see what the standings are in a moment, but a good showing from Energy, getting a couple kills at least, not necessarily ending up where they want to from a placement perspective, but solid start here for Energy.
Yeah, I mean, NRG tried to rotate into the zone, and they just ran into a solo sign in Gambit, and that just stopped their momentum.
I really want to give Sign a good shout out to. He was alone for a good chunk of that game, and not only was he able to stay alive to earn more points for his team, but he was actually getting kills in the process.
Yeah, of course, Complexity, another team I want to talk about, playing very well as a team. I think that's not a team that has 3 superstars. Like we're used to seeing that in a lot of North American teams. A lot of good individual play, whereas a lot of our European teams play very team-oriented. Complexity's a great, well-rounded team. They work as a unit, and they make plays along the way.
I was actually really happy that they were able to kind of show that as well, because that was a good top 5.
Yeah,
you know,
at least top 5.
like.
It was FlyQuest. There we go. Taking, I believe, 2nd.
You said, and you called that too. It was a little bit of a cluster there at the end because there were just so many teams in that small circle.
FlyQuest ends up getting that second place finish. It's Monsoon, the streaming sensation, one of the most entertaining personalities. Ultimately, they bleed out, and there you have it. FlyQuest gets second, Sen gets first. So North America puts themselves on the map here with a 1-2 finish.
Importantly in there, though, with the help of 789 FlyQuest, we're able to get a little bit of revenge from game number 1 up against Na'Vi.
And look at that. Zanya was actually, we didn't realize how close that was. Zanya was actually about 5 HP of damage away from killing Sen right there and securing another first place finish as a solo. Of course, he ends up getting third place for 789, which is going to get them a fancy 7 points. They're still looking pretty.
I mean, you also saw there that like there were so many Wraith portals that were being set up right underneath that building. It kind of looked like, it was the Wraith cinematic that came out just a few days ago. It's just Wraiths everywhere talking to each other. Oh, trouble, fire's coming. I don't even know.
I did have this awful vision in my mind that there might potentially be a fight in or near all of those portals, and somebody would accidentally take the wrong one, thinking it was their own, and it would spit them out into a team that they didn't want to be in front of. I'm really happy that didn't happen.
Yeah, so Wraith dropping portals. One thing I want to ask you, and you can break it down for maybe some players that were kind of wondering how that was how that was done. Zanya with the 500 IQ play to drop out the shields from the boxes. How do you do that?
I mean, Dread and, Bravo broke it down perfectly there. So you do have, of course, that moment of vulnerability when you're trying to get into a box. And sometimes if you get shot also, that pulls you right out of the box. And so he did not take that risk. He pulled them out when he thought it was safe. He healed them up. And so he had 2 blue armors along with the purple that he was wearing. And so that effectively gave him about 250 HP just lying on, 150 HP lying on the ground for him to just swap off whenever he wanted to.
Easy. Basically had like 400 HP available. If he would have continued to fight there, he would have been in a great position. Unfortunate for him, no one really took the fight. No one really took the Bader opportunity. So that's what we saw from Zanya. Of course, Gamers Origin, another Oregon team that did pretty well. Representing France, our only French team, I think, left in the competition that I have seen. So we've had Kick Esports from Portugal, Russia, Italy. We've had France. We've had, of course, a lot of Scandinavians. It is really a global affair here. Of course, North America and U.S. representing with a 1-2 finish there. But as we're calculating the standings and as we're getting ready to kick off match number 3, it's about halftime here. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the main stage. We got Jump and Rain Day for an update.
What's up, everybody? Halfway through the winners finals, we find ourselves, and I know, Evan, we were sitting in the back. That was some games.
It was crazy, man. Game 1 had us jumping out of our seats. You knocked over some coffee.
I definitely spilled a lot of coffee.
There's a problem there.
Yeah, Bravo, I'm just going to apologize to you right now. But let's talk about Game 1 first off, because when you think about 789, you did not think about this team. We prepped for hours, and not a single time did they come in the conversation.
Absolutely. I think 789 caught a lot of people off guard, the same way they did us with their prep. I think a lot of these teams respected them, but they weren't quite sure because the LAN environment's always different. But they show that one of the biggest things they have going for them is not only the mechanics, we saw that in that final circle, the headshot, I mean, you don't have to describe that, but the decision-making and the way that they can make a bad situation actually look good for them. In round 2, we saw that with Xania again, doing the same thing, making it out of a bad spot, same guy alive, still gets a top 5.
It also comes to show the difficult road that all 20 of these teams have. When you take a look at the way that the first game played out, you had teams like G2 and Rogue on the back half of that 20. It was not a performance that we were expecting to see from them, but it just shows the level of competition in the winners finals.
And one of the cool things you saw is that each team is trying to find their rhythm. FlyQuest and Na'Vi, early on, they land together. Next round, they give each other some space because they realize that even though Na'Vi made it out of that fight, it hindered them. They lost a player. They had to respawn. They wasted time on rotates. The best part about it, though, is that we did see responses from teams like Winstrike, who had 0 points and then were very relevant towards that final circle. Couldn't quite get the result they wanted, but were definitely a threat.
All right, now we fast forward to game number 2 for everybody that was watching. You had teams that we were expecting to do well for a while. TSM showed up for a little bit, FlyQuest, but I think, you think about complexity as well as some of the others there, they really showcased their adaptation ability from game 1 to 2.
What did you like about complexity the most? I think because both of these teams are having a deciding factor. We're going to frag a little bit. We're going to rotate really early and take high ground. What do you think about complexity that made them have so much success?
I think the biggest thing for me is the fact that their new shot caller, Mirko, is making those shot calls. We haven't been able to do a listening with them just yet, but every time that we swap onto those POVs, we do get to see that Mirko is talking. He has 2 solid teammates, specifically one in Gabizmon, that are successful at doing what they need to do when it's done, but they need to be told, and they need to be told right there. And I think Mirko is allowing them to have that extra initiative.
And looking forward as well, NRG, I want to talk about them, have not been able to break top 10. For whatever reason, they're doing really well, and we were talking about this in the booth. It's literally 3 other teams fall right after them, but for whatever reason, their rotate is just early enough as a late rotate that they get taken out before the rest of the teams who are coming in a bit behind the teams that have found themselves in that final circle first. So NRG have to look to change the way that they're pacing their fights, I think. Mechanically, it looks there. Dizzy's hitting some great shots, went with the longbow Peacekeeper, which is unusual. No wingman for Dizzy. That's strange, but it seems like they are starting to find the rhythm.
So, okay, now I have to ask you, we talked about a lot of different teams. 2 matches left.
Yeah.
If you're picking one that you're putting your energy towards, no pun intended.
Oh, yeah, okay,
no pun intended.
All right.
That you feel like has the ability to adapt at the halfway mark and move forward, who are you going to put your cards on?
I actually want to talk about Kick, because honestly, they have a representative who I've casted for a year personally. He was in our Paladins League back when we were over there, and he was actually a great player, Cybe 8. He was a fragger for them, and they found themselves in top 5s quite often this weekend, and a team that not really a lot of people are looking at and talking about. So I have to keep an eye. A top 3, a very strong finish in game 1. Didn't quite do it in game 2, but for game 3 and 4, I'd love to see them have some more stellar performances and put themselves at the top end of the bracket.
And, I'm going to have to go with the easy choice, but also the obvious choice in TSM.
Yeah.
When you take a look at the way that they adapt mid-series, it is something that is unparalleled in Apex Legends. We saw it yesterday. We saw it back at the X Games. All 3 of those players, Reps, Imperial Hal, and Alberlelli, know exactly what they're doing, and I really think that they can push it forward.
How did you feel about the trash talk, though?
I mean, we saw trash talk with Hal as well as Pierre from VP.
Yeah.
It's something.
It's something. I mean, at least they're engaged and at least they're, feeling it. Sometimes you have to gas your teammates up, but I definitely think everybody needs to focus up. There's only 2 games left. Probably game 3 is going to be the most important deciding game to settle out the top 6 of this bracket and leave those 4 spots open for a miracle run in game 4.
Now, we are going to get back to the action in just a second, everybody. Of course, we want to make sure that we give the players a couple times, but in the meanwhile, it does create us an opportunity to go back over to the analyst desk and give them some delightful information about the end of match 2 and maybe an update on the standings for all of you watching at home.
See ya.
Jump, Brain Day. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for some breakdown on the main stage. Fallout here back alongside Jamerson and Glitter as want to give an update right there for what just went down in game 2. Why was TSM nowhere to be found? Well, turns out a power cord was kicked and power went out is something that went down. So you may have seen a DC come through. That's what we're hearing here, official word, but not sure exactly what happened with TSM.
Yeah, I mean, we have to wait for admin's call on that, but that is really unfortunate because they did have a really good game number 1, and so that could really affect them. I mean, right now, we have one team that has basically cemented themselves a place in the grand finals, and after a performance, once again by Zanya, getting 11 points for his team.
Wow.
11 points for his team.
They're about to hit that 50 threshold already, but how about FlyQuest? Monsoon & Co. with a great bounce-back game after getting eliminated early in match number 1. Match number 2, well, they secure 8 kills, second place, 17 points right behind Sentinels. Kick Esports picks up a few more as well, so the multinational European team representing very well. They were dark horses coming into this tournament. They're currently sitting with at least 15-plus points.
Yeah, honestly, it is really difficult to call. This previous match is just... it did really go around. Like basically, a lot of teams were able to pick up a few points here and there.
Was there anything to stand out to you in that second page right there? Any teams you expect to maybe be in that top 10?
There's a lot of teams that I would have expected to be in that top 10 that were on the second page. I don't know what's happening right now. This is not the way that I saw the group playing out. I mean, I think we can safely say that Sentinels probably has now solidified their spot as well. They're going to be up there with FlyQuest after that, and obviously, 789 is pretty safe at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, they can even kind of test new things out if they really wanted to and kind of see how it goes.
Yeah, let's just keep putting Zanya through the ringer. Let's let him play solo once again. Huh?
Yeah, agreed. I think at this point now, you're just trying to get that 50-point threshold. You're ready for the championship final format where you have to break 50. One team in particular, G2 and Virtus Pro, are 2 teams I haven't seen do much of. But here, actually, we have the updates here, and those are 2 teams you don't see on the top 10. G2 and Virtus Pro, currently 11 through 20. But looking at the top 10, 79 with 36, Sentinels right behind them. And, of course, all the way down to Ringers, Complexity, NRG, Gamers Origin, TSM in there. Right now, it's pretty NA dominated.
However, we're still 2 games out, and we've seen this happen the entire weekend so far, where game 1 and 2 might not be so good for a team, and magically in game 3 they decide to show up and get more than enough points to push themselves through to the next round. So not only do they have 1 opportunity to do just that, they've got 2 more opportunities to really nail down those points. And like you said on the second page, I saw, you know, Misfits coming in pretty low, I saw Rogue coming in pretty low, and I think we kind of expected some good things coming out of them. So we have to see what they do, what they change up in the next couple games.
Those are the big surprises in Misfits and G2 currently. 3 points for Misfits, 2 points for G2. And when you look at the other side of the field, the other half of the field, a big question mark coming into this entire tournament was a team like Complexity. But here they are in the top half of the bracket.
Yep. It just shows how even a playing field this really is. You might think you have your front runners and everybody just kind of upends the table and shows you how wrong you are.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is, you know, honestly, every team here is such a high performer and has performed so well this weekend that it's hard to say one team is not going to be in the top 10, because obviously 10 teams have to be in that bottom 10 marker, and, you know, seeing teams like Gambit, etc., kind of in the fringe marker and fringe area is a little bit worrisome, but you got to say the competition is the highest we've ever seen it.
Yeah, the thing is, we have to remember, once again, it's a 4-game series, and so we do have 2 games as a lifeline for a lot of these teams here. And we saw throughout the regular stage matches that, you know, 1 really good standout performance and you're going to be able to move on.
Yeah, exactly. 2 more games. We've seen teams like Misfits pop off with 20-plus kills. That's what they're known for. We'll see if they can do that. However, one team that just popped off is Sentinels, and we got Jump on the main stage with Retzi. Jump, take it away.
Thanks a lot, everyone at the desk. I'm joined here, of course, with Retzi from the Sentinels. Now, coming into this tournament with only the X Games as the experience, everybody knew Sentinels was the aggressive team. That's the buzzword that has been around you guys. What's it been like over the last now couple days getting to play against other teams, you think MVP, you think Wyvern, that are just as aggressive, if not more aggressive than yourselves?
I mean, honestly, it's pretty exciting knowing there's a lot of like really good mechanical teams. So when we're playing really aggressive, like honestly, it's just a lot of excitement, ready to fight people that are actually really good.
Do you feel like that seeing teams that are just as aggressive as you slows down your play style?
I mean, we're definitely a bit more cautious, which is like something we've been working on. So we've been playing a little bit more cautious, a little bit more safe, and I think that's actually what we shouldn't be doing. So we just toned up the aggression again, got back to our old selves, and we're pushing our wins.
When you take a look at the way that you guys were able to secure yourselves the victory in the last match, something that always comes to mind is the ability to hold high ground pressure. When your team is able to secure that, the chances of success go up a lot higher. How were you guys able to dominate that high ground before the final circle closed in?
We played edge for a while, and then we just got a lucky opportunity. Like I knocked someone on the opposite high ground, so I just yelled to everyone to just push it, and then we just got control of the high ground, and then just put all of our focus on keeping control of it the entire game.
You're second place, 26 points currently, of course, behind Team 789, a monstrous performance from them. But you have teams over the next 2 games that are going to be going for blood. They're going to be doing everything they can to get into that top 10. What are you guys going to do differently or even the same to ensure that you make it to the grand finals tomorrow?
Ton up the aggression, stop being cared, make sure we get the kills we need to get, and just play for the high ground.
Is there anybody you're worried about?
Nope.
Nope, no worries, no cares, just results. That's the Sentinels. That's their performance. Thank you so much, Retzi. Good luck in your next 2 games. I'm going to throw it over now to the beautiful individuals over at the command center. We've got Mr. Blaze and Mr. Nathanius. What you got, guys?
To show our audience at home, it's going to be one of Kick Esports and another one of Sentinels. We talked a little bit about Kick Esports before, but what do you want to show the audience in this play, Nate?
Well, I just want to talk about, we're thinking the way that the elevation plays into the game. This was a pretty interesting final circle, final set of circles that we managed to get into as far as the ring closing in goes. But first things first, you can't see a whole lot from here. That's because Kick's position that they start up is super high. They're really tucked in. They've got this fence, of course, from the Watson, but they got over here and hopping over these little islands, these upper islands, you could say, makes it so that if an enemy team wants to engage or push up on them, they're going to be super exposed in doing so. So I'll point that out. And of course, that is, I mentioned it for a reason, Blaze, because it is going to become a factor.
It is, too, once we get through this. And we're going to come back and we're going to see Kick. They got their back to the water as well. So they don't have to watch from that direction, but let's see some more of this.
So a team does come in on them, and they're able to go straight up. They've already got this area secured. The Watson fence even watching the other side. So they're able to come up, take care of MVP, and they still have this fallback position to drop down, get the res on the teammate, and play around this spot. Later on, they're going to use this same rotation spot and hop back over there, deploy another zip line to get down into the final circle. Things don't pan out for them the way that they were maybe hoping, but really good control and just general good awareness of how to make the most use of their kit with the geography available to them.
Definitely on that one. Using that height advantage to stay up there as long as you can and get into the next spot. So let's actually hop on over to that final moment one time. I want the audience, if you're just joining us, see how close it was for Sentinels to win this game and how close it was for 789 not to go back-to-back on this one. And I just want to play this final moment from the side of Sentinels. Now, he mentioned that his teammate Zoms went down before. He died to FlyQuest, and he had that gold shield. So FlyQuest is inside with another team currently. They have the gold revive here. Now, Nate, get ready to pause this in a second as we get to it, because we know Zanya is about to come over. He gets one player towards 1 HP. Now, we're going to drag this on over more. I want you to see the next player right there, about 15 HP away from clutching up the next game. He hops over just a little bit too much, and you're going to see the final kill happens there. It is 3 teams left in the game. The rest of the guys are going to die by storm. There goes Sirius, and next thing you know, there goes Monsoon, and Sentinels comes and takes it out. But it was so close for 789 to do something miraculous right there. But in the end, it is Sentinels. But that's going to be it for me and Nate over at the Command Center. Brav, take it away.
Thanks so much. So excited to get into this next game. We've had amazing results so far, but as we look at the table, we have to also mention with 2 games left, still 2 solid performances from just about any team. As we saw, 36, I believe, is the points leader. Any team can still fight back in this, and that's what's so exciting about this format, and also just how many points are available and up for grabs in Apex.
Yeah, but now that we have very clearly highlighted through, taking a mini here, taking a breather after games number 1 and 2, the halfway point, I can't help but feel like that sets a set of urgency for any of those teams also not at that level. And I think it's also cool to note, because we were highlighting, this is the moments where teams should be crippling people based off of their drops. And the question was, is this 789 the one striking, or is it going to be some of the others? And I think the deviation from Na'Vi was super interesting in that last one. And I can't help but feel like that is only the beginning of what we're going to see here going into game 3.
Absolutely. Some interesting opportunities. Some teams are going to be forced to play very aggressive. They're going to need to get those points on the board, and that's going to be true in game 3 and even more true in game number 4. Some teams at the top of the table are going to have an opportunity to maybe shake things up with a little bit of adjusted aggression as well. And now teams are going to be even thinking more about those drops. Where do they go? We identified already that these teams in scrims, because they're on the opposite sides of the bracket, were not varying their drop locations. They knew they wouldn't meet each other until the winners finals. Now here they are, and we already saw some variations in drops from games 1 to 2. Yep. Curious what we're going to see for the rest of the series as well.
Yeah, and also, if any, I almost feel like I'm taking too big of a risk by even suggesting it, but also, does anybody have a compositional curveball at any point? Maybe, something to save on the back end there, a nice little splitter that's going to be too difficult to be able to read from the batter's box is something that I would love to see coming out from them.
Yeah, we're going to have to ask the guys at the Command Center to keep an eye on that. But guess what? Here we go. Match number 3 of 4 in our winners bracket final is starting right now. We're going to keep an eye on drops across the board to see exactly where everyone's heading once again. Some contested drops we've seen actually in games 1 and 2 early on.
Find where we see Sentinels. You can see that free look already. Somebody sitting very close down below them. We saw water treatment to that side settlement was the focus for 789 in their last game. And it does look like Sentinels got somebody to join them now.
Should be VP if I'm not mistaken. VP really the other team that highly contests Thunderdome against them, both at this tournament and in scrims leading up to the event.
So very, very close there to what is likely going to be VP. And again, if we see the same patterns coming up from 789, 789 actually just into the southern end of those initiators. Sentinels, though, actually pretty good loot considering the start here of Thunderdome. Thunderdome is an area that does have a large amount of loot, a lot of high-end loot, but you don't necessarily find it as fast as I feel like Sentinels has here.
I was going to say, that was a fantastic bit, especially on the way of the purple shields, bit of loot that they have found out. But we do have some updates from the Command Center to find out where some other teams are dropping. Blaze and Nate, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Brav. Now, I got some early intel for you. We already know where the second hill is going to be going. We're going back right outside bunker towards the hill outpost, over there by containment a little bit, right down towards the center of the map. Now, we're going to see some of our normal drops from everybody. Complexity going to artillery. We got Na'Vi at airbase. We got TSM at cage, and TSM starting to make some rotations over there towards Thunderdome a little bit early, actually. Actually, no, they are going to be over there at Cage Steel as well. So, Nate, what do you got over there? Anything interesting?
Well, like our boys already said, we saw Sentinels going over towards Thunderdome, keeping our eyes as well on 7, 8, 9, landed over towards water treatment facility on the south side of the map.
Switching it up.
With that central circle, and especially us being able to see where the second one was already with a really quick scan from actually Rogue getting that quick scan going. So they have the information, they know where everything is going on. And we're going to see, won't have to pressure too fast in those rotations, but we'll see who can secure those early circle defensive positions first.
All right, guys, that's going to be it from us. You guys, casters, take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Now taking a look at Complexity. They're up north at Artillery, which is worth noting specifically because they knew that Kick also dropped on Artillery. So looks like we would have seen any action off the break. Likely Command Center and Observers would have as well. So they're going to hear via Artillery. We're going to find out exactly where Kick might have gone because they have varied that drop. But as we saw, also VP must have gone somewhere else because Sentinels were alone at Thunderdome.
Yeah, but I think that's pretty cool to see from Complexity. It shows that they are putting some research on what these drop zones are and that they're trying to find whatever they can get based on the lobby they're on.
I mean, Mirko, we talked to Mirko before the match, and I couldn't even,
the guy's got a galaxy brain.
He knew the drop of every single team in this lobby off the top of his head. And we're not just talking from scrim results. I think a lot of people have seen the scrim map that his community created. Shout out to Battalion for that. But also, I mean, he knew where every team had been dropping in just about every match they played this weekend so far. So amazing bit of info from Mirko, who's on your stream right now.
Yeah, very, very likable dude, too. If you guys haven't checked him out, been able to talk to him, very approachable. Just nothing but praise here, not only for him, but the entirety of the Complexity roster. But they got a lot here to get done in this winner's final.
Talk about FlyQuest. I mean, they were coming in with 1 point in 19th place. Coming into game number 2, and you guys saw the standings during the break. Now they're seated here in second. I believe they have 26 points to their name.
Very well done, finding a way to be able to recover there. And I feel like there's a lot of fans out there for the FlyQuest roster. But bringing it back a little bit more towards the circle that we see being highlighted is going to be an outpost, which has actually been, at least in game number 1, the TSM drop. Gambit here taking a look at it. I'm guessing that's going to be TSM down below. It is actually, I believe, confirming the kill. No, it's actually Misfits Lucido that drops there to sign.
Not something we see all the time. Of course, Lucido, a player we've talked about all weekend long, and now Moose and Help on not just white armor, but not even full white armor are going to have to make the very dangerous trek across Destroyed Cascades.
And you know, this feels like a very repeated story here for Misfits. In the middle of the map, down a member, trying to find a way to do whatever they can with the situation that they have handed to them, but never remaining as a full 3-man squad.
No, and that is NRG here, and in a much better position. Also running all whites, but they're going to Watson up, which is what you expect a team to do in a situation like this. They did have some good shots there. As we do see, the Gamers Origin guys also exchanging some action.
So we know that right towards that glance in the direction that Dizzy is walking here, towards that upper right-hand side.
That means there's only, I believe we only have Help Alive, if I'm not mistaken, they're Misfits.
Yeah, very much so. NRG is kind of dismantling the center part of the map, and it's important that they do so because that distance upward and that high ground into that outpost that they were taking a glance at and moving, and they found Misfits at is where I would suggest this final circle to be. We need a little bit more information to be 100% confident, but if you are not making your transition there, you're going to have a bad time, and that's where we see, as you look at that mini-map, Lucido ended up dropping.
And that's a tough set of circumstances, and I think you and I are both equally worried, as was everyone in the room and here in chat, about that trek across Destroyed Cascades on not even full white armor, and the shots came in from multiple directions right away, and NRG capitalized on that. Now checking them in the Rogue, they've had some tough results so far, and they need a big game here in both 3 and 4, ideally, if they want to stay alive in the winner's bracket and head to the grand final tomorrow.
Back with Na'Vi, though, actually already making a very big transition on the map, but they're not in a good position. Already down 1 member. Impulse barely able to survive here. Gonna get enough opportunity with that battery, but FlyQuest is the one trying to pressure in. FlyQuest only having the Lu alive here to represent them. Good Thermite gonna stop the advance there. Looks for the high ground advantage. Needs to find a way to get a pressure point at a different angle. But chip shots coming out now from that outpost. That's concerning here, Bravo.
He's gonna have to worry about that angle as well. That's gonna affect how and where he can drop down. Now, Claw's the only member of Na'Vi up, but look at that, grenades coming in as well. He's gonna have to get out, and Na'Vi eliminated there in our first team, eliminated in game number 3, and then FlyQuest lives to fight another day.
Very well done there by FlyQuest holding on. And man, Na'Vi, that was a bold, you heard me immediately go, oh man, I did not think he would be willing to register the audio cue on that res attempt without having actual information of the situation at hand, unless he confidently knew there was a res opportunity the other side. But either way, it doesn't work out. FlyQuest still continuing that upward trend that they've had here since game number 2.
Na'Vi may be able to squeak out 1 point. I think we saw one player on FlyQuest that did get limbed. You have to assume that's at the hand of Na'Vi, so maybe sneaking out 1 point, but that's not going to really do as much as they would have liked. So we'll have to see what Na'Vi can do in game number 4. But now checking back in with the complexity side here on the Watchtower.
Going to be able to scout out a lot of information here. But they won't be forced to be able to make any kind of transition quite yet when it comes to the circle, but as we move on to round 3, likely going to be the case here. Checking in with FlyQuest, they actually go for the res. You see the instant portal once the descent comes through. They're going to have to follow up with Monsoon, take the lift up there into a zip line. A beautiful setup for the escape here. The question is, will the rest of the squads let that happen?
NRG still running all 3 whites, and now they're actually trying to go up. This difficult battle that we talked about. They're going to have to try to get all the way up here. This is where they want to be. They want to be in containment. They also want this blue armor. They'd love to be in this exact spot. And I don't just mean physically. This is a pretty good spot here for Kick.
Yeah, we heard from Rain today.
Rain, yeah, talking about side 8.
And
this is watching.
Yeah, they're very, very good. And I think the biggest thing that I would say is, you know, that we heard from him is a roster that hasn't been talked about that much. And yes, they have not, but I think that he brought up a great point that this roster has actually been the low-key unsung hero, maybe, if you will, of this tournament. Always putting up numbers, but just maybe not sitting confidently at the top of every single lobby. So I can't help but feel like that they may be a, you know, hidden dark horse, possibly.
Happy to see now checking back in with Complexity still on the Watchtower. I would love to hear their team comms here to just hear how they're setting up. They've got a great vantage point up at Watchtower, certainly better than we see the teams here at Destroy Cascade. So let's go into a team comm here with Complexity.
Mirko, they're in this little shack right here.
Yeah, we're trying to play up here. Right here, we're gonna try to bully these guys off. Yeah, you have a scope? You guys have scopes, yeah?
4x8.
You guys need to be playing over by me.
Okay, I'm coming now. Sorry, I was sitting in my ult. I'm coming now, sorry. Go.
Coming too. You guys, is it?
Yeah, there's a team up top.
I'm getting shot from behind. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why they're shooting at you, but they are.
Drop me 28 heavy if you have a shit. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, here. Oh, I dropped a lot. I got some more.
I can only carry 1 stack. Just grab.
I pick it back.
I'm way back.
Peek these guys. They're up top. Peek them.
Playing up their Watson ult.
I can't see shit. Broke it up. I'm watching our backside. You guys peek that. I'm watching our backside.
Oh, they hit me.
To be honest, I can't see shit. Make sure nobody pushes it from the northeast. I doubt it, but.
Here, I'm gonna wire off this.
Well, I'm watching the other side. You just need to watch here.
No, he's pushing up on us right there. What the fuck?
Yeah, ult here. I
don't have it. I'm popping an ult all done. I'm at 63.
I need to pop a cell. I need to pop a cell.
Portal's out.
Yes, I gotta back up. No, they're above on this mountain. Careful.
Yes, portal's out.
Portal's out, bro.
Pouring out. I'm dropping it right here. I'm dropping it.
Drop it. Go.
Man, I'm popping Phoenix.
They're hard pushing.
Hey, let's kill him then.
100 to the Wraith.
Wraith is one. Wraith is literally one. Down to Wraith.
Pathfinder low.
Okay, Watson close.
I'm popping a Phoenix. I'm one shot. I'm out of the fight.
One on me. Alright, he's not. He's full. Pushing you, Gabe. Full.
I just died to gas that thing. Nope. I'm coming back.
I had to run down.
No, I'm dead.
Bro, you called him one, so I pushed him and I
know. I said he's full. I said no, he's full.
Complexity there. Unable to fight out of that. Unfortunate circumstances for them in game number 3. They will be our second squad to drop as they tried to fight there. And tough timing as they got pushed. Unable to. They started the engagement. You saw Mirko make the call to start those pop shots up to the high ground, but eventually unable to convert.
And honestly, with the opening that he had with that longbow, double shots into the Wraith, the instant knock, Reptar calling out that he had the option, you thought that they had the opportunity in that trade, but it felt like the minute that Gabizmon took too much damage, and more importantly, the positioning on that circle, that wasn't even his fault as much as it was super unlucky that he's about 2 ticks away from completing that Phoenix hit.
Absolutely, and as you saw, a little bit of a poor timing and also a perfect storm as a few longbow shots missed. You also heard one of the players saying, I'm out of the fight, as they're popping meds, and unfortunate for Complexity, but we'll see them, of course, in game number 4 now, checking in with Gamers Origin once again.
Positionally speaking, pretty well off here for Gamers Origin. When looking at the weaponry, you know, not too shabby either. Just what first question I'd raise here is all the ammo looking good? Longbow, when looking at MPE here, is pretty all right. Sirius, all right as well when looking at that the wingman. Light ammo, I'm gonna guess, is looking pretty good too. So basically the question at hand here, at least when looking at Gamers Origin, is how do they make the rotation once we get forced here post round 3 circle?
Sitting up here, like you said, with this high ground, also wondering if there might be anyone coming out of bunker push, could be going on here, but take a look now at MVP, and here's Aka and Mondo fighting with only 2.
Seems like that's a consistent tale with both them and Misfits here through a majority of our winners final. Now pressure from behind. Mondo is going to get removed here from this world. Aka going to go ahead and get the grapple and maybe gain some distance, but he might want that back. Is that the only way up through that zip line? I don't think he can get that res. He peeks once, knows they have the distance, but they know that he's going to be weak here trying to shark in. It's Ringers closing that one out. Maybe a res attempt. See if it completes.
Looks like we'll be able to do so. And now going to have to reposition if they can. And we've seen a team here before. It didn't go so great for Complexity, but now the Ringers have taken the exact position, and even the exact fight.
And now the exact rotation out.
Let's see if this goes well for them. I'm not sure. They're dropping real quick. Lyric and Crux need to get Teenage out of jail here.
History does not repeat itself, but it does rhyme here, Bravo. It is interesting to see Ringers with the circumstances at hand, but at least bearing a better fate for now, holding off what Complexity maybe couldn't have. Take the slide down here, round 3, circle closing in, forcing them to take the shots. No armor available. Teenage is already knocked here. He's going to try behind this tree to be able to get some shield cells, but you see on the backside of that already teams waiting in the wakes, and one of them being 7, 8, 9.
I also want to give during that last break, we're able to speak with, as you see Zanya here, getting some shots down. The pressure's coming up from the low. We'll see if they can get out of here. They've got a few different ways to disengage here. Does 789, and X-Games barely keeping a little bit of shields. I'm going to try to pop that cell. Now take a look at Kick here with some good shots as well, as more teams are going to continue just cascading down that hill.
Kick actually, you see their positioning. They're looking to push. They're going for that wide flank. They want to try and make something happen. They heard one crack, maybe not pulling back here for a second. But I thought for a second they wanted to try and capitalize on that opportunity they gained. Matrix now taking too much damage. 789 just struggling there, but as you were saying before, during the break, actually, we conveniently were able to, talk to one of the Russian translators to be able to understand the pronunciation here of the squad. And it's actually Zanya.
That's right. I think given the performance that Zanya and 789 has had here, want to give them, of course, the respect here, and also special thanks to our translation help here. That is Zanya, who has had such an amazing performance here. And speaking of, nice little knock comes in for him, and he'll just maybe fly in with the Peacekeeper, decides to just throw the arc instead, and also going to pressure with the arc, now fly in with the Peacekeeper, peeks around the corner, hits for 121, and of course that's going to be an easy finish for him. He's been doing it all day long.
Yeah, clean swap over there to the wingman and make sure it is easy work there. That was going to be MVP's last member as they end up walking out. 789 well postured here for what could be another victory into their name, but they got 14 sitting in the way as Estesu poking away here with that triple take.
She has been dominant this tournament, along with the entire 789 side. A big surprise here.
The whole roster.
One of the teams we picked to get out of their group, but that was really it. We didn't know anything about this Russian team, and they're dominating. It's been amazing to watch them play. Now checking in here with the Ringers, and when I say the Ringers, I mean the Ringer. It's just going to be Lyric who's left.
Seems like what they've been put through rather than their name at this point.
Yeah.
Lyric, the only one to be able to be a representative, and at this point he's going to be playing the extreme game of hide and seek, where Weaponry and Rogue are looking to remove him. Rogue, a roster that we know needs to have a pretty good performance here going into Game 3, a roster that has a lot of hype behind them.
Yep. And also a very consistent tournament so far, and certainly their most consistent performance that we've seen at a major event. They're in 19th, though, with 2 points, as we go also to look into Gambit, Sunset, and Article here.
And Gambit was a roster that, when we watched them on our very first day of performance, man, the hustle that they ended up showing, it seemed like there was never a situation they couldn't find a way to at least make it look decent. And they're right now going to have to deal with that as Sentinels is the one bringing the barrel to them.
Look at that. Amazing push there, as we do see Sentinels get that quick work there.
Wow, headshot coming at a distance. Nice armor break there. Retzi falling without any armor himself. Shots coming down from the low ground as well. Retzi Needs to be able to heal up. Phoenix Kick being used by Xenox, but Retzi might be the one who needs it there with no HP. Arcstar going to connect. They might get pushed.
Yeah, that was Windstrike, the first team they took out. We also saw off-screen NRG falling as well. 13 squads now remaining. Trying to make sure that no one's coming up from that low ground either. Soar also in play, but from a distance here, trying to exchange some longbow shots.
789 is looking to posture up. Soar might be biting off more than they can chew. It's going to be Zanya here with the wingman. Only lands one, 2 left in the barrel. All he needs there, ring.
Look at that, look at those perfect angles. Like Desu and Xen just firing right up. I mean, you talk about just coordination and timing. That was textbook as they fly up there, and Zanya's able to get the finish with a lot of help on that pinch play. Now here's VP.
Virtus Pro, first glance we got of them in a hot while, and they're sitting pretty good when it comes to this final circle. 12 squads remain. I guess technically not the final circle, but very, very close. And you can see that they do have the positioning on one of the better buildings left over the safety zone. 30 seconds remain till people are going to be forced into their hand. But can they deal here with Rogue, who's just on the outskirts, and 789, who we know have the high ground? Getting a flank here is going to be sweet dreams. Nice couple of shots out of that wing.
Definitely great shots there, breaking the shields. And going to try to maybe finish with that thermite. Has a little bit of cover from these rocks, but more shots are coming in. And also, look how exposed they are to the hillside outpost. Those shots could come in if anyone decides to look their way.
And Noth here, a man who is an absolute lethal monster when it comes to his scout use. He is just on point with every single shot, and partly why we saw Rogue maybe on the back foot.
And here is help. We saw him earlier just trying to stay alive, and he's lasted here until this late. Tough to call it the late game with 12 squads left, but we are about 20 seconds away from Ring 5's closing.
Yeah, help is playing Mr. Bushman right now, and it's working out for a moment. No armor break quite yet. There comes the completion. That's going to be actually Sentinel's Retzi, victor of last game here, as this is one of our first glance at TSM. Abrablele very, very low in the armor, and then back to Penta now with his low ground. Find themselves a couple of victims.
We've seen this shack before. This was the site that we saw Zanya going off. Now back over to PJ here, and Noth on this side. Can he pop this Phoenix kit in time? Looks like he'll have all the cover to do so. And now 6 squads left. We see a lot of reps there. TSM does go down in the end. You'll see that in the kill feed.
Here we go now. Wow, what is this here? That's 789 actually losing one of their members. Sirius is exactly that, man. Taking no time. One member down on 789, but we do see Gamers Origin not able to move up quite yet. And actually the res ends up going through. I don't know whether that was a self-res or just a Desu moving over, but either way, Zanya and 789 have a full 3-man squad still here with 5 squads remaining.
Yep, as Desu gonna pop a med kit. And now look at this. I mean, still not the exact position you might want, but looking good at armor. And even though they took those shots, they're right back in it. And now gonna start to rotate around as well.
One thing that's really interesting is they always seem to go with the wide rotations over some of these leader circles and make sure that they really control their territory before making any other transition. That's a very distinct attribute, other than obviously Zanya and some of the plays that they have there. Gamers Origin, the one that they were looking at here, again with the high ground control over that hut.
It's also where we saw TSM yesterday. We've seen several final rings in this area now. 5 squads still left, 20 seconds until that close, and they're holding what looks like a pretty risky position, but we've seen many teams holding that area, knowing the exact sight lines into that roof.
789 have the slow side of this circle, so they actually can be very cheeky with whatever rotation they want to make. They can peek to the left-hand side, cripple anybody who makes the rotation towards that center, and then actually take a slower transition later on to that right-hand side if necessary here. But we see the Peacekeeper out from Zanya. Found himself one on the inside, maybe going to go for an armor pull because we've seen him with a miracle play here once before.
Absolutely, we know that. Coming in now, does hit on the path and also gets some help from Desu as well. As Desu going to fly in, and Xen's here. Going to now try to finish out 4 squads remaining, and this is going to get real tight.
Zanya's going to be the first to drop for 789, and that is not something we have seen here yet before, Bravo. So we'll see if that is going to be the miracle juice here, but I can't help but feel like this has been a 3-man team that has gotten them to this point, and they're about ready to prove it here. Desu losing her armor is going to be a problem. Zanya risking his positioning in the knockdown should to try and need a couple of shots. Another one's going to spawn there, and VP only have 1 member in. It's Taylor.
Look at this 1v1 here. That's going to be a VP and 789 1v1 here, but still 4 squads remaining. Does come in there, and look at that. Virtus Pro does go down, so taking a look here, and as Desu now takes down the side, and now 3 squads left.
Nobody thirsted any of 789 targets. Here we go, the third party comes in, and that's enough to execute 789. It's Soar, who soars right in.
And now Moffers does have full shields, also popping a cell is IPN up top. Right now in a 2vx, we'll see exactly what that second squad looks like. They've got to be just down low beneath, of course, and now finding each other. Here it is. It could be help, the solo, and let's see if they can close it out here. They've got plenty of room. Let's see, and yes, indeed, it's going to be IPM of Soar Gaming who closes out game number 3.
The fact that Misfits actually made it to placement number 2 after such a ridiculous situation,
It's wild, and I'll tell you why, because Misfits was sitting at 18th with only 3 points. Help knew what he had to do throughout that entire game, and for the overwhelming majority, he simply had 2 teammates who were already out watching him just try to stay alive as long as possible to get to the late game, to get as many placement points as they could on the board to try to stay alive.
And look here, Bravo, I am all for small victories and silver linings, but we started this tournament talking about how going into X Games, we quickly learned how important kills are with this type of format. And though, yes, we do see a moment of, again, a silver lining for Misfits, by no means is this a recovery for their winners finals. They still have to prove a lot going into Game 4.
They absolutely do, and that's what's going to be fantastic about this Game 4, Dread, is that a lot of teams are still fighting for their run in the winners bracket. Soar, you could maybe say that's the biggest win for them. They were in 20th, also with 2 points. For a breakdown of that last match, let's go ahead over to the analyst desk. Fallout, over to you.
Bravo, thank you so much. And of course, an interesting Game 3 where things are going to be shaken up quite a bit in the final standings. Misfits, some way, somehow, with the help of help, manages to stay alive and secure 9 points right there. I know I had to do it, I'm sorry. Secures 9 points with a second place finish, even though his team dies early. I think that was the first team eliminated, right, by NRG early on.
Yeah, I mean, Misfits, they lost basically everybody early on, and Help just had to rat it out for the entire next 25 minutes there in that round, and that is incredible. That is more than you can expect. I mean, honestly, when you're left as a solo, you're hoping for, hey, if I could get 15th, that'd be great. If I get 10th, that's even better. I got second.
Just
insane. However, the storyline, and the biggest storyline, is Soar and Europe bounce right back with a punch to North America with a first place finish. Very well done by Soar. They played it well. Rather than just sprinting at that third-party opportunity when 789 was fighting, they waited for the perfect opportunity. Yes, the replay here.
All game long, they were just taking advantage of people, honestly, at this point. This is crazy, though. This is the exact same circle that we had earlier on.
Identical circle.
Which honestly made me think that 789 might pull it out, and Soar was like, no, not today.
You know who was knocked? Was Xania was knocked, actually, early on there. That's what maybe might have been the difference maker. Of course, the rest of 789 did great. Misfits help, not much you can do there, of course, in the 1 versus 2, missing a couple wingman shots, but ultimately, Soar does it. I think another multinational team here from Europe, they come out on top with the patience throughout.
It was really patient play, too, because we saw them. Complexity, when we did the listen in with them, that Complexity tried to challenge them on the high ground, but Soar had a really great position. They got a nice crack, and then they went in for it. But you saw that afterwards, the recovery coming out from Soar, they regained their position on the high ground, and they were just playing gatekeepers there on the northeast side of the map.
Yeah, another interesting thing you pointed out, Glitter, throughout that was a couple teams that went out early. You know, you saw G2, MVP, a couple other squads. How does that impact the final standings here with some of these teams that get knocked out quick?
I don't know that some of them are going to have a chance to make it in at this point. Like, we saw G2 really, really far down at the bottom. And it's not, I mean, NRG went out pretty early. MVP, I don't know. It's not looking so good.
It's going to shake things up, that's for sure. But look at this, 789 again. Have they gotten top 2 in points every single game?
Yes.
Yes, they have. Wow. 789 breaks the 50-point threshold, by the way. But let's take a look at some of the other organizations. Virtus Pro with a much-needed 8 points. They're a team that played very well all Friday. Didn't really make a lot of noise in Game 1 and Game 2. Match number 3, they show up. Virtus Pro doing it big. Big shout out to Naf, who's, by the way, playing at the professional level while working a full-time job. Hard to do.
Can we also just appreciate for a second that Help's sneakiness got him 9 points?
9.
They got 0 kills.
Zero.
0 kills,
just
yeah.
9 placement points.
Kills. Both of those will do it. That's crazy. Another team that got knocked out early was Ringers. I know Ringers ended up getting 13th place. Yep. I think that got them 1 point. That was a team that was on the fringe. I think they were 9th or 10th place as a result of the standings after match 2. Not going to help their case here. I think they're going to get knocked down to the second page. They're going to need a big match 4, former 100 Thieves.
Honestly, we were not expecting it at all. G2 and excuse me, I'm forgetting
Ringers,
right now.
MVP,
yeah, so many teams that we were not expecting. Players and teams that we were expecting to really come up big. But take a look at the standings, 789 firmly at the top.
Look at the point differential between Europe's 789 coming from Russia and North America's Sentinels with 32 points. Sentinels, of course, dominating the BR scene right now at least. Soar Gaming, though, takes a big leap to 27 points and 3rd place, followed by FlyQuest. Wow.
And that's kind of like what we expect when you have a very not even distribution of points. With 789 accruing so many of the points, so many of the placement points, that actually allows a lot of the bottom teams to have that moment where they just have a big game and then propel themselves up to the top.
Which is something that we actually saw happening very frequently, especially on the first day. There was that huge disparity, which kind of made the bottom half of the groups so close that anybody could really take it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the same exact thing happen here as we're about to go the distance in match 4. Complexity, Gambit, Rangers, Virtus Pro, 12 and 11 points, 11th through 14th place. It's really a matter of who can clutch up in a die or go home or go to loser's bracket, not even close to home. This is just winner's bracket, by the way.
Yeah, we definitely need to remind people of that.
Like, used to loser's bracket all day, but yeah.
It's, I mean, yes, we obviously, there's a lot of pressure to just kind of make it easier on yourself and not have to play any additional games tomorrow.
Yep.
However, if people do get knocked out today, they have a chance to play through losers tomorrow.
Yeah, not even close to over for those teams, that's for sure. Another team I'm looking out for in this last one, the Kings right now, it's TSM. TSM, I believe, I'm not sure where they rank.
They're still fine. They're fine right now. I think they're around 4th or 5th right now.
Man, talk about consistency from them, man. Very, very good performances when they've had a chance to compete. TSM looking very, very strong as well. Always do exactly that in these moments. Of course, what was interesting about that lineup was it was Europe on top with 789, followed by NA, followed by Europe, followed by NA. So really interesting to see the back and forth there. But I think you can safely say Europe and North America dominating regionally right now.
But a pretty equal playing field. For the argument that you've tried to start many times with Twitch chat, I don't really think it's swinging in either direction.
It is, yeah. Between those two regions, it's very back and forth. But of course, regions like Asia, I think MVP is currently on the fringe as well, right?
MVP has not been doing well whatsoever in this winner's finals.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a glimpse of any MVP here in those replays as we're jumping right into it. Sentinels, Red Sea, so heard of the interview, did not lack confidence, that's for sure, like many Americans. And of course, this was the play from Blue. Oh my gosh, look at this play. Hero plays. Perfect. It actually gets the stick. I didn't realize that. Nothing that Navi could have done there.
It was in the face of an interception pylon, and somehow the interception pylon was like, not this one.
I'm taking the day off today.
Yeah.
You guys have fun. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back on Sunday. Crazy. It's like almost like an airline pilot, you know, set number of hours per day. We've been here too long.
This was amazing also because Huskers actually got taken out really early on, but Rogue was able to bring them back into the game.
Yeah, and then he ended up getting gold shields as well. I know it didn't really end up bearing well for them as they got taken out pretty early. Rogue down 17th place. They're going to need a hero performance as well. And then it was Soar. And look at this. Soar underwent some difficulty here against some adversity mid-game. It was able to clutch out against Complexity in this fight thanks to a good flank, kind of caught them off guard, and then ended up winning the game.
That was actually the play that really stabilized their economy. They were able to get 4-8 scopes onto their longbows, onto their snipers. It was a huge pickup for them to be able to get that elimination onto Complexity.
Yep, back to Sentinels. We did see Kick as well, a team I want to talk about. Arguably, I think, close to one of the youngest teams here. They have 2 17-year-olds on this roster that are still in high school from Italy and Portugal. Sorry, Italy and Austria. Formerly from Russia, moved to Austria in Cybe 8 and Matrix. Very young squad, and despite the inexperience and the age, they're playing really well. Look at this, Reps, doing Reps things, connecting for so many great shots. I had a chance to talk to Reps earlier. I've never met someone more proud to rep an organization. He's been a fan of TSM for years, and the fact that TSM took a risk on this team, it meant the world to him, and boy, did that risk pay off.
Something about it, you know, having a tier 1 organization behind you kind of changes your life. I don't know, something about that.
And maybe it's just a hashtag. TSM win, you have to win at that point. It's fate. You put it out in the universe like that, and the universe shall receive. And look at this, Gamers Origin, all-French team, the only all-French team in this tournament, and they are in the top 10 right now as well. So a lot of teams in a good spot, but again, match 4, anything can happen. A shakeup is inevitable here as we're going into our last match of the night, and I could not be more excited to see how the action has broken down. It's already been a whirlwind, starting with Sonya clutching a 1 versus 3, by the way.
I mean, even just touching on them one more time, I thought in this moment that they were going to have the fight, and X-Games just came in and almost saved the day. If there was nobody else to come in and shoot him, I think he would have been okay.
Yeah, honestly, I can't believe he's still managed to punch up. Soar comes in at the perfect time, though. I mean, absolute perfect time.
I mean, you have to collapse on that once you realize how low, especially after that team fight with VP. Like you can't leave it.
Yeah. He'll try to do his best Zanya impersonation right there. I mean, it looked like it was a highlight reel, right? A replay coming in from game number 1, and I love seeing that Mondetrasa coming in from North. You know, they got knocked out earlier today, but just jumping right into the boom.
I love that. And he joined him at the team hug. He's like, guys, I'm here too.
That's what I love about LANs, and like, you know, especially on the onset of a building kind of esports scene.
Yeah, and damage dealt on screen right now. Look at that, 2,000 plus damage for Soar.
You were asking for that, weren't you?
I was. When was the 2K going to drop? I know that Secret did it earlier. They dropped 14K total, but look at that. Virtus Pro with a great bounce back. It was in Nath and Che doing a really, really good job on their end. Xania with 1,000 plus, as you'd expect Xania to have, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, and Soar, all in the top 10, all in the top 7. Moppers right there with 1K also.
Yeah, jeez. Crazy, crazy performance. Soar Gaming, they got some great content on YouTube. They also got a great Apex Legends team. Who would have thought? Big shout out to the Soar Gaming organization showing up here in match 3, putting themselves in a good spot. But some great plays, some great moments from match number 3. That's going to be it for us for now here on the analyst desk. Blaze and Nathanius, how you guys doing?
Doing fantastic. Awesome to see those games.
Yes,
and
it
really
is.
just everything just gets so hectic, Blaze. We're looking at those final circles, getting up on that hill. The cover, amount of it starts to decrease. Couple teams are turtled up, but everybody else has got to fight in the open.
You definitely do sometimes have to fight in the open, and that's when that Watson really comes into play. Because as that ring is closing in, you got to make use of whatever you got. And now we're going to actually see one of Soar's key successes into winning this game here. They end up having to fortify on the cliff of the mountainside. So as I start this clip, you guys are going to see it, but I want to point out how many people are actually having to come into this cliffside where Soar is already going to be having locked down. So we're going to play this one up, and you're going to start to see Soar having all these angles, having the shots, the clear sight lines to start being able to pick up these kills, and then the Watson fences over there off the side. These teams know that they really can't get aggressive and push them. Soar just putting out free damage here on the cliff.
Yeah, rotating in towards that circle is extremely important as far in advance as possible. Really just one of the key pinnacles of Battle Royale strategy and gameplay. You talked about it, so many different players coming in. Not only are they picking them up, but they're fighting each other. And, well, as long as that player count keeps going down, they're going to be in a pretty good spot to get towards the end as they were in this game, Blaze.
Now, as we move on over towards our next clip, let's go on over to that one. We're going to check out Gamers Origin, because what happened with Gamers Origin is that they end up hitting the low side of the map, able to pick up a few kills down low, end up cleaning up Rogue, had another down over here in the corner that they were able to pick up. But I want to show you guys the kill feed. 11 squads left, everybody having to descend down low. But here's a little MPE montage here as well.
Disgusting.
Yeah, there you go. MPE.
It's raining.
So many kills in front of his screen, but you see all these kills here. Everybody finally starting to go down. The last bit of action there towards the end. So you really got to keep your head on a swivel, be looking to get those points wherever you can and fortify wherever you can in the late game there.
Really one of the most amazing things about looking at this kill feed, by the way. Just go back to help. How
is help not in this kill feed whatsoever?
There is a hailstorm of bullets. That kill feed doesn't even stop moving, and somehow he's managed to keep himself tucked in safe throughout pretty much all of this. And having that survival instinct, the head, I mean, his head must literally be on a swivel at that point to be able to keep all the awareness of every single opponent
around him. In this situation, I thought Gamers Origin was going to be in a good position to win this one because they got those kills. They got the first zip line up on top of the building. And in this situation, Soar actually is the team to come up here, sliding down that hill. They were so far up, but they found their way to get inside and take Gamers Origin off this power position.
Yeah, just really incredible control. The teamwork was phenomenal. And it ended up being able to get them the dub. So big congratulations there to Soar, and really just going over again the absolute madness. You've got everybody coming down that hill. So high ground, it's not really a thing anymore. But what is a thing is wrapping up today. We've got that next match coming up for you. Our casters are ready. Let's kick it over to them and find out who's getting out and who's going down.
All right, thanks so much, guys. That's right, match number 4 of 4 and your final match of the night coming up next. Dread, the one big thing you and I are talking about is that on the points table, the only team we think really is secure is going to be 7-8-9 as they sit here at 53. Now, that gives us a unique opportunity in game number 4. They are the only team really with the choice, as we talked about in game number game 2, if they want to drop on another team that they feel maybe they don't want to fight in the grand final. This is their opportunity to do it. We're going to have to see how that's going to be the case.
And I can tell you, if I was them going into this tournament, one 3-letter name comes to mind very quickly. It's not Energy, it's TSM. And they have a pretty consistent drop typically over in the past towards the cage. I forgot where we've seen them for the majority here, but if I am
I think it has been. We heard from the command center. It has been mostly cage drops.
Still
for
sticking
TSM,
with the cage. Well, then if I am 789, we're no longer water treatment because that's what we got in all 3 games. It's very important to note that they've been consistent with their pattern. So if they deviate, this is a very big tell. And also, who else is going to deviate? Because if we do see that coming out, then does that create water treatment? Is it an accessible place for some of these teams?
Right.
There's a lot of question marks, but this is exciting because it should be the first time where it's heavily showcased in one direction or another.
Absolutely. This is a scenario we were hoping to see in the tournament. And generally, keep in mind, if 789 was not as far away as they are, if they hadn't pulled far ahead from the pack they have, this wouldn't be an opportunity for the entire lobby. But this gives them a chance to try to shut down the likes of TSM or another team that they might pick. You have to wonder, is TSM also thinking, we're not going cage, they're going to go maybe for a secondary drop because they don't want to get dropped on. A whole bunch of mind games are going to be played, and that's why we're excited here to jump into game number 4. This is match 4 of 4 of your winners bracket final here, the last match of the evening, and we're going to start with 789 because we do want to see where they're going for that drop. And
they're changing.
Right now, sources indicate it might still be treatment.
It could be. It could be. It's a max range treatment. If it is, okay, it looks like it's fair to say that they're going to stick to the treatment. I got so excited with that earlier drop. I was like, there's no way. But no, we will remain still comfort, still normal here. Now, it's important to note, 789 has the option to go at others, but no one should, in theory, be approaching 789 unless you are confident. Because even if you cripple them here, they will be in our grand finals.
Yeah, you'd have to say it would not at all be worth the risk whatsoever to try to drop near 789 unless you had enough points that you thought you could just play some mind games with them. However, like we said, it really is not secure for any of these other teams. But at the same time, the other edge of that sword and the fantastic reason that we love this format is that in game number 4, you and I were looking at the points, and any team is one huge blowout away from getting right back into tomorrow's grand finals. It's safe to say that it's still possible, even for G2, who's in 20th place, if they're able to pull out a huge high kill win, it could be possible for them. But we do have some action over here at Bunker.
Yeah, one of those teams that's going to need that big win. Even though Help was able to make a miracle happen with placements, Misfits still need a lot on their side here. Taking a trade over to that small side of Bunker Town. And then now it seems like the retreat here into the actual bunker is going to be the play here for Misfits. Works out for now. Question is, where does it kind of force the rotations? They will be in the middle of the map, as we do see it's a slightly northwestern map.
Keep in mind, we talked about it earlier, Misfits and NRG landing generally on both sides of Bunker. And you did see the Misfits got pushed out of High Desert through Bunker. You have to wonder if NRG might still be Bunker Town or Bunker Town South, right around that area. We'll keep an eye on that, but actually this answers our question here. And not at all. They've already moved quite a bit out here to the north.
So they want where they want to rotate beyond this point, though. Circle does indicate that it's going to be on that northern end. You know, oh, wow. We might even be at a waterfall circle. This is actually one of the rarest circles. I feel like we haven't got an example of this in almost any of the top-end competitive form of Apex Legends. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in on a few more drops across the map. Command Center, what are you guys seeing?
So what's up, Rob? We got Navi over at the air base currently. We see that our next circle is going to the northwestern side of the map as well. Complexity, they're doing a normal thing. They're at artillery, so they're going to have a quick rotation over there towards slums. Soar is going to be over at wetlands, and then we're going to have Gamers Origin at containment. Nate, anything interesting on your side?
No, well, just looking at what we've got going on, some quick repositionings going down over here. We did see some of the rotations over towards Skulltown early on from VP, keeping our eyes as well onto Gambit, making their way around by the forest. And nothing super crazy going on.
Nothing super crazy.
We had that early engagement, that little scrap, but nobody's committed to anything since then.
Yeah, I was trying to see if we can figure out where the second ring is going to be just yet, but those Pathfinders have not hit that beacon. So we're going to throw it back on over to you guys at the desk.
And that's an interesting thing to note here. Thanks so much, guys, as we jump on board with and instead getting that ring information. Not surprising in game number 4 that teams are prioritizing making sure they don't get an unlucky early knock coming in if their path is going instead for the beacon and might get clipped by someone who catches them. So teams playing very careful and opting to loot up instead of going for any of the beacons across the map.
Yeah, and that is, it's a pretty interesting aspect because it does change the way that you could rotate around the map and maybe where you could argue there are power spikes within your composition based around some of those loot. But a team that's showing a power spike here is Penta. They're in hot pursuit. A team stuck in this canal, and that's going to be Na'Vi, actually, the one they're hunting down. Orax just unleashing there with the disruptor rounds out of this alternator. The iframe already dropped there by this Wraith, but with one target down of Na'Vi, it is just them going to be scuttling away with their tail between their legs.
And look at this, Orax is not done. He's going to continue flying into slums, and look at that disruptor ult landing some great damage. And got to be careful here, does Na'Vi, because now they're in slums fighting in a 2vx, and they are in 15th place. It's just Claws and 9 Impulse left. And you can be sure that if they exit here, that they will not be making it through.
As we see too, oh wow, Na'Vi's still under pressure here, and I'll raise why they're under so much pressure. Look at that second circle that we have to glance at due to the Pathfinder here of Na'Vi, something that luckily we got an advantage over of the command center, and it is very, very likely that we get a repeated slums or slums just a little bit off to the eastern side of it, where we saw this kind of southern pit section, but more importantly where we saw the Fnatic into the high ground choke next to that waterfall res. All of this that you're witnessing right now, Rogue in perfect position, what is likely to be your final circle, and it was a tense one when we got it yesterday.
Indeed, Space Station does get a knock on Gambit, and another one comes there, so that's going to be 2 down for Gambit. We'll see if they can close here.
Listen, let's move here.
Again, I just want to remind everybody, whoever ends up in our top 10 beyond this will make their way to our grand final tomorrow. Very interesting, beautiful format, but first they got to be able to get it past here, and MVP look like they are unlikely to do so. Raz taking so much damage.
And right now, Aka, you see, just decides to grapple out. Does not want any of this. And
we don't talk about it.
No. Nope, we won't.
You know what? At least he got it when it was when it mattered after the fact here.
That's going to be Mondo and Raz down now. MVP in a difficult place because they are in 16th with 9 points, tied with Na'Vi. And an exit here at this stage, of course, would guarantee them a trip to the losers finals tomorrow and not our grand final. Jumping back here with Rogue, you saw them rotate out of pit, and there's a reason they got straight into slums. You saw a lot of teams trying to do it. To be honest, Na'Vi, they didn't look both ways before they crossed the street, but they were trying to get down to slums as well. And everyone wants to set up shop here. There's so many buildings and interiors where you can Watson up, and slums, to be honest, has room for quite a few teams, much more than some other parts of the map.
Look at this, a rare weapon visual here. Spitfire, haven't gotten too much of that here. And you see other teams sitting on the backside of those caves just off to the, I believe, northern section of slums itself. It's a very good hiding spot for at least the first opening circles until they kind of get forced out of that. But Complexity actually the ones looking to post up here. It allows them to defend, as you see here, towards the kind of main river entrance that you get from this eastern side, but then also take a glance over towards the slum section itself. It's just important to note that, again, when they get pressured out, they have a lot of open terrain and that high ground that likely 1 million people are going to be fighting over.
That Complexity team, the team we saw with an early exit in game number 3, which puts them right around the middle of the pack in 11th in game number 4. So they're going to need a performance here. Now on board with TSM. Here's Aberlele.
TSM, one of those teams that are actually in our bubble. A team that may not make it to our grand finals, even though we walked in having high hopes and expectations, and you know they did of themselves as well. Penta and almost half of Kings Canyon here, trying to figure out where everybody is at slums, finds one.
You got to wonder at this point where Team 789 is in their road trip from water treatment.
No joke.
That is quite a trek, and
probably just getting postcards and stuff, man. They got nothing to worry about.
That's true. They can handle this game really whichever way they want, and potentially an opportunity to even try out some new stuff. They did not with their drop, but potentially with the routes and the rotation that they're going to take to get all the way up here to the northwest corner. Looks like RPR has gone down, so it's going to be IPN, as well as Moffers fighting for Soar.
Yeah, Soar struggling after having a successful game number 3 here. Or down to RPR, IPN, and Moffers. Trying to find a place for this Watson generator. Here we go. Now we're going to be comfortable, at least for a little bit. Res opportunity on RPR, but meanwhile, we got a deal on this low ground. IPN, double arc star, full armor. Ends up connecting with the one. Going to look for a push in the downtime. Ooh, forcing out that iframe, but the Wraith actually staying on the inside, breaking the armor, but the counter armor break, forcing now the grapple to the high ground.
Now going to have to take a moment to shield up as we take a look here. It's going to be Slick and Logically on the space station side. These guys are in 17th. So once again, for them as well, exiting here would mean the end of their winner's bracket run. Now here's Ringers in a little bit better of a situation than we saw these last few teams that we've checked in with.
In case you were confused on what high ground I was talking about before, that everybody's going to be fighting over, Ringers are the first to claim stake of it. You see the pre-zip also for the outside of pit high ground. That's a very common place. If you revisit yesterday's stream array, Fnatic did a great job of maintaining that high ground earlier, and it's something that everybody's got to be considering over this final slum.
And an interesting thing about this specific high ground Dread, is that there's a lot of little nooks and edges here. This is not a simple plateau up there. Teams can grapple up. You can have solos hiding in corners. Anyone who's played this final ring will know just how tricky that can be with players coming up and trying to grapple or zip up. And that could be a pretty crowded place there up on this final ring if it does indeed end up there.
But for now, things seem to be remaining on ground floor, at least for a while. Here, G2, one of our teams, I think actually in last place here, 20th place. Got good armor, at least for now, trying to make their transition, but it seems like they're getting caught out from, well, I think we've endearingly heard called Westworld.
Yes, I believe we did get word from several pro teams that Westworld, it's way out there.
A couple of shots coming into Zanya. But the 789, again, we wondered where they were. They did make the way into slums, but how did they play it? To be honest, it seems like it's just another game for these guys. They're just same stuff, we're ready to win, and I respect that. There's no such thing as enough points for them.
Absolutely, and there's also value in simply continuing to play their game as they head into the grand finals. You look at pro teams and the way that they play, and just continuing to hold that discipline is going to set them up good for Sunday.
Very much agree with you, but there could be a counter argument that you're providing so much repetition that you're essentially making your ability to be flexible when it's necessary later on may be too problematic. It's something that we're going to have to see people force that out of 789, really. But I find it very interesting to see that they're just very comfortable, again, doing what they do best and trimming the fat maybe around some of these strats.
The results we've seen so far, still 20 squads left. That's what you expect to see with these teams playing so careful. TSM, our X Games winner, like you said, in the middle of the pack at 8th. Nothing guaranteed for them or the rest of the lobby outside of 789.
As long as Virtus Pro can maintain this position on the backside of this wall over the slums, I really enjoy it.
They're going to be setting up shop here as we slow things down. We'll get ready to listen into some team comms shortly, as we know things are going to be pushing, kind of heating up for these teams. As they're going to need to move soon. They got 1:48 left, but curious just to hear some team comms here from Virtus Pro.
Vi kan springa hela vägen bort hit också, tror jag.
Vad ligger du? Var snabba nu alltså. Ska jag lägga en portal fram eller drar vi zipline eller? Drar zipline snart. Besköten, detta är tråkigt för mig. Tråkigt. Drar zipline hela vägen upp eller?
Det är fel platta. Jag fuckar upp.
Jag lägger portal här då.
Men du kan springa på den här bort hit. Eller?
Ja, jag lägger portal dit. Jag är på plattan. Vi behöver den sen ändå så. Ja, det är... Fuck, då är en jävla zipline där. Yikes. Ja, men det är för mig bra.
Du kan dra den vidare. Eller du måste springa vidare på där. Vi får bara ta det lugnt, liksom, där.
You got a Yikes coming in there from the VP side, but they've done pretty well here to flank all the way around slums to get onto that northern cliff, and they did it pretty quickly using just a zip and a portal to get up there on some nice high ground that they can rain down into slums.
No squads have actually removed themselves from our final game here in the winners finals. But you know, some have been damaged, definitely not representing all three members. Penta trying to find a way to gain some control over what this low ground, high ground situation they're dealing with, forcing now Wacko to go ahead and burn his into the void.
Gonna pop some cells here, and like we talked about, Dread, Slums, it's pretty accommodating. It offers a lot of different small interiors that these teams have already settled into, and we could see some pretty complicated maneuvers required to get out of those, and things will get pretty hectic, but expect these teams to Watson up and not leave until they really have to, especially with 20 squads left.
I think the biggest thing that we've got to be looking at now that we get to round 3 is where that next circle goes based on Complexity's positioning. Do they still find forgiveness within that northern cave that exists on that side? And also, it's going to force Ringers, or more so the victims of Ringers, into a bad spot to allow this longbow to wreak havoc. They find a couple down there, no knocks coming in quite yet.
And now here comes everyone from that eastern wall and that ring, pushing them all the way in.
Teenage is on the ground floor. He doesn't have an opportunity up without a... Oh, never mind. The portal's already pre-prepped. Clever play here from the Ringers, and showing that they know what they're doing here, thinking ahead. Wraith already forced to use hers. Teenage is going to go ahead and take the trade. Scared of it. Portal's back out.
There you go. Right there. A great ability to disengage. And I was wondering when we were going to see some Watson defenses going up, because on this whole cliff, which like we said has many entrance points, Nothing yet, but here they go.
Phoenix get over a battery to try and remove the slot. We'll talk about it a little bit later here because Soar is struggling to keep flight right now. Staring down the scope of somebody. They do end up getting one knock, but it's a 1 versus 3 and not going to have the success. Soar no longer with us, but G2, the team in last place, finding some much needed points here in our last game.
If they'll get that wipe, that means 19 squads remaining. Soar, by the way, was in third with 27. Could be safe here depending on how the rest of this lobby pulls out, but Slick in a tough spot here. Very, very low HP. And try to stay alive. He will go down as well by the hand of Moore. That's going to be a wipe for NRG. And here we're 18 squads left, and now back on board with Complexity.
Yeah, and you can see the high ground that they're considering and the longbow pressure that they had. And I asked the question, what round would they be forced out? This is it. You can see in a minute 12 that they have to make a way to traverse over. They have to have consideration towards that high ground. But here's the beauty. The high ground has to rotate at the same pace. They're about the exact same distance towards the lethality of the ring. So the question is, who gets enough damage out first to get the upper hand? We'll find out here as NRG still holding up in the middle of slumps.
Also, Windstrike team. On your screen, we did see them go down to the hands of Sentinels just outside Hillside Outpost a bit earlier. They're going to hope for a better performance here because they're in 19th.
If you think that rotation that Complexity has to make is risky, Windstrikes is, I mean, just almost non-existent. There are so many people that they got to move through without a portal. Ace has his own portal here for NRG.
Digital threat there as a fantastic looking wingman. Skull Piercer on it, as well as the heavy extended mag, just trying to pop as many shots as he can as his teammates Dizzy and Moore to the northeast going to hold this down as long as they can. Now back to the ringers.
Oh, that Arcstar. That Arcstar is pretty well placed. Yeah, got to go ahead and force this Void use here. Now out for the Wraith. Ringers still doing well with this high ground positioning, but we got round 4 closing in, and they got to find a way to get out of this. There are a lot of teams still stuck in the outskirts of this ring trying to make their way in, and Sentinels are waiting in the wakes here, ready for a couple of points and kills.
Let's see now, Zombs and Retzi fighting together. There's going to be a knock there on G2 Red. He will go now. They're going to continue to fight together. Also going to grab as many points as he can. Maybe a quick armor swap after the wipe. Back over to Zombs.
That's going to be G2 actually, I believe, going down completely, but Complexity did make that transition, and it seems rather smoothly as they're healthy. Now we get to see Mirko here with his longbow. Nice couple of shots. I believe that was the entire team with the focus fire to be able to get that kill. Reptar cleaning that up, and Gambit struggling now, losing themselves sign, but Complexity looking good here in our 4th game.
As long as they don't find too much fire from the multiple directions. Now back over to Moore here of NRG. 1 HP trying to stay alive, and now going to try to pop some meds. And Ace and Dizzy are going to have to protect them with their lives.
The fact that those shots are not hitting him, you can see them just whizzing over top of his head. Zanya also having the same situation here, questioning if they want to maintain that high ground and deal with what's happening on the outskirts here of Slum.
They have built a network of buildings that they own. They can zip back and forth. They're actually Watsoned up on 2 separate buildings, which they haven't seen too much of, but they can really choose where they want to go, and it's going to be difficult for an opponent to push either one of them given those Watson fences.
Virtus Pro having a high ground advantage, but will be forced to make some transition out here. Interesting, used to go with a bit of slow shots there and the precision choke opportunity. One thing I will say here for Zanya is he only got 12 there for his Peacekeeper. Might be something that where they got to swap a little bit later, but for now they hold on. 14 squads still here in a very, very tense circle. And now we have 45 seconds until the next one is going to collapse, and at that point, you know it's going to see that same kill feed we saw over that last game. Everybody going down. Just who ends up getting those kills for those points?
Wacko does get that knocking. You also saw 789 just now moving away from both their main residence and their summer home to find some new real estate in slums and trying to post up a little bit more central for that ring. And it looks like Dizzy and Ace able to keep more alive there, and they fight not just to see another day, but they fight with some decent positioning and some good armor as well.
They got 12 seconds, though, before they have to make a transition along with Complexity. Complexity very far out of this next circle, so they have a lot more ground to cover than a majority of these teams. Kick's taking the portal. He's making his way into the circle. All of Kick is ready and posted up, but here we go. Round 5 is going to close. And who ends up surviving here?
That portal is well protected. Now back over to Penta. Great shots there, broken shield, but he's going to get pushed back a little bit, is Nesh. Just now waiting in things here, 16 seconds until that close. Now here comes Complexity flying in, receiving some shots though, and they need to try to win this battle. It's going to be Mirko really low here. He's going to go ahead and continue the push though with Reptar and Gabe, and yes indeed, look at that, several kills coming in here. Mirko does get knocked in the end as we see, so on board back now. Zanya was 789. We've seen him fight in pretty difficult places before, but this is one to add to the list.
Yeah, and man, what an interesting situation there as well. Zanya trying to keep himself alive. And also note that the Wraith portal actually went down to make sure everybody could come up to this high ground and get this res. That was a very clever play from Gabizmon, and maybe the only reason that Complexity can hold their own here is we found ourselves in the top 10. Penta is going to go ahead and take some pressure, find their way back here to the Watson generator. Back here with VP still maintaining this high ground as they eke on inward.
Yeah, eke is the perfect word to describe it. They've only inched up from that northern side of slums that they claimed early on. Great stuff here from Virtus Pro, and this is what I'm talking about. Just take a look at that minimap. How many buildings are available in slums still with 10 squads left in the circle right now? That's going to thin out about 50 seconds.
Yeah, I'm surprised. With so many buildings available, I think that's part of the reason we've kept this many teams alive as long as we have, because normally at this point there would have been a lot more going down there, but holding it off within these structures, everybody afraid to push into the Watson, and understandably so. Facio backpack picked up for help here, but he's going to need some as he is struggling. Iframe is enough to be able to build some distance. Cover fire coming out and still getting the loot. We see Lucido trying to help out, but not enough to confirm this knock, and this pesky little target here ends up scuttling away.
Yep, are able to get that new armor, so they'll live to fight another day, albeit from the low ground there. Looks like Huskers will go down, back on board with VP, and they've actually moved now into slums as they've needed to off of that high ground.
Here we are with TSM.
9 seconds left.
One of our favorite teams, Zero fan favorite at home, and they are sitting on your bubble. They need to be successful as we have round 6 closing.
Looks like 9 impulse from Navi will go down here. We also see Kick in some trouble. 90's the only one left alive as that is going to close now, and things are going to get real tense and fly down here essentially on just these last 3 buildings that are going to be in this last ring.
Virtus Pro still make their way in towards the center circle with the high ground working together here. It's going to be Taylor and Noth pushing now right to the low ground. You see them stacked on top of each other. That's going to be an easy pickup there as we remove Kick here from this final squad. 6 remain.
Yep, Complexity will go down as well, but now back on board TSM, they have the low ground. We do see VP up top with that high ground. 6 squads remaining in this one. Misfits in a whole lot of trouble. 2 players knocked there.
Yeah, Reps, you could see expecting that target once they got hit to go back through the door, but not doing it quite right away. Ends up hurting a bit of the accuracy there coming from the wingman. Imperial Howl losing some armor, but has a battery. Not going to be too problematic here. Can't see the same when looking at Misfits, though, as Help will end up getting up, but the ticket damage almost actually enough to be a problem for them.
Now taking a look here back once again, VP, we said, has the high ground. TSM still with that low ground. And I think we saw maybe a few armor pulls on the ground for TSM. I think they were only in the form of whites, though, so that's not going to do too much for them. And VP really in control of this high ground. They also have some pre-zips out as well.
Yeah, the pre-zip towards the next circle is the biggest thing that is going for them, because if they didn't have an easy transfer into it, it would be very, very problematic. Also having the opportunity to trapeze inward here. TSM has got to be the one who deny that, if anyone.
Misfits, Penta, TSM, Virtus Pro still with full squads. Navi there with the solo. That was Claws that you saw off screen. These are your last 5.
Majority of these reside within that bubble we are concerned with. Not too many have enough insurance to be able to not clutch out this final round, as we see TSM Reps able to take down Lucido there in our kill feed. VP, though, have that high ground advantage. And now we got 30 seconds left before we see if they can truly execute their closing kind of positioning here on this last circle.
Yep. Portal starting there, as you see, for not just 1, but 2 teams, it looks like. And like we say, toes on the edge of the ring for Misfits. Now look at this now. Claus goes down. He tries to make a bold play early, and he gets wiped immediately. That's going to be Navi out. 4 squads left.
Well, VP looking so very good. We hear a couple of shots down below. That's actually, I believe, Penta maybe looking for a couple of shots. We now see trickling in Taylor distributing a bit of pain along with Pat.
Now PJ here landing some good shots in, wants to be careful not to take too much damage, grapples up, and now everything's going to fly in. We do see Arcstars down, also Zips up top. Who is going to come out here? We see Aberlately going down, some good shots here from Reps. He will go down, now only player alive right here is going to be Hal. And now right here on board with Help, he's trying to stay alive in the ring. He will go down, 3 squads left there. TSM goes down now here, back to VP. VP goes down, let's go ahead and take a look. In the end, they will be your winners of game number 4.
Very well done there by Virtus Pro. We talked about the eking and inching coming up from this roster, but it was all very, very calculated on their behalf, something that we have been constantly complimenting about this roster. As you can tell, they're very much thinking a couple of steps ahead of what we get from some of these other teams, and it works out.
I mean, we saw them with that high ground control. They had the pre-zips down, and they played it well, and that's something you picked up right away on day 1, Dread, of watching them play just a bit, making sure that they had perfect composure in the end. Lots of chaos. There were several players coming in. Of course, Wraith portals were up, Arc Stars were down. But taking a look here, at the kills. Not very many kills for them in that game, and we can't even say it was a very kill-heavy game, period.
No. It didn't seem like anybody was able to, walk away and be the slayer, if you will, of the last match that we did have. But at least when it came to that final circle, the teams that we knew were representative, and maybe in that point of, are they going to actually make it to that grand final quite yet? I can't help but feel like TSM has got to feel thankful. I don't think it ensures 100% that they have that, but if you didn't say their name in that top 5 and they didn't have the kills, I'm not quite confident they would have, again, transitioned onward.
Our final match here concludes. 789, as we said, was the only team that we were sure was through. We can also now be sure that VP likely going to be through as well, but we're going to find out about those standings as well as a recap of this series. For that, we're going to head on down to the analyst desk with none other than Fallout. John, take it away.
Bravo, thank you so much for bringing us home in match number 4. And you see a sigh of relief from Pierre on your screen right there. Virtus Pro, after a rough start in match 1 and match 2, bounced back so strong in match 3 and 4. What a performance from VP. Meanwhile, TSM, you think they're safe to say, secured a top 10 finish here as well.
I mean, not only did they secure a top 10 finish, but they did it with style right there at the end. That was a very, very close end zone with a ton of teams in it. The entire game was slow. If you paid attention, there were actually 20 squads still up at the end of the 3rd ring.
Yep, there you see on screen right now from left to right, Bia, Taylor, and of course Noth. Noth, 28 years old, working a full-time job, would love to pursue esports full-time. He's making a good case to do it right here. He's actually called from his co-workers a snake because he's always trying to get off of work because he's trying to play Apex more often. Big shout out to that man on your screen and a shout out to Virtus Pro. But one thing I want to ask you, Jamerson, you've been breaking down the action all weekend long. Why did we see such a slow play there? Was it the circles? Is it the meta? 20 teams left really late out in the game, and then 18 for quite some time.
It looks like when it comes down to the wire, right, when you have nothing really to lose, because honestly, at this point, you can just get knocked down. But the thing is, tomorrow, well, this match was for the money, right? The top 10 are moving on. They have secured themselves into the top 20, and that's where you place. And I think that's, when you see the dollar signs right in front of you, you gotta go for it. You gotta try and play a little bit more conservative, try to get those placement points.
Yep, so congratulations to our 10 qualifier teams. Once we find out who they are, you are officially securing prize pool here in this tournament. Taking a look at the end and how things played out, TSM all up to Imperial Hal. Not the best situation for him. Put some good shots in though, picks up a few kills, so a great finish there for Hal, as I believe TSM did get 3rd place. Meanwhile, it was all VP all day with the zipline play. And look at this, just avoiding the fight, staying alive, and then coming down and cleaning up, as it was Pierre that dropped to try and get some kills, distract, while his teammate was just holding high ground. So well played, well executed. You see the reaction here from the most hype man in this tournament, pointing out in the crowd. It's your boy Taylor, 21 years old, still in school. Also
I love the instant
excited.
replay on that,
I know.
too.
I love it. The Samurai Button Wonder, as I've been calling him. I got a lot of love for Taylor. He's been doing it big. He's making a name for himself. He's the hype man himself.
Honestly, I mean, that zipline play, you mentioned it, it was so perfect coming out from them. No one was fighting them really, and it showed the value of why you have to go for those zipline plays. There were so many thermites on the ground, there were so many arc stars, and that just lets you avoid all of them.
A lot of noise down there, that's for sure, and they avoided all of it. And look at that, Virtus Pro does it with 17 points. Another important storyline, it's Misfits, 16 points, 2nd place, that might propel them to top 10. We will see TSM right behind them, Na'Vi, a solid performance, followed by Penta and NRG, a team that was on the fringe, has been on the fringe all weekend, barely sneaking through round by round. I think they may have done it again. The fan favorites, your boy Dizzy. I know Papa Dizzy's in the house. They might be doing it again.
They're not giving up yet. They're just getting by the skin of their teeth. What were you going to say there, Jameson?
And just below them was Complexity. And Complexity were sitting, I believe, at 11th before going into this round. Getting those 6 points might have been just what they needed to get on into the top 10.
Yep, meanwhile, a continued disappointment for MVP, as I don't think they placed top 5 or top 6 in any of the 4 matches. So the Koreans will most likely be sent down to the losers bracket, where they will join the likes of some other counterparts in that losers bracket.
Yeah, Wyvern.
Wyvern is there as well, so it should be interesting. Of course, that's one team we know for sure. A couple teams we don't know. I'm excited to see who's going to make it. At this point, you have to know 789 is in the 1st place. I mean, they played incredibly well. TSM right behind them. A couple other teams. Misfits looks like they secured themselves a spot. Virtus Pro potentially as well. Any teams in your eyes that you think locked in the spot here? Sentinels?
I think Sentinel's good. I think TSM is safe. I think Misfits are good. I think, like we said, it could happen. All we had to do was wait for the final game. And there were going to be some teams that were going to step up to the plate, and that's exactly what ended up happening. They saved it. Why do they do this to us? Do they know how stressful that is?
Yeah. If it's stressful for us, imagine how stressful it is for them. I mean, geez, I can only imagine the feelings going into that one.
I would say another team that we really do have to keep a lookout for is going to be Soar at this point. In these last 2 games, they had a stellar performance, taking the first win in game number 3, and then game number 4, playing it out into the mid game really well into the late game.
Yeah, on screen right now is Penta, who ended up making it to late game as well. Penta, of course, consists of Wacko, Orax, and Nesh, a multinational team as well from Europe, UK, France, and Germany. Meanwhile, Space Station, who started strong in this series, but did not finish how they would have liked to. They'll be a fringe team. If not, I don't think they're making it through.
Though, I gotta say about Space Station Gaming, right? They did not have the best of showings at X Games. This is a complete turnaround 100%. For them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, logically, doing a great job. Very impressed by him. Like I said, 17 years old early. They pick up Bird, and this is a new and improved roster. I hope to see them stick through, and obviously they still have a lot of the tournament to play in the losers bracket tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sentinels exits early here in this one, but with winning game 2, you think they're in a good spot.
Oh, they definitely should be here. And something about, honestly, these roster changes has been working out for a lot of teams. Reciprocity, add 2 new team members in there. They're succeeding quite well.
Not to mention complexity with the roster change as well, and it seems to be working out just fine for them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Huge change there. G2, we saw die early again. No one could have expected one of the most consistent teams in the tournament in G2. They're very young. They recognize that they're young, and chatting with them earlier, they know they're a little bit inexperienced. They are very, very good. Second place at X Games, silver medal with Snipe down under Reciprocity. So much respect for that entire roster. 0-0, Mimu doing it again here. Well, I'm excited to see them in the loser bracket final tomorrow.
And again, I mean, we're speaking with a little bit of finality, but I mean, we still have the lower bracket. That is so exciting. Exactly.
And
the lower bracket is going to be another 4-match set.
And they still guarantee themselves money.
Exactly. That is for sure.
As long as you make it through.
To the championship final.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you come to the losers bracket or the winners final. Snipedown said it well in the interview. 10th place or first place is the exact same thing in the early game, in the early format. Exactly. What matters most are the championship finals. So very interesting set of action here so far in this one. It's been a great day, starting with losers bracket. We went through 4 rounds throughout the entirety of the day. We saw both the Fnatic rosters. My heart is torn right now because unfortunately Fnatic and 2 11th place finishes in winners bracket and losers bracket exits early. I'm excited to see how they bounce back. A lot of love for that squad, but losers bracket final will be interesting. I'm excited to see how these things wrap up here in the winners bracket final. For now, let's throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius to show us some of the action.
Thank you very much, Fallout. Nate, that was the 4th match in that series. That was the money match. Top 10 progresses on into your grand finals, and they get the money. Going in there, Misfits and Virtus Pro was about 11 and 13 on the standings. They needed to go big. Complexity was number 10 on the standings. They knew what they had to do to try to break through there, and what they do, they went in, they put in a performance, got 1 and 2 in that matchup, getting all the kills that they picked up. We saw how the game ended, but Nate, show us how Virtus Pro got set up right before and put themselves in such an advantageous position.
I mean, VP, they've been great at taking the fights all tournament long. Can't say that they've been one to shy away from a battle. Yep. But in this round, they knew what was at stake. They knew what they needed to do. They played it extremely slow moving up. They had a really big high ground early on. They played with the snipers, and they said, you know what, we're not going to force any fights that we don't need. But the way that they set themselves up even here, as the rest of the other teams all get into this fight. Now, there's 8 squads remaining. So these guys, they're going to be able to get some of these hits. But they've got this high ground secured. They've got the Watson fence, so they can cover themselves over here. They've got the pylon to check down in case anything comes over there from that side off of the any grenades on that high ground. So being able to always pick the engagement is going to be huge. And we can get a little bit of a perspective of some of the other players, but really being able to take this spot's nice, because then we're going to see these players start to drop as Misfits is going to get into the action.
And this is when they push Cole. Yeah, this is when Cole is trapped with their backs against the wall in the corner, and they get some good shots down here, knowing that they were close on the bubble. So when you see those players, you definitely got to make sure you get in there and clean up those kills.
Obi-Wan smiling very far away out of this beautiful high ground play, because we talked about it. They were on the bubble, as they say. And I'm not going to say that they needed to win this match and kill everybody to get into the top 10, but it sure helps in making sure.
You got to aim for that in the ending.
You know, it makes you not have to wait for them to tabulate the scores to know that you're going to be safe, because we're already top 5 now. They've got a couple kills spread out across all of them, and just really great control, really great position and situational awareness to understand what's at stake and not jump down there and fight in the dirt, in the mud with everybody else, because honestly, if they go down an 8th there with only 1 or 2 kills, the lack of those placement points, possibly they get edged out.
Yep, they understood the positioning. They had the zip line there as well to wait to that very last moment to clean it up. But that's it from us at the Command Center. Congrats to Virtus Pro for winning that matchup. And now Fallout, let's get us to those standings.
Blaze, thank you so much, guys, for not only just for that, but all day long you guys have been busting it down, entertaining us along the way. So definitely do appreciate that. A lot to talk about right now as we head in to our losers bracket final tomorrow morning, and as we're finalizing where teams are at to see who's going to be down there to play against the likes of some of those squads. But remind the viewers and folks who maybe weren't watching, who are some of the teams that they're going to be waiting for to play against the losers bracket final? I know we got Reciprocity, quite a few others. I'm putting you on the spot here. I just want to
I got it right here. So we got Team Seeker, we got Reciprocity, CLG, Third Impact, Triumph,
knows everything.
Team Fire, Alistar, Wyvern, and the Pittsburgh Knights. And I'm probably missing one here. I can't count right now, but so many.
But there you go. That's impressive that you just pulled that out of nowhere. I'm very impressed. Jamerson, this is why we hired you. Here you have it. The standings are in, and with a dominating performance, 7-8-9 first, the reactions come through, and you see it. FlyQuest qualifies through. Monsoon continues his story and his reign. Meanwhile, Kick Esports, a remarkable story, one of the youngest teams here competing, representing Portugal, Italy, and Russia/Austria, NRG as well in 10th place. You could hardly believe how the action unfolded.
Dizzy's going to be tweeting that again. 10th ain't pretty, but we made it.
Expect another tweet from a man Dizzy here. But I mean, listen, Snipedown said it, and we've been bringing it up. 10th or first, same thing at this point in the tournament. My man Monsoon is feeling himself out here. Oh, my, you just popped the wheelchair in there.
Honestly, I love those moves, man. I mean, I am old man Jamerson. What do I know? But still,
if you haven't seen the clip of Monsoon killing Shroud in a ranked game and then dancing on him and then killing someone else, please look that up. It's the funniest thing I've seen in a long time. Shout out to Monsoon, one of the best streamers, one of my favorite streamers to watch in Apex. And there's the heartbreaking part. Gamers Origin, France, unfortunately.
Na'Vi Complexity. I thought Complexity might have had just enough points with that, but no. You're going to be at 13th, dropping down to the lower bracket with the likes of Ringer, Space Station Gaming, MVP.
Is he playing the guitar? Is he playing something?
He's got a ukulele.
He's got a ukulele?
He's got a Luna.
Where did you get the ukulele from?
That was actually one of the ukuleles that I was planning to pick up myself. Not going to lie.
Monsoon busts out a ukulele to celebrate a win here. It's well-deserved. Celebrate all night, but hopefully not too hard because you got a grand final to play tomorrow, my friend. Congratulations, Monsoon and FlyQuest, as well as our other 9 teams. Kick Esports. You see Nighty's on screen right now, representing Portugal with the flag as well. In his 20s, playing alongside a 17 and 18-year-old. They do it as well. Awesome.
I love that.
Awesome
I got to get out of here. Peace.
He's like, no more camera time for me. I'm good. Amazing stuff. Massive congratulations. And you see the celebration still coming in for Lou. And by the way, I think it was Lou who made the play. Was that you, Bud, with the Ninja Star? Some great stuff there at the Arc Star, making it happen with the stick. And that was the game that FlyQuest really cemented themselves a great performance.
Also, you know what? Shout out to Convertibles. Yeah. Convertibles, man. Filling in for a team last minute, also for Gamers Arena early on today we saw. So honestly, FlyQuest just stepping out and doing everything at this event.
You can do it all.
Yeah.
Yep. Undoubtedly Convertible. Big shout out to him, the analyst of this team here. You guys see on screen with that ticker schedule, of course, at the bottom here. We're going to be getting started tomorrow morning with our losers bracket final, followed by our grand final. We'll go into details for that a bit later. But I'm excited. Losers bracket final, 10 teams, 4-match series will have a chance to make it to the grand final and a chance to cement themselves some prize money.
Honestly, and if it's anything as close to as exciting as this match was, we are in for a treat. We are in for a definite treat.
Absolutely, and I think all of the teams that we're going to be watching tomorrow to try to play out of losers, they know this is their final ditch effort to solidify their spot in the finals. I think we're going to see some really good games coming out of those teams.
Yeah, you and I both. Here's a couple things I'm really just looking forward to set the stage for tomorrow a little bit. One thing we did not see, and a big respect to ESL and EA for allowing us to be transparent about this, TSM actually had a full match where their booth disconnected. They lost power, they disconnected from the game, and in the rules, once a game starts, and this is a standard for any esports tournament, I've ran a million in the past, once a game starts, players drop out of the dropship. If the disconnect happens, the match continues. So unfortunate for them that they played only 3 matches. So You can't say EU over NA. You can't make any definitive statements. 789 got the upper hand today with a dominant performance, and your hat goes off to them. You can't take that away from them. Such hero plays. If you didn't see match 1 in that clip, look it up. You have to. But we have TSM versus 789 in the grand final tomorrow.
Also, by the way, typically on brand of Imperial Hal, tweeted out earlier just after matches, imagine only playing 3 out of 4 games and still getting 3rd overall. We will win tomorrow. Smiley face. I love it.
I love the confidence. Such a huge shot to Alberlelli. He's in his teens still, and he's dominating the scene right now. So much respect for him coming from Connecticut/New Jersey, Northeast, representing the U.S. A lot of respect for reps for the entire TSM squad. But today, 789 was the star. However, speaking of a star, it's the rising star of Apex, one of the best stories in Apex, and just in a bit we'll have Bill on stage. But before we do that, let's go ahead and show you guys the schedule for tomorrow and how the action is going to unfold so you guys know when to set your calendars, when to set your alarm clocks. Let's take a look at the schedule, starting with the losers bracket final, of course, at 1:30 local time, 7:30 Eastern time. It's an early morning. If you fall asleep now, you'll be awake for it, so will we.
I mean, we got the losers finals and then the grand finals. I mean, we've had such long days, but it's been breezing on by.
Yeah, it really has been.
Question. How many games do you think finals is going to go on for with the whole match point system?
I like that one.
So that's the thing, right? 789 had a standout performance, games 1, 2, and 3. But remember, you got to hit the cap, and then you got to get the W. And they haven't been able to do that here in a caliber of lobby that is probably one of the best that we'll see in a while.
And we're going to see an even better lobby in that championship finals. That's a good point. I love the question. We'll have a lot of time to discuss and to debate that tomorrow. I am so excited for that discussion. Of course, championship finals can be uncapped until a team finally wins after reaching the 50-point threshold. But it's been an amazing day of action here for Apex Legends at the Preseason Invitational. $500,000, of course, at stake. We saw Virtus Pro clutch up in the end there, but a team called Energy. You may have heard of them, and you may have heard of a guy called Dizzy. He's on stage with Bill. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Bill.
Thanks a lot, everybody from the desk. You guys have done a fantastic job, as well as the casters and the command center throughout the course of today. I'm standing by, of course, with Dizzy, a name that we all came to know and love when Apex Legends dropped earlier this year. But there have been some other stars that have come across this. I talked to you yesterday off camera right before you end, and I said, you did it. And you said, we got 10th. We're still alive. You got 10th, Dizzy. You're still alive. What's it like going into tomorrow?
It's a huge relief getting squeezing in right in 10th again, just to secure ourselves into the winners finals. And we bounced back towards the end, and can't thank Ace and Moore enough for sticking together, staying confident, and pulling it through.
Snipedown was standing where you were earlier today and made the comment that in the group stage leading up until the grand finals, 1st or 10th, it didn't matter as long as you got through. Clearly that holds itself as you find yourself in the grand finals. Now, 1st and 10th are very different. What are you going to do to change things for tomorrow?
Definitely gonna review the VOD, see what went wrong and stuff like that. But we've definitely been picking it up since the first matches of the tournament. But other than that, I think we're just gonna be confident and get that first.
Match point is a format that has not been done in the history of Battle Royale. You reach 50 points, the next game you win the entire tournament, lion's share of $500,000. How many games is it gonna go?
It could be 5 games, it could be 10. I would say probably around like 5 to 10, because the thing is, some other teams here, they've won multiple games, and that could happen in the finals, but we'll see.
If you could change anything for your team coming into tomorrow, any optimizations that you feel like you need to make, what do you think it is?
Rotations, probably the most important.
All right, rotations. Dizzy and NRG scrape by at 10, and they make themselves to the grand finals. 1 day remains. 1 day for teams, 30 of them to be whittled down to 20 for the grand finals and an opportunity to become the Apex champion here at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. From myself, the team, the production staff, the players, everyone that's involved, thank you so much for a fantastic day number 2. Go to sleep, get some rest. We've got a banger of a game tomorrow here in Krakow, Poland. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.